History's Strongest Husband Chapter 371 to Chapter 391. Congratulations on being the new leader of this book. Thank you very much. In fact, the governor of Tiannan province, Zhu Yong, knew about the defeat earlier than the monarch. He immediately sent a messenger north to report to Zhu Hongzhu and the monarch. However, Zhang Zhao was faster and arrived at the capital 2 days earlier. After sending the messenger, Zhu Yong immediately went south as the governor of Tiannan province to visit Prince Jin in secret. Without a doubt, he was brave. When he passed through Shaqing Pass, there was no one beside him. He truly entered the enemy's camp alone. Because he was racing against time. By the time he arrived at the capital of Nanou, the war was already over. The 50,000 soldiers of the state of Yu had surrendered and Nanou had fallen. After waiting for another 2 days, Zhu Yong finally met with Prince Jin. Both sides immediately engaged in a secret discussion. He felt that the news of the crown prince's surrender had not been completely spread yet. Perhaps there was still time. Official Zhu Yong greets Prince Jin. Prince Jin looked at Zhu Yong and said, "Lord Zhu, you shouldn't have come." How could Zhu Yong not come? Time was like fire. If he didn't stop it in advance, it would spread all over the country and could no longer be stopped. "I only have one request," Zhu Yong said, "release the crown prince and seal off the news of his surrender." Prince Jin didn't say anything. Zhu Yong said, "Prince Jin, the southern part of Tiannan province can be given to you. But please release the crown prince and, if necessary, put on a show with us." Prince Jin didn't say anything. Sun Nan laughed at the side. "Show? When our army sweeps through Tiannan province and directly attacks the capital, when the state of Yu is on the verge of collapse, Crown Prince Ning Yi will lead an army to stop Prince Jin's army and save the capital. Moreover, he will push us back a few hundred miles and recover 7 or 8 prefectures, right?" What Zhu Rong had just said was exactly what he was thinking. This was the only way. They signed a secret agreement to cede the entire southern part of Tiannan province to Prince Jin. Therefore, when Prince Jin's army went north, the entire Tiannan province did not resist at all, causing the entire Tiannan province and even part of the Tianyue region to fall. The crown prince's reputation was completely ruined. However, in such a desperate moment, the crown prince led his army and fought his way out, forcing Prince Jin's army to retreat a few hundred miles and reclaiming 10 counties. This could be considered a rebirth after being placed in a hopeless situation. At that time, Crown Prince Ning Yi could still become a hero. However, this required Prince Jin's cooperation. Otherwise, even 10 Ning Yis wouldn't be able to win. In his heart, Zhu Yong knew that although the Zhu family was extremely powerful in the state of Yu, they still had to rely on the emperor. Therefore, Crown Prince Ning Yi was the core political asset of the Zhu family. He couldn't help but admire Zhu Yong. Even in this situation, he still wanted to help the crown prince. "Sun Nan, if my master agrees, what will he get in return?" "Zhu Yong, the conferment of the Empire of Great Yin." Hearing this, Sun Nan's eyes brightened. The conferment of the Emperor of Great Yin was probably the most precious thing to Prince Jin. Currently, the Great Nan Kingdom of Prince Jin had not been recognized by any of the big countries in the world, including the Chu Kingdom. Prince Jin's coronation ceremony was extremely simple. Other than the Great Tribulation Temple and some merchants from the western region, there were no foreign ambassadors at all. Once the Empire of Great Yin conferment, Prince Jin's reputation would be set. Confer the title of a duchy first, then try to promote it to a kingdom later, Zhu Yong said. "Prince Jin, you should believe that the Zhu family has the ability to do so." Indeed. The Zhu family was 1,000-year-old aristocrat in the Empire of Great Yin. The Zhu family in the state of Yu was only a branch. The Zhu family's foundation was in the Flame capital. Currently, one of the 4 prime ministers in the Empire of Great Yin was from the Zhu family. In the past, the Zhu family could save Ning Yuanxian. Today, they could also help Prince Jin to be conferred the title. Governor-General Zhu Yong said, "Prince Jin, releasing the crown prince is in your interest, isn't it?" His words were even more explicit. The crown prince, Ning Yi, was defeated by you. If he ascends the throne in the future, it will be very beneficial to you. Otherwise, if the state of Yu were to change to a wise and mighty ruler, it would be completely disadvantageous to the Great Nan Kingdom. When the time comes, the Sky Sea Pavilion will remember this favor, Zhu Yung said. He felt that his offer was absolutely tempting, so tempting that no one could resist it. As an ambitious person, Prince Jin was definitely eager to be conferred the title of the Empire of Great Yin. However, Prince Jin still did not say anything. Zhu Yung continued, Your Majesty Prince Jin, 10 of the 13 counties in the Tiannam province will be yours. When the time comes, you can just let the crown prince take back 3 counties. Sunan could not help but look at Prince Jin. Prince Jin suddenly said, Zhu Yung, I have already sent an envoy to the capital of the state of Yu to see the king of Yu. I have also stated my terms, ceding the 5 counties in the south. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yung was shocked. Prince Jin, is your appetite so small? You only want the 5 counties in the south. I am going to give you all 10 counties. Prince Jin, please recall the envoy immediately, Zhu Yung said. It's too late, and there's no need for that, Prince Jin said. Lord Zhu Yung, please rest well. Then, Prince Jin served tea to send the guest off. The minister and secretariat of the Great Nan Kingdom, Sunan, personally saw Zhu Yung out. Su Ho. Minister and secretariat, you have to persuade Prince Jin, Zhu Yung could not help but say. He was burning with anxiety. Sunan smiled and said, His Majesty is a great strategist, not something we officials can guess. After Ning Luo was captured, she was very calm and did not suffer any abuse. In front of the mirror, she was still mature and beautiful. Prince Jin walked in. Ning Luo's body trembled, not knowing what to say. Do you want to go home? Prince Jin asked. Ning Luo was silent. She did not know if she should return to her home in the capital. After losing so badly in Nano, would she still have the face to go home? What do you want? Ning Luo asked. Prince Jin said, What I want, I will get it myself, I don't need to go through you. I said that I will let you go home unconditionally. Ning Luo said, What do you want? Prince Jin said, I have already sent an envoy to see the king of Yu about the 5 counties in the south, and clearly explained it to him. Ning Luo narrowed her eyes. Only 5 counties? The entire Tiannam province of the state of Yu is empty, you can take over the entire territory at any time, and you only want 5 counties? When you want to go home, let me know. With that, Prince Jin left Ning Luo's room. Ning Luo was stunned. You won't ravage me, but when they were young, the 2 of them ravaged each other countless times. They were married for almost 10 years, and before they came to Nano, they loved each other very much. But now, Ning Luo's heart was about to explode, she wanted nothing more than to ravage Prince Jin. But he did not cooperate. Sunan said, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Prince Jin said, My appetite is too small? Sunan said, Yes. In Sunan's view, this was the best time to dismember the state of Yu. If Wu, Chu, and Nan attacked the state of Yu, they could destroy the state of Yu within a year. As the biggest winner, Jin Jun could cede the entire Tiannam province, Chu country could cede Tianqi province, and Wu country could cede Tibai province. As for Tianyue city, they could support the royal family of the state of Yu and act as a buffer state. Prince Jin said, The bigger the territory, the better. Our great Nan country is already big enough. If we cede the entire Tiannam province, the population will increase by more than 6 or 7 million, exceeding the population of our great Nan country. When the time comes, the 2 tribes will be completely at odds. Sunan fell silent. No one knew the population of the Sand Barbarians in the great Nan country, because many of them lived in the mountains, forests, and caves. According to the official statistics of the Great Nan country, the current registered population was about 3 million. But the territory of the Great Nan country was much larger than the state of Yu in its heyday, and it was extremely sparsely populated. If they annexed the Tiannam province of the state of Yu, the population would be 6 million. In the future, would the Great Nan country be dominated by the Yu people or the Sand Barbarians? Sunan said, That's simple. The first class is the Sand Barbarians, the second class is the Western region, and the third class is the Yu people. This was what Sunan had done in Western Heaven province at that time. It was similar to the system of the Yuan dynasty and the Manchurian Qing dynasty. Prince Jin shook his head, that self-emasculation, basically cutting off the hope of the country's rise. It's fine if there are no other countries around. But there are the state of Chu, state of Wu, and the state of Yu. If I rule them as lowly people, won't they rebel and escape? Sunan blushed, I'm ashamed. Previously, in order to rebel and stand on his own, he carried out the unification of Su and Chang, bringing in a large number of merchants and warriors from the western region. The effect was very obvious, but he was eager for quick success. In the end, he was defeated by Xianxia one by one and collapsed. Prince Jin said, the people of the state of Yu lack courage, and have been ruined by those civil officials. Our sand barbarians are too barbaric, lacking civilization and development. We can fight wars, but we can't develop national strength. That's why we need to find a way to accommodate these two races and take advantage of each. Sunan said, it's too difficult. Yes, it's too difficult. Prince Jin said, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven, but if we succeed, it'll be an eternal hegemony. However, Sunan still felt it was a pity. How could there be a king who disliked having too much territory in this world? Prince Jin said, if I, Wu, and Chu dismember the state of Yu, what will happen? Sunan said, if the state of Yu perishes, the entire south will only be Wu, Chu, and Nan. Prince Jin said, at that time, who will be the strongest and who will be the weakest? Sunan said, in terms of national strength, Chu should be the strongest, while our great Nan is the weakest. In that case, we will join forces with Wu to resist the strongest Chu. It looks like that. Prince Jin said, but as long as Chu destroys the Zhong clan, there won't be any obstacles in annexing the Western Heaven province. As long as Wu destroys Bianshao, there won't be any obstacles in annexing the Northern Heaven province because they are of the same race. As for us annexing the Southern Heaven province, will there be any obstacles? Of course, the obstacles will be huge. After all, the Great Nan state is now known as a barbarian state. Prince Jin said, at that time, we will be like a big snake that swallowed an entire sheep. We won't be able to digest it for a while, and we won't be able to move. At that time, can you still count on Wu and Chu to take pity on us and let us digest it? That's definitely impossible. Wu and Chu will certainly send troops to expel the Sand Barbarian army from the Southern Heaven province, and then the two will divide the Southern Heaven province. Prince Jin smiled, therefore, as a ruler, we must be greedy, but we must also restrain our greed. It's not easy to starve to death, but it's very easy to die from overeating. This is already a well-known saying in modern business. Who knows how many business tycoons didn't starve to death, but died from overeating? If they expand too fast, they won't be able to digest it, their inventory will be overstocked, their cash flow will be cut off, and then they will die. Lei Jun has always emphasized that they must not have a large inventory, and that they would rather starve than overeat. Prince Jin said, moreover, the most important thing for us to do next is to bring the Great Nan state back onto the path of a normal state. I can't let my people continue to live in caves with their butts bare. Sunan bowed, this old subject is ashamed. Prince Jin said, therefore, the state of Yu can't be destroyed yet. It's best for us to let them and Chu fight each other until they are exhausted. Yes. Prince Jin said, the privy emissary, get ready to attack the capital of Southern Heaven province. Sunan said, with such generous conditions, the state of Yu should be eager to agree. Prince Jin said, let's see who that person is. Inside the imperial court of the state of Yu, everyone was shocked into silence by Xianxia. If it was before, countless people would have rushed forward to criticize him. Shameless boasting, bringing disaster to the country, etc. But now, the civil and military officials of the state of Yu had just been slapped in the face. Reality proved that Xianxia's strategy in the battle with Prince Jin was correct. Moreover, Xianxia had created many miracles before, so they didn't dare to criticize him. After a long while, Zhu Hongzhu said, Xianxia, how many troops do you have? How many do you want? Xianxia said, 10,000. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. 10,000, are you kidding me? A total of 250,000 soldiers were annihilated. Prince Jin's 30,000 soldiers were completely suppressing the 200,000 soldiers of the state of Yu. Xianxia, we know how powerful your 2,000 plus Nirvana army soldiers are. But there are only 2,000 of them. Most importantly, the 2,000 Nirvana MO sword troops are only suitable for fighting on the plains, not the south. Xianxia said, I won't bring the 2,000 Nirvana soldiers. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Xianxia, are you crazy? The 2,000 Nirvana soldiers are your only trump card. How can you not bring them? Xianxia really didn't want to bring the first Nirvana army. This time, when facing Prince Jin's army, there were defensive battles, mobile battles, but there were almost no positional battles. Therefore, there was a huge demand for marching speed and flexibility. The first Nirvana army was invincible in positional battles. But the heavy armor and swords weighed a few hundred kilograms. It was too inconvenient to travel thousands of miles to fight. Moreover, there were other places that needed the first Nirvana army more. Xianxia said, then Xianxia, what do you plan to rely on to resist Prince Jin's army? Xianxia said, 5,000 city guards and 5,000 private soldiers of the Kim family. Hearing this, the officials couldn't believe it. Tianhua city guards, what kind of army was that? Everyone knew that it could be considered as a second-line army. And the 5,000 private soldiers of the Kim family could also be considered as a second-line army. The fighting power of these two armies was inferior to that of the southern border army led by Zhu Lin. The main force of more than 200,000 soldiers had lost, and you want to use 10,000 soldiers to resist Prince Jin's 100,000 soldiers, and a complete victory? You're really a fool's dream. But Xianxia had created too many miracles. Everyone was cursing in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. The officials present could not be blamed for this. After all, it sounded too sensational. Prince Jin's army was so powerful. The 10,000 soldiers that Xianxia wanted to lead were all second-line armies. They wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between Prince Jin's teeth, and they would be wiped out in less than an hour. You actually want to defeat Prince Jin? How was that possible? Prince Jin's strength had been completely proven, it was simply hopeless. If Xianxia hadn't said it, everyone would have suspected that he had lost his mind. After a long while, King Ningqi said, Xianxia, you should know that Prince Jin's conditions are not harsh at all. Xianxia nodded. King Ningqi said, have you thought about what it would mean if you rejected Prince Jin? It meant that Prince Jin's 100,000 soldiers would surge forward, it meant that the whole Tiannam province, and even the whole southern part of the state of Yu would fall. Our state of Yu doesn't have the ability to fight on two battlefields, Ningqi roared. Once we reject Prince Jin's truce, it means the destruction of our country. Xianxia, you say you can win? But we really can't see any hope. You want to defeat Prince Jin's 100,000 soldiers with a second-line army of 10,000? You have indeed created many miracles before, but we really can't believe it. Perhaps you can take the risk personally, but the state of Yu can't, it will be destroyed. The whole place was silent, only King Ningqi's roar could be heard. But Xianxia wasn't angry at him at all. This was a good man, and a straightforward one at that. The court officials all felt that Xianxia was ridiculous, but they didn't say it out loud. And King Ningqi said whatever was on his mind. King Ningqi knelt down and kowtowed, Your Majesty, you can't take the risk. Ceding 5 counties in exchange for peace in the south, and fighting the state of Chu with all our strength is the right thing to do. Otherwise, if Prince Jin gets angry and sends his army north, the state of Wu won't let go of this opportunity. At that time, the 3 sides will be divided, and the country will be destroyed, Zhu Hongzhu didn't say anything, but directly knelt down, his forehead on the ground. The hundreds of officials present all knelt down, all agreeing to cede 5 counties and stop the war with Prince Jin. Only Xianxia and Ningjing remained standing. These 2 people, once again, stood against the whole world. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was silent, and then said, Court dismissed. Xianxia, come with me. In the study room. Any emperor would sign a truce with Prince Jin, Ning Yuanxian said, no emperor would dare to take such a risk. Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the case. Only a madman like Xianxia would do such a crazy thing. Using 10,000 troops to fight against Prince Jin's 100,000 troops. And if the first Nirvana army didn't go, Xianxia only had the second Nirvana army of 3,800 soldiers. Ning Yuanxian said, Xianxia, can you win? Shen Lang was silent for a while, and then said, 60 to 70%, maybe less. Originally, Shen Lang was 80% sure. But now, after knowing the situation of the war in the south, he was only 60 to 70% sure. Prince Jin was a very, very great opponent. Shen Lang said, and this 70% is completely based on Prince Jin's great talent and strategy. He knows when to stop and when to retreat at the critical moment. Ning Yuanxian said, in other words, do you think you can't win in a face-to-face battle? Of course not. If it was a face-to-face battle, Shen Lang wanted to defeat Prince Jin's 100,000 troops with 3,800 soldiers, that was a fantasy. This battle will not only rely on the armies of both sides. It will also rely on one's intellect and imagination. Shen Lang said, whoever loses in terms of thinking will lose. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes. It was time for him to make a choice between life and death. If Shen Lang won, the 5 counties in the south would be saved, and his reputation would be preserved. He would no longer lose his power and humiliate his country. If Shen Lang lost, that would be the downfall of his country. The situation was very clear. Prince Jin was very restrained. But once he was angered, he would be furious. The whole south would be in flames. At that time, Prince Jin's army would march north unimpeded and attack the capital of the state of Yu. At that time, the 3 states would be divided, and the state of Yu would be destroyed. This was a gamble with a risk that was not proportional to the reward. The risk was super high, but the reward was 5 counties. Of course, it was the dignity of the country, the dignity of the king. But what was the dignity of the king when it was a matter of life and death? If it were any other monarch, they would never agree to such a gamble. Shen Lang said, of course, it doesn't matter if your majesty doesn't agree. I will still start the war. I will use the reputation of the Kim family to start the war. Because the Black Tortoise City was one of the territories to be ceded. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes in pain. Our country will be destroyed. Our country will be destroyed, I can't be so crazy. Shen Lang is crazy, but I am not. Let Shen Lang start the war with Prince Jin in the name of the Kim family. For the country of our ancestors, for the state of Yu, it is okay for me to be a coward once. Just this once, Ning Yuanxian's hands couldn't help but tremble more and more. Huff, huff. Ning Yuanxian breathed heavily. Shen Lang, do you know that if we lose this war, Ningjing will be finished, I will be finished, the state of Yu will be finished, and your Kim family will be finished. Ning Yuanxian said, if we agree to cede the 5 counties to Prince Jin, your family and the Fury Tide City will not be affected at all. Shen Lang said, I know, but I just want to take this gamble. The crown prince was finished. If he won the war against Prince Jin, he would be able to turn the tide and save the country. Ningjing soared to the sky and almost had 1 foot on the throne. If he lost, his country would be completely destroyed. 60 to 70%. Even you, Shen Lang, only have 60 to 70%. Ning Yuanxian gnashed his teeth and said, I can't agree. My country will be destroyed. I can't agree. The country of our ancestors will not be destroyed in my hands. I can't agree. Suddenly, Ning Yuanxian slapped his thigh and said, fine, let's do it. The worst that can happen is that our country will be destroyed. Ning Yuanxian stood up abruptly and roared, 22 years ago, His Majesty Jiangli was destroyed, and I suffered a disaster. I begged the Zhu family to save me. Since then, my waist has been broken, and I can't hold my head high anymore. Since then, the queen looked down on me, Zhu Hongzhu looked down on me, the crown prince looked down on me, and Ning Han looked down on me. 22 years ago, I was a coward. This time I will stand up and straighten my back. The worst that can happen is that our country will be destroyed. I would rather be the ruler of a destroyed country standing than live on my knees. Ning Yuanxian roared and slapped the table. His whole body was trembling violently. What's there to be afraid of? I'm about to be paralyzed. What's there to be afraid of? Shen Lang, you go and fight. You don't need to fight in the name of the Kim family, just fight in the name of the state of Yu. If we win, of course it's good. If we lose, the worst that can happen is that our country will be destroyed. That's settled. This was Ning Yuanxian. At the critical moment, he would become a gambler. A gambler with indomitable will. He was really not a wise and far-sighted ruler. But, he was also very admirable. Even if the country was destroyed, he would play with him. In the face of such a terrible bet, he dared to play poker. It seemed that there was no hope of winning at all. On the other hand, Crown Prince Ning Yi. Once in a dangerous situation, he would be at a loss of what to do. Even in the end, he didn't dare to make any decisions at all and gave the decision-making power to Zhu Lin and Ning Yuanxian. He dared to make decisions no matter how crazy they were. The next day's court session, the envoy of Prince Jin appeared in the court again. Your Majesty, have you made up your mind? 1 day has passed. Ning Yuanxian said calmly, I have decided to reject Prince Jin's proposal and not give up an inch of land. The envoy of Prince Jin was startled. Is he crazy? You don't even agree to such a generous condition. At this time, the entire southern part of the state of Yu is completely empty. We can send troops to occupy it at any time and conquer half of the state of Yu. King of Yu, you are so shameless, aren't you? At this time, the civil and military officials of the state of Yu were even more shocked. They almost couldn't believe what they had heard. Is His Majesty crazy? Once he rejected Prince Jin, there would be no more chances. Then, when Prince Jin's army conquered half of the state of Yu, it would be impossible for them to give up the land they occupied. What kind of sweet words did Xianxia use to bewitch His Majesty? The envoy of Prince Jin said, Your Majesty, are you sure this is your final reply? Ning Yuanxian said, Yes. The envoy of Prince Jin said, Do you know this means war? It means that the army of the Great Nan Kingdom will conquer half of the state of Yu, and even directly approach the capital? Ning Yuanxian said, Yes, war? Then let's war. The envoy of Prince Jin looked at Ning Yuanxian again, as if he wanted to remember this madman's face. Okay, I understand. Goodbye. Then, the envoy of Prince Jin left. Zhu Hongzhu was stunned. Then, he rushed out to chase after the envoy of Prince Jin. His Majesty was crazy, but the Secretariat of the State of Yu was not crazy. The Privy Council was not crazy. All the civil and military officials looked at monarch Ning Yuanxian in a daze. They couldn't believe their eyes and ears. Your Majesty, you are crazy. Xianxia wants to defeat Prince Jin's 100,000 soldiers with 10,000 soldiers. You believe it? That is a second-line army. He didn't even bring the first Nirvana army. King Uncle Ningqi knelt down and kowtowed. Zhong Yi, the vice-envoy of the Privy Council, knelt down and kowtowed. All the officials knelt down and kowtowed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Take back the order. Don't risk the country, Xianxia, you are really a traitor. Are you really going to destroy the state of Yu? At the same time, Ning Yuanxian stood up slowly. Isn't it just the destruction of the country? There is no need to hide it. Isn't it just the destruction of the country? If it is to be destroyed, it will be the destruction of the state of Yu of the Ning clan. All the officials are either knowledgeable or well-versed in both literature and martial arts. There will be glory, splendor, and wealth. If the country is destroyed, only the Ning clan will be exterminated, and I, Ning Yuanxian, will die. If I win, I will regain my dignity, and the state of Yu will keep its territory intact. If I lose, the state of Yu will be destroyed, and the Ning clan will be exterminated. I, Ning Yuanxian, will die without a burial place. That's it. Who wants to resign? You can. Start now. There is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Ning Yuanxian's voice resounded through the entire court. All the officials were trembling and could hardly breathe. Crazy. His Majesty was completely crazy. The officials felt like a small animal before the collapse of the world. They could feel that the disaster was right in front of them. King Mingqi glared at Xianxia with hatred. He really wanted to tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. However, His Majesty had made up his mind. Ningqi had no other choice. Because he was also a member of the royal family. If the country was destroyed, he would also die. Yes, Your Majesty. King Ningqi kowtowed and then stood up. Ningxing. The monarch shouted. Ningxing stepped forward. Ningjing is appointed as the general of pacifying the south. He will lead 10,000 city guards to the south and fight against Prince Jin. Hearing that, Shenlang and Ningjing were stunned, led 10,000 city guards to the south, then there would only be 10,000 city guards left in the entire capital. It was almost no different from an empty city. Appoint Shenlang as, Ning Yuanxian thought for a while, but he could not find an official position suitable for Shenlang. Forget it. You can be whatever official position you want, you bastard, you probably don't need an official position. Appoint Xianxia as the provincial general of Tiannam province. He will have the power to command the local garrison of Tiannam province. That's it. Dismiss. Court dismissed. The chief eunuch Li Sun shouted. The civil and military officials in the court were still standing there, unable to say a word. Even those who were kneeling on the ground could not stand up. They were really cold and powerless. They struggled to stand up and then walked out like a walking corpse. The country was going to be destroyed, the sky of the state of you was going to collapse. Where should I go? What will happen to my family? Then, the civil and military officials instinctively looked at Shenlang. Bring disaster to the country and the people. Bring disaster to the country and the people. If not for you, His Majesty would have agreed to the armistice agreement with Prince Jin. If not for you, the state of you would not have been destroyed. Kill him. Kill him and the situation could still be salvaged. At this time, many of the officials were not doing this because of personal anger. If they killed Shenlang, they might really be able to win back His Majesty's heart and sign the armistice agreement with Prince Jin. However, they had not made their move yet. A powerful aura suddenly surged in the entire imperial court. Last time, the officials beat up Ningjing and were completely caught off guard. But now, Li Sun and Chief Eunuch Li Mu were watching the entire court at all times. Whoever dared to make a move would die. Ning Yuanxian was now a madman. No matter how powerful the officials were, they would kill him if they wanted to. The monarch was not even afraid of the destruction of their country, so why would they be afraid of the turmoil in the court? On the same day, Prince Jin's envoy left Tianyue City. This meant that the negotiation between Prince Jin and the King of Yu had completely broken down. At this point, the state of Yu had entered a moment of life and death. The next day, the newly appointed General Ningjing and Chief Scribe Shenlang led 10,000 city guards to the south. Note, the first update is here. Today, I will continue with 16,000 yuan. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes and support. I will not let you down. Please, thank you for your beckoning. If you are safe and sound with the wind, Sumubao will reward you with 10,000 yuan. Last time, the Crown Prince's southern expedition was packed with people. Last time, Nangong Ao's southern expedition was packed with people. But this time, Ningjing's southern expedition was cold, miserable and miserable. No one sent them off. The monarch didn't send them off because there was no need. He had bet the survival of his country on this. There was no need for him to play these tricks. The officials didn't send them off because they were Ningjing and Shenlang. The people in the capital didn't send them off because they felt it was inauspicious. So when the 10,000 city guards went south along Xuanwu Avenue, countless eyes watched them silently. Of course, these eyes might not be filled with malice. No matter what, it was already amazing that there was still an army willing to throw away their lives at a time like this. Blessings were useless. So these eyes were filled with sorrow. They looked at the 10,000 city guards as if they were dead people. Previously, the people in the capital despised Ningjing and Shenlang, nailing them to the pillar of shame of the capitulators. But now, these two had become the pro-war faction. The previous pro-war faction had become the real surrender faction. What an absurd joke. So, the people in the capital looked at Shenlang and Ningjing with complicated gazes. They blamed them. Everyone heard that the monarch planned to stop the war with the imperial army and cede the 5 southern counties. Not only the officials, but even the people in the capital felt that it was worth it. This condition wasn't excessive at all. Of course, after the session, the people would still curse 2 or 3 years later. They would still scold the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, for losing power and humiliating the country. But at least the people in the capital were in favor of the session. At least they wouldn't let the flames of war burn their heads. But because of Xianlang's opposition, the monarch staked it all and rejected Prince Jin's truce, starting a desperate war. Fall of the country, this word hung over everyone's heads. But the people still cared about their reputation. Some were willing to use their lives to protect the dignity of the state of Yu, while others were willing to die. What else did you want, to despise those who were brave enough to die? Many wise scholars might do it, but ordinary people couldn't do it. So, there were such gazes of farewell. Even though it looks like a funeral. Xianlang looked at the eyes of these people. If it was accompanied by mournful music, it would look more like a funeral. But forget it. Today, I have reconciled with the people of the capital. Although you guys are a little stupid, you still have a conscience. The 10,000 city guards left very quickly. In just 2 hours, they disappeared from the eyes of the citizens of the capital. This was a true warrior who would never return. Countless people in the capital closed their doors. When a country is about to fall, a monster will definitely appear. A few scholars were drinking wine. Now, the restaurant was open for business, and there were many customers. That was because many people felt that their country was about to perish and a great disaster was about to befall them. Why not get drunk? The courtesan was still singing. It was clearly a cheerful song, but it was filled with sorrow. Last spring, the state of Yu conducted the general examination of the imperial examinations 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 of the imperial examinations. But with the great battle at hand, these 2 tests were rather obscure. More than half of the 80 martial scholars were dead. That was because they had all followed the crown prince to the south. The scholars were also completely delayed because of the war in Nano Yu. Only some of them became officials. Originally, the Secretariat and the Ministry of Personnel had planned to wait until after the victory in the war in Nano Yu and the crown prince's return to give them official positions. Therefore, dozens of scholars waited in the capital for more than half a year, but there was no official position. These people were the chosen ones. After becoming scholars, they were superior to others. But they had not become officials yet, so they chatted away every day. They were the ones who had praised the crown prince that day. Countless poems and songs praising Ning Yi were written by them. They had no choice but to flatter Zhu Hongzhu and the crown prince. In the future, there would be good positions when they were given official positions. They were also the ones who attacked Xianlang and Ningjing. They were also the ones who nailed them to the pillar of shame. When the news of the defeat in the south and the crown prince's surrender came, it was like a thunderbolt to these people. Then, there was complete silence. They had originally planned to lie low. Prince Jin's envoy came to see the king of Yu and proposed the conditions of ceding 5 counties. These new scholars did not say it out loud, but they were shouting in their hearts, "Quickly agree, quickly agree." As long as the state of Yu could be protected, they could still be officials. And to be honest, not all of them were heartless and unscrupulous people. There were also people who were loyal to the king. These days, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The state of Yu was finally protected. Next, they planned to change sides and rely on the third prince, Ningqi. Crown Prince Ningyi was finished. The throne would definitely fall on Ningqi's head. These scholars who were capable went directly to Tianbei province to curry favor with Ningqi. Those who were weak went to visit the governor of Tianyue province, Xueche. Therefore, these days, the Xue clan was as crowded as a marketplace. Xue Pan, the crown prince of Wuan, was completely popular. The situation was originally not bad. Unexpectedly, Xianlang jumped out and destroyed the good situation. The monarch was really muddle-headed. He really agreed to Xianlang's request. This time, it was completely over. There was no hope. When a country is about to fall, there will be demons. The death of Xianlang and Ningjing is not to be regretted. It's a pity that the state of Yu has thousands of miles of land. I heard that Prince Jin is magnanimous and has the demeanor of a wise ruler. Is it? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. What do you mean, you want to rely on Prince Jin? But it wasn't like it was impossible. Prince Jin's Danan state had just been established. There was a shortage of scholars to serve as officials. Moreover, he had always been a scholar. Back in the days when he was in the capital, he was very close to the scholars. "Brother Su, I heard that back in the capital, you and Prince Jean had a close relationship." This brother Su was in his 30s. It took him more than 10 years to become a scholar, but he could be considered a young talent. He had indeed met Jean Jun. They had also drunk wine together. But at that time, Prince Jean did not put on airs. Even if you were a scholar, he would chat with you for half a day. Moreover, many scholars had invited Prince Jean to a banquet. When he was free, he would gladly attend. Therefore, this scholar Su did know Prince Jean. But to say that they were close was an exaggeration. No, no, no. This scholar Su looked pleased, but he waved his hands. He wanted people to know that he was indeed on good terms with Prince Jean, but he did not want to be a laughingstock. However, his heart was burning with excitement. Since Jean Jun was a man of virtue, it would not be a bad idea to rely on him. "I am a new scholar. In the state of Yu, I will at most be a 7th-rank official. If I go to Prince Jin's Danan state, I can at least be a county governor." Thinking of this, he could not help but feel excited. "If I rely on Prince Jean, which county should I become an official? Nujiang County is not bad. Shen Lang's home is there. If I become the governor of Nujiang County, I'll definitely be able to lead the Jean clan until they hover between life and death." Does this scholar Su have a grudge against Shen Lang? Yes, he does. This Xianxia Su had become a high scholar at the age of 20. But after that, he did not become a scholar for more than 10 years. He stayed in the capital, hoping to be promoted. At that time, Princess Ning Yan was fooling around. She pretended to be a man and drank wine in a brothel. When Su Xianxia saw this, he felt that it was an opportunity. He thought that Ning Yan's behavior might be that of a loose and unrestrained woman. He felt that he was quite handsome and talented, so he wanted to curry favor with Ning Yan. It would be best if he could become her gigolo and reach the heavens in a single step. Thus, one day, he shamelessly gave her a copy of his poem. How could he know that Ning Yan was only impudent on the surface? She was actually as pure as ice and as clean as jade. When Ning Yan saw that someone had sent a poem up, she immediately flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are? You are like a dog. How dare you seduce me?" Beat him up. Therefore, he was beaten half to death by Ning Yan's female warriors. 3 of his ribs were broken. After that, he did not dare to provoke Ning Yan anymore. However, Princess Ning Yan had divorced Prince Lian of the Great Yan Empire for Shen Lang's sake. Moreover, she had even become his concubine. Suddenly, Xianxia Su was furious. He felt that he had been cheated on. "How is this gigolo, Shen Lang, stronger than me? Princess Ning Yan, I kneeled to you but you ignored me. You even beat me half to death." You turned around and kneeled to Shen Lang. How could a princess shamelessly become his concubine? From then on, he regarded Shen Lang as his #1 enemy. When a country is about to perish, a monster will definitely appear. Mayu country perished in the hands of Shen Lang, and he is the main culprit. Su Xianxia gnashed his teeth as he spoke, then left the brothel. 2 hours later, he disguised himself and left the capital. "I am going to rely on Prince Jean. In the future, I will be at the top and you, Shen Lang, will be my prisoner. I will make sure you live and die." The commoners were good at voting with their feet. After the negotiation between King Yu and Ning Yuanxian failed, the entire Tiannam province was flooded with refugees. Countless people fled to the north to avoid the war. There were 6 million people in Tiannam province. Those who were better off fled to the capital and Tiannam province. Those who were worse off fled to the countryside. Everyone heard that the Sand barbaric tribe was very barbaric. They did all kinds of bad things and even ate humans. When Shen Lang and Ning Jing led 10,000 city guards south, they encountered more and more war refugees, and more of them. In the end, they almost blocked the road. Countless people dragged their families. Adults were in despair and children were crying. It was a scene of the end of the world. "Young master, should we help them?" Slave Xian asked. She was only left with 130 kilograms and looked very beautiful. Moreover, she and Lunatic Lan had been married for more than half a year, but she was still Shen Lang's personal guard with Wu Lai. Lunatic Lan must have been very worried. He had to tell himself 10 times a day that Slave Xian loved him and would not make him a cuckold. Slave Xian's gaze towards Shenlang was still filled with admiration, like a fan looking at his idol. Moreover, after getting married and living a happy life, her heart softened. She could not bear to see the pitiful state of these refugees. Shenlang shook his head and said, "I can't help." Just like that, countless refugees headed north. Shenlang and Ningjing led 10,000 soldiers south. Both sides passed each other. Suddenly, one day, an old man blocked Shenlang's path. "Are you Shenlang?" This was an old man in his 70s. His hair and beard were all white and he was dressed rather well. He should be a scholar, the kind that made a living by teaching. At this time, Shenlang should have shown respect for the old and care for the young. But he did not. He continued riding on his horse and said, "I am." The old man said, "Young Master Shen, I am 75 years old this year. I have grandchildren and great-grandchildren, a family of 15. We used to live in peace, but because of you, we have to flee. My wife died on the way the day before yesterday. We don't know where to go, we don't know if we can survive. What hatred do we have? You want to destroy my family?" When Xian Nu heard this, he immediately said, "Old man, we are going to resist Lady Jean. We are going to protect our home and our country." "Who asked you to protect our country?" The old man said angrily, "Our home is in Anping County. It is not within the boundaries of the 5 counties. Originally, His Majesty and Prince Jean signed a truce to cede the 5 counties. Shen, why did you stop us? There could have been no war. It is all because of you that we are homeless and have lost our families." Shenlang looked at him silently. The people in the capital did not blame him. Instead, they felt complicated because the flames of war had not reached their heads. But the people of Tiannam province, especially the people outside the 5 counties, hated Shenlang to the bone. "Ceding the 5 counties is fine? You did not cede our homes? Now, you, Shenlang, have committed a sin, yet you want us to suffer a calamity." Wah, wah, wah. Then, an 8 or 9-year-old child wailed. He should be the old man's grandson. The old man was sad and pointed at Shenlang, "Go and admit defeat to Prince Jean. Go and surrender to him. Don't fight. Promise to cede the 5 counties. Shen, I beg you. Don't sacrifice millions of lives for your own selfish desires. I beg you to save our family." The old man knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Shenlang, wailing. Then, the surrounding refugees also knelt down when they heard this. "Shen, have mercy. I beg you to promise Prince Jean to cede the 5 counties. Save us. We want to go home. Shen, just admit defeat. Promise Prince Jean to cede the 5 counties." Seeing this, Xian Nu and Wu Lai's eyes reddened. How could this world not distinguish right from wrong? Was it wrong to be unwilling to surrender and to risk their lives to protect the country? Shenlang looked at the group of refugees. Should he blame them? It was pointless. Moreover, it was only a part of the people who accused Shenlang of not surrendering. There was also a group of young people who stood motionless on the ground. They looked at Shenlang's army with fervor. They were even tempted to follow Shenlang to war. This world was always like this. Some of them had lost their passion, but some still had it. "Shen, I beg you to save us. Admit defeat to Prince Jean and cede the 5 counties." The old man hugged the leg of Shenlang's horse and wailed. "Get lost. If you don't move, I will kill your whole family." Shenlang shouted. Then, he raised his hand. Instantly, dozens of warriors behind him knocked their arrows and aimed at the old man's family. "If you have the ability, then step over my dead body. In any case, this old man's family has been ruined because of you. You can step over my dead body." Then, Shenlang's horse really stepped over him. A warrior stepped forward, grabbed the old man by his neck and threw him to the side of the road. Morality could not hold Shenlang hostage. "Draw your swords, draw your blades." At Shenlang's command, 10,000 city guards drew their blades and swords, filled with a murderous aura. No one is allowed to appear within 10 feet of the army. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. Slash. At Shenlang's command, 10,000 city guards waved their blades as they marched. In an instant, all the refugees around them retreated. Only then did the 10,000 city guards move unimpeded. However, Xianxia's reputation in the hearts of these refugees was completely ruined. Not long after, these people would spread rumors about him as a fiend who would commit all sorts of crimes. A few days later, Prince Jin's army returned to the capital of Nano country and reported that the negotiations had failed. Prince Jin's decree, the army attacked the state of Yu, 100,000-strong army headed north like a tiger. Wherever they passed, it was like a tornado. The entire Tiannan province was defenseless. Nangong Ao headed north from the east while Sunan headed north from the west. All the cities in the state of Yu surrendered at the sight of them. Wuan County fell, Ningxue County fell, Yanguo County fell. 19th of the first month, Sunan's 50,000-strong army surrounded the capital of Tiannan province, Tiannan City. This was the third largest city in the state of Yu, with hundreds of thousands of citizens. Chief scribe Yan Wuji did his best to gather 20,000 soldiers to defend the city. In less than half a day, the 20,000 soldiers were almost completely wiped out. To be precise, it was only about an hour. Tiannan City fell. The two armies seemed to be in a competition, with irresistible force. 20th of the first month. Nujiang County fell. That's right, it was Nujiang County where Xianxia's family was located. 23rd of the first month, Jing'an County fell. 25th of the first month, Bailan County fell. 2nd of the second month, Dragon raises its head. Almost all of Tiannan province had fallen. Except for the northernmost Yangge County. In just half a month, Prince Jin's 100,000-strong army captured the 12 counties of Tiannan province. A quarter of the state of Yu's territory was lost. Prince Jin's 100,000-strong army did not meet any resistance along the way. Even the 20,000 soldiers of Tiannan City resisted. It was a one-sided massacre. Millions of refugees rushed to Tianyue, to Tiannan province. But, the refugees of the state of Yu seemed destined to have nowhere to go. It was still the 2nd of the second month, Dragon raises its head. Another war broke out. Chu's 300,000-strong army marched east. Chu's crown prince was the commander. This war was seen as a war of revenge. The 300,000-strong army was also irresistible. In a short 3 days, the state of Yu's western border fell 50 li. Even if Xianxia did his best, relying on his 120,000-strong army, he would not be able to withstand a few hundred li of border. After a tentative defense, Xianxia painfully ordered all the frontline fortresses to be abandoned. The difference in military strength between the two sides was too great. He only had 120,000 people. If he scattered his army on the frontline fortresses, then there would be less than 60,000 defending soldiers. How to fight, and Chu's army seemed to have gone crazy, their morale soaring. A war of revenge, a war of national annihilation. With great merit in front of them, who wouldn't fight with all their might, abandoning all the frontline fortresses, the 120,000-strong army defended Tiannan City. Tiannan City, Zhongshi's headquarters, the fourth largest city in the state of Yu, and the true capital of Tiannan province. If this city was captured, it would mean the fall of the entire Tiannan province. Zhongyao's army returned to the Tiannan City defense line. Chu's army traveled dozens of li a day. The entire Tiannan City fell. One city after another was lost. One county after another was lost. February 9th, state of Yu's western border, 4 counties and 23 cities completely fell. Chu's 300,000-strong army was imposing, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Tiannan province, Bianshao had a 100,000-strong army guarding Yanzhou. Governor Ningqi of Tiannan province only had 30,000. Strong army, but he had to defend the border of nearly 1,000 li. Tiannan province and Tiannan province were both long and narrow. The border between Wu and Chu was so long that it made people despair. Ningqi only had 30,000 strong army. Even if he sprinkled pepper on it, he wouldn't be able to defend the border of 1,000 li. It was at this time, Bianshao ordered Yanzhou's governor Zhang Chong to lead 30,000-strong army to reinforce Ningqi and defend Tiannan province. Ningqi was so excited that he stepped out barefoot. Bianshao and Zhang Chong's move was really a timely help. But, he could only pray that King Wu would keep his promise, not lead the army south, and not join the Yu extermination alliance. King Ming Yuanxian was also making diplomatic efforts. He sent wave after wave of envoys to Wu. However, King Wu refused to see them. The situation was already heading in the worst direction. King Wu began to gather his army, and it was a national army. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, he wouldn't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He also wanted to avenge the humiliation. The humiliation of losing 20 years ago. The humiliation of losing 2 years ago. But this time, he didn't lead the army personally. Although the southern expedition hadn't been officially announced to the world, there were already rumors that Wu Ji would be the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition. The army would also be divided into 2 routes, one for Yanzhou, and the other for Tianbei province. It started a month ago. Bad news came one after another. The people of the capital were first shocked, then numb. Because there was bad news everywhere. County after county fell into enemy hands. At first, there were people who wanted to escape. But they found that there was nowhere to escape. The entire state of Yu was a battleground. There was nowhere to go. The capital was the safest. Then, the capital fell into a strange prosperity. It was like a complete indulgence before the fall of the country. Every brothel was full. Many people thought that since the country was going to fall, everything was meaningless. What was the point of keeping the money? And some smart people started to think of a way out. Should they rely on the state of Chu, the state of Wu, or Prince Jin? The monarch didn't need to go to court. Because there were more and more officials at home claiming to be sick. At this time, there was no longer any meaning to the court. All government affairs were decided by the monarch, the minister of state, and the privy council. At least at this time, the privy council and the minister of state were still united. Whether it was Zhu Hongzhu, Zhong Yi, or Ning Qi, all of them abandoned the fight between the factions and worked hard to support the country. Everyone in the Minister of State and the Privy Council couldn't go home. They worked day and night, and when they were tired, they fell asleep. In terms of despair, they were the ones who felt the most despair. Because both the Minister of State and the Privy Council had a map of the state of Yu. Every time a county fell, they would paint it red. More and more cities and counties fell into enemy hands. 1/3 of the state of Yu's territory was gone. Now the people didn't care about the Shenlang. Because in the eyes of the people of the state of Yu, the 10,000 troops of the Shenlang were insignificant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the west and north. The decisive battle between the 300,000 troops of the state of Chu and the 120,000 troops of Xianxia was the real focus. When would the Wu King's army move south and officially declare war on the state of Yu? That was the focus. The Prince Jin's army attacking the capital was the focus. No matter which one of these 3 points of focus. That would be the destruction of the country. The fall of Xianxia city, which was defended by Zhongyao, meant the fall of the west and the country. If the Wu King's 300,000 troops attacked the state of Yu, Yanzhou might be able to defend, but Tianbei province would be hard to defend. It was a 1,000-mile border, which meant the destruction of the country. If the 100,000 troops of the Prince Jin attacked the capital of the state of Yu, could they defend it? They couldn't. At this time, the capital only had 10,000 city guards and 15,000 imperial guards. How could they resist the hundreds of thousands of Prince Jin's army? Why did it increase again? Yes, Prince Jin's army was increasing every day. Everyone was waiting for the news of Prince Jin's attack on the capital. At that time, they could officially declare the destruction of the country. But until that day comes, everyone should enjoy themselves to the fullest. Blame Shenlang, scold him as the culprit of the destruction of the country. At first, millions of people scolded him. But gradually, no one scolded him. They scolded him when they were angry, and they stopped scolding him when they were desperate. However, Prince Jin's army seemed to have stopped. After occupying the entire Tiannan province, his 2 armies began to regroup. There was only Yangge County left, but he didn't attack it. Why was that? A few months ago, Shenlang had predicted the fall of the entire Tiannan province, and decisively used Yangge City as a stop-loss point. And before Shenlang city guards entered Yangge County, Prince Jin concluded that Shenlang wanted to defend Yangge County. Ordinary people would definitely think that Shenlang guarded Nujiang County, because that was where his home was. But Prince Jin saw at a glance that this Yangge County was stuck between Tianyue, Tiannan, and Tianqi provinces. Any wise commander would nail the stop-loss point here. On the 25th of the first month, Ningjing and Shenlang led 10,000 city guards to enter Yangge County. The Southern General's Mansion was officially established. If the map was magnified many times, it would be found that at this time in Tiannan Province, there was still a small corner that had not fallen. Marquis Xuanwu Mansion, but it was too small, almost invisible on the map, just a dot. Xuanwu City had fallen. Only the Marquis Xuanwu Mansion and hundreds of square kilometers of land around it had not fallen. Su Qianxian was helpless. She struggled for 2 years and finally made a comeback, restoring the previous scale of Suqiu. But now, there was almost nothing left. All the workshops, all the mulberry fields, were all lost. She took hundreds of people and retreated into the Marquis Xuanwu Mansion. She only said one sentence at that time. F*ck, she could be considered a goddess. She also cursed out this sentence. Unfortunately, she did not have the tools to commit the crime. 26th of the first month, a plaque appeared on the Marquis Xuanwu Mansion. Tiannan Admiral Mansion, Marquis Jin Zhua officially became the Admiral of Tiannan Province. This was a grievance for him. Jin Zhua was a dignified marquis. If he entered the court, there would be a position for him in the Secretariat or the Privy Council. Soon, the direction of Prince Jin's action was clear. The two armies of Sunan and Nangong Ao began to regroup. Sunan's 60,000 troops attacked Yangge County. Nangong Ao's 50,000 troops attacked Marquis Xuanwu Mansion. Heavens, using 50,000 troops to attack Marquis Xuanwu Mansion, there was no way to accommodate so many troops. Marquis Xuanwu Mansion was very large, with a scale of nearly 1,000 acres. But, where would they need more than 50,000 troops? How many troops were there in Marquis Xuanwu Mansion? Everyone in the world thought that there should be about 5,000, or even fewer. Because the Kim family only had 6,000 private troops, and they had to send 3,000 to guard Niuqiao City. In fact, Marquis Xuanwu Mansion had 7,000 troops. In addition to the more than 3,000 private troops of the Kim family, there was also the 3,802nd Nirvana Army, and Jean Mulan was the highest general of this army. Woo! Following the sound of a horn, the 50,000-strong army under Nangong Ao marched majestically towards the Black Tortoise Marquis Manor. Looking at the castle in the mountains, Nangong Ao couldn't help but feel emotional. He had thought that one day he would lead troops to attack this castle. But it was also under the banner of the State of Yu, for the sake of the new policy, and the order of the monarch to crusade against the Kim family. However, he didn't expect that he would come to destroy the Kim family as the privy envoy of the great Nan Kingdom. Fate really made fun of people. Marquis Jin Zhua, I'm sorry, why didn't you retreat to Niuqiao City? Why didn't you give up Marquis Xuanwu Mansion? Now, you're forcing me to borrow your head. Sunan's army of 60,000 soldiers marched north and began to surround Yangge County City. Yangge City was about the same size as Niujiang City. There were 70,000 people in the city, and the perimeter of the entire city wall was no more than 15 miles. The height of the city wall was about 5 meters. It couldn't be considered a big city. Furthermore, the terrain was flat and flat. This city was far less sturdy and tall than the capital of Nano. At that time, Prince Jin's Sand Barbarian army almost broke through the capital of Nano on the first day. At that time, in the capital of Nano, the main force of the State of Yu and the servant army of Nano had more than 100,000 soldiers guarding the city. Those 100,000 soldiers were the real main force of the border army of the State of Yu, the first line of elites. At this time, Ningjing and Shenlang only had 10,000 city guards in their hands. Second line army. It looked like a battle without suspense, a battle of despair. Even the 10,000 city guards were thinking the same thing. The atmosphere of despair and death shrouded the heads of the 10,000 city guards. Yangge City was already empty. All the people had fled, leaving only the 10,000 city guards. They were dead. They were going to lose. That was what everyone was thinking. Although their combat effectiveness had been greatly improved after Bitter Head Joy's training. But, they were not the Nirvana army. They were not even as good as Zhu Lin's Southern Peace Army. Zhu Lin's army of more than 100,000 couldn't defeat the 30,000 to 40,000 Sand Barbarians. Are 10,000 city guards fighting against the 60,000 Sand Barbarians? Bitterhead Joy said, Shen, if you have any magical power, quickly use it. Otherwise, we will lose this battle. The morale of these 10,000 city guards is extremely low, almost on the verge of collapse. Xianxia nodded. He suddenly took out a box and opened it. This is the golden dragon blood, obtained from the ancient ruins overseas. After consuming it, the bloodline will transform, becoming brave and invincible. Today is the 2nd of February, the 10,000 city guards will also raise their heads. Wasn't this the waste golden bloodline goo that Xianxia used to cheat them? It could be considered a super stimulant, yes, there were originally 2,000 tubes, but after selling 800 tubes, there were still more than 1,000 tubes left. Then Xianxia diluted it and turned it into 10,000 tubes. The 10,000 city guards were evenly distributed to each of them. Bitterhead Joy was stunned. Young master, is this useful? Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 16,000. Brothers, support me, give me monthly votes. I'm kowtowing to my benefactors, thanks to Brother Lang's fans, Vinegar Stupid, Zhu Han, Mu Fengyan, Interpol 008, Chocolate Cone, Go with the Wind, and others for their tens of thousands of coins. Would this golden dragon blood work? Of course, it was much more powerful than the super stimulants on modern Earth. Otherwise, Xianxia would not have been able to swindle 5 million gold coins. After those playboys took Xianxia's golden dragon blood, whether it was strength, speed, or energy, they all experienced explosive growth. The weak chicken whose arm strength did not exceed 100 caddies directly soared to more than 300 caddies. However, Xianxia diluted it too much. The remaining 1,000 tubes were diluted to 10,000 tubes. On average, each person was left with less than a 7th tube. Bring him in. Following Xianxia's order, 2 female warriors escorted a city guard in. The man looked majestic, but his face was pale and his body was trembling. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Shen, spare me. Shen, spare me. This man was a deserter. As Sunan's army approached and began to surround Yanga County City, the atmosphere of despair in the city became more and more intense. There were finally deserters among the 10,000 city guards. Almost every day, there were people trying to escape. Today, there were more than 100 people trying to escape. According to military law, deserters would be beheaded. However, in this situation, if you dared to behead them, the morale of the entire army would collapse and the remaining soldiers would run away. Bitterjoy was furious. In the past year, he had trained the city guard like crazy. His combat power had increased, his strength had increased, and his discipline had also increased. However, courage was hard to change. To put it bluntly, most of the city guards were ruffians. Their character had long been set. Their usual role was to maintain the security of the capital, bully the civilians, and eliminate the ruffians. Their biggest enemies were the gangs that did evil. The city guards were not used to fight. Now, they were used to fight against the most terrifying sand barbaric tribe. Bitterjoy was already very good at commanding his troops that not all of them had escaped. Young master, I have parents, a wife, and a son. I can't die. Young master, it's not that I'm useless, it's that there's no way to fight. Tiannan City's 20,000 soldiers couldn't even hold on for 2 hours before being completely annihilated. We only have 10,000 people, we can't even hold on for a quarter of an hour. Shen, why don't you take us and run? Take us to the Fury Tide City. This deserter was too awesome. Not only did he want to escape, but he also encouraged Xianxia to escape with him. Xianxia waved his hand helplessly. Ku Tu Huan stepped forward and pried open his jaw. The deserter thought that his tongue was going to be cut off. He immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and struggled with all his might. But how powerful was Joy of Bitterhead? How could he break free? Without any hesitation, he poured the diluted golden dragon blood into his mouth. I'm going to die. Shen, you actually poisoned me? It's good that he's dead. At least he'll have an intact corpse. I'd rather be poisoned to death than fight the wild beasts of the Sand Primitive Tribe. I'll die without a complete corpse, and I'll be eaten alive. Then, the deserter lay on the ground, waiting for death. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. I don't have to fight the Sand Primitive Tribe anymore. He was extremely cowardly. Before the battle even started, his fighting spirit was already lower than a dog's. If such an army were to fight the main force of the Sand primitive tribe, they wouldn't even last 15 minutes before collapsing. However, 15 minutes later, the effect of the golden dragon blood took effect. The deserter stood up abruptly. His eyes shone brightly as he panted heavily. Then, he strode out with majestic strides. Joy of Bitterhead said coldly, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them." The deserter roared, "I'm going to fight the Sand primitive tribe. If I don't kill them, I'm a son of AB*TCH. Where are the Sand primitive tribe? Where's Sunan? I'm going to kill him." The deserter roared as he charged into the camp. He picked up a saber and walked out of the city. He was going to fight the main force of the Sand primitive tribe alone. Joy of Bitterhead was shocked. He stared at Xianxia in disbelief. "Young master, what did you add to the golden dragon blood?" Xianxia did add something, but he didn't expect the effect to be so strong. This coward actually became so brave and wanted to kill Sunan, he turned a mouse into a tiger. How could he describe the feeling of this deserter after consuming the golden dragon blood? "I'm invincible. I'm too awesome. I'm the only one in the world. I don't want the sky to cover my eyes. I don't want the earth to bury my heart. I want the Sand primitive tribe barbarians to disappear." His strength and speed had skyrocketed, but these were nothing. The key was the increase in courage. He was completely fearless. "I'm so awesome that I can't wait to stab myself. I'm going to bleed myself." His blood was boiling too much. He watched as the deserter walked towards the city gate with the saber in his hand. Joy of Bitterhead rushed forward and pulled him back. "Brother, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Save your strength for later. The enemy is going to attack the city soon. We'll be able to kill them soon." The deserter slapped his chest with his saber and shouted, "Where are the enemies? Where are they? Come over and let me kill them." A few soldiers came over, and with great difficulty, they managed to suppress the deserter. Joy of Bitterhead looked at Xianxia. "Young master, this is too effective. Why don't we reduce the dosage?" Xianxia nodded. "A little. We have to reduce it. The other medicines were too strong. They had to be reduced by half." He had lost his mind, thus, the dosage of the golden dragon blood remained the same, but the other special medicines were reduced by half. He found another deserter to take it. In the end, the deserter also rushed out. Kill! Kill! He felt as if his body was about to explode. He had endless strength. He abruptly picked up a broadsword, which weighed more than 50 kilograms, and began to brandish it wildly. But this saber was Joy of Bitterhead. Loyal to the country. Kill all barbarians. Confer the title of Marquis. Kill, kill, kill. The deserter roared as he practiced his martial arts. Joy of Bitterhead nodded. "That's it. Just a little bit weaker." The medicine was too strong. 10 hours later, Sunspear City had changed, it was still the same 10,000 people. But everyone's blood was boiling and their killing intent soared. Deserter? No way. Fear of battle? No way. Everyone's strength had increased exponentially. Their speed soared too. Most importantly, their morale and courage soared. Everyone felt that there was a powerful force in their body, but they could not release it. They felt like they were about to explode. "Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and fight," we could not hold it in anymore. Where was the enemy? Where was the Sand barbarian army? Why were they not fighting? We could not take it anymore. If we don't fight, we'll have to cut ourselves open and bleed ourselves. Because their energy was too shocking. And there were no women in the city. They could vent their energy there. Thus, Joy of Bitterhead led them to train desperately. And it was several times the usual training. Bring the bow, all of them were strong bows. In the past, these city guards could not even draw such a strong bow. But now, they could easily draw it. But aiming, forget it. It was too late to practice aiming. Late into the night, the 10,000 city guards were in full swing during their military training. They did not sleep at all, in fact, after drinking the golden dragon blood, they could stay awake for a few days and nights and still be full of energy. But they had to sleep. They could not waste the golden dragon blood's effect for nothing. There was no other way. Shen Lang brewed a lot of sleeping soup. After everyone drank a bowl, they quieted down and lay on the bed to sleep. His heart was bleeding. His anesthetic powder had used up several years' worth of supplies in one go. The city guards were still shouting in their sleep. Kill, kill, kill. Their desire to fight was simply heaven-defying. This group of dogs became 10,000 ferocious tigers. Tianbei Province's defense line, 3rd Prince Ningqi was extremely anxious. Wu Nation was still gathering troops. It was not like Chu Nation, which had enemies behind it. It had the Great Yan Empire behind it. It could not attack Wu Nation. Chu Nation still needed to gather troops to defend Liang Nation and Nuqian Nation. However, Wu Nation did not need to. It could gather all its troops and focus on the state of Yu. They could not defend it. They definitely could not defend it. Ningqi looked at the map over and over again. King Wu had gathered more than 200,000 troops at Tianbei Province's defense line, and it was still increasing. On the other hand, he and Zhang Chong only had 60,000 troops. They were not defending a single city. They had to defend the entire border. Once King Wu's troops moved south, the situation would definitely collapse even more horribly than Tianqi Province. The entire Tianbei Province might not even be able to defend for half a month. Once this place was lost, it would be Ningqi's fault. He would almost suffer the same fate as Ning Yi. What should he do? What should he do? Ningqi, who was standing in front of the map, gritted his teeth and made a decision. He personally went to Yan Province's Governor Zhang Chong's camp. Governor Zhang, I will give you the 30,000 troops in my hands. I will leave Tianbei Province to you. Zhang Chong was stunned. Your Highness, you want to go to Wu Nation? Ningqi said, yes. I will meet King Wu and negotiate with him personally. Zhang Chong's heart surged with admiration. Ningqi's courage was much greater than Crown Prince Ning Yi's. But in this situation, negotiations were meaningless. Moreover, 3rd Prince Ningqi was the commander-in-chief in the north. If he entered the enemy's country rashly, he might meet with misfortune. Ningqi said, I know there is no point in negotiating now, but at least we can buy time. Zhang Chong nodded. I understand. 3rd Prince Ningqi said, I will leave Tianbei Province to Lord Zhang. Then, Ningqi handed over the tiger seal of his 30,000 troops to Zhang Chong. Although he did not receive an edict from monarch Ning Yuanxian, Ningqi still went north alone and entered Wu Nation to negotiate with King Wu. Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Shenmi was a little uneasy. Last time in the capital, the sound of thousands besieging Marquis Chongping's residence had frightened her. And now, outside the Black Tortoise Marquis Manor, there were more than 50,000 enemy soldiers, shouting and yelling threats. The sound was earth-shattering. So Shenmi was afraid. Xinyi, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Now he was more than half a year old and had 8 teeth. Not only could he walk, but he could also run. He was even more powerful than his sister Shenmi. After hearing the shouts of the army outside, he excitedly spun in place. Fight, fight, fight. Shen Lang's mother hugged Shenmi and comforted her gently. Bing'er looked after Xinyi. Mommy beat, Daddy beat. Ha ha ha. The little guy waved his fists and almost hit Bing'er. The adults were helpless. When this little guy grew up, he would probably become a devil incarnate. Marquis Xuanwu's residence was built on a mountain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, in terms of the sturdiness of the castle, it was not as strong as Raging Tide City. In terms of the steep terrain, it was not as good as Marquis Jinyuan's residence. Because the mountain here was relatively flat. And under the castle was the manor. After countless years of cultivation and planting, part of it was called pastures and part of it was called farmland. So although there were some slopes, Nangong Ao's 50,000 troops could still be arranged. They easily surrounded the entire Marquis Xuanwu's residence, his 50,000 troops. There were only 5,000 Sand barbaric warriors, 20,000 from Nano Yu, and 30,000 from the state of Yu. In terms of combat power, they were definitely not as good as Sun Nan's 60,000 troops. But their combat power was definitely not weak. First of all, the Nan Ou troops were also from the Sand barbaric tribe. Previously, they were loyal to Princess Ning Luo. Their combat power was not obvious, but that was because they lacked pride and were regarded as servants. After pledging loyalty to Prince Jin, the pride in their hearts suddenly burst out, and they became unstoppable. Although their combat power was not as good as the main force of the Sand barbaric tribe, it was still not to be underestimated. As for the main force of the state of Yu who surrendered to Prince Jin, those who could survive until the end were considered to be relatively strong. When ordinary people heard about the surrendered troops, they would think that their combat power was weak. In fact, the sad fact was that some troops became even more ferocious after surrendering. For example, after the Qing dynasty entered the pass, most of the battles to destroy the Ming dynasty were fought by the surrendered Han army. During the Ming dynasty, these troops seemed to be very useless. But after surrendering to the Qing dynasty, they swept across the Central Plains and attacked their own people. Now, Prince Jin was like the sun in the sky, and his momentum was magnificent. These state of Yu elites were ravaged by Prince Jin to the point where they could neither live nor die, but they worshipped him in their hearts. Seeing that Prince Jin was about to sweep the entire state of Yu and even enter the capital, the morale of these surrendered state of Yu troops was naturally high. It would be best if Prince Jin occupied the entire state of Yu and replaced it. Then, these surrendered troops would become the imperial army. Under this complicated mentality, the tens of thousands of former state of Yu elites who surrendered to Prince Jin were eager to fight. In short, Nangong Ao's 50,000 troops had high morale and were filled with murderous intent. A mere Marquis Xuanwu's residence, in their eyes, it was completely vulnerable. Sun Nan's army only took 2 hours to destroy Tiannan City, and there were 20,000 soldiers there. The Marquis Xuanwu's residence in front of them was not as big as Tiannan City, nor was it as strong. The soldiers there were only 5,000 to 6,000. At most, they would be able to capture it in 2 hours. Exceeding this time would be a disgrace. The commander of this army was the Sand barbarian chief, one of Prince Jin's fathers-in-law, Xianxia. But he was arrogant and looked down on the people of the state of Yu. Although he was brave and unrivaled, he was not as good as Nangong Ao in commanding an army. So on the way, he did not say a word and left all the military matters to Nangong Ao. Nangong Ao stepped out. "Is Marquis Xianxia here?" A moment later, Xianxia appeared on top of the city wall. If it was anyone else, they would have cursed Nangong Ao for selling out his country for glory. But Xianxia did not. He only lightly said, "What advice does brother Nangong have?" Nangong Ao said, "My lord is Prince Jin, what does brother Jin think?" Xianxia said, "Great talent and strategy, a wise lord." This was the consensus between Xinlang and Xianxia. To be honest, Prince Jin was much wiser than Ning Yuanxian. Nangong Ao said, "My lord Prince Jin is tolerant of the world and has a dignified appearance. Moreover, he appreciates your son-in-law, Xinlang. Why doesn't brother Jin surrender? Let's not talk about making contributions, at least you can protect your family." His words could be said to be from the bottom of his heart. At Xianxia's level, he was almost at the peak of nobility. Even if he surrendered to Prince Jin, he would not be able to rise any further. Protecting his family and preserving his wealth was already the biggest requirement. But if Xianxia surrendered, it would definitely be good news for Nangong Ao. The pressure on him would be reduced a lot. After all, not only did I surrender, but the righteous and selfless Marquis Xianxia also surrendered. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I can't." Nangong Ao said, "If that's the case, how about brother Xianxia give up the Marquis Xuanwu mansion and take your family to Furious Tide City?" For Nangong Ao, it was enough to take down the nail in the Marquis Xuanwu mansion. Xianxia sighed and said, "Xianxia has the responsibility of guarding the land. In the past hundreds of years, the Marquis Xuanwu mansion has never fallen. If it is lost in my hands, I will have no face to see my ancestors." Nangong Ao said, "Brother Xianxia, soldiers are very dangerous. Once the saber is unsheathed, it will not return without blood. Once the war starts, blood will flow like a river. At that time it will be too late to surrender. The tradition of the Sand barbaric tribe is to kill all the enemies. So once the war starts, it may mean the extinction of the Jin clan. It means that the entire Marquis Xuanwu mansion will be completely wiped out. Brother Jin Zhua, have you thought it through? Jin Zhua said, yes. Nangang Ao said, then you can blame me for being ruthless. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword and shouted, Army, attack the city, kill them all. As he gave the order, the war drum sounded. More than 20,000 soldiers surged towards the Marquis Xuanwu mansion castle like a tide. Kill, kill, kill. The 30,000 soldiers that were charging were almost all the original State of Yu's main force that had surrendered to Prince Jin. Because in Nangang Ao's eyes, taking down the Marquis Xuanwu mansion was a piece of cake. There was no need to use the Sand Barbaric tribe's warriors. It was better to let the army that had surrendered to him gain more merits. The Sand Barbaric tribe's commander, Xianxia, glanced at Jin Zhua on the city wall. He was not interested in looking at him a second time. Unable to withstand a single blow. If Nangang Ao's 20,000 soldiers could not take down this kind of castle in 2 hours, he would not be fit to be the great Nan Kingdom's deputy secretary. Jean Mulan appeared. She was wearing a blue armor. This was a set of armor that Shen Lang had personally designed and supervised. It was not even made of steel, but alloy. This armor covered her entire body, but it was slender and flexible. Her appearance startled the enemy troops outside the city. Of course, her face was hidden within the armor and could not be seen. However, her armor was too beautiful and exquisite, and her figure was too eye-catching. Even if one could not see her face, it was enough to captivate one's soul. Ready! Jean Mulan drew her sword. 3,800 soldiers of the Second Nirvana Army appeared on the city wall. They knocked their arrows. Seeing this army, Nangang Ao could not help but tremble. The Sand Barbaric tribe's commander, Xianxia, could not help but tremble. The armor of this army was not beautiful. In order to pursue flexibility, they even used a large number of chainmail. But this uniform movement gave people a fright. One small clue revealed the general trend. For an army to be able to train to this level, their combat strength was very ordinary. However, even so what, no matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than the Sand Barbaric tribe's warriors? No matter how strong they were, they only had a few thousand people. Could they defeat my 50,000 soldiers? Charge, charge, charge. Kill everyone in the castle. Seeing the appearance of the Second Nirvana Army, Nangang Ao gave the order, and the war drums became louder. Instantly, the sounds became more urgent and excited. Following the rhythm of the war drums, the 20,000 soldiers couldn't help but speed up and charge even more crazily. Like countless tides, they surged towards the Black Castle. However, the 3,800 Nirvana Army soldiers on the city wall did not move at all. They maintained the posture of knocking their arrows, quietly and tacitly taking aim. When Nangang Ao saw this strange bow and arrow, he could not help but be shocked. To pull the bow for so long without shooting, it was obviously not a strong bow. As everyone knew, the time needed for a strong bow to aim was very short. This was because pulling the bow required the greatest amount of strength, and it consumed too much stamina. As for the Kim family army, they had maintained the posture of pulling the bow for more than 10 breaths of time. Thus, it was impossible for it to be a strong bow. It would not exceed 6 to 7 do. Jean Mulan looked at the densely packed enemies below the city wall, continuously approaching. 400 meters. 300 meters. 250 meters. That was enough. Release. Jean Mulan gave the order. So. Arrows rained down. The enemies below the castle felt even more surprised and amused. This distance was more than 300 steps, right? The archers of the Kim family actually started to shoot. What kind of amateur was this? The most elite archer army in the world would not shoot more than 150 steps. Shooting arrows from 300 steps away, you must be crazy. However, then, something strange happened. The enemies who were running suddenly heard a whistling sound from above their heads. They couldn't help but look up. Instantly, they saw countless black dots falling down. F***ck, this arrow could actually be shot so far? Crazy, this was simply crazy. Nangang Ao and Xianxia also looked at this scene in disbelief. This exceeded 300 steps, right? It was even around 350 steps. At such a distance, apart from the giant siege crossbow, how could any bow be able to shoot this? This exceeded 2 stone bows, right? In normal armies, only 1 in 1,000 archers could use 2 stone bows for a long time. But now, these 3,000 people could actually pull the 2 stone bows. Crazy, they were completely crazy. The arrogance in the heart of Xianxia, the commander of the Sand barbaric tribe, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the warriors of the Sand barbaric tribe used bows of 1 stone each. Only the most elite archers used super strong bows of 5 stone each. And this army had never been mobilized by Prince Jin until now. And the army of the Kim family actually used 2 stone bows? This world was too crazy, wasn't it? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Next, there was almost no need for orders. The 3,800 soldiers of the 2nd Nirvana army kept shooting arrows. They shot 15 arrows every minute. This speed was simply amazing. Therefore, the intensity of this rain of arrows exceeded that of the 10,000 archers. The more than 3,000 private army of the Kim family originally thought that they would definitely be wiped out this time. The enemy had 50,000 soldiers, how could they possibly defeat them? However, they had been in the favor of the Kim family for too long, and they had been the private army of the Kim family for generations. Therefore, they had never thought of escaping. At most, they would just die. Before the battle, they had already regarded themselves as dead men. But now, the battle seemed to have nothing to do with them. Their only job was to constantly carry the arrows. The arrows of the 2nd Nirvana army were consumed too quickly. The 50 arrows in the quiver were all shot in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. The distance of 250 meters was too far. Even rifles were difficult to aim, let alone bows and arrows. Therefore, within this distance, whether they could hit the target or not depended entirely on luck. Therefore, although the 2nd Nirvana army shot very far, their hit rate was not high at the beginning. A wave of more than 3,000 arrows could only kill a few dozen people at most. Dozens of casualties were nothing to the army of more than 20,000. But, the terrible thing was that the 2nd Nirvana army seemed to be completely tireless and shot wildly. Their speed did not slow down at all. The rain of arrows from the sky came down wave after wave. More than 20,000 soldiers under Nangong Ao's command rushed forward. Anyway, they were all wearing armor. As long as they were not shot in the neck, they would be fine. However, they thought too much. As the distance got closer, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, at this distance, everything became fatal. The arrows of the 2nd Nirvana army became extremely accurate. Although it could not be said to be 100% hit. But the hit rate was also frighteningly high. One must know that they were training in a storm, in a stormy sea. Their target was not a target, but a thin branch. Shooting a living person was easier than a branch. It was just that these living people knew how to run. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this rain of arrows seemed to have turned into a shocking killing rainstorm. The armor of the army under Nangong Ao's command was also useless. Shen Lang's arrows were made of fine steel and were extremely sharp. Under the power of a 2-stone-strong bow, the thin armor was directly shot through. This group of people were shot one after another, however, most of them still ran forward. Because although the arrows pierced through the armor, they were stuck there and did not penetrate deep into the flesh. However, when the distance got closer, that was killing, that was death. Even if they had armor, it would not be able to defend. At this distance, the arrows of the Nirvana army easily penetrated the armor, and the arrows pierced 3 to 4 inches deep into the body. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the rain of arrows, as if it did not know fatigue, crazily shot out. The army under Nangong Ao was very brave, and they rushed forward one after another. However, everything became meaningless. A one-sided massacre. Shoot, 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 die, 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 almost no one could get within 50 steps of the city wall. How many came, how many died? The closer they got to the city wall, the more corpses there were. In the end, these corpses were densely packed and piled up like a mountain. Shield soldiers in formation, the generals under Nangong Ao continued to give orders and increase the number of soldiers. But who knew that they would encounter such a battle? After this army went through a few rounds, there were not many shields left. However, these few shield soldiers still gathered in formation, forming a shield wall. Then the rest of the army hid under this shield formation. In this way, the speed of their movement became extremely slow. But it was still better than a one-sided massacre. However, it was still useless. As the distance got closer, these shields were no longer of any use. They were shot 4 to 5 inches through. Although they could not penetrate all of them, they still caused casualties. And the most important thing was that these shield formations had gaps. Within 30 meters, the second Nirvana army could even aim at these gaps. This rain of arrows became extremely tricky. The arrows were like poisonous snakes, drilling through the gaps of the shield formation. Then, an even more frightening scene appeared. Jean Moulin made her move. The bow in her hand was more than 1.7 meters, and it was also a compound bow. How strong was this bow? It was simply incalculable. The arrows she shot were all made of steel. Super consecutive arrows. Each arrow weighed about 2 caddies. Bang, 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 every single arrow could send a shield flying. The power was too great. The warriors with shields could not withstand it at all. Some of the shields even exploded after being hit. But even so, Nangong Ao's army began to rely on the shield formation to rush to the bottom of the city wall. Then, bang bang bang, countless fish oil jars were thrown on it. They poured on these shields. A rocket was shot. Countless shields were burning. Because these shields were made of wood. Why not use iron as a shield? It was too heavy, and iron was too expensive. Almost all the shields were made of wood and then wrapped with iron rivets or iron bars to ensure the sturdiness of the shield. Not only in this world, but also in ancient times. Bang 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 bang, above the city wall, countless boulders smashed down and fiercely smashed onto these shields. There was a huge fire burning and a huge boulder smashing down. The enemy warriors could no longer hold on. The shield formation continued to disintegrate. Charge, 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 charge to the top of the city wall and we will win. In close combat, their archers will lose their effectiveness. Countless siege ladders climbed up the walls. Countless enemies climbed up, densely packed together. However, they lost the protection of the shield formation. Everything was in vain. At this distance, the arrows of the second Nirvana army displayed amazing lethality. They could easily shoot a person flying. It was a violent shooting. And the cooperation of the second Nirvana army was too tacit. 1/3 of them shot the enemies climbing the city wall. 2/3 of them shot the enemies below the city wall. Each of them distributed themselves in an orderly manner, raising their lethality to the extreme. Massacre. Massacre. None of the soldiers under Nangong Ao were able to climb to the middle of the city wall. The corpses below the city wall piled higher and higher. In the end, it was completely piled up like a mountain. Nangong Ao looked at this scene. His eyes were about to crack, and his entire body was ice cold. How long has it been since the battle started? 2 hours. How many people were killed or injured? Using 30,000 people to attack the city, the casualties were more than 1/3. In 2 hours, more than 10,000 people had been shot dead. It was simply appalling. Where did Shenlong's army come from? Where did the archers come from, so heaven-defying? He had never seen or heard of such an army before. It was simply a killing machine. The deputy general next to him shouted, "Commander, Commander, sound the gongs to retreat, we can't do it anymore." The situation on the battlefield was indeed about to collapse. Even if this army used all their strength, they would not be able to climb up the city wall. After more than 1/3 of the 30,000 soldiers had died, their morale had already collapsed. If they did not sound the gongs to retreat, they would start to escape and break up the army behind them. Retreat, 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 Nangong Ao roared and ordered. A series of rapid and sharp whistling sounds rang out. On the battlefield, the army under Nangong Ao's command immediately turned and fled as if they had been granted amnesty. The battle to attack the Marquis Xuanwu mansion only lasted for a little more than 2 hours before it temporarily ended. Nangong Ao's army was littered with corpses, and there were countless casualties. Note, first update sent, tonight is still 16,000. Brothers, continue to support me, give me monthly votes, and continue to compete for pastries. Thank you to Go with the Wind for tens of thousands of tips. Thank you to Ryan 1990, Hazuki, and Ling Ji for tens of thousands of tips. No words could describe the pain of Nangong'ao's army. They were doubting their lives. Why? Based on what? When we were at the State of You, we went to fight against Prince Jean, but we were beaten into a pile of shit. Now we surrendered to Prince Jean and came to fight against the State of You, but we were beaten into a pile of shit by the State of You. Kim family, if your army is so powerful, what did you do before? If you were there in the battlefield of Nanu, we wouldn't have lost so badly. However, the casualties in this battle were huge, but not tragic. Because it wasn't a close fight, there was little blood, and there were no broken limbs. An arrow might not bleed much until it died. Moreover, the surrounding area was rather narrow, so most of the people in the dark were on their side, so they didn't feel that there were many casualties. When they retreated from the battlefield, they found that the corpses on the ground had been piled up into a mountain. Moreover, when they escaped, an even worse nightmare happened. They left their backs to the second Nirvana army. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the second Nirvana army on top of the city wall seemed to know no fatigue. They were still shooting wildly, still reaping lives. In this retreat, thousands of people were shot dead and injured. After paying a huge price, all the defeated army returned to the formation, and an infuriating scene appeared. Hundreds of people came out of the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Opening the city gate, these hundreds of people swaggered out. Damn, we are surrounded by the army, and you still came out, can't you respect your enemy? Why did these hundreds of Kim family warriors come out? To retrieve the arrows. Although the battle just now only lasted for less than 4 hours, hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot. The consumption was too great. At this time, the whole battlefield was densely packed with arrows, like a hedgehog. These people cursed while retrieving the arrows. Son of AB****, when you escape, don't you know how to choose an open space to run? You broke all our arrows. F***ck your mother. When you escape, do you pay attention to the path? Didn't you learn to choose the path in panic? Nangong'ao's army was only 300 meters away. These hundreds of people leisurely collected bundles after bundles of arrows, then placed them on the carriages and transported them back to the castle. Nangong'ao's army watched this scene with incomparable humiliation. Rush up and hack these hundreds of trash pickers to death? No, these sons of B*** cheese are too accurate. Just like that, tens of thousands of people watched indifferently as a few hundred people picked up trash on the battlefield. Within Nangong'ao's camp, Commander Xianxia said, "These are Shenlong's soldiers?" Nangong'ao nodded. Xianxia said, "Such a powerful soldier, why not go to Sunspear City?" Nangong'ao said, "Shenlang is a person who values his family very much." Why didn't Shenlang appear? Nangong'ao did not know, because he did not see Shenlang today. The people of the State of You also have heroes. Nangong'ao instinctively wanted to refute. What kind of bullshit hero was Shenlang? But after thinking about it, the people of the Sand Barbaric tribe judged heroes by success or failure. Regarding today's battle, to be honest, Nangong'ao had a certain degree of psychological preparation, because Shenlang had created too many miracles before. This was his home, and he would definitely try his best to protect it. But he really did not expect the battle to be like this. It was completely a one-sided massacre. How many casualties did the Kim family suffer in today's battle? It would probably be so low that they could not even imagine it, right? During the whole process, his army was completely passive, and there was no room for them to fight back. How could an archer unit be so powerful? How could it be used to such an extreme? Nangong'ao and Xianxia fell into silence. What should they do next? We can't retreat, Xianxia suddenly said. Nangong'ao understood the meaning of his words. Once they retreat, the army of the Kim family would go to support Sunspear City. Not retreat, then what should they do next? Use the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors and the Nan Ou kingdom warriors. Of course, they were more powerful, at least they were much more agile, but their archery skills were better. Unfortunately, there were no siege weapons. There were no catapults or siege crossbows. The battle was too urgent, and there was no time to build them. Sunan's army had them, but it was too late to transport them over. Nangong said, next, there are two plans. The first is to surround them and not fight. The second is to capture them with the entire army. He was the deputy commander and could not make the decision. The commander, Xianxia, was a chieftain with very high martial arts skills and tens of thousands of warriors under him. But the battle between the Sand barbaric tribe was basically a jungle brawl. The individual combat power was extremely high, and it was bloody and tragic. But in terms of commanding, it was indeed not high. If the entire army were to capture them, even if they managed to take down the Marquis Xuanwu residence, the casualties would probably reach a very shocking number. Nangong said, the Kim family's most powerful archer unit is. Once they get close to them, I'm afraid they will not be able to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Xianxia was puzzled. The Sand barbaric tribe's archery skills were very high, but they were also very good at close combat. Nangong said, Xianxia is a genius. His heavy-armored Nirvana army is invincible in close combat, but it is only suitable for positional warfare. If I'm not wrong, this archer should be his second Nirvana army, and it has not been more than half a year since they were trained. I've done some research. His Nirvana army is very focused, but they can only focus on one. So even if their archery skills are excellent, their close combat skills might be worrying. Xianxia nodded. Nangong said, our Eastern Dynasty's army rarely fights at night because we can't see clearly. Are the Sand barbaric tribe's warriors good at fighting at night? Xianxia said, we are the race that is best at fighting at night because most of our hunting is at night. That was true. During the day, the ferocious beasts in the jungle were very energetic, and their eyes were very sharp. If they went hunting, they would be at a disadvantage. At night, the strength and perception of these ferocious beasts would be greatly reduced, and it would be much easier to hunt them. Therefore, the Sand barbaric tribe's warriors were good at fighting at night. After years of fighting, they had developed the ability to see in the dark. Furthermore, they liked to eat the liver of animals, especially for their eyesight. Nangong said, at night, the accuracy of an archer's aim will definitely be greatly reduced, and his combat power will also drop sharply. This was almost certain. Even a godly archer needed light and needed to see the target clearly. So my idea is to fight at night. Nangong said. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Once they fought at night, then his 5,000 Sand barbaric tribe warriors would become an absolute force. The Nano Kingdom's warriors were slightly better, but Nangong remaining 10 to 20,000 troops were not suitable for fighting at night. However, Xianxia was absolutely decisive in killing. Alright, then let's fight at night. Night fell. It was the beginning of the month, and there was almost no moon at night. It could really be said that one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. The army of the Great Nan Kingdom gathered once again, preparing to attack the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Nangong remaining army of more than 10,000 could be considered as completely watching from the sidelines. The only hope was the 5,000 warriors of the Sand barbaric tribe. However, at this moment, the sky seemed to have lit up. Hundreds, thousands of lanterns flew into the sky. This scene was simply too beautiful to behold. When Nangong and Xianxia saw this scene, they were almost stunned. The more than 20,000 troops that were preparing to attack the city suddenly forgot their mission and looked up at this beautiful scene. Is this the true first light of the lanterns? If a scholar saw this scene, he would probably write countless poems about it. The Marquis Xuanwu's mansion naturally released the Kongming lanterns. Moreover, like flying a kite, they released the Kongming lanterns into the air. One might not be bright enough, but hundreds, thousands of them were somewhat bright. This Xianxia is really amazing, he can actually fly the lanterns into the sky. How did he do it? Xianxia exclaimed, General Nangong, under this kind of light, can your army see clearly? Nangong went to ask the army under his command. The answer was that they could not see clearly. Because these lanterns floating in the air were too high. The amount of illumination on the ground seemed to be limited. Xianxia asked the Sand barbaric tribe warriors, can they see clearly under this light? The Sand barbaric tribe warriors said that it was very bright, they could see clearly. Then should they still fight at night? After thinking for half a minute, Xianxia decided to fight. Sand barbaric tribe warriors, mix with the Nan Ou warriors and charge together. Remember? Because this time the main force of the attack was the Sand barbaric tribe warriors, the Nan Ou warriors were only used as cover, to put it more bluntly, as cannon fodder. Success or failure depended on this one move. Attack the city. Xianxia gave the order. Once again, the 25,000 troops, like a tide, rushed to the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. As the real main force, the Sand barbaric tribe warriors hid among the Nan Ou warriors, and the formation was as scattered as possible. Looking from the city wall, it was indeed a dark mass. Even with the Kongming lanterns floating in the sky, it was completely impossible to see clearly. At a distance of a few hundred meters, it was even more impossible to shoot accurately. Dong, 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 the earth-shattering war drums sounded again. The 25,000 enemies were approaching quickly. They came to the 250 meters away from the city wall. At this time, the second Nirvana army on the city wall did not shoot arrows. 200 meters away. Still no shot. Xianxia often breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost done. During the day, at this distance, Shenlang's magical archers had already begun to shoot. At this distance at night, they still hadn't started. 150 meters, that was also at this time. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of rockets suddenly shot up into the sky. They flew to a place dozens of meters in the sky and suddenly exploded. Boom, like a firework, it suddenly exploded. A huge firework. In an instant, it almost illuminated the entire night. A breathtaking scene occurred once again. Xianxia and Namgong Ao were completely stunned. What the hell was this? How could it be so bright and gorgeous? This was the fireworks made by Shenlang. It was just that aluminum powder was put in it, so it was the original version of the flare. This brightness was completely amazing, at least exceeding the normal fireworks. And it exploded dozens of meters above the army. In an instant, the battlefield was almost as bright as day. The Sand barbaric tribe army was stunned for a moment. They almost forgot to run. Was this the means of an immortal? How could it be so bright at night? Then, whoosh 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 whoosh, the rain of arrows on the city wall once again fell violently. The Sand barbaric tribe warriors and the Nan Ou warriors didn't like to wear armor. They were completely flesh and blood. At a distance of 150 meters, it was completely the super-lethal power of two stone bows. Once hit by an arrow, it would directly penetrate. Whoosh 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 whoosh, bang 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 bang, the original version of the flare continued to fly into the sky and explode. The entire battlefield was always under high brightness. The brightness was still not as good as during the day. For other archers, this brightness was not enough. But for the Nirvana army, it was completely enough. This was because their bloodline had been modified. Most importantly, their teacher was Grandmaster Orchid Dao. They had studied ancient spiritual books. They had practiced archery countless times in the dark. Their eyesight was far better than ordinary people. It was true that the lethality of their bows and arrows was not as good as during the day, but the reduction was not very big. Moreover, at this time, the army under the city wall did not wear protective armor, nor did they have shields. An astonishing massacre was staged once again. It was still a one-sided massacre. The enemies who were attacking the city fell to the ground one after another. Their whole bodies were nailed to the ground alive. But at this time, the valiance of the Sand barbaric tribe warriors was completely displayed. Even if they were shot, even if they were nailed to the ground, they fiercely pulled out the arrows and continued to rush forward. The arrows were like barbs. When they were pulled out, countless pieces of flesh and blood would be drawn out. It looked terrible. But these Sand barbaric tribe warriors only roared and continued to rush forward. Of course, as they rushed forward, they suddenly fell to the ground and died. And some of the valiant warriors continued to rush forward after their bodies were pierced. As long as they were not dead, they would continue to rush forward. They were really close to pulling out their eyeballs and eating them. Xiahou Dun, fuck, do you think I want to eat it? Jean Mulan and Jean Zhuo looked at each other with a regretful expression. These Sand barbaric tribe warriors were really brave. It was a pity that they died in vain. At this time, Xinjian was standing on the side in full armor, commanding the army to move the arrows. He was already a commander of 10 men. But he had never seen such a bloody and cruel army. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Little brother, if you can't stand it, go back to the castle." Xinjian said, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? How can I be afraid of death? Wouldn't I be embarrassing my brother? Actually, your brother doesn't have any face." Next, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors also began to counterattack. Really awesome. In this kind of lighting environment, they could still aim. The first Nirvana army was high up. And these Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were at a disadvantage when they shot upwards. But, their accuracy was actually not bad. They actually shot the second Nirvana army of Shenlang. What a pity, they were a stone bow. At this distance, the power of shooting upwards was not that great. The most important thing was that the first Nirvana army of Shenlang was too well equipped. Their torso was covered in light and strong steel armor, and their arms and legs were covered in chain mail. Although the Sand Barbaric tribe's bows were strong, they still couldn't pierce through. And their arrows were not as sharp as the ones in Shenlang. The two armies shot at each other. Both armies were very powerful. But, it was still a one-sided massacre. The difference in equipment was too big. No matter how good the individual Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were, they were not as good as the first Nirvana army. A magnificent scene played out once again. A sea of death, harvesting lives. In the sky. Whoosh 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 boom boom boom, primitive fireworks and flares kept exploding. Mulan was even a little dazed. This scene was too beautiful. Mulan had seen this kind of fireworks before, and she was the only one who had seen it. About 2 years ago, Shenlang had taken her to an uninhabited island to set off fireworks. But that time, they only set off a dozen. This time, they set off more than a few hundred. Flowing lights and vibrant colors, it was too beautiful to behold. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. It's so beautiful. Baby, look, Daddy is the one who set it off for you. Shinmi stared at the sky with her eyes wide open. What is this thing? It's so beautiful? Daddy, Daddy, Shinmi was so happy that she clapped her little hands hard. Xingyi, on the other hand, was crazy and couldn't be hugged. He ran wildly in the courtyard. He was so happy and excited. He seemed to have endless energy every day. He didn't sleep during the day or at night. Shenlang would probably regret giving him such a name. It was so tiring to take care of such a baby. Shinmi was so obedient that Binger could take care of him alone. Xingyi, on the other hand, needed 3 or 4 people to take care of him. But there was one good thing about this little guy. He never cried. No, he cried too. He would pretend to cry when he was acting coquettishly. Usually, when he fell or hit the corner of the table, he would never cry, but he would pick up a stone and smash the corner of the table. There was a war outside the city. The people in the castle were attracted by the fireworks. Outside the city, the killing was still going on. Despite suffering a shocking number of casualties, the Sand Barbaric tribe and the Nan-Oyu Kingdom's warriors began to crazily rush up the city wall. And these lunatics didn't need siege ladders. They took the iron hooks and climbed up. Even if there was a hole in their stomach, even if their intestines were flowing out, they still climbed up. But as they climbed, they fell down. Jin Zhua and Mulan were stunned. There was such a crazy army in this world. The first Nirvana army was also so brave, but they weren't a normal army. Namgong Ao was also completely stunned. Such a shocking number of casualties. If it was his army, it would have collapsed. Once his army was hit by an arrow, they would immediately lie on the ground and not move. And the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors still rushed up even when their intestines were flowing out. There was a reason why the Nan-Oyu Kingdom lost so badly before. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were too cruel. Unless you shot their hearts and heads and killed them immediately, they would still rush up crazily. Such a cruel army, once they rushed up the city wall, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, under the violent rain of arrows, this group of people actually climbed up the city wall. Although they fell and died one after another, there were too many people rushing up. They were getting closer and closer to the city wall. Change the arrows, Mulan ordered. The first Nirvana army took out a special quiver. Inside were specially made arrows, the arrowheads were coated with white phosphorus, and the arrowheads were smeared with arsenic solution. The arrows were changed. Shoot! Swoosh 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 swoosh, in an instant, it was as if countless meteors were falling down. All the arrows were aimed at the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors who had climbed up the city wall. The scene was still incomparably gorgeous. However, it was incomparably tragic. The arrows were still burning after being shot into the body. Because in addition to the white phosphorus, the arrowheads also had their own oxidizer, even if there was no air, they could still burn. This was the arrow with the highest technology in Xianxia. Moreover, the arsenic poison quickly entered the blood. No matter how brave the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were, they couldn't bear this kind of pain. The flames were burning in their bodies. It was the most tragic scene of all. These Sand Barbaric tribe warriors who were climbing up the city wall finally fell one after another. Finally, this wave of crazy attacks by the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors was blocked. Although the remaining Nan-Ou Kingdom warriors were brave, they were still lacking in combat power. Under the violent rain of arrows, they were completely overwhelmed and unable to lift their heads. Swoosh 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 swoosh, pft, 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 pft. The rain of arrows reaped lives in a frenzy. The Sand Barbaric tribe's general, Xianxia, looked at this scene with extreme pain. His warriors were so close to reaching the top of the city wall. Just a little bit more. But now, they had completely lost the chance. Retreat! Retreat! The sharp sound of arrows rang out again. The surviving Nan-Ou Kingdom warriors turned around and retreated, fleeing from this hellish battlefield. The surviving Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were completely bloodshot. They still wanted to rush up the city wall, completely unafraid of death. Commander Xianxia roared, "Sand Barbarian warriors, retreat, retreat." After hearing the general's voice, these Sand Barbaric warriors let out a series of wild roars and retreated with incomparable unwillingness. Humiliation, it was a great humiliation. They had never fought a battle like this since they became an army. Ever since the establishment of the Great Nan Kingdom, they had always been invincible. But this time, they had been defeated so badly. A Sand Barbaric tribe warrior stood under the city wall and roared at Jean Milan. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through his head. The attack during the day had failed, there were 12,000 casualties. The attack at night had failed again. How many casualties? Have you calculated it? General Xianxia asked. It was impossible to calculate the number of corpses and wounded. They could only calculate how many people had returned. 5,000 Sand Barbaric tribe warriors, less than 1,500 are left. 20,000 Nan-Ou Kingdom warriors, less than 10,000 are left. General Xianxia closed his eyes in pain. The battle at night had actually resulted in more casualties than during the day. It had reached an astonishing 14,000. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors and the Nan-Ou Kingdom warriors were clearly stronger and braver, but their casualties were higher. It seemed that the armor and shields of Nan-Ou Kingdom's army were not useless. After fighting during the day and night, the allied army of Xianxia and Nan-Ou Kingdom had suffered more than 26,000 casualties. The remaining army was less than 30,000. How many casualties did the Kim family have? He did not know, but it was definitely very small. In this battle, they had indeed achieved a more brilliant result than the British longbow army in the Battle of Agincourt. General Xianxia said, "Nan-Ou, we have completely lost the ability to attack the Marquis Xuanwu residence." Nan-Ou nodded bitterly. They could not fight during the day, nor could they fight at night. Although there were still 30,000 troops left, they no longer had the courage to attack the city. It was too tragic. Using Xianxia's mysterious archery unit to defend the city was too heaven-defying. Continue to surround the city and report to His Majesty as soon as possible. Xianxia ordered. Yes. A moment later, a cavalry unit set off and rushed towards the south, reporting the situation here to Prince Jean. Unfortunately, there are no catapults. Nan-Ou said. If there were catapults, they would not be so passive. Xianxia's magical archers could shoot far, but the catapults could shoot farther and were even more powerful. Of course, the accuracy of the catapults was completely metaphysical. As the saying goes, no catapult can smash two stone shells into the same pit. However, it could at least suppress the firepower on the city wall. At this point, the Great Southern Kingdom's attack on the Marquis Xuanwu residence was basically a failure. February 4th, Bitterhead Joy was about to go crazy, Shenlang was also about to go crazy. The effect of the medicine was too strong, it was almost impossible to suppress. The 10,000 city guards fell into fanaticism and madness. It would be fine if it was one person, but the key was 10,000 people, and they affected each other. At this moment, there was only one thought in Bitter Joy's mind. Sunan, quickly attack the city, please attack the city quickly, if you don't attack the city, we can't hold it anymore. As if hearing Bitter Joy's prayer, Sunan finally attacked the city. This Sun Spear city was the last stumbling block. Once the city was taken, the road to the capital of the state of Yu would be unimpeded. Prince Jin was not very eager to take down the capital of the state of Yu. But Sunan was very eager. He used to dream of a successful rebellion and wanted to return to Tianyue City. Imagine it. He, Sunan, would lead the army into Tianyue City, destroy the state of Yu, and kill the monarch Ning Yuanxian. How carefree was this feeling? How many people in the world could destroy a country? Although he also knew that there were only 10,000 city guards in this Xianxia city. What kind of army was the city guards? A second-line army, used to suppress local ruffians. But he did not take it lightly at all. Because Shenlang was in the city, for Shenlang, no matter how much importance he attached to him. Even when he woke up from his dreams countless times, Sunan would burst into tears. His grand hegemony, his Su family, was destroyed in the hands of Shenlang. Of course, he married a wife and had children. Prince Jin also advised him countless times not to have personal hatred. Prince Jin said that if you want to be as lawless and happy as Shenlang, then hate to your heart's content. But if you want to establish your career and rebuild the glory of the Su clan, then you have to completely put aside your personal hatred. If it was someone else who said this, it would be easy for them to say it. But when Prince Jin said it, it was very convincing. Was the hatred between him and Ning Yuanxian not big? The hatred of killing his father, the hatred of destroying the country. But before, Prince Jin still took the initiative to make peace with the king of Yu and offered to cede 5 counties. He did not want the state of Yu to be destroyed, because it was not in the interests of the great Nan state. Sunan looked at the city wall and said in his heart, Shenlang, I did not want to take revenge. I just want to take this city, I just want to lead the army into the capital of the state of Yu. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Because before he set off, Prince Jin asked him to make a choice. Should he lead the West Army or the East Army? If he led the East Army, he could attack the Kim family and take revenge. Sunan chose the West Army. Who would have thought that they would still run into Shenlang? Then, he paid more attention than ever. He could have started the war a few days ago, but he still waited until the army completely surrounded Xianxia City and waited until all the siege weapons were in place. Why did Sunan have siege weapons again? They were taken from Tiannan City. Who knew how many catapults and ballistae there were in the whole direction of Tiannan City? Sunan's attentiveness and caution had caused Shenlang to die. Damn it, according to my calculations, you should have attacked the city 2 days ago. Speed is the most important thing in war. You caused me to give 10,000 city guards the golden dragon blood 2 days ago. Now it's all good, I have to manage 10,000 lunatics every day. It's really exhausting. Shenlang, Ku Tu Huan, and the other officers used a lot of effort to suppress these 10,000 people. Otherwise, they would have rushed out to fight Sunan. Finally, on the 5th day of the 2nd month, the encirclement was complete. All the catapults and ballistae were ready. Where is Lord Shenlang? The great Nan State's privy envoy Sunan requests an audience. Even though his voice was more than a mile away, it could still be heard clearly. Shenlang appeared on top of the city wall. Suho, I trust you have been well since we last met. Shenlang looked at Sunan carefully and even used an X-ray. He was not as young as before, and half of his hair had turned white. But this time it was not dyed white, it was really white. But, he straightened his back. His aura became even more astonishing. He broke through to the Grandmaster level, Li Xianxia said. Amazing, awesome, Sunan said, I really envy Shen. I haven't seen him for 2 years, but he is still as handsome as ever. I have grown old. Shenlang said, Su-ho, can't you see that I'm also a little haggard? Ugh, our relationship has not reached the point of exchanging pleasantries. I don't know how to respond to that. After a long while, Sunan said, Shen, an immortal like you shouldn't get involved in the secular world's royal power. Why don't you leave now and go overseas with Mulan? You can be a celestial couple. Leave this insignificant Sun Spear City to me, Sunan. If the state of you is destroyed, then so be it. The Kim family and Raging Tide City can be used to settle these disputes. Shen Lang said, Thank you, Su-ho, for your kindness, but it's not possible. I haven't finished avenging myself. Sunan said, Shen, haven't we finished avenging ourselves? Shen Lang said, Yes, we have, but there is still Xueche. After I destroy Xueche's entire family, I can retreat unscathed. Sunan didn't ask about the relationship between Xueche and Sun Spear City. Because he was very clear about it. If he wanted to destroy Xueche, he must first defeat the third prince, Ningqi. If he wanted to defeat Ningqi, he had to help Ningjing ascend to the throne. Moreover, this was also Shenlang's promise to Ningjing and Ning Yuanxian. In fact, Shenlang could no longer sit by and watch the state of Yu be destroyed. After all, Ning Yuanxian was another father-in-law of his. Sunan said, Shen, if that's the case, don't blame me if I hurt you later. Shenlang said, Don't worry, if I really lose, I will run away. Shenlang decided to speak his mind at this moment. Because the 10,000 city guards could no longer suppress their desire to fight. Sunan nodded. Then, they retreated to the central army. Attack the city. Following Sunan's order, dozens of catapults began to roar crazily. Dozens of siege crossbows shot crazily, whoosh 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 whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The Battle of Sun Spear City officially began. Note, more than 16,000 yuan today. I don't have a towel to dry my hair. I'm a little cold when I go out. I'm going to lie down. Brothers, give me your monthly votes, give me your support. I pray in tears, thank you, Little Shuang, Da Huang and Erden, for your 10,000 yuan tip. Congratulations to Gone with the Wind for becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you. When the young King Wu saw the even younger third prince Ningqi of the state of Yu, he was startled. The war was imminent and Ningqi had come without notice. But he still received him according to etiquette. Ningqi greets uncle. Although Ningqi was only a few years younger than Wu Qi, the two kings of Yu and Wu called each other brothers, so he had to call him uncle. Wu Qi said, Your Highness, what is it? Ningqi said, King Wu, you have gathered 300,000 soldiers. Are you planning to attack the state of Yu? How could he be so direct? The officials wanted to laugh, but Wu Qi raised his hand, Can't I? Yes, can't I? The hatred between our two countries is as deep as the sea. We have no lack of reasons to go to war. We still have 9 prefectures in the hands of the state of Yu. Ningqi said, Of course. Then what does your highness want to gain by attacking the state of Yu? King Wu said, North Heaven Province and half of Yan Province. Sure enough, had they all been distributed, Prince Jin got South Heaven Province, King Chu got West Heaven Province and half of Yan Province, King Wu got North Heaven Province and half of Yan Province. Ningqi said, King Wu, can we not go to war? King Wu was silent. This question didn't need to be answered. What do you think, if I were to miss such a rare opportunity, wouldn't I become the greatest sinner of the Wu country? What if you talk about morality with me? Of course. When the state of Yu ceded the 9 prefectures to us, did you think about morality? Ningqi said, King Wu, you may be able to take North Heaven Province, but you may not be able to take Yan Province. King Wu said, Bian Shao is powerful, but if the state of Yu is destroyed, he won't be able to do much with his 70,000 soldiers, right? Ningqi said, King Wu, what if you can get what you want without war? King Wu said, I'd like to hear the details. Ningqi said, what if we are willing to return the 6 prefectures to Wu? King Wu smiled. It's a little too little. Ningqi said, but after all, it is effortless, without any blood or sacrifice. King Wu said, it's still easier to take them down by ourselves. However, I have a suggestion. Ningqi said, I'd like to hear the details. King Wu said, give up the entire northern Heaven province and Yan province. This is the true path to survival, only then can you avoid the war between Wu Yue and Wu Yue. Ningqi's eyes narrowed. King Wu, your appetite is a little too big. King Wu said, now that Lord Jin's army of 100,000 has almost swept through everything in the north, your Yu country doesn't have the ability to resist at all. I believe that he will soon kill his way to your capital. If your capital is destroyed, your country will perish. If you give up the entire northern Heaven province and Yan province to us, the entire army of 130,000 can be freed up to defend the state of Yu. At that time, the state of Yu will be protected, even western Heaven province. Although half of your territory will fall, it's better than losing your state of Yu. Beside him, Wu Ji said, Your Highness, for the state of Yu, territory is not the most important thing, but the army. Who told your crown prince to be so extravagant, burying 200,000 soldiers in one go? A child next to him said, only 11 or 12 years old. He was probably King Wu's eldest son. Ningqi was silent for a moment. King Wu, do you know that Xianxia has led 10,000 soldiers south to defend against Prince Jin? King Wu said, it's 10,000 city guards. King Wu's eldest son said, aren't the city guards like hooligans? Can they fight? They're clearly sending themselves to their deaths. Third Prince Ningqi said, King Wu, I am also enemies with Xianxia. But as for this person's ability, I have to admit it. Do you also have to admit it? Isn't that so? King Wu nodded. He had also suffered a great loss at Xianxia's hands. The last time the state of Wu's 30,000 soldiers attacked Raging Tide City, more than half of them died. Third Prince Ningqi said, if, and I'm saying if, Xianxia really does defend against the main force of the Great Nan province, what will you do? King Wu said, what's the point of going? Just continue. King Wu's eldest son sneered, 10,000 city guards want to defeat Sunan and Nangong Ao's 100,000 soldiers? Dream on. Third Prince Ningqi said, King Wu, peace is not easy. I have a suggestion. King Wu said, please speak. Ningqi said, please don't be impatient. Even if you want to start a war, it's best to wait until the news of Xianxia and Kim family's annihilation arrives. That's also good for you, isn't it? King Wu's eyes narrowed. These words were very vague. If Xianxia and Kim family really did defend against Prince Jin's 100,000 soldiers, then the state of Yu would be able to catch a breather and take a few steps back from the abyss of destruction. But, there was a deeper meaning. Once the Kim family's annihilation was confirmed, Raging Tide City would be empty. Your Highness King Wu, aren't you determined to take Raging Tide City? Third Prince Ningqi said, I don't mean anything else, I just want you to be patient. Even if you want to start a war, wait until the news of Xianxia and Kim family's annihilation arrives. King Wu smiled, Your Highness is worrying too much. I know what decision to make. Ningqi left King Wu's palace, but he didn't leave the state of Wu. In a secret room, he met with Xu Tingyu of the Yinyuan Association. Mr. Xu, the destruction of the state of Yu isn't in your interest, especially not the Xu families. Xu Tingyu said, don't worry, His Majesty won't sit by and watch the state of Yu be destroyed. Moreover, the Imperial Secretariat and Privy Council are already paying attention to you. Your Highness Ningqi, this is great news for you. These words were a huge signal. Crown Prince Ningyi's performance was so poor that even the Imperial Secretariat and the Imperial Secretariat were about to give up on him. By the way, I won't call it the Imperial Secretariat anymore, but the Imperial Cabinet, Xu Tingyu said. Ningqi felt a pang in his heart. The Imperial Secretariat would be abolished and the Imperial Cabinet would be established. This also meant that the Great Yan Empire's new policies were coming to an end, and it would soon enter the era of centralized power. Xu Tingyu said, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the next monarch of the state of Yu. Ningqi said, His Majesty won't allow the state of Yu to be destroyed? Does that mean that the state of Yu will be left with only Skybridge City and the rest will be taken away? It's no longer fit to be a kingdom or even a duchy. It's better not to be such a monarch. Xu Tingyu said, when that time comes, His Majesty will realize that even the smallest monarch is better than the complete destruction of a country. Ning Qi said, perhaps to the Inyuan Association, the destruction of the state of Yu is nothing. Even if that happens, the state of Yu's astronomical debt to the Inyuan Association will be ruined. Ning Xianxia owed the Inyuan Association a huge debt of more than 10 million. If the state of Yu was destroyed, they would definitely not be able to repay the debt. If the state of Yu was dismembered, they would still not be able to repay the debt. To a certain extent, the Inyuan Association's headquarters served the emperor. As long as they could achieve a certain political goal, the debt of more than 10 million would be ruined. They could always earn it back from other sources. Moreover, the king of Yu, Ning Xianxia, was already very unfriendly towards the Inyuan Association. Ning Qi said, the Inyuan Association can bear the price of the destruction of the state of Yu, but the Shu family might not be able to bear it. Shu Tingyu was silent. His father, Shu Bodao, was an elder of the Inyuan Association. If the Inyuan Association was compared to a country, then Shu Bodao would be a governor. He was in charge of the Inyuan Association of the state of Yu. Once the state of Yu was destroyed, the Inyuan Association of the state of Yu would also cease to exist. The elders of the Inyuan Association of the state of Wu and state of Chu would definitely take the opportunity to seize all the shares. Therefore, the destruction of the state of Yu could be considered a disaster for the Shu family. At most, the Shu family will lie dormant for a few decades. The general trend is not something that can be resisted by human beings, Shu Tingyu said. Ning Qi said, Mr. Shu, things may not be at the most desperate point. Shu Tingyu said, please speak. Ning Qi said, my father was bewitched by Shen Lang and actually rejected Prince Jin's truce agreement. But, at the crucial moment, he can ignore his will and continue to negotiate with Prince Jin in the name of the Secretariat and the Privy Council. He can cede 8 or even 10 prefectures to him. When a ruler is no longer in line with the interests of the state of Yu, then his will is no longer the highest will of the state of Yu. Shu Tingyu's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Ning Qi's words had a very dangerous aura. You want a coup d'état? Ning Qi continued, there is also the state of Wu. King Wu wants the entire North Heaven province. I concede all 6 prefectures of the North Heaven province to him, and also the Liezhou archipelago where Raging Tide City is located. Shu Tingyu couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Ning Qi said, Nangong Ao's army attacked the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion of the Jin clan. Jin Zhua almost transferred all his troops to defend his hometown, leaving Raging Tide City empty. This is the best time to attack Raging Tide City. The significance of Raging Tide City to the Inyuan Association is even greater than the capital of the state of Yu, right? Because that is the headquarters of the Heavenly Law Association, and because that is the trading center of the entire Eastern Sea. King Wu values the sea. The entire Liezhou archipelago and the 6 prefectures of the North Heaven province should be enough to satisfy him. Shu Tingyu shook her head, no, he won't be satisfied. Ning Qi said, then the Inyuan Association can force him to be satisfied. King Wu owes you a lot, and the state of Wu borders the great Yan Empire. He still has to obey the will of the empire. Shu Tingyu said, even if he can unify it, we won't be able to take down Raging Tide City. The state of Wu no longer has enough navy. Ning Qi didn't say anything, but stared at Shu Tingyu. Shu Tingyu suddenly sat up straight, the state of Wu doesn't have enough navy, but the Shui clan does, right? His South Sea Sword sect is basically a branch of Stupa Mountain, and it monopolizes the southern sea trade, with countless fleets, right? Ning Qi didn't say anything. But the truth was like this. The so-called South Sea Sword sect sounded like a sword sect. It was actually a huge armed force supported by Stupa Mountain. Of course, it also served the monarch Ning Xianxia. Or perhaps it was already serving Ning Qi. Ning Qi said, I can't negotiate with King Wu, but it's not impossible with the Inyuan Association. Shu Tingyu said, Your Highness, once this plan of yours is executed, it will be a huge undertaking. Stupa Mountain, the Horizon Sea Pavilion, the Inyuan Association, the Great Yan Empire, the state of Yu, the state of Wu, and the Heavenly Law Association will all be involved. Ning Qi said, if my plan succeeds, the state of Yu will be able to keep at least 2/3 of its territory. That way, the debt to the Inyuan Association can still be inherited. The Shu clan's foundation in the state of Yu will not fall, and the headquarters of the Inyuan Association will also benefit greatly. I believe that as long as there are enough people who benefit, it will definitely be achieved. This was the truth. This plan of Ning Qi's was really shockingly grand. He wanted the state of Wu and the Yingyuan Association to borrow a fleet from Xueche to attack the Raging Tide City. The Raging Tide City and the Liizhou archipelago would belong to the state of Wu and the Yingyuan Association. This was the price he had to pay. And his reward was that the Yingyuan Association would pressure the state of Wu to force the king of Wu to give up the war. The state of Wu would be able to keep 2/3 of the Tiannan province. This plan was far more than that. There was one more important step. A coup, get the Minister of State and the Privy Council to make the monarch Ning Yuanxian a figurehead. Even get the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire to step in and force Ning Yuanxian to recuperate. This way, Ning Yuanxian's previous attitude towards Prince Jin would no longer count. The state of Yu would renegotiate with Prince Jin and sign a new truce agreement. This way, Ning Qi could concentrate the power of the entire state of Yu to fight the state of Chu. Because the state of Yu was on the defensive side, if they tried their best, they might not be able to completely defeat the 300,000 troops of the king of Chu, but they would have no problem defending their territory. Xu Tingyu said, in this way, the headquarters of the Yingyuan Association will fully support you. We will even lobby in the imperial court of the Great Yan Empire to make you the supervising crown prince of the state of Yu in advance and make Ning Yuanxian a figurehead? Ning Qi did not say anything. Xu Tingyu was shocked. She looked at the third prince Ning Qi in disbelief. This man had behaved coldly like an iron-blooded general. She did not expect him to be so politically astute. This plan of his had completely tied his fate with the fate of the state of Yu. Not only did he want to save the state of Yu, but he also wanted to make himself the monarch of the state of Yu in advance. What a bold move. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In a plan, there had to be someone who would benefit and someone who would lose. In Ning Qi's grand plan, the ones who would benefit were Ning Qi, Prince Jin, the Great Yan Empire, the Yingyuan Association, and the Wu Kingdom. The ones who would suffer losses were Ning Yuanxian and the state of Chu. The ones who would be destroyed were the Kim family. Xu Tingyu said, this way, the Shui family will have to mobilize an astonishing number of fleets, more than 10,000 people and 100 warships. Ning Qi was silent, indicating that it was not a problem. Xu Tingyu said, moreover, this plan requires the full cooperation of the Zhu family. According to my information, the Zhu family has not given up on Crown Prince Ningyi yet. Ning Qi said, Zhu Hongzhu is very smart. He knows what to do at the crucial moment. Xu Tingyu said, then what I need to do is to lobby the headquarters of the Yingyuan Association, lobby the imperial cabinet, and pressure the Wu king. Pressure the Yu king, Ning Yuanxian? Ning Qi said, for the Xu family's century-old foundation, is it not worth the gamble? Xu Tingyu was silent for a long time. This plan was too big. The Xu family would have to devote almost all their political resources. The Yingyuan Association also had internal strife. The elders of the Wu Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom had been waiting for the fall of the state of Yu to divide the Xu family's trading territories. The key is the Zhu family. Xu Tingyu said, the Zhu family is prominent in the empire. If the Zhu family can cooperate, it will be much easier for us to lobby the imperial cabinet and the imperial family. Ning Qi said, I understand. But everything must be done quickly. It will be too late. Xu Tingyu suddenly said, what if Shenlang wins the battle in Tiannan province? Then the consequences. Ning Qi said, is it possible? Tiannan province, Yangge city battlefield, with Su Nan's order, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of catapults easily threw hundreds of kilograms of stones nearly 300 meters away. The supergiant crossbow shot the 3-meter-long super spear a few hundred meters away. Boom, 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 some of these huge stones smashed into the city walls, and some smashed into the city. They made a series of loud noises. It was deafening. In an instant, it felt like the sky was shaking and the earth was shaking. Once these huge stones hit the wall, a pit would be formed. Once they hit the top of the city, at least dozens of people would be crushed into meat paste. Once they hit the city, all the houses would be destroyed. The pure lethality of the catapults was even greater than that of a solid artillery shell. But, the accuracy of the catapult was too metaphysical. Its greatest role on the battlefield was firepower suppression and psychological blow. It could be said that any army would tremble with fear in the face of such a terrible attack. Although his accuracy was frighteningly low, once he was hit, his body would be torn into pieces. Often in this kind of large-scale battlefield, there would be catapults firing. Fire! Following Ku Tu Huan's order, the catapults in Xianxia city also began to fire wildly. Of course, there were only 7 catapults in the entire Xianxia city. Round after round of bombardment. The impact caused the ground to tremble, and large pits were smashed out. But it was meaningless. The result of the battle was almost zero. Because Sun Nan's army was 400 or 500 meters away. Only his dozens of catapults and giant crossbows were within the shooting range. However, the catapults' hit was erratic. After firing more than a dozen shots, none of them hit, and all hit the ground. Relatively speaking, Sun Nan's side had a much greater result. Because he had more catapults, and the target of the attack was a big one, an entire city. Boom, a loud noise. Sun Nan was unlucky. One of Shenlong's catapults was directly hit by a stone bullet and directly shattered. More than a dozen people next to it were directly smashed to death. However, the most glorious result of the battle ended here. Whoosh 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 whoosh, boom boom boom, the catapults and giant crossbows of Sun Nan's army seemed to be tireless, and kept on firing wildly. For a whole hour, the entire city wall of Xianxia was riddled with holes and scars. The whole city was shrouded in dust and rolling yellow soil. This kind of bombardment was a huge blow to the morale of the defending army. The morale of many troops crumbled under this earth-shattering aura. The commander of the Great Nan Kingdom's Western Army was Sun Nan, and the deputy commander was Xianxia. He was the sworn brother of Prince Jin, and also the brother of Prince Jin's wife, and the other chief of the Sand Barbarian tribe. Sha Yan and Xianxia, why were they both surnamed Sha, and their names were not bad? That was because they were not called by this name before. They were all given by Prince Jin, and their surnames were directly derived from the surnames of the Great Nan Kingdom. Xianxia came to Sun Nan and said, "You're too cautious, Xianxia. The army of the state of Yu is the most cowardly and incompetent. As soon as we charge in, they will immediately surrender. It has been the same in every previous battle, and this time is no exception. I'm afraid that the defending army will be so scared that they will wet their pants if we continue to bombard them like this. I'm sure that the next battle will only take an hour. 30 minutes. If it takes more than 30 minutes, it will be a disgrace to the warriors of the Sand Barbarian tribe." Ha 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 ha. After a series of glorious victories, the generals of the Sand Barbarian tribe had become arrogant, and looked down on the state of Yu's army. Let's go, Xianxia, let's go into the city, we'll have a bed to sleep in. Xianxia, you're too cautious. According to my plan, we should have already entered the capital of the state of Yu. There are countless beauties there, and we can sleep with them to our heart's content. Do you want to die? His Majesty said that those who rape innocent women will be executed. His Majesty is good at everything, but this makes me uncomfortable. Why can't we rob the city we've conquered? Why can't we rape or kill the women we've captured? Sun Nan glanced at them. This group of people had underestimated the enemy too much, talking and laughing on the battlefield. They were completely looking down on Shenlong's army. Attack the city! Following Sun Nan's order, more than 20,000 Sand Barbarian tribe warriors roared and charged forward crazily. They were extremely fast, they had endured for a long time, and were filled with an endless desire for battle. It had been more than a month, and they had not fought a decent battle. It was not satisfying at all. It was not satisfying without killing. Now they could finally kill to their heart's content. Previously in Tiannan City, when they faced the 20,000 soldiers, even though they had already surrendered, the Sand Barbarian tribe warriors did not let them go and killed them all. Because they were like hungry wolves, like fierce beasts, they had to kill on the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. There are 10,000 soft-footed shrimps in the city, they are peeing their pants in fear. Charge to the top of the city and kill them all. Half an hour, using the headcount method. 20,000 people fighting for 10,000 heads, it's a shame for warriors without heads. Brothers without the heads of the hunting Taoists have to wash the feet and birds of the brothers with heads, ha ha ha, As soon as these words came out, the Sand Barbarian army became even more frenzied. They charged even more crazily, they were snatching heads. Kill, 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 these Sand Barbarian warriors were really valiant. They charged faster and faster towards Sun Spear City. Looking from the sky, it really looked like a stampede of wild beasts. Sunan and Xiaoqin looked from afar and found that the entire city wall was empty. What did this mean? We've already started attacking the city, why aren't your guards on the city wall? Did they really collapse from the crazy bombardment just now? Did they completely not dare to go up the city wall? Did they completely give up? Charge, 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 more than 20,000 Sand Barbarian warriors were very fast, and soon they were within 100 meters of the city wall. And at this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, from inside the city wall, wave after wave of arrow rain suddenly sprayed. Among the Sand Barbarian army, blood splashed one after another. However, that was all, the hit rate was really frighteningly low. After all, they were shooting blindly, or to be precise, shooting across the city wall. The Sand Barbarian army continued to approach. And at this moment, inside Sun Spear City, one after another guarding warriors climbed up the city wall. Every one of them was covered in armor. They were also wearing armor, and their limbs were chainmail. They finally showed up, this group of soft-footed sheep finally showed up. They are also covered in turtle shells, do they think that we can't cut off their heads? Ha ha ha. The group of Sand Barbarian warriors did not show the slightest nervousness, and suddenly rushed under the city wall and jumped hard. They climbed up like geckos. There was still no need for siege ladders. It was really awesome. For them, as long as they rushed up the city wall, the battle would be over. Just at this moment, bursts of roars came from the city wall. This group of barbarians is finally here, finally here. We can finally fight, I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy. The city guards under Shenlang all howled like wolves. Then, countless rolling logs and boulders came crashing down fiercely, boiling oil, hot feces, and urine poured down crazily. The Sand Barbarian warriors were stunned, F***CK. What kind of army is this? They are actually roaring more beastly than us, and they are so strong. The 10,000 city guards under Shenlang each lifted a boulder that weighed more than 100 kilograms and smashed it down fiercely. A rolling log that weighed more than 100 kilograms was grabbed with one hand and smashed down fiercely. The boiling oil was smashed down fiercely. Bitterhead Joy roared, "Brothers, save it, save it. That bastard, don't smash the oil pan, just splash it, don't throw it away. That bastard, what are you doing? What are you doing? The enemy has already rushed up, you can just fight on the city wall, but you want to rush down the city wall to fight? Hold him back, hold him back." The effect of the medicine was too strong. The city guards had been holding it in for a few days. Now, the battle finally started. They went crazy. As soon as the battle started, some of them rushed down without waiting for the enemy to rush up. They were too brave. In the past few days, Shenlang and Bitterhead Joy really could not suppress the exuberant energy of these 10,000 people, so they had no choice but to tear down the houses. They tore down all the houses into rolling logs. Dozens of bricks stuck together and became boulders. Then, a scene appeared in full swing. The 10,000 city guards simply used their endless strength, grabbing anything and smashing it down. Anything less than 100 kilograms? They simply could not vent the impulse in their hearts. They were in high spirits, but it was not enough. They directly jumped down the city wall to fight the Sand Barbarian warriors. Only the brave would win in a narrow path. Since ancient times, the soft feared the hard feared the reckless, and the reckless feared the crazy. The Sand Barbarian warriors did not fear death. However, the 10,000 warriors under Shenlang's command were all lunatics, complete and utter lunatics. And they were crazy with endless strength and energy. They did not know fatigue at all. They raised things and smashed them down crazily. No matter how powerful the Sand Barbarian warriors were, they could not withstand 100 kilograms of rocks. They were directly smashed into meat paste. A few soldiers were supposed to pour the boiling oil into the pot at the same time. In the end, these crazy city guards each picked up a pot of oil and stood on top of the city wall, pouring the oil downwards. Aren't you afraid of being burned to death? Aren't you afraid of falling down? At this moment, the sand barbarian warriors were dumbfounded. My God, is there an army crazier than us in this world? These people were not human at all. So powerful, but the sand barbarian warriors became stronger when they met strong opponents. Even though they suffered heavy casualties, they still climbed up crazily. They were too many and too fast. The 5-meter city wall could not stop them at all. Soon, groups after groups of sand barbaric tribe warriors climbed up the wall. Ha 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 ha, it's time for us sand barbarian warriors to start a massacre. We are invincible in close combat, army of the state of you, just you wait. Brothers of the sand barbarian tribe, kill them. Ah! The sand barbarian warriors roared and rushed over. Ah! The city guards roared even louder. They became even crazier. They raised their broadswords and rushed over. The sand barbarian warriors were stunned. My God, he looks even more excited than I am. In an instant, the two of them slashed at each other. Bang! The sand barbarian warriors were skilled with their swords. Their combat strength was much higher than that of the city guards. However, after taking the golden dragon blood, the city guards' strength and speed skyrocketed. They were not afraid of death. After one slash, both of them were slashed at each other. The sand barbarian warrior's machete was stuck in the city guard's armor. But they were not wearing any armor. Only some of the elites were wearing rattan armor. In the end, they were cut in half, their skinny bodies were directly split into two halves. Ah! 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 So satisfying. Is there anyone else? Who else? The city guard ignored the machete stuck in his body and continued to look for his next target. Brothers, don't throw stones or logs. Let them out and kill them. It's more satisfying to kill them with swords. The city guard roared. Shen Lang almost cursed when he heard that. F***CKU. You little soldier, don't talk. Nonsense. You'll ruin the battle. In the end, the city guards really stopped throwing boulders and logs. They really let the sand barbarian warriors out. Then, they fought in close combat. Swords slashed at each other. Kill, kill, kill. The more they killed, the more spirited they became. In the end, they became like crazy demons. These lunatics didn't know how to defend. They didn't even dodge the enemy's machete. They wanted to block it with their heads. Bitterhead Joy cursed out loud. If it weren't for the best armor of the Kim family, they would have died. This was not a battle between two armies, but two groups of beasts. If you slash me, I'll slash you. The city guard's armor was amazing. They didn't die after being slashed, but they killed the sand barbarian warriors. It was the first time the sand barbarian warriors had encountered such an army. Why do I feel like I'm back to when I was hunting and facing those wolves, but those wolves didn't wear armor? That was it. The 10,000 city guards relied on their good equipment, great strength, agility, and audacity. 10,000 people faced more enemies. Not only were they completely at a disadvantage, but they were also wantonly killing. More and more sand barbarian warriors rushed up the city wall. Blood soared into the sky and corpses were everywhere. In the end, even the fearless sand barbarian warriors were completely terrified. Because it was too shocking. It was too tragic. There were only deaths and no injuries on their side. These armored city guards were madmen. They would not rest until they cut the enemy in half. He would rather be chopped by the other person than to chop the first person into two. Therefore, once all the sand barbarian warriors fell, they died without a whole body. Shocking casualties. The sand barbarian warriors were extremely brave and still rushed up crazily. But, as time went by, there were fewer and fewer sand barbarian warriors on the city wall. Fewer and fewer. The number of casualties was innumerable. The sand barbarians suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. Note, the first update is here. Continue to rush to 16,000 today. Brothers, please don't stop supporting us and getting monthly votes. The pastries are relying on this. Please. Sound the gongs to retreat, sound the gongs to retreat. The bell rang. The main force of the sand barbaric race retreated like the tide. And their retreat was also very awesome. They jumped directly from the city wall. They jumped directly to the ground from the 5-meter-high city wall, and nothing happened. They were really as agile as monkeys. In a short period of time, the main force of the sand barbaric race on the city wall disappeared completely, leaving corpses all over the ground. None of the corpses were complete, and the entire city wall was almost drowned in blood. The city guards under Xianxia did not pursue, because they had killed to their heart's content. After holding back for a few days, they finally had a good time. At this moment, they felt refreshed. Cool, awoo, inside the sand barbaric race's camp. After a rough count, the casualty data came out. Nearly 13,000, 2/3 of them died under the city wall. The whole process lasted for about an hour. Tens of thousands of stones, tens of thousands of logs, boiling oil, and gold liquid fell from the city wall. 2/3 of the people, about 5,000, were killed after rushing to the city wall. More than 10,000 people rushed to the city wall, and half of them were killed. The combat power of Xianxia's city guards was really off the charts. Sunan used a total of 20,000 people in the first wave of attack. Only 7,000 returned, and the rest died. Last time on the battlefield of Nan Ou, more than 30,000 people fought against the main force of the state of Yu of 200,000, and the casualties were only more than 10,000. This time, 20,000 people fought against 10,000 people of Xianxia, and the casualties were 13,000. This number made people despair. Sunan once again felt that familiar aura. That kind of scalp-tingling, hair-raising aura. After 2 years, young Master Xianxia, you are still so powerful that it makes people suffocate. It's a nightmare to be enemies with someone like you. However, deep in his heart, he didn't seem to be too shocked. Because he was more shocked 2 years ago. Especially after the news that Cheng King Arutai's entire army was destroyed and the Su clan's army was wiped out under White Knight City, he had almost used up all the shock in his life. Before the war, he instinctively felt that Xianxia would be difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, it was really so difficult. This person was simply abnormal. I know you are very strong, which is normal, but can you be surprised just once? Could he lose just once? Shen, do you want to monopolize 80% of the glory of the state of Yu? Sunan's shock was still within the acceptable range. On the other hand, the Sand Primitive Tribe's general was starting to doubt his life. Silence reigned in the camp. Why, they were both from the state of Yu's army, but why was there such a huge difference between them? One was as weak as a pile of shit. One was as strong as a mad dog. I've never seen an army like this before. I thought the Sand Barbarian army was already the craziest, and the Chang Kingdom's crazies ranked second. Who would have thought that Xianxia's army was the king of all mad kings? How was that just being unafraid of death? It was simply, the Sand Barbarian general's knowledge was too limited. He couldn't find a word to describe it. Didn't they say that the state of Yu's city guards are the worst army? A Sand Primitive general asked. Of course, it was a garbage army. Sunan knew better than anyone else, but after Xianxia took over, this rubbish army actually became so strong. How many casualties did they suffer? I don't know, but it should be quite a lot. However, their armor is too good. They didn't die even after taking a few slashes. Our soldiers were killed with just one slash, so they suffered a lot of injuries and only a few died. Why didn't the Sand Primitive army equip themselves with rattan armor? They're afraid of fire attacks. Xianxia is very cunning, and his use of fire is superb. That pretty boy is really strong. Yes, Our Majesty is also a pretty boy, and he's also very strong. Then who do you think is stronger, Xianxia or His Majesty? Of course it's His Majesty Prince Jean. Then who do you think is more pretty, His Majesty Xianxia or His Majesty? I think it's Xianxia. Why do you think it's Xianxia? You've never seen him before? Isn't it rumored that Xianxia is the most handsome man in the state of Yu? When His Majesty was in the state of Yu, he was known as the most handsome man. Otherwise, Princess Ning Luo wouldn't have taken the initiative to sleep with His Majesty. You heard wrong. His Majesty used to be the most handsome man in the state of Yu, but not the most handsome man. Do you think His Majesty isn't handsome? Sunan couldn't hold it in anymore. That's enough. You guys are straying too far. As a matter of fact, leading the Sand Primitive army was very satisfying. but it was also a headache. It was satisfying because the army was very powerful and brave. It was a headache because they had no discipline and basically didn't listen to orders. In order to control the dozen or so sand primitive generals under his command, Sunan had fought more than 100 times. Only when the generals were beaten half to death would they be considered obedient. These people are really heartless. You guys aren't sad about losing so badly, and you're still discussing who is more handsome, Prince Jin or Shenlang? Ahem, Sunan could not help but cough. The dozen or so sand barbarian generals turned a deaf ear. Sunan clenched his fists and all the veins in his body crackled. At that moment, the whole place was silent. If they didn't keep quiet, Envoy Sunanshu would beat someone to death. Sunan felt extremely helpless. In the imperial court of the state of Yu, he didn't have the chance to use force at all. He had to rely on scheming and trickery. As for the Sand barbaric tribe, politics and governance were useless. One could only rely on their fists. It's really fortunate that I, Sunan, have become a grandmaster. Everyone, we have suffered a crushing defeat today. What should we do next? Sunan asked. What can we do? We'll fight again tomorrow. If 20,000 isn't enough, we'll send 50,000 tomorrow, a sand primitive general said. In fact, they were very shocked by today's crushing defeat. They almost couldn't believe it. But, it wasn't that sad. The living conditions of the sand barbarians were harsh, and many of them did not live past the age of 30. The so-called death was completely commonplace, and there was no tradition of mourning the passing of autumn. They lost today, and many people died? Don't worry, we'll fight tomorrow until everyone is dead. Sunan gave up on communicating with them. This group of people were fierce generals, but definitely not good commanders. All the decisions still had to be made by him. He left more than a dozen sand primitive generals in the camp and walked outside. He looked at Xianxia city from a distance. It was a small city. He didn't expect that the fate of the entire state of Yu would be decided today. It should have been easy to take it down, but it ended up being badly battered. Sunan thought very far ahead. Since Xianxia city had been defeated, there was no need to mention the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Shenlang was a man of the country, so he would definitely use the most elite troops to defend the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Nangong Ao had more than 50,000 troops, and most of them were surrendered troops. Their combat effectiveness was even more worrying, and they would only be defeated more miserably. The most terrible situation now was that Nangong Ao's army was completely destroyed, and then the elite troops from the Marquis Xuanwu's residence would come over and cooperate with the Xianxia city's garrison. That situation would be terrible. However, Sunan still had confidence in Nangong Ao. Even if this person couldn't win, at least he knew when to advance and retreat. He should be able to keep a part of the army and contain the Kim clan elites in the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. The key was, what should he do next? According to the sand primitive generals, should he send nearly 50,000 troops tomorrow? To be precise, it should be 47,000. Sunan could roughly see that if the entire army was sent, they should be able to win and take down Xianxia city. But how many casualties would they have to pay? The sand primitive warriors were too precious. If one died, it would be one less. This army was His Majesty's capital and must not be squandered. In order to take down Xianxia city, losing 20 or 30,000 soldiers, that would not be worth the loss. The most important thing was that once you were weak, how would you face the two countries of Chu and Wu in the future? Husband, a woman came over and pressed Sunan's temple. This woman was very tall, more than 1.8 meters. Her figure was very fit and hot, her skin was dark, and her appearance was not bad. She was the other daughter of Chief Xiayan and the elder sister of Prince Jin's wife. She was only 25 years old and was a widow. The reason why Sunan married her was because of her high bloodline talent and extremely strong martial arts. This way, the offspring of the two would also be very strong. Now, in less than 2 years, she had already given birth to a son and a daughter for Sunan. She was so awesome that she became pregnant 3 months after giving birth. Sunan was very satisfied with this wife and did not care that she was married before. This woman was also very satisfied with Sunan. Although he was already in his early 60s, he was still the strongest man. What are you thinking about? the wife asked. Sunan said, I am thinking whether I should choose to win or choose to preserve my strength. The wife said, Husband, do you want to hear my opinion? Of course. Sunan said, Your opinion is very important to me. The wife said, I want to win. Sunan said, Then I understand. He chose to preserve his strength. He liked this wife very much, but, basically, it was correct to think the opposite of her. If Sunan's guess was correct, the 10,000 city guards becoming so strong should be related to the so-called golden dragon blood. Prince Jin had done a very detailed report on Xianxia. Of course, Nangong Ao and Crown Prince Ning Yi also sold it in detail. Therefore, Prince Jin and Sunan knew that Xianxia sold the golden dragon blood to swindle 5 million gold coins. However, the Crown Prince swore that the golden dragon blood had been sold out, otherwise, it was impossible for Xianxia not to earn money. As it turned out, Xianxia had not been sold out. If it was the golden dragon blood, it would only be effective for a month. In fact, it would not even take a month for the city guards in Sun Spear City to become rookies again, or even more rookies than before. Therefore, the right choice was to wait for a month. Surround and not attack. However, there was a key problem now. Did Xianxia still have the golden dragon blood? Was it really completely used up this time? In addition, he roughly knew that the golden dragon blood could only be used once on the same person. Even if it was used a second time, although it would be useful, it would not be of much use. But the key was, what if Xianxia still had the remaining golden dragon blood and used it on the 10,000 city guards in the capital? Also, within this month, would the army in Marquis Xuanwu's mansion rush over? Sunan had a headache thinking about it, but in the end, he still made a decision: surround and not attack, preserve their strength. In addition, he sent out scouts to investigate the direction of Marquis Xuanwu's mansion, and kept in contact with Nangong Ao's army. It had to be said that Sunan was a very experienced commander. In many unknown situations, he made the right choice. The battle in Sun Spear City temporarily calmed down. Sunan cautiously chose to surround and not attack. In the first battle, how many casualties did Xianxia city guards suffer? Very, very high, more than 6,000 were injured. But the number of casualties was less than 13,000. This group of city guards was too brave, they did not defend at all. The fighting level of the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors was really high. The strength, agility, and spirit of the city guards had been strengthened, but in terms of swordsmanship and fighting quality, they were still inferior to the Sand Barbaric tribe. So as long as they fought in close combat, almost everyone would be injured. However, Xianxia's armor was too good, so most of them only suffered minor injuries. The 1,300 people who died were hit in the vital parts. And most of them were hit in the main artery of the neck. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors' swordsmanship was too tricky. The remaining 8,000 city guards were receiving the best treatment. But it was impossible to take the initiative to attack. Ku Tuhuan said, Young master, the situation is not good if this continues. Sunan just surrounded and did not attack. As long as we wait for 10 days, the effect of the golden dragon blood on the city guards will fade, then they will be vulnerable. Ku Tuhuan was right. As long as they waited for 10 days, Sunan would start probing attacks, and he would find that the fighting strength of the city guards had been greatly reduced. At that time, he only needed to send 5,000 Sand Barbaric tribe warriors to easily take down Sun Spear City. Once Sun Spear City fell, there was no need to say anything else. Xianxia escaped without a trace. Sunan's army went north to attack the capital of the state of Yu. Then, the state of Yu would be destroyed. Ningjing said, Is it possible for us 8,000 people to take the initiative to attack? Ku Tuhuan shook his head and said, No, after this battle, these 8,000 people have used up a lot of their strength, and almost all of them are injured. This situation was very unfavorable, and even very dangerous. It's okay, this is exactly the situation I imagined. Xianxia said, What I want to fight for is these 10 days. Ku Tuhuan said, Can the second Nirvana army of the Xuanwu Marquis defeat Nangong Ao's army, and then attack Sun Spear City to cooperate with us to defeat Sunan's main force? Xianxia shook his head and said, No, don't think about this possibility. Then, he went to the map and said, Your Highness, the first half of this battle has ended. For Xianxia, the first half of the battle had indeed ended. In the second half, I will fight with Prince Jin personally. If I win, the state of you will win. If I lose, the state of you will be destroyed. Then, Shenlang said to Ningjing and Ku Tuhuan, I'm leaving, I'll leave the battlefield to the two of you. Hearing this, Ku Tuhuan was shocked. Shenlang was leaving, where to? I'm going to fight with Prince Jin to decide the fate of the state of you. You better pray that I win. Shenlang said. Ku Tuhuan said, what if Sunan attacks? Shenlang said, within half a month, Sunan will definitely not take the initiative to launch a large-scale attack. Half a month later, he will carry out a small probing attack to test if our army has lost its fighting strength. At that time, we can let the 301st Nirvana army soldiers go. This time, in addition to the 10,000 city guards, Shenlang also brought 301st Nirvana army soldiers. They were originally his guards, but now it was time for them to be put to use. Sunan is a suspicious person. Before a large-scale attack, he will definitely test many times. These 301st Nirvana army soldiers are enough to dispel his previous tests. Shenlang said, after 20 days, he may see the clues and carry out a large-scale attack. After 20 days, once Sunan launched another large-scale attack, even the gods would not be able to save Xianxia City and it would definitely fall. In 20 days, the situation will definitely change greatly. Shenlang said, so, the key to this battle is not Xianxia City, nor the Marquis Xuanwu mansion, but between me and Prince Jin. I've told His Majesty that I only have 60 to 70% confidence. If the situation is not reversed before Sunan launches a large-scale attack, it means that I've lost. Take Prince Ningjing and leave immediately. Cross the sea directly to Raging Tide City. Ku Tuhuan said, then what about His Majesty? Shenlang said, His Majesty will probably commit suicide. I hope this situation will not happen. Then, he cupped his hands towards Ningjing and Ku Tuhuan and said, goodbye, take care. In the middle of the night, Shenlang and Sword King Li Xianxia left Xianxia City without anyone knowing. Someone said that Xianxia City was surrounded? How could they leave? No matter how small the city was, it still had a city wall that was nearly a dozen miles in circumference. Sunan only had 47,000 soldiers, how could the encirclement be airtight? Marquis Xuanwu Mansion, the situation here was even worse. Nangong Ao and Xian's army of more than 50,000 was now only left with 30,000. Moreover, there were only 1,000 Sand barbaric tribe warriors left. These 30,000 soldiers had completely lost the ability to attack the Marquis Xuanwu Mansion. Therefore, Nangong Ao and Xian's coalition army even retreated a few hundred meters and built forts and ravines on the spot. This posture was already very clear. They were completely surrounded but not attacking, waiting for Prince Jin's new decree. If they wanted to continue fighting, they must mobilize Prince Jin's most elite archers. Prince Jin had a mysterious trump card under his command that had not made a move yet. Nangong Ao heard that the number of archers in that army was not large, but they were all super strong archers. Mulan, Jin Zhua, and Grandmaster Lendo were discussing. Now there is a difficult problem in front of us. Should the second Nirvana army kill their way out and annihilate Nangong Ao and Xian's coalition army to rescue Xianxia City? Jin Zhua asked, Grandmaster Lendo, if the second Nirvana army goes all out, can they annihilate Nangong Ao and Xian's coalition army of 30,000? Grandmaster Lendo thought for a while and said, maybe. But, it is not worth it, the casualties are too high, 3,800 people against 30,000 people. If there was a fortress to defend, there would be a huge advantage. But if they were to engage in positional warfare? The risk was too great. There were too many enemies. Once this archer army was surrounded, the consequences would be terrifying. Moreover, Nangong Ao still had 2,000 cavalrymen under him. Jean Mulan said. She closed her eyes, her body seemed to be brewing a dangerous aura. After opening her eyes, Mulan said, there is another choice. I will lead 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers and secretly leave the Marquis Xuanwu Mansion. We will sail south, cross the mountains, attack the capital of Nano, attack the headquarters of Prince Jin, and directly attack the root of the problem. When these words came out, Lendo and Jin Zhuo were stunned. This was too crazy. Mulan said, if Nangong Ao is defeated, he will definitely report to Prince Jin at the first possible moment. Moreover, Sunan will also be defeated in Yanggu City. When the news of these two defeats reaches Prince Jin, he will either retreat or send reinforcements. According to the current situation, he will definitely send reinforcements. Because this was a battle that Jin Jun could only win. She could not afford to lose. Therefore, the territory of Nan-o will be extremely empty. No army in the world can cross the mountains and forests to attack the capital of Nan-o. But we, the Second Nirvana Army, can, because we are the king of the forest. Grandmaster Lendo fell into silence. The Second Nirvana Army could indeed do it. The environment of Nirvana Island was even worse than the Sand Barbaric tribe. In the past 6 months, they had carried out countless dangerous expeditions in the wild. They had climbed cliffs, passed through deep forests, and walked in places where there were no roads. No one in the world would have thought that the Second Nirvana Army would leave the Marquis Xuanwu mansion and attack the capital of Nan-o. Because no army had the ability to do so. Any army that entered the forest of Nan-o would get lost. But Mulan would not, because after the transformation of her bloodline, she had a strong sense of direction. She had an absolute grasp of the direction, but this was top secret and no one knew. Therefore, although this move was dangerous, it was indeed unexpected. Even a madman would not dare to think that Shen Lang's army would attack the headquarters of Prince Jin. Jin Jue asked, "Did Shen Lang mention this plan to you?" Mulan shook her head. "No, he did not. He was reluctant to do so. But I can sense his thoughts." Grandmaster Lendo said, "Mulan, you have to think carefully. It is easy to cross the sea to Nan-o. After you land in Nan-o, you will be 200 to 300 miles away from the capital. The amount of food you can bring is limited. The arrows you can bring are limited. Each person can bring at most 400 to 500 arrows. 400 to 500 arrows was already very shocking because the weight alone was nearly 300 kilograms. With the addition of other weights, it could easily reach 400 kilograms. However, this was only the normal training load of the Second Nirvana Army. Mulan gritted her teeth. "It's decided." Jin Zhuo wanted to say something but stopped. Mulan said, "In this situation, we can only win by surprise." Husband said that he only has 60 to 70% confidence in this battle. "I want to add a weight to the scale of his victory." Jin Zhuo said, "Then we need to arrange a substitute for you." Mulan said, "Teacher Lin Shang will do. She is tall enough to wear my armor." Jin Zhuo said, "I'm afraid she will not be happy." "Teacher?" Lin Shang opened her eyes. "Don't call me that. I don't have the fortune to be your teacher." "Teacher?" Mulan called again, her voice sweet. Lin Shang's face trembled. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Mulan said, "Teacher, I want to lead the army to attack the capital of Nan-o." Lin Shang was shocked. "Girl, are you crazy? Do you know how far it is from here to the capital of Nan-o? Do you know how dangerous that place is? There are poisonous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere, and miasma is everywhere. Any army that enters the forest of Nan-o Kingdom will." Lin Shang paused. "Forget it, I almost forgot that you have a dog's nose." Then, Snow Mountain Demon Lin Shang said, "But this is a good plan. No one in the world would think that you would be so crazy as to lead a few thousand people to attack Prince Jin's headquarters. Moreover, Nan-o's territory is empty." Mulan said, "But I can't let anyone know that I have left the Marquis Xuanwu mansion, so I need someone to pretend to be me. But in the entire Marquis mansion, you have the best temperament, the best figure, and the tallest figure, so." Lin Shang couldn't take it anymore. Not being able to become a great grandmaster had caused her self-esteem to be much stronger than the average person. "I, Lin Shang, want to be myself. I am me, a different kind of firework. You want me to be someone else's substitute? No way, I didn't want to be Prechna's shadow, so I betrayed the Demon Cliff Palace. No, don't even think about it," Lin Shang said firmly. Mulan squatted in front of her and said in a sweet voice, "Teacher." Her eyes widened like the stars in the sky. "You can't please me." Lin Shang turned her face away. Mulan walked in front of her again. Her voice was even sweeter, and her eyes were as big as a baby's. "Teacher," Lin Shang got goosebumps. "Teacher, okay. I promise. The illustrious name of Snow Mountain Demon is about to be destroyed here. To be honest, Teacher Lin Shang, you don't have a good reputation. Your nickname is Never One Old Monster Lin. That night, Lin Shang, who hadn't left her room, put on Mulan's armor, sprayed her perfume, and tried to learn how to walk. Mulan's figure was so good that she looked charming when she walked. Lin Shang, on the other hand, was slender and flat. In order to learn how to walk like Mulan, she had destroyed half of her life's dignity to walk like this. What the f***ck, she regretted agreeing to Lin Shang's request because she couldn't resist the girl's coquettish ways. In the middle of the night, Mulan took 3,000 soldiers from the 2nd Nirvana Army and climbed out of the mountain behind the Marquis' mansion in Xuanwu. That's right, it was the back of the mountain, and most of it was a cliff. Without Namgongyeo's troops, his troops wouldn't be able to climb up here. After climbing over the mountain, the 3,000 soldiers still didn't walk. They walked along the mountains and forests toward the sea in the east. 8 hours later, they arrived at the seaside. After another 4 hours, Mulan and 3,000 soldiers from the 2nd Nirvana Army boarded 5 large ships and secretly headed south. Their destination was the southern coast of Nano country. She was going to lead the 2nd Nirvana Army on an epic expedition. Straight to the root of the problem, 3 days later, the temporary capital of Danan country, the capital of Nano country. Prince Jin stood in front of the map. Next to him was the one-armed Crown Prince Ning Yi and the governor of Tiannam province, Zhu Yong. The two of them hadn't given up and were still trying their best to persuade Prince Jin. Prince Jin, according to the time, Sunan's army should have swept through the entire Tiannam province and marched toward the capital of the state of Yu. Governor Zhu Yong said, "Do you really want to destroy the state of Yu? If you do that, you will become the target of public criticism. Wu country and Chu country will definitely not let you occupy the capital of the state of Yu." Prince Jin ignored him. Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Prince Jin, it's not too late. My sister, Ning Han, has personally sent a letter. She has agreed to this deal. As long as you let me go and let me put on a show, she will use all her power to persuade the Great Yan Empire to confer you the title of Monarch of Danan and become a member of the Great Yan dynasty. Soon, you will be on equal footing with King Chu and King Wu. This is a feat that not even your ancestors could accomplish." Prince Jin smiled and said, "Ning Yi, I've never told you that I don't need the Great Yan Empire's conferment, nor do I need to beg. If I need something, I will get it myself. Things given by others are always unreliable. Isn't this lesson enough for you?" Ning Yi's face turned red. Governor Zhu Yong said, "Prince Jin, the destruction of the state of Yu is extremely disadvantageous to you. A weak but prosperous state of Yu is more in line with your interests. It will be able to provide you with all kinds of resources. We have the Inyuan Association behind us. We have an uncountable amount of money and resources. It will be enough for your Danan country to develop by leaps and bounds." Prince Jin continued to look at the map. His gaze fell on Yangge City and Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Then, he said indifferently, "Lord Zhu Yong, you can be considered loyal. Even now, you are unwilling to give up on Ning Yi. However, your family may already be planning to change sides." Crown Prince Ning Yi's expression changed drastically. "Prince Jin, what do you mean?" Prince Jin said, "You have overlooked 2 people in this drama. One is Shen Lang, and the other is Ning Qi." Ning Yi trembled. "You mean that grandfather will support Ning Qi?" "Impossible, impossible. The grandfather he mentioned was Zhu Hongzhu." Prince Jin did not say anything else. He waved his hand. A few sand primitive experts came over and brought Ning Yi and Zhu Yong out. Prince Jin's wife's name was Sha Man. She did not look like a sand primitive woman. She was gentle, beautiful, fair, and intelligent. She was Prince Jin's lucky star. She played a big part in Prince Jin's success. At this moment, Prince Jin was painting with her. The content of the painting was very mysterious. It did not look like something from this world. It was more like an ancient painting. After painting, the two of them hugged and kissed. I really miss that moment. The two of us fell into that ruin. Then you slept with me, Shaman said. You slept with me, Prince Jin said. You slept with me, Shaman said. A human's job was to be a repeater. Man, this is a matter of principle. We must make it clear. I remember very clearly that you were the one who kissed me first. Xiaman said, pervert, please make it clear. You were the one who put your hand under my skirt. Prince Jean said, fine, that's a draw. But you were the one who rode me first. That's not wrong, is it? Xiaman said, if you didn't strip me, would I have ridden you? Shock, this is the talented and bold Prince Jean. The dialogue between the two of them was so childish. The two of them kept arguing. Neither could convince the other. Then, they began to sleep. In the end, they were still evenly matched. Neither could convince the other. Husband, do you love Ning Luo? Xiaman asked. In this world, there is only one woman I love. Xiaman said, seeing her again, don't you want to sleep with her? I think she's getting restless. She can't wait to sleep with you. Prince Jean said, I want to, but I can't sleep with her. Once I sleep, the nature will change. Fine, when you're with me, you still want to sleep with other women. Prince Jean said, man, Shen Lang has a very good saying. Cheating with your body is not cheating. In the evening, Prince Jean received a secret letter. It was Nangong Ao's handwritten letter. Marquis Xuanwu's residence was defeated. More than half of them died. Shen Lang has a very powerful archer army. Now, it is impossible to attack Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Your Majesty, please tell us what to do next. Next was a secret letter from Sha Yan. It was written in more detail. The next morning, Prince Jean received another secret letter. It was not sent by a person, but by a messenger crow. There were no pigeons in this world. Messenger crows could be considered a unique skill of the Sand barbaric race. Just like how the Khitans trained Hai Dongqing. Sun Spear City was too far away. It was too slow to rely on people to send messages. Sunan's secret letter was even more shocking. The Battle of Sun Spear City was defeated. The Sand barbaric race's main force was killed by 13,000. Shen Lang's 10,000 city guards seemed to be endowed with some kind of magic. They were extremely powerful and valiant. This old official felt that this might be related to the so-called Golden Dragon blood. These secret letters were all written in a special confidential language. Only Prince Jean could read them. After reading the two secret letters, Prince Jean closed his eyes. This is really shocking. This is really bad news. Shen Lang, you're awesome, I've suffered a lot in these two battlefields. Next, it should be a duel between the two of us. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Let's use the world as a chessboard and play a game of chess. It will decide the fate of the state of you. The next day, Prince Jean led 8,000 soldiers and left the capital of Nano to the north to support the battlefield. This was almost the last powerful force in Prince Jin's hands. This army included the most elite Sand barbarian tribe's trump card that Lord Jean had never mobilized. All of them used super strong bows that were worth 1.5 stone each. At the same time, the 3,000 soldiers of the Second Nirvana Army led by Jean Mulan docked at a remote beach. They officially landed on the land of Nan-O. They went deep into the heart of Nan-O. Note, today's update is 17,000. I'm in urgent need of monthly votes and support. Brothers, please give me strength and energy. I'm begging you, thank you for the 10,000 coins. Happy Lantern Festival, in a secret room in the capital of the state of Yu. Greetings, Prime Minister Zhu. Greetings, Zhong Bomi. There were only 3 people in this secret room, but all of them were powerhouses who could call the wind and summon the rain. State of Yu Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu, State of Yu Privy Council Deputy Zhong Yi, Hidden Yuan Society Elder Shu Bodeo. Zhong Bomi, you and I have never seen each other. Why did we set this up today? Zhu Hongzhu smiled. We are busy with state affairs. It is not good for us to be absent. Zhong Yi said, I go home to bathe once every 3 days. Prime Minister Zhu, Ning Gang, Ning Qi, and the others do the same. Now is the time for us to go home and bathe. We will not arouse any suspicion. Zhu Hongzhu said, Zhong Bomi is really scheming. Time is of the essence. Speak your mind. Zhong Yi said, Prime Minister Zhu, do you still have hopes for Ning Yi? He is useless now. Why not settle for the next best thing? Zhu Hongzhu said, Third Prince is a great strategist. The Zhu family does not dare to curry favor with you. Zhongyi said, there are two situations now. The state of you will be destroyed or not destroyed. Prime Minister Zhu, do you wish to see the state of you destroyed? Zhu Hongzhu said, the state of you is my blood. Why would I want it to be destroyed? Zhongyi said, that's right, the Zhu clan is deeply rooted, their power and influence are overwhelming. But that is the Yan capital. Prime Minister Zhu's faction shares the honor and disgrace of the state of you. In the future, when the great Yan emperor wants to unify the world, Prime Minister Zhu wants to contribute to the cause and be promoted to the Yan capital. He wants to become a powerful official in the Eastern world. Zhu Hongzhu frowned. He did not like to speak like this. It was too vulgar. What promotion? What powerful official? Scholars were particular about being reserved and disdained to talk about power and influence. Zhongyi continued, but now, it seems like the state of you is definitely going to be destroyed, because we have a crazy and gambling-loving ruler. Zhu Hongzhu said, an official does not speak of the emperor's mistakes. Zhongyi laughed coldly in his heart. You, Zhu Hongzhu, have dealt with His Majesty more than once. Why are you pretending to be loyal now? Zhongyi said, I have an idea here, please take a look at it. Zhu Hongzhu said, please speak. Zhongyi said, there are only two forces left in the state of you. The third prince's group and the Zhu's group. If we continue to be divided, we will not be able to support the state of you alone. If our two families unite, then the state of you can still be saved. Even with his eyes closed, Zhu Hongzhu knew what Zhongyi wanted to say. However, there were still some words that had to be said. Zhongyi said, right now, we need to renegotiate with Prince Jin and abandon the entire Tiannan province in exchange for a truce. Secondly, he wanted to negotiate with King Wu to stop his army from marching south and cede the 6 counties of North Heaven province to him, as well as the Raging Tide City and the Lizhou archipelago. In this way, the remaining strength of our Yu state will be enough to fight against the Chu king. It might be difficult for us to completely defeat his 300,000-strong army, but if we want to defend the West Heaven administrative province and make the Chu state return empty-handed, it is still possible. Zhu Hongzhu said, good idea. Let's do that then. Zhongyi said, however, this plan will not work without the Zhu clan. We need the Zhu clan and the Yinyuan society to work together to persuade the imperial cabinet and His Majesty. Then, the great Yan Empire will put pressure on the Wu state. This way, the plan will work. Shubodeo could be considered to be extremely influential. He could use the Raging Tide City to move the headquarters of the Yinyuan society. However, if he wanted to persuade the imperial cabinet and His Majesty, relying on his strength alone would not be enough. He needed the help of the Zhu clan. Zhongyi continued, as for Prince Jin's side, even if he maintains the alliance with Chu and Wu state, the most he can achieve is ceding the entire Tiannan province. Therefore, we might as well cede it to him. This way, he should be satisfied, and there will be no reason for his army to go on a northern expedition. Zhu Hongzhu said, I'm afraid His Majesty will not agree. Zhongyi said, in a matter of life and death for the country, I feel that the country should be more important than the ruler. These words sounded righteous, but the meaning behind them was very frightening. This was directly taking over Ningyuan Xian. It was almost a coup. Zhu Hongzhu lay back and fell into deep thought. He did not speak. Zhongyi said, as long as we work together, the entire state of you should not have the power to resist us. Zhu Hongzhu still did not speak. Zhongyi said, Prime Minister Zhu, time is of the essence. As long as you agree, our army can be prepared. The army he mentioned was, of course, Xuechei's naval fleet. The Yinyuan society would hire them, and they would fly the Wu state's flag to attack the Raging Tide City. The Raging Tide City is currently very empty. Although the Heavenly Tao Association is frantically increasing their troops, their strength is ultimately limited. But every day is very precious, we cannot delay it. Zhongyi said. Zhu Hongzhu still did not speak. Zhongyi said, after His Highness Ningqi ascends the throne, the Zhong clan will continue to focus on military affairs, Xuechei will continue to focus on intelligence, and the secretariat and civil officials will still belong to Prime Minister Zhu. We will not touch them, and your family will still be the leader of the scholars in the state of Yu. Zhu Hongzhu still did not speak. Zhongyi hesitated for a long time and then gritted his teeth. Third Prince Ningqi can marry the daughter of the Zhu clan. After ascending the throne, the daughter of the Zhong clan and the daughter of the Shui clan will be willing to be concubines, and the daughter of the Zhong clan will be queen. Zhu Hongzhu suddenly said, "My Zhu Hongping is quite promising and won first place in the Anka examination. Your family's Zhong Shishir is still unmarried. How about marrying my grandson, Zhu Hongping?" Shock, Zhongyi was shocked. Zhu Hongping, the #1 genius of the capital, was indeed outstanding. But wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death if he married Zhong Shishir? Also, the Zhong clan had always wanted to marry Zhong Shishir to the royal family of the Great Yan Empire. Last time, they had tried every possible way to marry Prince Wu of the empire. The Zhong clan had long since seen the emperor's determination to unify the world. Thus, they had taken the risk of angering Ning Yuanxian to prepare for a rainy day and build a relationship with the empire. Now, Zhu Hongzhu wanted Zhong Shishir to marry Zhu Hongping. Was he trying to cut off the Zhong clan's path to the royal family of the empire? The Zhong clan could not produce a second dainty girl. Zhongyi immediately fell into a difficult decision. Zhu Hongzhu, this old thief, really knew how to step on people's bottom lines. Zhu Hongzhu stood up and said, "It seems that Zhong Shumi cannot make a decision on this matter. In that case, forget it." He directly walked outside. "Just pretend that this old man never came today." Xu Bodeo of the Yin Yuanhui glared at Zhongyi. What kind of situation was this? Was he still going to fuss over this? Fine. Zhongyi said, "Prime Minister Zhu, this matter is settled." Zhu Hongzhu walked back and sat down. He said, "We only discussed the marriage of 2 pairs of children today. We did not discuss anything else." Zhongyi said, "Yes, we only discussed marriage, not politics." Zhu Hongzhu said, "Then why don't we settle the marriage?" Zhongyi said, "Fine, let's do as Prime Minister Zhu says." Next, under the witness of Xu Bodeo of the Yin Yuanhui, Zhu Hongzhu and Zhongyi signed 2 marriage contracts. Third Prince Ningqi married Zhu Ning as his official wife. Daughter of the original official wife, Zhong Shi. Because she had no children, she was demoted by 1 rank. Zhu Hongping married Zhu Ning. The signing of these 2 marriage contracts represented the official alliance of the 2 largest political groups in the state of Yu. One in politics, one in martial arts, unmatched. At this time, perhaps a voiceover should be added. The wheel of history rolled a step forward. This also meant that the Zhu clan had officially changed their stance and supported Third Prince Ningqi. Zhu Hongzhu had just returned home. Dozens of Zhu clan warriors rushed out. Some headed north, some headed south. They headed north to Yan capital and let the Zhu clan headquarters do their best to lobby the imperial cabinet to pressure King Wu. They headed south to lobby Sky Sea Pavilion and inform Zhu Yong to prepare for a new negotiation with Prince Jin. The last blind date left an unforgettable scar on the fat otaku Kaneki Satoshi. But to Zhu Ning, it was just a fun experience. It did not cause any ripples. She stayed at home every day, studying all kinds of books. She was intoxicated by the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate herself. She had just finished studying Shenlang's 4-color theorem. She was amazed, but also shocked. Because discovering the so-called 4-color theorem was not a test of genius's intelligence, but a sea of calculations. It was almost a manual labor. There were some shortcuts, but it could not be done in one go. It required hundreds of arithmetic masters to perform countless calculations at the same time. How did Shenlang complete it in such a short time? She really could not figure it out. But she liked the new and hated the old. After studying for a month, she put the 4-color theorem aside and began to study Prince Jin. This otaku, she would study whoever was popular. Recently, the most popular person in the entire Eastern dynasty was Prince Jin. She began to study Prince Jin's rise. First a bold hypothesis, then a detailed analysis. Prince Jin was like a stray dog, entering the Sand Barbaric tribe alone. How did he manage to unify the entire tribe in 2 short years? There were fortuitous encounters, miracles. Then what was the greatest fortuitous encounter? Ancient ruins. Zhu Ning then began to study the history and geography of the Sand Barbaric tribe. She borrowed a lot of relevant ancient books. But she found it strange. Most of the books about the Sand barbaric tribe's geography were written in another language. It was like Sanskrit. Zhu Ning had no choice but to study Sanskrit. Recently, she had been studying ancient books every day. She studied the history of the Sand barbaric tribe from 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, and even ancient history. She really forgot to eat and sleep. "Little girl, have you figured anything out yet?" Zhu Hongzhu asked. Zhu Ning said, "The land of the Sand barbaric tribe used to have a very prosperous and powerful country in the ancient world. Their people were tall and slender, and their arms and legs were very strong. Their city was built on a big tree, and they had the most amazing archers in the world. This country was called the Dama Empire." Zhu Hongzhu was stunned. He did not expect this girl to really study so many things. Zhu Ning continued, "The territory of the Dama Empire used to be very large. It was equivalent to more than 10 state of you. The size of more than 10 state of you, that was about 7 million square kilometers. It was indeed a big country." Zhu Hongzhu said, "Then the territory of the state of Yu, didn't it belong to the Dama Empire in ancient times?" Zhu Ning said, "No, the territory of the Dama Empire is in the south. It has already sunk into the sea. The ancient calamity caused the world to change. Countless continents sank into the sea. This matter has been recorded in many ancient books. Many ancient ruins discovered at the bottom of the sea can also prove this point." Zhu Hongzhu temporarily put aside his business and sat down to pour tea for his granddaughter. Zhu Ning said, "Grandpa, didn't Sky Sea Pavilion and Stupa Mountain discover an ancient ruin in the southern sea not long ago? If I'm not wrong, that should be the Dama Empire." This deduction was very, very reasonable. Zhu Ning continued, "Grandpa, do you know what an ancient ruin is?" Zhu Hongzhu said, "The ancient civilization was destroyed, and all the countries were reduced to ruins. But some areas, due to special reasons or luck, were preserved relatively well." Zhu Ning said, "According to my deduction, the Dama Empire was so strong that it definitely left behind more than one ancient ruin. So I suspect that there is another one in the Sand barbarians' territory. This may be the truth behind the rise of Prince Jin." She raised her head excitedly, wanting to continue chatting with Zhu Hongzhu. But she found her grandpa's expression was solemn. "What is it?" "Grandpa." Zhu Hongzhu said, "Ning how did you feel about the blind date with Jin Mutsong?" Zhu Ning said, "Not much. If you didn't mention it, I would have completely forgotten." Zhu Hongzhu said, "I want you to marry Ning Qi." Zhu Ning was stunned. She was silent for a while. Her eyes were a little wet. "Must it be like this?" Zhu Hongzhu nodded. Zhu Ning said, "Okay, I agree." Zhu Hongzhu patted her shoulder and said, "When the family is strong, you can fly freely. But when the family is in danger, everyone has to fly in the same direction." "I understand, Grandpa," Zhu Ning said. Zhu Hongzhu touched his granddaughter's head and said, "It has been hard on you, child." Then he left, leaving Zhu Ning alone. A bitter smile appeared on Zhu Ning's face. "What blind date? 3 questions, it's all fake, it's all fake." Jin Mutsong passed the 3 questions, but he was still rejected by her. Third Prince Ning Qi did not even come to see Zhu Ning, and the marriage between them was already set. This world is too realistic, too unfair. Zhu Ning looked at the bookshelf full of books. Maybe this was her last happy time. Next, she would prepare to become a queen. "So I, Zhu Ning, am also a commoner." She heard that Kaneki Satoshi trained hard every day, wanting to become thinner and more handsome. "Useless Jin Mutsong, you don't have to waste your energy. This world is too realistic." In the Nan-Oyu kingdom, after landing, Mulan led the 3,002nd Nirvana army soldiers into the forest. In an instant, she actually felt incomparably carefree. She felt like a fish in the sea, a bird in the forest. This boundless primitive forest actually made her feel incomparably free. Her ability to sense nature was greatly enhanced here. She could even feel the countless trees breathing. She could feel countless beasts lying dormant, ready to move. Her heart was filled with joy. She even felt like she had returned home. "Go." She gave the order. The 3,000 soldiers began to pass through the forest. Each Nirvana army soldier carried about 400 kilograms of weight, 500 arrows, and hundreds of kilograms of dry food and medicinal herbs. But even so, everyone walked as if they were flying. The forest in the Nano-Yu kingdom was very dense, and the terrain was extremely complicated. But that was it. If it were any other army, once they entered the forest, they would almost be finished. They would not be able to get out, or even move an inch. But the marching training of the Second Nirvana Army was much more complicated and dangerous than this. In this forest, the most dangerous thing was the poisonous insects and beasts, because they were the masters of the forest. Only the Sand primitive warriors knew how to avoid them. There was also an innumerable amount of miasma. What was miasma? There were a lot of rotten leaves and animal corpses in the primitive forest, and the weather here was hot and humid, so the rotten leaves and corpses would ferment and release poisonous gas. However, Mulan could smell the miasma from far away, so she led the army to avoid it. What was more amazing were the poisonous insects and beasts, which were completely impossible to guard against. The Sand primitive warriors could only rely on various kinds of medicinal smells to repel these things. Sometimes even the Sand primitive warriors would be attacked by poisonous insects and beasts, causing casualties. But, after these poisonous insects and beasts discovered the Second Nirvana Army, they were ready to launch a sneak attack. However, when they sensed Mulan's aura, they chose to hide and retreat. It was as if Jean Mulan was the master of this forest, and she was at the top of the food chain. Ba ba ba. Goddess Mulan will not eat you. This march in the forest was smoother than expected. It was almost unimpeded, and their speed was lightning fast, reaching an astonishing 9 miles per hour. Along the way, they met dozens of Sand primitive warriors. But before they could go back to report, Mulan shot their throats with an arrow. This was because Mulan could detect them from afar, and then shoot an arrow from 200 to 300 meters away, killing them instantly. This kind of perception was really nature-defying. The coast where she landed was about 400 miles away from the capital of Nano. The 3,000 Nirvana warriors did not sleep or rest, and after 2 days and 2 nights, they almost completed the 400 miles. At this time, they were only 40 miles away from the capital of Nano. Mulan led the 3,000 Nirvana warriors and set up camp in the primitive forest. She did not set up camp, nor did she light a fire. All the Sand primitive warriors that passed by were killed. There was no noise. However, Mulan walked to a remote place and sniffed her body, especially the most beautiful parts. There was no smell, but it was still fragrant. Even if her husband was there, he would not mind, and he could even kiss her. Darling Mulan heaved a sigh of relief. After the transformation of the bloodline, it was really amazing. Because of the body's metabolism, dirt would be excreted with sweat, so as long as one did not bathe for 2 to 3 days, there would be a smell, especially in some damp and stuffy places. Therefore, Su Xianxian's dead fish smell had become a stain in her life. Now, she could not wait to bathe 3 times a day, because Xun Lang had dealt her a heavy blow. After the transformation of Mulan's bloodline, there seemed to be a change in her metabolism system. Even if she did not bathe for 2 to 3 days, her body would still be fragrant and smooth like jade. After putting on the gorgeous armor again, Mulan returned to the army. The 3,000 Nirvana warriors rested for 2 hours, and immediately rushed to the capital of Nano at full speed after daybreak. After Prince Jean left, the supreme leader of the capital of Nano became his wife, Xiaman. When she was with Prince Jean, she was a little demon. However, as soon as she left Jinjuan's side, she would become a cold and frosty female leader. The entire Sand primitive people were afraid of her, far more than Prince Jean. Because Prince Jean was magnanimous, even if your words were a little disrespectful, he would not care. But, if Queen Xiaman heard it, you would be finished, she would burn you alive. The entire Sand primitive people were burned to death by her, and more than 1,000 people were thrown into the 10,000 snake cave. When Prince Jean unified the entire Sand primitive people, it was not smooth sailing. God knows how much resistance he encountered. And these resistance almost all died, buried in the snake's stomach. Almost all of them were Queen Xiaman's subordinates. Sister, is he good to you? Princess Ning Luo asked. Yes. Princess Ning Luo said, he used to be very good to me. At that time, I also thought that I was the happiest woman in the world, until one day, I was inexplicably poisoned. It turned out that he used a lead teapot to boil tea for me, he used a lead pot to cook for me, and even every meal and every cup of tea was personally prepared by him. He even wanted to feed me personally. At that time, I was so touched by him that I was almost willing to give up everything, but in the end, he poisoned me to death in order to harm me. Yes. Princess Ning Luo said, Sister, Prince Jean must be treating you just as well now. Believe me, one day, he will deal with you just like he dealt with me. Because you are still useful now, but soon you will become his stumbling block. He put Sunan and Nangong Ao in important positions to balance the sand primitive people, can't you see it? Yes. Queen Xiaoman said, Sister, have some tea. Ning Luo took the tea and hesitated for a moment. Xiaoman drank half a mouthful first, her eyes revealing a sarcastic look. You people from the state of you are so scheming, so suspicious. Ning Luo looked at the beautiful face in front of her, and even felt a little jealous. This woman was younger than her, and more beautiful than her. After drinking the tea, Princess Ning Luo said, Sister, I have no other meaning in saying these words, I just want you to be more vigilant. When you enjoy happiness, you must also know how to protect yourself. Then, Princess Ning Luo screamed and fell to the ground in pain. Her delicate body twitched desperately on the ground. Then, it was as if there were countless poisonous snakes swimming on the surface of her skin. Her originally beautiful face had become hideous and hideous, almost deformed. This kind of pain was as if she was in hell, it was simply unbearable. Queen Xiaoman took a mirror and placed it in front of Princess Ning Luo. First, you are not allowed to speak ill of my husband, I love him very much. If he wants me dead, he can just say it, there is no need to scheme to harm me. Second, don't seduce my husband. Before he left, my husband said that he has the urge to sleep with you, that is not allowed. Now that you are so ugly, he should not have the urge. When Princess Ning Luo saw her ugly self in the mirror, she immediately let out a series of screams. Prince Jean took away 8,000 soldiers, leaving less than 3,000 sand barbaric warriors in the capital of Nanou, all of whom were under the queen's command. As usual, Queen Xiaoman of Danan climbed to the top of the city wall and looked down at the forest. She actually did not like the city, she liked the forest, where she could run freely and breathe freely. Similarly, she did not like to be intimate with the imperial guards in the house, she liked to be in the forest, by the lake, or in the trees. She did not like power, and she had no ambition. But her husband had lofty ambitions, so she could only sacrifice a little bit of her freedom. Suddenly, she smelled danger. Then, someone rushed out of the forest in the south. They were very fast, enemy attack. Enemy attack, Queen Xiaoman shouted, prepare for battle. Then, the war drums in the capital of Nanou sounded. The 3,000 sand barbaric warriors under her command quickly rushed out. The 4,000 servants of Nanou were much slower. This huge city was the temporary capital of Danan, and there were only 7,000 soldiers guarding it. These 7,000 soldiers quickly went into defensive positions. But they were really sparse. Queen Xiaoman waited for a while and found that the enemies were gone. So few people? 2,000? 3,000, are they crazy? How dare they attack the capital of Nanou with such a small army? At that time, the state of you did not even dare to fight them. Queen Charmin said, my darling husband, I don't need you to deal with this army. It seems like there are times when your calculations are wrong. Ready. Queen Xiaoman raised her hand. Mulan led the 3,000 soldiers of the second Nirvana realm and approached. They were 2,000 meters away from the city wall, 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Stop. Suddenly, the 3,000 soldiers of the second Nirvana realm stopped their charge and got into formation. Their movements were orderly. Unload. The 3,000 soldiers neatly placed their quivers in front of them. There were 9 quivers in front of them and 1 on their back. Each quiver contained 50 arrows. They took off their bows and checked the bowstring and pulley. There was no problem. Rise. The 3,000 soldiers of the second Nirvana realm took aim at the enemy on the city wall. Mulan looked at the woman on the city wall. Is she Prince Jin's wife? How could she be so beautiful? Be careful not to let that scumbag husband see her. Otherwise, he might cheat again. But that shouldn't be the case. He admired Prince Jean very much. When Xiaman saw Mulan, she couldn't help but be surprised. A woman came. Who is this woman? Is she that scumbag Shenlang's wife, Jean Mulan? How could she be so beautiful? How could she have such a good figure? Why are all the wives of scumbags so beautiful? But is she crazy? How could she bring 3,000 soldiers to attack the capital of Nanou? But this army was really amazing. Nanou was full of jungles, poisonous insects, and fierce beasts. Other than the sand primitive warriors, no one should be able to pass through. But Jean Mulan's army could. Then, she saw the army behind Mulan began to draw their bows, shooting arrows from here, and from low to high. However, Queen Xiaman still did not dare to take it lightly. Because she had also read Nangong Ao's secret letter and knew that the archers under Jean Mulan's command were especially powerful. They could shoot from a distance of 300 steps. Raise your shields. Along with the order, the guards on the city wall raised their shields. Fire. The order was given. The first wave of arrows from the 3,000 Nirvana realm soldiers shot out. Whoosh, 3,000 arrows, separated by 200 meters, drew an arc in the air and fiercely smashed into the top of the city wall. Puff puff puff, blood splattered. Dozens of sand primitive warriors fell and died. Most of the remaining arrows either missed or were blocked by the shields. The shields of the sand primitive warriors were also made of tin, but they were no less solid than wooden shields. It was impossible to shoot through a distance of 200 meters. After the transformation of her bloodline, Mulan's eyesight had also improved a lot. Even though they were so far away, she could still see clearly. Suddenly, she frowned. She was not satisfied with this result. The first team moved forward 50 steps, 1,000 people marched forward 50 steps in an orderly manner. The 2,000 people behind picked up all their quivers and followed them 50 steps. At this time, they were only about 160 meters away from the city wall. They had entered the shooting range of the sand primitive warriors. Ready, shoot. Queen Xiaman said. Thousands of sand primitive warriors were thrown into the air. Whoosh, thousands of arrows smashed towards the second Nirvana army. Sure enough, the shooting was very accurate. Half of the arrows smashed into the army formation, and nearly 1/20th of them hit the specific target. But the bows of the sand primitive warriors were basically stone bows, and their lethality was very low within a distance of 160 meters. The second Nirvana army was completely covered in armor and was unharmed. It made a clanking sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Fire. Following Mulan's order, the second Nirvana army shot again. Whoosh, this time, dozens of people fell, and the casualties were 30% higher than the first wave of arrows. Queen Xiaman was shocked. Shenlang's archer army was too powerful. How could they be so accurate at such a long distance, and on top of the city wall? But Mulan was still not satisfied. Another 50 steps forward. She was looking for a balance point. At this distance, the second Nirvana army could cause the most casualties to the enemy, but they could rely on their armor to block the arrows of the sand primitive warriors. 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers advanced another 50 steps. They were only about 120 meters away from the capital of Nanou. Fire, 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 the defenders on top of the city wall shot arrows. Spread out. Following Mulan's order, 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers spread out and formed a fan shape. Prepare the catapults. Queen Xiaman ordered. There used to be dozens of catapults in the capital of Nanou Kingdom, but they were all destroyed in the last war. Only a few portable catapults survived. These catapults only had a range of about 100 meters, and there were only 8 left. Fire. Whoosh, 8 catapults shot arrows. Dozens of catapults flew across the sky and smashed towards the second Nirvana army. However, the accuracy was still amazing. However, the imposing manner was too astonishing. It could intimidate the enemy psychologically and destroy their morale. However, the 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers didn't move. They didn't even look at the flying catapults. Bang! A catapult landed less than a foot away. The Nirvana army soldier's hand trembled slightly, but his body didn't move. He took a deep breath. He continued to aim and shoot. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a distance of 120 meters was almost perfect for the Second Nirvana Army. The Second Nirvana Army soldiers formed a fan shape and kept shooting arrows. Wave after wave of arrows fell on top of the city wall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two-stone bow actually had such lethality and astonishing accuracy. The Sand Barbaric tribe and the Nano army raised their shields, but they only managed to reduce the number of casualties. They fell one by one. The whole battlefield fell into a strange scene. 8 catapults were firing wildly. However, the Second Nirvana Army soldiers didn't move. Occasionally, they were hit by a catapult and fell to the ground, dead. The people next to them still didn't move. The formation was not messed up. The formation of the Nano Army soldiers was also not messed up. The two armies shot at each other from a distance of 120 meters. However, the result was still a one-sided massacre. The Nano Army soldiers were like wheat in a storm, falling one by one. As for the Second Nirvana Army, there were almost no casualties. Blood sprayed everywhere. The silent killing was equally tragic and even breathtaking. Queen Xianxia's heart trembled. She could only hold on for 2 hours at most. If this continued, her army would soon be wiped out. Note, I'm going to eat some dumplings and rice balls, then come back and continue fighting. Brothers, don't stop supporting me with your monthly votes, please. Purple yearning tears, a river of spring water, 10,000 coins as a reward. What could Queen Charmin do if she wanted to avoid heavy casualties? Squat behind the battlements. This could only reduce casualties, but it couldn't avoid it. Because the arrow was not a crossbow, which shot in a straight line. But the arrow could be shot from afar, and a marksman's shot was very accurate. To completely avoid casualties, the only way was to hide behind the city walls. This was possible for other armies, but definitely not for the Sand Barbaric warriors. I'll stand and shoot at you even if I die. It's embarrassing for me to squat, let alone run down the city walls and hide. And it's only 100 meters away. If you dare to run down the city walls, the Second Nirvana Army will dare to climb up. This was the Sand Barbaric warriors. They would never lose. They would rather die standing than live while squatting. Crown Prince Ning Yi and Zhu Yong were under house arrest in the Nano Monarch residence. Hearing the battle outside, Ning Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Someone is attacking the capital of Nano. Who is it? Is someone coming to save us? Zhu Yong glanced at Ning Yi. He could leave at any time because he wasn't a captive, but an emissary. But in order to save Ning Yi, he hadn't left until now. Could it be the Sky Sea Pavilion? Could it be Ning Han? Ning Yi asked. Impossible, Zhu Yong said. In order to maintain their prestige, the Sky Sea Pavilion almost never took action personally. They would only send out the martial arts army if there was a problem that affected the entire East. Then who could it be? Ning Yi asked. Zhu Yong said, it's probably Shen Lang. Ning Yi's expression changed drastically. Please don't be Shen Lang. Please don't be him. If he fell into the hands of Prince Jin, he would still be alive and even have dignity. After losing an arm, he would basically not be tortured anymore. Because Prince Jin was still very magnanimous. But Shen Lang. That bastard. He was as narrow-minded as the eye of a needle. If he fell into his hands, he probably wouldn't die. But he would definitely be castrated and tortured to death. Shen Lang can't win. Shen Lang can't win. Queen, we can't go on like this. We will all die. The enemy's archers are too powerful. Xianxia shouted. Shaman said, then what do you think we should do? Everyone squatted down and waited for them to attack the city without retaliating. That way, the casualties would be small, but the courage of our Sand Barbaric warriors would also be castrated. Today, we can squat, but tomorrow, we can kneel. Xianxia was speechless. Was there a need to do this? Wasn't it normal for soldiers to crouch down to avoid arrows? How did this involve the principle of courage being castrated? But, their armor is too strong. We can't shoot through it at all, Xianxia said. Queen Charmin said, that's better than being completely passive and unable to fight back. And so, the strange battlefield continued to be maintained just like that. The two armies just stood there, motionless and shooting at each other. No one dodged. Bang, 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 another catapult smashed into the second Nirvana army. This time, the attack was too ruthless. For Nirvana soldiers were flattened and died instantly. But the formation of the army was not chaotic. The people around them still did not dodge. They stood where they were and shot wildly. The guards on the capital of Nano were getting fewer and fewer. More and more people were being shot. Soon, less than half of them were left. Queen Charmin's heart trembled. "Husband, are you still not coming? If you don't come, we will all die." Then, she suddenly pulled her super huge bow, aimed at Mulan, and was about to shoot. But, after a slight hesitation, she put it down. It was like a tacit understanding. Mulan did not shoot at her, and she did not shoot at Mulan. The battle was going smoothly. Suddenly, Mulan instinctively smelled a great danger. Awoo! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the forest. Countless birds suddenly flew into the sky. Then, a huge creature suddenly came out of the forest. An elephant, and it was a very huge elephant. It was bigger than the biggest elephant on Earth. It was more than 10 meters long, more than 5 meters tall, and as tall as a 2-story building. There was a tribe in the southernmost part of the Sand primitive tribe that raised elephants as mounts. Mulan had also heard of this rumor. But in this battle, she had never seen an elephant soldier. So she thought that Prince Jean did not have an elephant soldier. She did not expect that he did. One by one, the elephants rushed out. Although they looked clumsy, they were actually moving very fast. The eyes and head of each elephant were covered with thick rattan armor. On the back of each elephant, there was a small house with 4 or 5 Sand primitive tribe warriors inside. Some of them were throwing javelins. More than 200 elephants rushed out from the forest in the west. But, this was not the scariest. The scariest thing was in the south. Countless hyenas rushed up like a tide. There were thousands of them. Hyenas were extremely ferocious creatures. Their bite force was more than 450 kilograms, which was higher than a lion. Their running speed could reach 45 kilometers per hour, which could kill humans in seconds. Moreover, they were very good at group combat and dared to kill almost all animals, including lions and cheetahs. In many cartoons on Earth, they were often the most ferocious villains. And now, thousands of hyenas rushed out of the forest and pounced on Mulan's second Nirvana army. Then, another wave of war drums sounded. From the east, an army of Sand primitive tribe warriors rushed out. Prince Jin's 8,000 soldiers, including 5,000 sharpshooters. The 3 armies surrounded Mulan's second Nirvana army from the north, south, east, and west. On top of the city wall, Queen Charmin let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn it, you're finally here. Didn't Prince Jean lead the army to the north to support Sunan and Nangong-ao? No. He didn't, everything was just a facade he put on." From the beginning of this battle, his biggest imaginary enemy was not Ning Yi, Zhu Lin, or Nangong-ao, but Shen Lang. He admired Shen Lang too much and understood him too well. Therefore, after the news of Xuanwu's defeat in the Battle of Marquis Mansion and Sunan's defeat in the Battle of Yonga City, Prince Jean was shocked, but he was not surprised. This was Shen Lang? Wasn't it? Shen Lang had the Nirvana army. In order to deal with Shen Lang, Prince Jean held back a few big moves. The Elephant Soldier tribe and the Hyena tribe did not move. Even the 5,000 elite sharpshooters under his command did not move. He did not move these troops even when the battle with Zhu Lin's army was at its most intense. Because he knew it was not necessary. No matter how many people Zhu Lin's army had, it was just a bloated and clumsy giant. The army under Shen Lang's command was the scariest. When the news of Yonga City and Xuanwu's defeat in the Battle of Marquis Mansion came, Prince Jean was thinking, what would Shen Lang do next? At this time, it was time to use the boldest imagination. Attack the capital of Nano and strike a fatal blow. If he was Shen Lang, he would also choose to do the same. For this reason, Prince Jean sent ships to monitor the entire sea. But, nothing was found. The sea was too big. If they did not follow a fixed route, it would be extremely difficult to find the enemy's ships. After Mulan's second Nirvana army entered the territory of Nano, they moved quickly and secretly. Prince Jean sent hundreds of scouts, but they did not find them. But, not finding them was the biggest discovery. All the scouts he had sent had been shot dead. No return. At this time, Prince Jin knew that Xianlang's army had come. And they were stronger than he had imagined. Prince Jin could even infer the movement of the second Nirvana army. The scouts he sent were numbered, and they were clear about which area they were in charge of. Which scouts did not come back? This proved where Xianlang's trump card was. But Prince Jin still missed one thing. He knew that the second Nirvana army had amazing shooting skills, but he did not know that they could move so fast in the jungle. He underestimated the speed of the second Nirvana army. That was why the capital of Nano suffered such a large number of casualties. But in the end, they were completely surrounded before the capital of the city was destroyed. In front was the capital of Nano, behind was the hyena army, in the west was the elephant army, and in the east was Prince Jin's 8,000 troops. They were completely surrounded in all four directions. Mulan and the 3,000 second Nirvana army soldiers were going to be surrounded like dumplings. Seeing this scene, Mulan's body turned cold. He knew why his husband had never said that they would attack the capital city of Nano. Because she knew that Prince Jin would also think of this and set a trap here. She could have sensed the danger earlier. But on the battlefield, her perception was focused on the enemy on the top of the city wall, and she ignored the danger around her. I am still not as good as husband. And not as good as Prince Jin. No, Shah Jin. There was a Jun in husband, and a Jun in Prince Jin. No one could be confused with the term husband. Baby Mulan was still thinking about these details. What should she do next? Husband's second Nirvana army must not be destroyed in her hands. Prince Jin waved his hand. Immediately, the three armies stopped advancing and surrounded Mulan's second Nirvana army. These thousands of hyenas were ferocious and wild, and almost impossible to control. But they were still controlled by hundreds of sand primitive shamans. These shamans indirectly controlled thousands of hyenas by controlling the hyena king. But their ferocious eyes were filled with the desire to kill when they looked at the second Nirvana army. These hyenas had been hungry for a long time and desperately wanted to eat meat. On the contrary, the elephants were very obedient. They were easily controlled by the elephant soldiers. Prince Jin rode out and looked at Mulan with surprise and amazement. It's actually not Xianlang, but Xianlang's wife. According to his deduction, the person who attacked the yellow dragon should be Xianlang. Only a top smart person like Xianlang could keep track of the changes in the battle situation. Jin Mulan, sister-in-law? He originally wanted to call her by her name, but thought it was inappropriate, so he added sister-in-law. Although he and Xianlang had never met, they had been friends for a long time. Jin Mulan said, "Greetings, King of Great Southern Kingdom." Prince Jin looked at the second Nirvana army with a fervent gaze. This army was simply too strong. It was truly enviable. Prince Jin said, "I thought it was Xianlang who led the army to attack the capital of Nano. I didn't expect it to be sister-in-law. This is really shocking." Mulan said bitterly, "King Shah is still better. Mulan has fallen into your trap." Prince Jin shook his head, indicating that it was not a big deal. "Sister-in-law, this army of yours is rare in the world. It's a pity to lose even one of them. How about surrendering?" Prince Jin said, "Don't worry, I will definitely not snatch it. I know it should be the second Nirvana army. No one can take it away. When Xianlang negotiates with me, I will return it in one piece. But for now, you must put down your weapons and stop all resistance. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you or this army." Prince Jin was speaking the truth. He had no direct conflict with Xianlang. He only wanted to win against Xianlang and force him to quit the game. Once Mulan and the second Nirvana army were captured, the game would end prematurely. The battle between Xianlang and Prince Jin would be completely lost. Prince Jin said again, "Don't feel sad, sister-in-law. In order to deal with your army, I almost racked my brains. The troops and energy I used were even more than the 200,000 troops I used against Xu Lin. Victory and defeat are common in war. If you feel embarrassed to surrender to me, you can surrender to my wife. You are both women." Queen Charmin said, "Mulan Maisie, just now you gave us a good beating, you killed several thousand of my people. But we, the Sand Barbaric tribe, respect heroes the most. How about I warm some wine for you at home? Don't worry, I will definitely not poison you. Husband, by the way, I have poisoned Princess Ning Luo. She is already disfigured and living a life worse than death. Ugh, Prince Jin's face trembled. He couldn't bear it. He had asked Ning Luo to leave but she refused. When he left Nanou capital, he was worried that his wife would do something to Ning Luo. Sure enough, she did. Prince Jin had complicated feelings towards Princess Ning Luo. Love? A little. But he still loved Charmin the most. He even felt guilty towards Ning Luo. No, not guilty. It was more like he couldn't bear to look back at his past self. When he was weak, he could do anything and even poison his wife Ning Luo with lead. But at that time, the husband and wife were indeed separated. But when Prince Jin became strong, he forced himself to become a great ruler. And to become a great ruler, he must first become a broad-minded person. Just like Emperor Jiangli, who had the whole world in his heart. But since his wife had poisoned Princess Ning Luo, she should be disfigured. Then, there was nothing he could do. Prince Jin was broad-minded but not inflexible. The enmity between him and Ning Luo was too great. It was impossible for them to turn enemies into wives. It was hard to mend a broken mirror. He looked at Jean Mulan again and said, "Sister-in-law, surrender now. Put down your weapons and stay in Nanou capital for a few days." How about it? He was very patient and didn't say anything like counting down from 5 or he would kill them all. Mulan fell into a difficult choice. What should she do now? Husband, I still got into trouble. What should I do now? The second Nirvana army is too precious. I can't let it die in my hands. If husband was here, what would he ask me to do? Needless to say, Shen Lang would definitely ask her to surrender to Queen Charmin. Back in Sun Spear City, he had made it clear that if he was defeated, he would escape. Moreover, he would escape before the situation was completely defeated. So if he surrendered, husband would definitely not blame him. But, what would she think? I don't want to surrender. This was Mulan's instinctive thought, and it was also her only thought. She felt that if she surrendered, it wouldn't be precious anymore. Her dignity and personality would be tarnished. It wouldn't be perfect. I must be the most perfect woman in husband's eyes. I can't have a single flaw. If God wants me to be pure and flawless so that husband can't stop loving me, then my personality must also be flawless. I won't surrender. Soon, Mulan made her decision. I'm sorry, Great South Kingdom King. I made a wrong move and fell into your trap. But I won't surrender. Prince Jin said with a pained expression, if you don't surrender, does that mean you won't accept captives? Yes. Mulan said. Prince Jin said with even more pain, if I hurt you, Shen Lang will fight me to the death. Mulan said, I won't surrender and I won't be captured. Prince Jin took a deep breath and said, then I understand. I respect your choice. I don't want to become enemies with Shen Lang. But if God really wants to do this, I can't do anything about it. He didn't want to become enemies, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Sister-in-law, I will give you the most honorable ending. Prince Jin said. Then, he suddenly ordered, attack. Following Prince Jin's order, the 3 armies continued to charge. Prince Jin's 8,000 troops were the slowest, while the thousands of hyenas were the fastest. They were as fast as lightning. Mulan suddenly ordered, Second Nirvana Army, turn back and break out of the encirclement at full speed towards the south. Hearing this, Prince Jin and Queen Charmin were shocked and confused. Why break out of the encirclement towards the south? There were thousands of hyenas, the most ferocious and the most powerful. They were fast and small. Even the second Nirvana army would have a hard time killing them all. Once they pounced on them, even if they had chainmail on their necks, they would definitely die if they were bitten by the hyenas. Because their bite force was too strong, they could directly bite off the cervical vertebrae of these soldiers. Following Mulan's order, the second Nirvana army, each carrying 2 quivers of arrows, ran towards the south. This really required a lot of courage. Because there were thousands of ferocious hyenas in front of them. If they were to run into them, it would be no different from courting death. But this was the second Nirvana army. They would obey any order without any fear. As long as the order was given, they would rush forward even if they had to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. Woo-woo, the second Nirvana army and the thousands of hyenas were getting closer and closer. The hyenas' eyes were getting more and more ferocious. Their saliva flowed and their saw-like teeth were exposed. They were going to eat meat. They were going to slaughter. Getting closer and closer, 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters, Jean Jun squinted her eyes, waiting for the bloody scene to unfold. What a pity. The second Nirvana army of Shenlang was so elite, but they were going to die under the fangs of these hyenas. Very soon, nearly 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers and thousands of hyenas suddenly collided. And just at this moment, Jean Milan suddenly let out a loud shout, a mysterious syllable. It was like an ancient musical note. Then, her beautiful eyes burst out with an incomparably bright light. An incomparably strange aura burst out from her delicate body. Bang! It was like a kind of aura. The aura that belonged to ancient humans burst out from her delicate body and then swept across the whole area. In an instant, these thousands of hyenas seemed to feel some kind of ancient familiar aura. Incomparable awe and even fear, it evoked the deepest memories in their genes. Instantly, they ran to both sides, desperately avoiding Milan's aura. They avoided all the Nirvana army soldiers behind her. They were actually running away frantically. Hundreds of sand primitive shamans desperately gave orders and tried their best to control them. They even whipped their respective hyena kings. Awoo! A hyena king suddenly flared up and broke free from the rope. It opened its sharp fangs and bit down. Instantly, the sand primitive shaman's neck was bitten off. The hyena king had killed its master. For hundreds of years, this tribe had relied on domesticating hyenas to survive in the sand primitive tribe. They would choose the strongest puppies and bring them back to raise. They would give them the best meat, the best medicinal herbs, and the best of everything. They would keep fighting and killing. Only 1 out of 10 would survive. Then, these shamans would punish them, beat them, and use drugs to control them. When they were at their strongest, they would let them rule the hyenas in the wild. Of course, this was just a simplified version. The real training process was more mysterious and detailed. But these hyena kings almost never killed their master. In their low intelligence, their master was terrifying and inviolable. Because they had been punished and rewarded by their master since they were young, it left a deep memory in their bones. And now, in order to avoid Milan's terrifying aura, they actually killed their master in one bite. It was obvious that their fear of Milan was far greater than their fear of their master. Just like that, thousands of hyenas fled. Like a tide crashing on a reef. Stop! Prince Jean ordered. The 8,000 army in the east stopped. The few hundred elephant army in the west stopped. Because they had to stop now. The hyenas seemed to be going crazy. If the two armies charged forward again, they would probably collide with the hyenas. At that time, they would kill each other. In the blink of an eye, Milan led nearly 3,000 soldiers of the second Nirvana army into the forest in the south and disappeared without a trace. She was extremely fast and didn't stop. Prince Jean was stunned. Queen Charmin was also stunned. How could such a thing happen? How could Jean Milan be so powerful? How could she force back thousands of hyenas? She was clearly surrounded, but in the blink of an eye, she escaped. Nan-ou capital, in the king's residence. Why? Prince Jean asked. The sand primitive tribe shaman who trained the hyena king said. At that moment, Jean Milan seemed to emit a very mysterious and powerful aura, similar to the aura of ancient humans. Prince Jean said, I heard that Wutuzi of Stupa Mountain has a very magical ability to control countless poisonous snakes and butterflies. Does Jean Milan belong to this ability? No. The shaman said, the aura on Jean Milan's body is completely from the power of her bloodline. Your Majesty, you have read ancient books and know that in ancient times, there used to be a group of very powerful people living in this land. Their cities were built on trees, and they had slender limbs. They could run through forests and mountains as if they were walking on flat ground. Moreover, they were natural marksmen and were the absolute kings of the forest. All the poisonous snakes and fierce beasts in the forest would retreat when they saw them. Prince Jean nodded. The shaman said, this group of hyenas seems to have retained their ancient memories, so they were scared off by Jean Milan. Shaman said, Xianxia once helped stoop a mountain open an ancient relic on the sea and obtained a marrow cleansing essence. He used it on his wife. There were really no secrets in this world. That's right. The ancient relic on Black Rock Island should belong to the Great Han Empire, Prince Jean said. What a great adventure. This Jean Milan is really amazing. He closed his mouth before he could finish his words. Because his wife's gaze was already very unfriendly. Praising another woman in front of me, Sha Jean, do you think I am such a broad-minded woman? Prince Jean frowned. His plan failed when Jean Milan led the second Nirvana army to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, as long as he captured Jean Milan and the second Nirvana army, Xianxia would admit defeat without hesitation. This man was very unscrupulous. In front of the state of Yu and his wife, he would not hesitate to choose his wife. Now it was troublesome, he had spent so much effort, but still failed to capture the second Nirvana army. Moreover, there was a more dangerous piece of information. The person who led the second Nirvana army to attack the capital of Nano was Jean Milan, not Xianxia himself. What did this mean? Xianxia went somewhere else. He would never be trapped in Yanggu City. The battle with Sunan was just to buy time. Where did Xianxia go? Prince Jean came to the map. He quickly searched for possible targets that Xianxia could attack. Outside of the capital of Nano Yu Kingdom, what other targets could be of strategic value? In fact, it had even higher strategic value. Soon, his eyes fell on a place. Then he almost held his breath. The capital of Danan Kingdom, it was also the place where Prince Jean ascended to the throne, his hometown, his lifeblood. At this time, the capital of Nano was only a temporary capital. The real capital of Danano was still in the territory of the Sand Primitive tribe. No way, Xianxia couldn't be that crazy. Prince Jin's scalp went numb. The capital of Danan Kingdom was more than thousands of mountains and rivers. It was thousands of miles away. And it was completely in the deep mountains and forests. God knew how many mountains and forests he had to pass through. Going straight to the root of the problem and attacking the capital of Nano was already a very shocking move. Attacking the capital of Danano was too crazy, but Prince Jean was almost sure that Xianxia's target was the capital of Danan Kingdom. Prince Jin's other wives, children, Sunan's children, and the families of all the important people of Danan Kingdom were all in the capital of Danan Kingdom. The capital of Danan Kingdom sounded majestic. But in reality, it was just a very small city. Its defense was far inferior to the capital of Nano. Once the capital fell, all the important people would fall into Xianxia's hands. Would Jean Jun be so cold-hearted to the end and let them all die? Impossible, the state of Yu wasn't worth it. It wasn't a matter of life and death. Xianxia's goal wasn't to destroy Danan Kingdom, but to save the state of Yu. Once Xianxia captured the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom, Lord Jean would only have one choice: stop the war and retreat. This Xianxia is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. He's going to attack our real hometown. Queen Charmin panicked when she heard this. Our children are still at home. Prince Jean said, don't worry about that, I have a tacit understanding with him. I won't hurt his wife, and he won't hurt our children. Moreover, I was also prepared, but I was only prepared. I didn't think that this person would be crazy enough to really attack our home. Queen Charmin asked, what do we do now? Prince Jean said, wait and see if Xianxia is ruthless enough. Did Xianxia really attack the capital of Danan Kingdom as Prince Jean predicted? Yes, the lunatic really went there. The game between the two of them had begun almost before the Battle of Nano Yu Kingdom began. According to Xianxia's plan. After Nano Kingdom was defeated, Prince Jin's army would march north and be stopped by the Marquis of Xuanwu and Yanggu City. This would buy him precious time. Then, he would lead the second Nirvana army to attack the capital of Nano. This plan was originally his first plan. But he gave up later, because he thought that Prince Jean would also think of this plan and even set up a trap here. Moreover, he had never told Mulan about this plan. He was afraid that if he said it, Mulan would remember it and really lead the second Nirvana army to attack Nano. He wanted to save the state of Yu, but he didn't want his wife to be in danger. He didn't expect Mulan to do it even though he didn't say it. Fortunately, he didn't know yet, or he would go crazy. He had already underestimated his precious wife. He thought that she would listen to him and stay at home. He didn't expect Milan to want to share his worries so much. After leaving Xianxia city, he and Xianxia flew west. They passed through Tianqi province as fast as they could and headed for the Qing kingdom. The 2,000 soldiers of the First Nirvana army had entered the Qing kingdom almost a month ago to wait for him. After entering the Qing kingdom, without any hesitation, he led the 2,000 soldiers and the big fool to the south to attack the Sand Barbarians. They killed their way to the capital of Danan Kingdom. This was Xianxia's crazy plan. Everyone thought that the First Nirvana army was a heavy armor unit that could only fight on flat plains. No one thought that he would lead the First Nirvana army to the capital of Danan Kingdom. Of course, the First Nirvana army could no longer wear heavy armor. Instead, they wore medium armor. The MO sword in their hands was reduced from 50 kilograms to 50 kilograms. They didn't have archery training, but they could be equipped with crossbows. The Queen of the Qing Kingdom sent a guide to lead the way. All the way to the south, after crossing the snowy mountains, they reached the territory of the Sand Barbarians. Boundless mountains and forests stretched as far as the eye could see. This march was simply a nightmare. Without a guide, any army would get lost. There was no way. The mountains and forests seemed endless. There were countless venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, as well as endless miasma. Fortunately, Xianxia had prepared enough medicine. Especially the special medicine used to deal with snakes, which could make all the venomous insects retreat. Teacher Wu Tuzi was an expert in dealing with snakes. But the ferocious beasts couldn't do anything. They could only fight them head-on. In the end, the ferocious beasts lost and became food for the army. The First Nirvana army was too fierce. When the ferocious beasts came, they were cut in half. This was the Nirvana army. If it were any other army, such a crazy march would definitely collapse. The Nirvana army had an iron will, absolute obedience, and fearless courage. For 7 days and 8 nights, Xianxia led the 2,000 soldiers of the First Nirvana army and marched 2,400 miles, calculated. From the Qing Kingdom, this was what an epic expedition should be like. They finally reached their destination. Prince Jin's real hometown. The capital of Danan Kingdom, a small broken city. Prince Jin, this is our pinnacle duel. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 17,000 yuan. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Support me to the end and support me. I guarantee it will be exciting. Thank you for a river of spring water. 10,000 yuan for drinking fish soup without eating fish. Wonderfulbookhouse.com. Some people might wonder if the Nirvana army could endure thousands of miles of marching, but how could someone as delicate as Master Lang, who said Master Lang was going to walk? It was not good to write in such detail. It would affect Master Lang's image. Sitting on a rattan chair, Xianxia gazed at the great Nan capital. How could this be a capital? It really wasn't as big as Xuanwu. But there were city walls, and they were very unique. The inside was made of mud, and the outside was made of thick wood. Whole trees were inserted into the ground, neatly arranged on the wall. Don't underestimate this kind of wall. It was very sturdy. The circumference of the entire Great Nan capital was no more than 10 miles. The houses inside were also filled with the unique style of the Sand Barbarians. Almost all of them were made of wood. There were also many holes in the ground. Some of the Sand Barbarians liked to live underground. They felt safe and cool. There was an old temple in the middle of the Great Nan capital. Although it had been repaired, it still looked dilapidated and full of vicissitudes of time. This should be Prince Jin's palace. This place feels even more dilapidated than my wife's palace, the big fool said. Oh, it's not easy. Even the big fool has an aesthetic sense. But your wife's palace is not dilapidated at all. Instead, it looks magnificent, even taller than the palace of the state of Yu. After all, when King Chong Aragang plundered the world, he gathered the power of the entire country to build the King Chong Palace. Your wife's palace is ugly, not dilapidated, Xianxia said. The big fool said, then this palace is ugly and dilapidated. Wow, men really need to be taught by women. After following his wife for a year, the big fool had become so eloquent. The entire Great Nan capital had a population of less than 30,000, but they were all the family members of key figures. Even some of Prince Jin's children were among them. "Prepare to attack the city," Xianlang ordered. Immediately, the 2,000 Nirvana army soldiers began to organize their equipment. They checked their armor and helmets. They took out a whetstone and sharpened the Mo sword in their hands. They abandoned all their supplies. They assembled in the forest. Soon, the great steel wall appeared once again. "Depart." The valiant army marched out of the jungle in an orderly fashion and charged toward Great Nan City. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the city wall. However, the city was rather quiet. A moment later, awoo, there was a fishy smell in the air. A pack of hyenas charged out of the dense forest. Hyenas again, however, there weren't as many as when they besieged Milan. There were only slightly more than 1,000 of them. However, they were equally ferocious. It was also as fast as lightning. However, there was no Milan here, and there was no ancient human aura that could scare them away. In the blink of an eye, the hyenas rushed forward. They pounced towards the first Nirvana army. Cut it in half. The first Nirvana army's Mo sword neatly slaughtered them. It was incomparably beautiful. In an instant, these hyenas jumped in the air and were split into two. The second Nirvana army was made up of archers, so it was extremely dangerous for them to face the hyena army. For the sake of agility, their armor was very thin. Moreover, bows and arrows were suitable for long-range combat, not close-range combat. However, the first Nirvana army was almost the king of close-range combat. Although their armor was not as heavy as before, it was still more than 50 kilograms, and all of them were made of the finest steel. These hyenas were courting death by charging forward. Swoosh 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 swoosh, a few times, they were cut in half. More than half of the 1,000 hyenas that charged forward were killed, and the remaining half escaped. They were the most cunning animals, and they bullied the weak and feared the strong. Next, loud noises came from the jungle again. It was indeed the elephant soldiers. Such a huge elephant? It was Xianlang's first time seeing one. They were more than 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. However, there weren't many of them, and they weighed more than 15 tons. There were only a few dozen of them. There were 7 to 8 Sand barbaric tribe warriors on each elephant. However, the momentum of dozens of elephants charging together was extremely shocking. It was no less than an elite cavalry. It was even more terrifying. Any army that was stepped on by these elephants would definitely be flattened. As long as these elephants charged forward, any military formation would be completely destroyed, and it would be considered a defeat. Bang, 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 dozens of elephants charged towards Xianlang's Nirvana army. The whole ground was shaking. "Ready!" Xianlang ordered. Immediately, hundreds of Nirvana army soldiers raised their big crossbows. The arrows in these big crossbows were all specially made. Each arrow was about 1 meter long. There were more than 10 kinds of arrows. Some of the arrows were highly toxic, cyanide poison. Some of the arrows were white phosphorus and oxidizers. Some of the arrows were nerve agents. Against a large army, these special arrows were not useful, because they were too rare, and each arrow was very precious. But against a huge animal like an elephant, these special giant arrows were especially useful, and the price was very high. Shoot! Following Xianlang's order, the first wave of crossbows was shot. Poochie, poochie, almost without exception. They easily hit dozens of elephants. Such a big target, if they still couldn't hit it, how stupid would they be? This first wave of arrows were white phosphorus arrows. After shooting into the bodies of the elephants, the flames began to burn. Suddenly, these elephants couldn't bear the pain and let out shocking screams. The elephant soldiers on their bodies could no longer be controlled. Some of them leaned back, some rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames in their bodies. The elephant soldiers on their bodies fell. Most of the elephants fled towards the woods. There was also a small number of elephants that were completely panicked and did not care about where they were going. Instead, they rushed towards Xianlang. There was no other way. They could only shoot the second wave of cyanide arrows. Whoosh, 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 the second wave of crossbows was shot. There was no accident. After being shot, these elephants fell to the ground. What else could they do? Did Prince Jean only put a group of hyenas and elephants in the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom to defend? This was the headquarters of the Sand Primitive Tribe. Xianxia stood outside the city, waiting. In the end, there was no more movement. Then, he ordered the Second Nirvana Army to turn around and prepare to attack the city. At this moment, the gate of the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom opened. An old man appeared. He was wearing a linen robe, and it was hard to tell his age. "Are you Lord Xianxia?" "Xianxia, greetings, old man," the old man said. "I am the Great Nan Imperial Advisor, Xianxia." "Greetings, Imperial Advisor." The old man said, "What is Shen's purpose in coming to the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom?" "Xianxia, to force Prince Jean to retreat," the old man said. "Gongzi Xianxia wants to use the people of the Great Nan Kingdom as hostages to force Prince Jean to admit defeat?" "Xianxia, that's right." The old man said, "Shen, please come in, there is no need to attack the city." Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised. The Great Nan Imperial Advisor slowly said, "I have many other methods, but they will only increase the casualties." The old man waved his hand. Instantly, countless holes appeared on the ground, thousands, tens of thousands of poisonous snakes crawled out. There were so many of them that it made one's hair stand on end. The Sand Primitive Tribe was truly strange. Their unexpected methods were impossible to guard against. If a normal army came, they would probably die without a grave. Then, the sound of trees breaking and collapsing came from the forest. Then, dozens of giant pythons rushed out. Each of these giant pythons was more than 20 meters long and thicker than a bucket. But these were not the scariest. After all, the first Nirvana army was covered in armor. Ordinary poisonous snakes couldn't bite through it. Even the bucket-thick pythons were cut in half and used as rations. The scariest were the poisonous snakes that came next. They were about 2 feet long, but very thin, thinner than a pinky finger. Moreover, they moved very fast and could even shoot out. These small poisonous snakes were the real deadly ones. They could easily drill through the gaps in the armor and bite. The Nirvana army soldiers were not far from death. These small poisonous snakes kept emerging from the ground. There were thousands of them. What a terrifying poisonous snake army! It was simply impossible to defend against. The Great Nan Imperial Advisor Xianxia said, "Gongzi Xianxia, my poisonous snake army is enough to destroy any invading army. But it can't destroy your army, right? I have already smelled the natural enemy of poisonous snakes." Xianxia nodded. The big fool put down a box. He opened the box and inside was a huge potted plant. There were thousands of leaves and hundreds of petals on the potted plant. He blew gently. The leaves and petals of the potted plant all flew up. They were all butterflies, beautiful and enchanting butterflies. The thousands of butterflies suddenly scattered. Instantly, the countless poisonous snakes retreated. The giant python returned to the forest. The small poisonous snakes went back into the ground. Xianxia had long planned to attack the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom, so he was naturally prepared. "If I'm not wrong, this is the work of Stupa Mountain's Wutuzi, right?" The Great Nan Imperial Advisor Xianxia asked. "Xianxia, Wutuzi is my master. This is a gift from her." At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the sky. "Xianxia, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to break into the Great Nan City. You and I really meet on a narrow road." It was indeed an old acquaintance, the suffering monk of the Great Tribulation Temple. Following that, thousands of experts from the Great Tribulation Temple appeared on the city walls. They were not monk soldiers, but a martial artist army. The suffering monk said, "Prince Jean is too cautious." In order not to provoke the Great Yan Empire, he did not allow the Great Tribulation Temple to participate in the attack on the state of Yu. "I thought the Great Tribulation Temple would be bored in this battle, but I didn't expect to meet you, Xianxia. Today, we will have a real battle. Let's see if your Nirvana army or my Great Tribulation Temple's martial artist army is stronger." The martial artist army was different from the monk soldiers. They cultivated individual martial arts and each of them had a very high cultivation base. It could be said that the martial artists of the Great Tribulation Temple were stronger than the Nirvana army in terms of martial arts. However, they were fighting as a group. They might not be a match for the Nirvana army. The Nirvana army's ability to split into two was too shocking. However, once the battle started, the Nirvana army would definitely suffer heavy casualties. The suffering monk of the Great Tribulation Temple roared, "Xianxia, you want to attack the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom? Come, let's fight to the death." Ready. The Great Tribulation Temple's martial artists all pulled out their blades. The Great Nan Imperial tutor Xianxia said slowly, "Suffering, put down your blades." The suffering monk was stunned. "Senior uncle, we won't lose. I don't believe that the 2,000 experts of the Great Tribulation Temple can't beat his 2,000 Nirvana army." The Imperial tutor Xianxia said, "I am no longer your senior uncle. I have already left the Great Tribulation Temple and we have different paths. I am just Prince Jin's personal advisor and also the teacher of his child. This is the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom, not the Great Tribulation Temple. Therefore, I, the Imperial tutor, have the final say. All the martial artists of the Great Tribulation Temple, put down your blades or I will chase you out." The suffering monk hollered in rage, "Senior uncle, why are you so weak? So what if we fight to the death? Put down your blades." The Imperial tutor Xianxia said. His voice was still not loud. However, there seemed to be a strong power shaking in the air. This Imperial tutor Xianxia's martial arts were extremely strong. Instantly, the 2,000 martial artists of the Great Tribulation Temple put down their blades. "Shen, please enter the city," the Imperial tutor Xianxia said. Xianxia closed his eyes for a moment and then nodded. Next, there was no fighting. Xianxia brought the 2,000 Nirvana army soldiers into the Great Nan city. "Shen, please sit." Then, Xianxia and the Imperial tutor Xianxia sat on the mat on the street. "Shen, please have some tea." The Imperial tutor Xianxia poured a cup of tea. Xianxia used X-rays to check it and the smart brain to analyze it. Then, he drank it in one gulp. "This is a bamboo leaf, it tastes okay." The Imperial tutor Xianxia said, "I come from the Great Tribulation Temple. I also participated in the battle a few decades ago. It was the Great Tribulation Temple on the Snow Mountain." Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. This Imperial tutor Xianxia's seniority in the Great Tribulation Temple was really high. "I can barely be considered an elder of the Great Tribulation Temple. I once wrote a letter to ask Emperor Jiangli why he wanted to wipe us out." Xianxia said, "I said that Emperor Jiangli hated the few transcendent factions for monopolizing the ancient civilization and fooling the world. Our Great Tribulation Temple was willing to share the ancient civilization, so why did he want to wipe us out?" "Xianxia, what did Emperor Jiangli say?" Xianxia said, "Jiangli replied that the few transcendent factions were just fooling the people by sealing the ancient civilization. Great Tribulation Temple made use of the ancient civilization to manipulate the nobles and swallow the people's wealth. They focused on the evil methods of the ancient civilization. Thus, he wiped them out first." Xianxia kept silent. He didn't experience this and didn't know much about it, so he couldn't judge. Xianxia said, "I felt that what he said made sense, but I still followed the Great Tribulation Temple and retreated to the West region countries. I didn't expect the Great Tribulation Temple to be even more evil and cruel in the West region countries. Thus, I left the Great Tribulation Temple." "Xianxia, if that's the case, why did Prince Jin still work with the Great Tribulation Temple?" Xianxia said, "Prince Jin is working with me, not with the Great Tribulation Temple. The Sand Barbaric race is different from other places, we need the power of faith here. Shen is smart, he should be able to understand." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia said, "Thus, Prince Jin and I want to create a purer theory to gather the spirit and faith of the Sand Barbaric race. This is too difficult, so much so that I don't know where to start. Of course, the Great Tribulation Temple isn't willing to let go of this chance, so they want to use Prince Jin to return to the East World. However, Prince Jin rejected the reinforcements from the Great Tribulation Temple." Xianxia continued to keep silent. Xianxia said, "When Master led the army to the east, he handed Great South City to me. I didn't expect Shen to really come." Xianxia said, "I traveled thousands of miles to attack Great South City. Although it looks scary, it wasn't completely out of Prince Jin's expectations, right?" Xianxia said, you destroyed the hyena core, the elephant core, and the venomous snake core. Now, we still have 2,000 soldiers from the Great Tribulation Temple left, but we don't want to owe the Great Tribulation Temple a favor. I wonder if Shen understands? Yes. Thus, Xianxia asked the Great Tribulation Temple's martial army to put down their weapons. According to my calculations, if Shen's Nirvana army fought with the Great Tribulation Temple's martial army, he would still win. However, only a third of Shen's Nirvana army would be left, maybe even a quarter. The casualties would be very heavy. Shen Lang didn't say anything, but Sword Monarch Li Xianxia nodded. State Preceptor Xianxia said, therefore, we might as well not fight anymore to avoid unnecessary casualties. If Shen wants to enter the city, then so be it. This was something that Shen Lang didn't expect. His army could enter the Great South City so easily. Was this considered surrendering without a fight? It wasn't, however, there weren't any traps in the city. Xianxia said, in order to save the state of you, Shen traveled thousands of miles to attack Great South City. This is a righteous cause. As for my lord, for the sake of the Great South City, this is also a righteous cause. There is no right or wrong in this battle. Shen Lang picked up another cup of tea and drank it. Xianxia said, in order to force my lord to retreat, Shen wants to use everyone in Great South City as hostages. This should include Prince Jin's children, Su Nan's children, and the families of all the important members of Great South City. Shen Lang tacitly agreed. Xianxia said, I wonder if Shen understands the Sand Barbarians? They aren't willing to surrender, nor are they willing to become hostages. If someone holds a knife to a woman's neck and forces her husband to surrender, the Sand Barbarian woman would rather commit suicide than see her husband surrender. Shen Lang's body trembled. Xianxia waved his hand. The gates of the Great South City's palace slowly opened. It was densely packed with people, including countless women and children. Among them were Prince Jin's other wives, his children, and Su Nan's children. The families of the most important members of Great South City were all here. The interior of the palace was densely packed with dry firewood. Moreover, it was filled with oil. Xianxia smiled, Shen, this old man will take his leave first. Then, he slowly stepped into the palace and walked to the top of the firewood. Pour it. Someone poured oil on his body. Then, a woman appeared. A beautiful woman, delicate and pale. She was Prince Jin's other wife, Shan Nua. She held a torch in her hand. She stood in a pile of firewood and oil. Xianxia said, young Master Shen Lang, we aren't willing to surrender, we aren't willing to become your hostages, and we don't want our master to surrender for us. So, we choose death. As long as the torch fell, the entire palace would be set ablaze. There were countless firewood and oil inside. The few thousand people inside would instantly be burnt to ashes. In an instant, Shen Lang's hair stood on end and his scalp went numb. He wasn't willing to give in to Xianxin's will and determination. Behind him, Great Tribulation Temple's monks suffering shouted, Uncle Master, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? We can clearly fight, why are you burning us to death? Burning us all to death? Xianxia didn't say anything, he just looked at Shen Lang. Everyone inside was staring at Shen Lang, regardless of whether they were adults or children. Their gazes weren't fanatical, but they were very quiet. As long as Shen Lang waved his hand, they would all be burnt to death. They definitely wouldn't surrender, and they wouldn't become Shen Lang's hostages. Shen Lang was really shocked. Prince Jin, what did you do to deserve this? You actually have such a citizen, such a grand teacher. Did the state of you have such citizens? None. The great Qian kingdom once had such citizens, and there were many of them. What should he do next? The great Nan kingdom's capital was taken by Shen Lang without even fighting. But what they took down was only an empty city. Should he let them all be burnt to death, including the hundreds and thousands of children? Prince Jin, you are amazing. You are really amazing. If they were all burnt to death, then Prince Jin wouldn't compromise. He could only fight to the death with Shen Lang. Xianxia didn't try to persuade him, he just waited for Shen Lang's decision. Either Shen Lang would retreat, or they would all be burnt to death. F***ck, 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 Shen Lang cursed. Then, he suddenly stood up and pointed his middle finger at Xiayin and the thousands of people. Awesome, you guys are awesome, I can't afford to offend you. Let's go, retreat. Shen Lang ordered. 2,000 Nirvana army soldiers retreated out of the Great Nan Kingdom's capital. Xiayin kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Shen, for saving my life." Shen Lang covered his ears, he didn't want to listen to this old thing. These people were too awesome, he didn't want to bother with them. After retreating out of the Great Nan Kingdom's capital, Shen Lang's army gathered and was about to leave. Suddenly, thousands of women rushed out of the city. Each of them was holding a basket filled with all kinds of smoked meat, fruits, and sweet potatoes. They were all food. There were thousands of baskets. They were placed in front of Shen Lang's army, then silently left. F***ck. We are in the middle of a war. Why are you giving me food and meat? You even made a revolutionary friendship? We are enemies, enemies. Take it away, take it away. Under Shen Lang's order, 2,000 Nirvana army soldiers took the meat and food away. Far away from the Great Nan Kingdom's capital, they retreated into the forest. Then, the army set up camp. At night, Shen Lang stared at the sky in a daze. The expedition of thousands of miles was in vain. They didn't need to plot, they directly defeated Shen Lang with the will of the people. What was certain was that if Shen Lang's army approached the Great Nan Kingdom's capital, Xiayin would never meet him again, nor would he talk to him. He would directly set fire to the palace and burn everyone to death. This road was already a dead end. What should I do next? Go back like this? Completely in vain, there was not much time left. The effect of the golden dragon blood on more than 8,000 city guards in Yanggu City was about to fade. At that time, Sunan could easily defeat them. After taking down Yanggu City, the front was completely unobstructed. Sunan's army directly attacked the capital of the state of Yu. The state of Yu would be destroyed, Ning Yuanxian would definitely commit suicide. Therefore, Shen Lang couldn't just go back like this. This pinnacle duel between him and Prince Jin was not only a contest of military strength, but also a contest of wisdom and the will of the people. Once he went back, he would lose. To be honest, Shen Lang had never been so passive before. Previously, when he, Zhang Chong, and Sunan were opponents, Shen Lang practically had the upper hand from the start to the end. But now, the duel between him and Prince Jin. At least for now, he was at a disadvantage. Mulan's side had lost. Shen Lang's side could be considered to have lost half of the battle. Prince Jin was awesome, this person was awesome. Sword King Xianxia said, Prince Jin wasn't completely like this in the past. What actually caused him to transform? Now, as his enemy, not only do I not hate him, I even admire him. Yes, this was really **ket up. Xianxia said, it's a good thing to have such a ruler in the Sand Barbarian tribe. It can illuminate the Eastern civilization in this barren land. Shen Lang said, I know, that's why I've never thought of destroying the Great Nan Kingdom. I want him to withdraw his troops. I want him to withdraw from this game of besieging the Yu Empire. He also wants me to withdraw from this game. Xianxia said, the two of you will become good friends. Scram, scram, scram. Shen Lang was flustered and exasperated. Who wants to be his good friend? Damn it, I've never felt so aggrieved before. Sword King Xianxia didn't have any feelings for the state of Yu or even Ningjing. From his point of view, there was nothing wrong with Ning Yuanxian's death if the state of Yu was destroyed. Shen Lang could just lead the 2 Nirvana army troops back to Raging Tide City without any worries. However, Shen Lang didn't think so. He was a person who couldn't afford to lose. I definitely can't lose. Prince Jin, no matter how powerful you are, you will still lose to me. Admit defeat first, and then we can talk about becoming friends. Furthermore, I, Shen Lang, can't let the state of Yu be destroyed, and I can't let Ning Yuanxian commit suicide. I can't lose to Prince Jin either. There must be a way to force Prince Jin to concede defeat and withdraw from this game of destroying you. I, Shen Lang, will definitely win. I already have an inspiration. I must seize this inspiration. Shen Lang's mind was indeed filled with inspiration. However, it was just like how the sky was densely packed with stars. It was indeed very difficult to find one of them. What else was the key to defeating Prince Jin? What? As long as I can find it, I will win. What else is more important than the capital of Nano and the Great Nan Kingdom? It might even affect Prince Jin's lifelong dream and foundation, as well as the future of the Great Nan Kingdom. What is Prince Jin's weakness? All of a sudden, Xianlang's eyes lit up. Open your mind and use the boldest imagination. Imagine boldly, and verify carefully. Yes, that was the principle. How did Prince Jin rise in just 2 years? And how did he undergo a huge transformation? If he remembered correctly, his metamorphosis began in the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Prince Jin's father, the king of Nano, was regarded as the biggest traitor by the Sand Primitive tribe. He was a Sand Primitive, but he attached himself to the State of Yu and established the Nano Kingdom, becoming the most powerful fighter of the State of Yu. He had killed countless Sand Primitive tribesmen over the past hundreds of years. That was why Prince Jin went to the Sand Primitive tribe to ask for help. Instead of getting help, he was sentenced to death and thrown into the Cave of Snakes. He should have died without a complete corpse. Why didn't he die, according to Wu Tuzi's records? Some people in this world would undergo a transformation of their bloodline. This kind of bloodline transformation was similar to returning to its ancestral roots. It was the gene of ancient humans that happened to appear in people in this world. For example, Wu Tuzi was a second-generation bloodline mutant, and so was Mulan now. In that case, could Jin Jun also be a person with a bloodline metamorphosis, whether it was the first or second generation? Xianlang's speculation made sense. The Sand Primitive tribe belonged to the Dabai Empire in ancient times. The humans of this empire were the kings of the jungle. Countless beasts and poisonous insects avoided the humans in this area and regarded them as kings. Prince Jin was a mixed blood of the Sand Primitive tribe. His father was from the Sand Primitive tribe, and his mother was from the State of Yu. His mother died after giving birth to him. Xianlang continued to speculate. Prince Jin was thrown into the Cave of Snakes, but the countless poisonous snakes didn't bite him to death. Instead, they feared him. That was why he survived. However, this adventure alone wasn't enough. He still needed a metamorphosis. Was it an ancient relic? Was there an ancient relic near the Cave of Snakes? Could it be that Jin Jun had obtained an ancient relic that caused her to undergo a complete transformation, especially the transformation of his spirit and mind? It was also because he had discovered this ancient relic that he had mastered the ancient knowledge and convinced all the chiefs of the Sand Primitive tribe to submit to him, becoming the chosen one. Each Sand Primitive tribe had their own skills. For example, the Hyena tribe specialized in training hyenas. There was also the Elephant Soldier tribe and the Flying Bird tribe. This group of people passed down the skills of their ancestors through word of mouth until now. However, these special skills were constantly being lost. Did Prince Jin perform one miracle after another after obtaining the ancient relic? Did he completely conquer the Sand Primitive tribe? That was probably the case. The Sand Primitive tribe worshipped heroes and miracles. So, where was the ancient relic? Near the Cave of Snakes. Where was the Cave of Snakes? It was 130 miles away from here. If Xianlang's speculation was correct, this ancient relic was the key to defeating Prince Jin. This ancient relic was far more important to Prince Jin than the capital of Nano Yu or the State of Yu. Because he might have to rely on this ancient relic to revitalize the Great Nan Kingdom in the future. If Xianlang's speculation was correct, then Prince Jin's current research and development of this ancient relic was only a small part. Jun Jin wanted to maintain the Great Nan Kingdom's strong fighting power, but he also wanted to make it more civilized. The development path of the State of Yu and the State of Wu would not work. As long as Confucianism was introduced, the wild nature of the Sand Barbaric tribe would be weakened to a certain extent. Therefore, he and State Preceptor Sha Yin wanted to establish a theology. They would use scholars to govern the Great Nan Kingdom and develop productivity. They would use special theology to arm the Great Nan Kingdom and make it stronger. And this so-called theology actually came from the ancient relic. It was not theology at all, but a powerful force of civilization. This possible ancient relic was Prince Jin's lifeblood. As long as Xianlang found this ancient relic, he would immediately grasp Prince Jin's weakness. He would immediately admit defeat and withdraw his troops. Protecting this ancient relic was more important than ceding the entire Tiannan province. This was his foundation. Let's go to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Xianlang said, Senior Sword King, big fool, you two can go with me. Auntie, you stay here and guard the Nirvana army. Okay, the Sword King's wife said. Then, Big Fool carried Xianlang on his back without another word. Sword King Xianxia led the way in front. This is the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Xianlang used his X-ray eyes to take a look. His scalp went numb, and his whole body trembled. It was a very straightforward 10,000 Snakes Cave. This was an extremely deep cave, more than a few hundred meters deep. Moreover, it extended in all directions. It was densely packed with snakes. Some were small, some were big. How could it be just 10,000, 50,000, maybe even 100,000? It was simply an ocean of snakes. Anyone who went down would surely die without a complete corpse. There were all kinds of venomous snakes in there. No wonder the 10,000 Snakes Cave was the sand. Primitive tribes' worst torture. Should I go down? No, I don't want to go down. It was too scary. Sword King Xianxia said, Why don't I go? Xianlang shook his head. Your intelligence isn't enough. The Big Fool said, Why don't I go? Xianlang and Sword King Xianxia looked at him at the same time. The Big Fool said, Am I too stupid? Xianlang said, I'll go down with Senior Sword King. Big Fool, you hold the rope from above and slowly let us down. The Big Fool said, Okay. The Sword King glanced down. His scalp was also numb. Shen, there are countless venomous snakes down there, and many of them have never been seen before. Even a martial grandmaster would die without a proper burial. Not just one martial grandmaster, even 10 martial grandmasters would die. If my guess is correct, this 10,000 Snakes Cave might lead to an ancient ruin. As long as we find this ancient ruin, Prince Jin will admit defeat to me. Sword King Xianxia asked, Shen, how confident are you? Xianlang said, Everything depends on guessing. About 40% confidence? No, I think it should be 50%? Xianxia's scalp went numb. Then, Xianlang and Xianxia tied the rope and gradually descended into the 10,000 Snakes Cave. The Big Fool was such a simpleton. The rope descended so quickly. It was almost a free fall. Xianlang and the Sword King's bodies continued to descend, then, tens of thousands of eyes lit up at the same time. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes stared at Xianlang. The small ones were only as thick as a chopstick. The large ones were tens of meters long and as thick as a tree. F***ck, this was the first time Xianlang was surrounded by tens of thousands of snakes. In the next second, swoosh 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 swoosh, countless venomous snakes, tens of thousands of them, shot toward Xianlang. Note, this plot will be settled in the next chapter. Today, it will still be 16,000. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes and support. I am eternally grateful and thirsty for it. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. In that instant, Xianlang was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was most afraid of snakes. He was afraid of one, let alone tens of thousands of them. In that instant, he was about to be drowned by the sea of snakes. At this moment, the Sword King, Xianxia, opened the box and revealed the potted plant that Wu Tuzi had given him. Instantly, countless beautiful butterflies flew out. A few thousand of them danced around Xianlang and Xianxia. As expected of the natural enemy of snakes, the thousands of snakes retreated. All of them retreated. At this moment, Xianlang discovered that these butterflies could actually glow. Under the protection of the countless butterflies, Xianlang and Xianxia continued to descend. After a full 300 meters, they finally reached the bottom. Whoosh, 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 a sinister wind blew. Xianlang thought that it would be very smelly, but it wasn't. Instead, there was a strange fragrance. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Xianlang lit a torch. Then, he felt his hair stand on end. There were countless skeletons beneath his feet. Furthermore, they were not white, but black. How many people had been thrown into the 10,000 Snakes Cave over the years? Their corpses had piled up into a mountain. However, it was strange that they were thrown into the 10,000 Snakes Cave as punishment and not to feed the snakes. What did these tens of thousands of snakes rely on to survive? Xianlang only saw human bones, he didn't see many animal bones. This meant that the Sand Barbaric tribe did not intentionally feed these snakes. In other words, these snakes had to hunt somewhere else. This should be the headquarters of the snakes. Xianlang widened his vision and quickly retracted his gaze. This was too scary. Trypophobia. He and Xianxia were already surrounded by countless snakes. Countless of them squirmed in the dark mass. Regardless of whether they were big or small, all of them had their heads raised and were like slingshots, ready to attack at any moment. Long live Teacher Wu Tuzi. Fortunately, you gave me this potted plant. Otherwise, I would have been finished today. Next, Xianlang tried to determine the direction and search for the possible entrance to the ancient ruins. But at this moment, the countless snakes retreated like a receding tide. What was the meaning of this? They were actually escaping. Soon, Xianlang realized that he was too naive. They were ready to welcome the arrival of the Serpent King. Countless poisonous snakes knelt on the ground. Then, Xianlang saw the Snake King. It was the Snake King. What snake was this? It wasn't a cobra or a python. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was about 7 or 8 meters long. It slowly swam over. His posture was actually somewhat noble. Why was Xianlang able to tell that it was the Snake King at a glance? Because it had a crown on its head, it looked especially mighty. Coxcomb snake? No, this snake is much more handsome than the coxcomb snake. Xianlang did not find any relevant data on this snake in his brain. The Snake King swam close to Xianlang. The Sword King, Xianxia, was itching to make a move. He gripped the hilt of his sword, wanting to capture the ringleader first. But in the next second, the Snake King's gaze landed on Xianxia. It was indeed powerful. It was as if it could sense killing intent. Wu Tuzi's bewitching butterfly almost enveloped Xianlang and Xianxia, forcing myriad snake to retreat. Suddenly, the Snake King opened its mouth and spat. Xianxia immediately held his breath and sealed all the pores on his body. The Snake King was about to spit poison. As expected, a mouthful of white fog shot out like an arrow. Instantly, the countless butterflies protecting Xianlang and Xianxia fell to the ground and died. They were like fallen leaves in autumn. Xianlang's heart ached. These bewitching butterflies were all treasures. They were the natural enemies of venomous snakes. Even now, they couldn't withstand the Snake King's breath. The remaining butterflies flew back into the box and returned to the potted plants to fill up with leaves and flowers. Damn, butterflies can also cower? The butterflies on Stupa Mountain were also useless. Following which, the Snake King swam toward Xianlang and Xianxia. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes swam over at the same time. Xianlang really felt like peeing. Xianxia wanted to grab his sword again. Senior Sword King, don't move, Xianlang said. At this moment, no matter how high Xianxia's martial arts were, he wouldn't be able to kill tens of thousands of venomous snakes. In this cavern, even 10 grandmasters wouldn't be enough to kill them. The Snake King swam directly in front of Xianlang. Following which, it actually licked Xianlang with its tongue. Hey, do you think you are Bai Suzhen? In the next second, it swam up to Xianlang's body and gradually wrapped around him. It seemed like it was sniffing Xianlang. Xianlang remained motionless. This didn't feel good at all. However, he was confident that he wouldn't be bitten to death. That was because countless venomous insects on Stupa Mountain had been killed by his blood. The Snake King coiled around Xianlang's arm and actually lifted his palm up. Furthermore, it even pried his hand open. Following which, it extended its sharp fangs and quickly scratched Xianlang's palm. Its movements were incomparably fast. The moment it scratched, it immediately retreated like lightning. After a long while, a drop of fresh blood appeared on Xianlang's palm. The Snake King carefully lowered its head and sniffed, then, whoosh, it swam down from Xianlang's body. It directly left. A moment later, it disappeared without a trace. What the hell? What was the meaning of this? After the Snake King left, the tens of thousands of venomous snakes also left. It wasn't the kind that ran away, but the kind that wandered around. It ignored Xianlang. In the blink of an eye, all the venomous snakes in the entire cave disappeared without a trace. countless skeletons were left behind. Xianxia and Xianxia glanced at each other. What the hell was this? What kind of situation did Prince Jin encounter in the past? Xianxia clearly felt that the Snake King wasn't friendly towards him, nor did it have any hostility towards him. It seemed to want to keep a respectful distance from him. That's fine too. Next, Xianxia started to look for the way. This cave was very big and it was connected to all directions. It was like a maze. Anyone who came here would probably get lost. Xianxia scanned the cave with an X-ray. He didn't find anything. Xianxia then tried to sense the wind in every cave. The result was the same. Almost every cave was ventilated, and the wind wasn't weak either. How strange. How could there be wind several hundred meters underground? Let's start from this cave. Next, Xianxia and Xianxia started to search for the ancient ruins. The first cave, they returned empty-handed. The second cave, they returned empty-handed. The third cave, the fourth cave, the fifth cave. 10 whole hours later, Xianxia and Xianxia didn't find anything. This was like an underground cave that extended in all directions. There was no trace of the ancient ruins at all. Once, Xianxia found a sparkling and translucent cave and thought that he had found something. But when he entered, 2 snakes were entangled together and seemed to be doing something. Furthermore, it was a dead end. There was nothing inside. Snakes were the most ferocious when they were doing something. When Xianxia entered, the 2 snakes instantly went berserk. Then, they ran away. They didn't attack him and maintained a respectful distance from him. Xianxia suspected that ordinary snakes would have intelligence and fear him. Sword King Xianxia said that it was because the Snake King had left a mark on his body. All snakes would feel the Snake King's aura and avoid him. 20 hours later, Xianxia returned empty-handed and returned to the center of the large cave. What was going on? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? There were no ancient ruins here at all. Prince Jin had only survived from the mouths of the 10,000 snakes and had no other fortuitous encounters. That shouldn't be the case. If there were any ancient ruins in the Sand Barbaric tribe, this was the most likely location. Otherwise, why would countless venomous snakes be entrenched here? Furthermore, the entrances to ancient ruins usually had distinctive features. For example, an underwater earthquake last year had caused the entrance to the ancient ruins on Black Rock Island to appear. A stone giant was holding a planet with all kinds of maps on it. One look and anyone could tell that it was an ancient ruin. Then, what was the most special place in this cave maze? That sparkling and translucent cave was the place where the 2 snakes were doing their business. Thus, Xianxia walked into the small cave. He carefully examined every inch of this place. There was nothing. He had already examined this place more than 10 times. He had scanned it with X-rays, but there was still nothing. The reason why it was sparkling and translucent was not because it was jade. Many stones could have such characteristics. However, in the entire cave, this small cave was the most special. Perhaps, we have to wait, Xianxia said. Shen, what you lack the most is patience. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Next, he sat there and waited. He kept waiting and waiting, he didn't know how long he had waited. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in. It seemed like moonlight. How strange. This was an underground cave, so why was moonlight shining in? Very soon, Xianxia understood. The cave walls in this area were smooth like a mirror, so light could be reflected in here. After a few reflections, the light shone on this small cave. There are words on it. Xianxia said. Indeed, words appeared on the originally smooth cave walls. Furthermore, the words seemed to be fluorescent. It seemed to be a table. The first line had a number, 2, the second line had a number, 7, the third line had a number, 227. The fourth line had a blank. The fifth line had a question mark. Obviously, this was another arithmetic problem. As expected, this was an ancient relic. To open the entrance to the ancient relic, one had to write the answer on the 5th line. Xianxia asked, Senior Sword King, can you solve it? Xianxia replied, I don't understand. In fact, the majority of people in this world couldn't understand this problem. Furthermore, the numbers on the wall were in the form of Arabic numerals. On Earth, This should have been invented by the ancient Indians a few hundred years before Christ. Xianxia couldn't believe it. This problem was so difficult, yet Prince Jean solved it back then. This could be considered an ancient problem. Why did he find it hard to believe? Was Prince Jean such a genius? The majority of people in this world probably couldn't understand the meaning of this problem at all. However, Xianxia understood it at a glance. The entrance to the ancient relic on Black Rock Island required the use of the four-color theorem. And this problem required the use of the most fascinating term in mathematics, prime number. A prime number referred to a natural number greater than 1 that could not be divided by any other natural number other than 1 and the integer itself. The first line on the wall showed 2, which was the first prime number. The number 7 on the second row was also a prime number, and it was the fourth prime number. The third line showed 227, which was the 49th prime number. This rule was already very obvious. The next row was the square of the previous row of prime numbers. In other words, the fourth line was the 2401st prime number. 49 squared, however, the fourth line is blank, but you still need to figure it out. The answer here should be 21467. However, this still wasn't the answer to the ancient relic entrance. It required one to write the answer on the fifth line. In other words, the fifth line should be the 460832089 prime number. 21,367 squared. Would one feel dizzy after seeing this series of numbers? That's right, a prime number ranked after 460 million. This was a damn problem. It was going to drive people crazy. If one were to count it by manpower, it would take forever. If one were to use the stupidest method, it would take many years. And it would take millions of pieces of paper. Could Prince Jean solve this problem? Xianxia didn't believe it. When he was in the state of you, he was indeed a genius, but not to this extent. It would take years for all the mathematicians in the Xianxia pavilion to solve this problem. This problem was actually more difficult than the four-color theorem on Black Rock Island. Or rather, they were on par. Moreover, it was also a hard math problem. How long would it take for Xianxia to solve this problem? 1 second. No, not even 1 second. Its brain gave the answer almost instantly. Next, Xianxia needed to write the answer on the fifth line on the wall. However, how could he write without a pen? Was he supposed to bite his finger and write with blood? No, this damn number was too long. It would take at least half of his blood, right? After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia took out a pen from his pocket. It looked exactly the same as the pen at the entrance of the ancient relic on Black Rock Island. Of course, it wasn't that one. It had been confiscated by Stupa Mountain. After scanning its material composition, Xianxia made one himself. To put it bluntly, it was made from a special stone on Black Rock Island. It had a special magnetic force. And a bit of radiation. Xianxia went forward and wrote the answer. It was a very long string of numbers, more than 10 digits long. Sorry, I can't write this answer. It took me more than 10 minutes to find the 2401st prime number. After writing it, Xianxia retreated. However, there was no reaction. There was no ancient relic entrance at all. What was going on? Could it be that I calculated wrongly? Impossible. How could the AI make a mistake? Xianxia said. Patience, patience. Xianxia said, Senior Sword King, do you understand? Do you think I'm right? I don't understand. Xianxia said, but I know you are extremely smart and will definitely be able to solve it. The only thing you lack is patience. Oh, all right. Xianxia sat down and waited. Then, as expected, he found some clues. This was because the moon in the sky would shift. The reflected light in the room became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, it completely disappeared. The only thing that was still lit was the answer that he had written down. Then, whoosh! 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 Xianxia felt himself falling continuously. The entire cave was falling down. The speed was so fast that it pressed down on his eardrums, almost causing Xianxia's ears to ring. After a full 10 seconds, the falling stopped. This place should be even deeper underground. Xianxia turned around and found a passage. In front of him was a bridge. Below him was a surging river. There were all kinds of sculptures on the bridge. There were men and women. These should be ancient humans. They were tall and had slender limbs, tall, with long limbs. They looked somewhat similar to Mulan. On the left and right sides of the bridge, there were hundreds of sculptures with different expressions. The eyes of these sculptures seemed to be inlaid with special gems, so they emitted light that illuminated the stone bridge. At the end of the stone bridge, there was a door. This should be the entrance to the ancient relic. At the end of the stone bridge, there was a door. This should be the door to the ancient relic. Xianxia and the Sword King Xianxia carefully walked across the bridge. The strange thing was that the eyes of the sculptures on both sides of the bridge seemed to be staring at them at all times. They walked to the end of the bridge. They arrived in front of the stone door. There was a hole here that should be used to open the door. There were two sculptures in front of the door. One was a man and the other was a woman. Both of them were holding a plate in their hands. Shouldn't the key be on this plate? There was something in the hands of this sculpture. The Sword King Xianxia leaped lightly and took the item from the sculpture's hands. It was a wooden sword with a few words engraved on it, for little brother Xianxia. Seeing his name, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but tremble. He actually saw his name on the door to the ancient relic. There was also a letter beside it. Xianxia opened the letter. The handwriting was very good. At the very least, it was much better than Xianxia's and a certain calligrapher, Ming Yuanxian's. Brother Xianxia, if you can get your hands on this wooden sword, it would mean that you've already solved the eternal problem and found my weakness. I'm convinced. Little brother Xianxia, you are truly a genius. I'm convinced. I'm in awe. I admit defeat, little brother Xianxia, bring this wooden sword to me as soon as possible. Let's have a good talk. I admit defeat, Sha Jin's letter. This was left behind by Prince Jin? Xianxia was shocked and sighed in awe. The Sword King Xianxia was even more doubtful of his life. He deeply felt that his intelligence was lacking. Perhaps in the eyes of intelligent people like Xianxia and Prince Jin, his intelligence was no different from that of a big fool. After a long while, Xianxia asked, "Did Prince Jin guess that you would find this place?" "I can't say that he guessed it. This was just his worst-case scenario," Xianxia said. Who would have thought that it would really happen? In reality, Xianxia was also mentally exhausted. It was not easy to fight with Prince Jin. How much did he prepare? The second Nirvana army, the first Nirvana army, and the Golden Dragon's blood. He first formulated a plan to attack the capital of Nano, but he felt that it would not succeed, so he gave up. Then, he chose an even crazier plan to attack the capital of Great Nan. In the end, he still failed. Finally, he used his wild imagination to search for the possible existence of this ancient relic. After much difficulty, he passed through the 10,000 Snakes cave and found the entrance, solving yet another ancient problem. He finally succeeded. Did he win this time? Yes, he had won against Prince Jin by half a chess piece. Moreover, this was also within Prince Jin's calculations. However, this ancient relic was Prince Jin's Achilles heel. Once Xianxia touched it, it would be considered a win. "Let's go," Xianxia said. Xianxia was stunned. Are we leaving just like that? Aren't we going in?" Xianxia said, "We can't go in. The key is in Prince Jin's hands." Xianxia asked, "Does that mean we won?" Xianxia said, "We won." Xianxia exclaimed, "The two of you are really top-notch experts. You should stop when the time is right." Xianxia had indeed won. This was because he did not need to enter the ancient relic, nor did he need to destroy it. All he needed to do was make this ancient relic public and reveal the answer to the public. At that time, the Sky Sea Pavilion, Stupa Mountain, and even the Great Yan Empire would swarm over. That would be a disaster for Prince Jin. This ancient relic was his lifeblood, his only hope to strengthen his empire. They returned to the small, sparkling cavern. However, it did not rise. If it did not rise, Xianxia would not be able to return to the surface. Xianxia asked, "Do we need to activate some mechanism?" Xianxia replied, "Senior, don't be anxious. This depends on the power of water. It's the underground river that we saw earlier. We are currently gathering the power of water. Once we have gathered enough water, the mechanism will automatically activate, and this small cavern will rise. Indeed, after a quarter of an hour, the small cavern began to rise continuously. 10 seconds later, they returned to their original location, the 10,000 Snakes Cavern. After walking through the maze-like cavern, they returned to the large cavern. At this time, tens of thousands of venomous snakes were entrenched here. However, when Xianxia and Xianxia walked over, the countless venomous snakes gave way. Everyone minded their own business. Xianxia and Xianxia tied themselves up with ropes and gave it a gentle tug. Then, the two of them ascended as if they were riding on a cloud. The big fool was truly formidable. His strength was simply too great. Xianxia and Xianxia combined weighed close to 150 kilograms, but the big fool lifted them as if they were nothing. After returning to the surface, Xianxia returned to the Nirvana army camp. Nothing unforeseen happened. Xianxia said, "Big fool, pass this letter to that old man in the great southern city, State Preceptor Xiayin." Got it. The big fool took the letter and dashed off. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This speed was even faster than the fastest horse. The big fool once again arrived at the gates of the Sand Barbaric tribe's great southern kingdom. "Blockhead, are you coming in?" a Sand Barbaric woman shouted from the city walls. The big fool roared. A moment later, the city gates opened. Following which, the Sand Barbaric woman said, "Blockhead, are you staying behind? Big sister will be your wife and bear your children?" The big fool's face turned red. He shook his head and said, "No, no, I already have a wife and children." Then, he dashed into the city as if he was fleeing. Where's the old man? He still couldn't remember State Preceptor Xiayin's name. A moment later, the old man appeared. Does Shen have a message for you?" State Preceptor Xiayin looked at the big fool with a kind gaze. Here." The big fool handed the letter over. State Preceptor Xiayin opened it. His body trembled in disbelief. This was the letter that Prince Jin had left for Xianxia outside the ancient relic. State Preceptor Xiayin read it over and over again. Of course, he didn't suspect that this letter was forged. It was just that it was too shocking and he needed some time to digest it. This Shen, was he actually this strong? At this point, could he still find the Lord's absolute weakness? He was too strong. Perhaps only he and his Lord could be considered a pair of peerless geniuses, right? Then, State Preceptor Xiayin sighed in amazement. These two were the true pinnacle duels. "Okay, please go back and tell Shen that I will send this letter to the Lord as soon as possible," said State Preceptor Xiayin. "Also, please tell him that I am very grateful to him." The big fool memorized the letter with all his might. "You, say it again." "It's too long, I can't remember it," said the big fool. State Preceptor Xiayin repeated it again. "Okay, I'll remember it." The big fool turned around and ran. While running, he memorized the letter. Otherwise, he might forget it immediately. When he ran out of the city gate, the sand primitive female warrior said, "Big fool, why don't you stay for an hour? Leave a baby for me?" The big fool felt that it was rude to ignore her, but he didn't understand what she meant. What do you mean by that?" The sand primitive female warrior said, "It means that I will accompany you to sleep and make you comfortable." No, I'm leaving." The big fool ran away. Then, he realized that something was wrong. Oh no, he seemed to have forgotten a few of the words he had memorized just now. However, he didn't have the courage to enter the city anymore. The women here were too scary. The big fool ran to Xianxia and quickly said, "The old man said it's fine. He will send this letter to the Lord as soon as possible and is very grateful to you." Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay, I got it. Let's go." Xianxia gave the order. 2,000 Nirvana soldiers headed north, returning to the Chang Kingdom, 2 days later, in the capital of Nan Kingdom. The governor of Tiannam Province, Zhu Yong, received a secret letter from Zhu Hongzhu. Zhu Ning was betrothed to the third prince, Ning Qi, and Zhong Shishir was betrothed to Zhu Hongping. After reading the letter, Zhu Yong was stunned. He was shocked, but not surprised. The day had finally come. This meant that the Zhu clan had completely given up on Ning Yi and turned to support Ning Qi. There was also a code in the letter. Zhu Rong was the only one who could decipher the secret message. The content was simple, but it was even more shocking. They were preparing for a coup, taking over Xianxia, and giving Zhu Yong full authority to negotiate with Prince Jin to cede the entire Tiannan province. "Uncle, what's grandfather's latest instruction?" Ning Yi barged in. After all, this was Nan Kingdom. It was hard to keep it a secret that someone was looking for Zhu Yong. Ning Yi's eyes were filled with unease because Prince Jin had already pointed out this matter and said that the Zhu clan might change their stance and support Ning Qi. Ning Yi couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. He was full of fantasies, but he wasn't naive. Zhu Yong smiled and said, "Father has asked the great Yan Empire to put pressure on His Majesty. He wants me to negotiate a truce with Prince Jin again." "Really? That's good." Ning Yi trembled. Prince Jin's expression was calm, but he was anxious in his heart. There was no news from the great Nan Kingdom. No news was good news. He hoped that there would be no news. If there was no bad news in 5 or 6 days, the dust would settle. He had to believe in National Preceptor Xianxia. He was a top-notch wise man, and he should be able to deal with it. He stood in front of the map and looked in the direction of the great Nan Kingdom. He said to himself, "Shenlang, don't think about that." His wife, Sha Man, stepped forward and hugged Prince Jin's waist. "Husband, don't worry. You are the one chosen by heaven. Shenlang will never win against you. He won't have a miracle in the great Nan Kingdom." Then, she said, Sunan sent a secret letter. The effect of the golden dragon blood has begun to fade in the city guards of Sunblade City. He has seen through Shenlang's plan to use the first Nirvana army to deal with his small-scale attack. In another 3 or 4 days, when the effect of the golden dragon blood completely fades, he will attack the city again. At that time, he will be able to break through Sunblade City easily. Then, he will lead the army to the north and attack the capital of the state of Yu. There is also Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Jean Milan has left with 3,000 godly archers. The castle must be empty. Father and Namgong Ao's coalition army should be able to take down Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. The fate of the state of Yu's destruction can no longer be changed. Xianxia is going to commit suicide in the palace. Husband, you can take your revenge. Husband, you have done what King Chu and King Wu failed to do. You have completely destroyed the southern overlord state of Yu. Queen Sha Man's blood was boiling as she spoke. At this time, a trusted subordinate's voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, Zhu Yong wants to see you." Prince Jin waved his hand. He didn't want to meet him. But if he didn't meet him, it would make him feel anxious. So he agreed to meet him. "Prince Jin, what I am going to say next may represent the will of the new court of the state of Yu. It may even represent the will of the Zhu family in the Flame capital. We are willing to cede the entire Tiannan province to you. Please stop the war," said Zhu Yong. Prince Jin said, "The Zhu family has completely abandoned Ning Yi and turned to support Ning Qi? What if the Shui family's fleet is going to attack the angry Tide City?" Zhu Yong sighed. It was too easy and tiring to negotiate with a smart person. Prince Jin could deduce the new development of the situation from his new attitude. Queen Shaman said, "Don't waste your time. The army of the Danan state will soon defeat Marquis Xuanwu's mansion and take down Yangge City. Then, the two armies will join forces and directly attack the capital of the state of Yu. Your state of Yu will be destroyed." Zhu Yong said, "Why? Why? Prince Jin, didn't you say you didn't want to destroy my state of Yu? You clearly proposed very lenient conditions before." Prince Jin didn't say anything. Queen Shaman said, "When the king of Yu, Xianxia, plotted against my father-in-law, why didn't he think of this day? We destroyed the state of Yu to take revenge. Once my husband destroys the state of Yu, he will shock the world with a single brilliant feat." Prince Jin still didn't say anything. Queen Shaman said, "Come, drive Governor Zhu Yong away. We will not negotiate anymore." Then, Governor Zhu Yong was driven away. After Zhu Yong left, Queen Shaman said, "Husband, why? Previously, you only wanted to cede 5 counties. You didn't intend to destroy the state of Yu." Prince Jin said, "Xianxia rejected my leniency, so I have to show my power. Moreover, the situation is developing in an unfavorable direction. King Wu may not send troops under pressure. The state of Yu may keep most of its territory, which is not in our interest. Once we arrive at the capital of the state of Yu, Ningqi's coup will be aborted, and King Wu will no longer have any leeway to compromise. He will still choose to immediately send troops south. Otherwise, he won't be able to eat this piece of meat. Ningqi wants to take over? Yes. But we will negotiate after I destroy the capital of the state of Yu. Let's not talk about it now. Immediately send a letter to Sunan. Tell him to attack Yangge City immediately after receiving the letter. We don't have to wait for the state of Yu city guard's golden dragon blood to completely disappear. Then immediately attack the capital of Tianyue. At this time, the capital is unimaginably empty. We must be fast. Otherwise, if Ningqi's coup succeeds and King Wu compromises, the situation will be too late. Yes. Queen Shaman personally wrote the secret letter. And at this moment, 3 crows came from the west. They flew directly through the window and landed on Queen Shaman's arm. Prince Jin's heart trembled. A letter from a crow from the west. Please don't let it be bad news. Please don't let it be bad news. Queen Shaman took the secret letter from the crow's anklet and handed it to Prince Jin. Prince Jin opened it. His body trembled and almost froze on the spot. What a familiar letter. He wrote it himself and left it outside the ancient ruins for Shenlang. Brother Shenlang, if you can get your hands on this wooden sword, his letter of surrender. Man, we lost. Shenlang won. We probably have to quit this game. Get ready. I'm going to negotiate with Shenlang. Note, today's count is more than 17,000. Tomorrow, we will have to travel thousands of miles to return to Jiaxing. Brothers, please don't stop with your monthly votes and support. Pastries will desperately write. Please beg, thank you Snow Moon World 111, China's manliest man, Xiaolong 1234, bewitching Wang Liang for your tens of thousands of coins. Due to the long distance, we had to drive over 2 days and stop in Nanjing. According to the plan, we would arrive at Nanjing at 4 in the afternoon and find a hotel to write the first chapter. In the end, there was a traffic jam on the highway and the middle of the journey. The 550-kilometer drive was exhausting. We only arrived at Nanjing at 7 in the evening. We had just checked in. Helpless, we could only ask for half a day off. Sorry. I'll hurry to write. I'll need about 5 hours to update, which would be past 12. Sorry, please forgive me, Can I still ask for monthly votes? Sob. Exhausted, asked for half a day off. Update in 5 hours. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Congratulations to Book City's Plato for becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you. When Queen Charmin heard this, she immediately asked in disbelief, what happened? Shenlang breached our great southern city? Using the entire city as hostages? Prince Jin took out another paper scroll. On it was a secret letter written by Imperial Preceptor Shayin. It was a very simple line of words. Shenlang breached the great southern city but retreated unconditionally. Even though the content was very simple, Prince Jin was still able to guess what had happened in the great southern kingdom. Shenlang was benevolent, righteous, and intelligent, amazing, truly amazing. After reading it, he passed Imperial Preceptor Shayin's secret letter to his wife. Queen Charmin was startled for a moment before saying, Shenlang is not a benevolent person, but he has done something benevolent to us. In return, we should just let his family go. There's no need to retreat. How can there be benevolence between countries? This is an extremely rare opportunity, husband must not give it up. For the sake of eunuch's revenge, we must destroy the state of Yu and achieve 100 years of hegemony. Prince Jin handed over another secret letter. This was the letter that Prince Jin had admitted defeat. This time, Consort Charmin was completely stunned. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Shenlang found the ancient ruins that we were in? Prince Jin nodded. How is this possible? Consort Charmin exclaimed in shock, only you can enter that 10,000 snakes cave, even I can't. If I entered alone, I would also be bitten to death. Not to mention Li Qianxiu, even 10 grandmasters would die if they entered. How could Xianlang pass through the 10,000 snakes cave? How could he not be bitten to death by countless venomous snakes? Prince Jin shrugged his shoulders. Queen Charmin said, even if Xianlang found the entrance to the ancient ruins, it is impossible for him to solve that ancient calculation problem. Currently, no one in this world can do it. Prince Jin said, Xianlang was the one who cracked the entrance to the ancient relic on the Black Rock Island in the Southern Sea. I've studied the four-color theorem not long ago. It would take hundreds of mathematicians a few years to complete. Queen Charmin said, how does the Cave of 10,000 Snakes entrance problem compare to the four colors theorem? Prince Jin said, it looks simple, but in fact, hundreds of mathematicians wouldn't be able to finish it even after several years. It would take hundreds of millions of pieces of paper. Queen Charmin said, in other words, no one can solve it? But did Xianlang solve it? Prince Jin nodded. Xiaoman said, he's truly a genius. Prince Jin sighed and said, write a new secret letter to Sunan and Nangong Ao. Immediately stop all attacks and wait for orders. Queen Charmin nodded, then burned the secret letter she had just written. She wrote 2 new secret letters, tied them to Feiya's leg and released them. Feiya is not safe after all. Also, send messengers to Sunan and Nangong Ao's army to convey the order. Prince Jin said again. All right. Queen Charmin drafted a new decree. Then, Prince Jin stamped it with his seal and handed it to 2 squads of Sand Barbaric tribe cavalry. Then, Prince Jin sighed and said, finally, I'm going to meet this person. Queen Charmin said, husband, are you really willing to give up just like that? Prince Jin smiled and said, destroying the state of you will help me build my reputation and take my revenge. Moreover, I'll be able to eat a huge piece of meat. But if we lose that ancient ruins, we'll lose almost everything. Queen Charmin was silent. Prince Jin's rise and fame spread all over the world. He had created miracles one after another. What did he rely on? Wisdom, breadth of mind, courage. But the most important thing was the knowledge in the ancient ruins. In these 2 years, he helped the hyena tribe and taught them the ancient beast-taming knowledge, making them stronger. He helped the venomous snake tribe and allowed the shamans to control more venomous snakes. Moreover, they used the snake venom to create many medicines, saving countless lives and making many people stronger. He helped the divine Bao tribe and the elephant tribe. He mediated the disputes between the tribes countless times. He discovered a few underground rivers and led the Sand Barbaric tribe's warriors to fish. He took out many seeds from the ancient ruins, especially sweet potato and medicinal herb seeds. He solved the Sand Barbaric tribe's famine and extended the lives of the Sand Barbaric tribe. The reason why Prince Jin unified the Sand Barbaric tribe was not because of killing and violence. In the hearts of countless Sand Barbaric people, he was simply an omnipotent god. And most of these miracles were accomplished by relying on the ancient ruins. This was just the beginning. In the future, the Great Nan Kingdom would still need the ancient ruins to become civilized and prosperous. How about we return to the previous conditions? Cede the 5 southern counties of the Tiannan province? Queen Charmin said. Prince Jin smiled and did not speak. Get ready to welcome them. In about 4 or 5 days, Xianlang will come. Prince Jin said, I'm really looking forward to it. This person monopolizes 80% of the state of Yu's glory. What an exquisite person he is. Marquis Xuanwu Mansion, Jin Mulan led the 3002nd Nirvana army on an expedition to the Nanoyu Kingdom's capital. The castle suddenly became empty. As the commander, Nangong Ao, of course, noticed this. But instead of attacking rashly, he became more conservative in defense. He felt that this might be a conspiracy. Not only that, he also sent dozens of scouts to spy on the surroundings, for fear of a sneak attack. As a result, news quickly came from the Nanoyu Kingdom's capital. Jin Mulan led 3,000 elites to attack the Nanoyu Kingdom's capital. They failed, but broke through almost unscathed. Instantly, Nangong Ao was stunned. He knew that Xianlang was crazy, but he did not expect Jin Mulan to be so crazy. He actually brought 3,000 people to attack the Nanoyu Kingdom's capital. Wouldn't the Marquis Xuanwu mansion be extremely empty, he immediately discussed with Commander Xianxia whether they should take the opportunity to attack. They still had nearly 30,000 troops in their hands. Half of them were surrendered troops of the state of Yu, and the other half were servants of Nan Yu. This discussion did not matter. Commander Xianxia's opinion was to attack directly. Then, Nangong Ao sent another 20,000 troops to attack the Marquis Xuanwu mansion. The result was still very tragic. Although there were only 800 Second Nirvana army in the Marquis Xuanwu mansion, there were more than 3,000 private troops of the Kim clan. They did not have magical shooting skills, but they had magical crossbows. The power of these crossbows was huge, almost no less than a 2-stone bow. The private troops of the Kim clan could not be used at all. They also needed special tools. Although the firing speed was very slow, the power was amazing. If it was the first wave of Nangong Ao's coalition to attack the city, then the Marquis Xuanwu mansion might be in danger. At that time, the morale of the attacking troops would be high. But now, after 2 massacres, the morale of the troops under Nangong Ao's command was already extremely low. More than 20,000 troops, after more than 3,000 casualties, the morale collapsed again and they fled. Nangong Ao attacked the Marquis Xuanwu mansion and suffered another crushing defeat. Commander Xianxia wished he could start a massacre and kill all the surrendered troops of the state of Yu. Compared to the Sand barbaric warriors, this group of people was really too weak. They had no fighting spirit and were simply a disgrace to the warriors. Therefore, even if the main force of the Second Nirvana army was not in the city, Nangong Ao completely lost the ability to attack the Marquis Xuanwu mansion. Compared to the Marquis Xuanwu mansion, the situation in Yangga City was extremely dangerous. After about 10 days, the effect of the golden dragon blood in the body of the city guards began to fade rapidly. Of course, compared to before, they were still much stronger. But the first thing to disappear was their courage and fighting spirit. Recalling their bravery on the battlefield, they had a feeling of a nightmare. It was unimaginable. God, was that crazy person really me? When did I become so unafraid of death? Of course, it did not mean that they directly changed from being incomparably brave to being as timid as a mouse. They had not degenerated to that point yet. In fact, the first thing they showed was depression. They were no longer impassioned, but they were not very afraid either. They just fell into a state of dispirited self-doubt. It was as if all the excitement and passion from before had been overdrawn. The morale of the army was also gradually declining. Because they had already fought with the main force of the Sand barbaric race, they knew how strong the other party was. And at this time, Sunan began a small-scale probing attack. The first few times were blocked by the First Nirvana army. These 300 people were unstoppable. Moreover, these 300 people were wearing the same armor as the city guards. At the beginning, it even made people suspect that the effect of the golden dragon blood on the city guards had not faded at all. However, after 3 probing attacks, Sunan still discovered it. He was completely sure that the morale and fighting strength of the city guards were rapidly declining. At this time, he stopped his probing attack and continued to surround them. He was waiting. Waiting for the effect of the golden dragon blood to fade away before attacking the city. February 15th, Sunan welcomed an old acquaintance, the lobbyist of the Yingyuan Association, Xianxia. He asked Sunan to stop attacking the city, saying that the state of Yu might have a new negotiation with Prince Jin. Sunan was surprised. A new negotiation? How could Prince Jin agree? Back then, Ning Yuanxian had actively rejected Prince Jin's kindness. Xianxia said that the situation had changed. And very vaguely, he told Sunan that what he should do now was to send troops to support Nangong Ao and take the opportunity to destroy the Marquis Xuanwu's residence to take revenge. The fact that the Zhu clan had changed their attitude to support Ning Qi was still a secret, and Sunan had no way of knowing. But he was a very sensitive person in politics, and from Xianxia's words, he heard some hidden meaning. Next, Sunan welcomed another lobbyist. This time, it was very obvious. It was the crown prince of the Wuan Count House, Xue Pan. The conditions he offered were even more tempting. Once Sunan stopped heading north and sent troops to support Nangong Ao to destroy the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Then the Marquis' residence, the Su clan's territory, and even the entire Jinyuan city would all belong to Sunan. In other words, Sunan could get back everything he had lost, and even more. His fief would be more than twice as big as before. Sunan sneered, "If I don't go north, King Wu's army will go south, and the credit of destroying the state of Yu will belong to King Wu. It will have nothing to do with my Danan state." Shu Tingyu smiled, "King Wu might not go south." As soon as this was said, the sharp Sunan immediately saw some clues. How shrewd and ruthless was he? Previously, he was one of the big shots in the state of Yu's court. He immediately judged that the third prince, Ningqi, was going to take the throne. The Yinyuan Association had changed their stance, and even the Zhu clan had changed their stance. Once these two giants put pressure on the state of Wu, King Wu might really not go to war. If King Wu did not attack the state of Yu under the pressure of the Great Yan Empire, then Sunan would be in trouble. Then, the state of Yu's army in the north would probably go south to defend the capital. Sunan's tens of thousands of troops might have to face more than twice their number. Although Shu Tingyu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was clear. As long as Sunan stopped heading north, stopped attacking Yangge City, and turned to destroy the Marquis Xuanwu's residence, then his Su clan could be independent. Of course, if that happened, he would be considered to have betrayed Prince Jin. Therefore, Shu Tingyu was baiting him, and also driving a wedge between him and Prince Jin. Sunan thought for less than 2 hours. According to the plan, he planned to attack Yangge City on the 25th of February. But now he had to change his plan. On the 19th of February, the entire army would attack and take Yangge City. Then, they would immediately head north to attack the capital of the state of Yu. He could not give King Wu a chance to regret, and he could not give Ningqi a chance to succeed. His thinking was almost the same as that of Prince Jin. It could be said that the monarch and the minister were of one mind. Independence of the Su clan, of course, he was very tempted. But now, Sunan was the only one left in the Su clan. Without the descendants of the clan, without a direct army, even if they had a large fief, so what? If the Su clan wanted to be strong, it must first flourish. The deeper the roots of a big tree penetrated into the ground, the thicker it would become. Otherwise, everything would be a castle in the air. Sunan firmly believed that the hope of the Su clan's rise again lay in the Great Nan Kingdom. 19th of February, the 47,000 troops under Sunan's command gathered again. The 30,000 troops were in formation. Dozens of catapults and dozens of giant crossbows once again began to bombard. This time, Sunan was determined to win. He must completely take down Yangge City within half a day. The Battle of Yangge City once again broke out. Inside Yangge City, Ku Tuhuan was shocked. What happened? According to his expectations, Sunan should not attack the city at this time, but should delay it for a few days, waiting for the effect of the golden dragon blood to completely fade. Something must have happened. Boom boom boom, the catapult's boulders hit the city wall, making a series of loud noises. The entire Yangge City trembled again. At this time, the situation in the city was different. Half a month ago, when Sunan first attacked the city with the catapults, not only did it not make the city guards afraid, but it made them even more excited. Shen Lang, Ku Tuhuan, and the others really spent a lot of effort to suppress their wildness. Otherwise, they would have rushed to the top of the city wall to show their bravery in front of the boulders and rushed out to fight Sunan. That kind of courage and fearlessness of death was simply unheard of. And this time, when Sunan attacked the city again, the city guards' faces were indifferent, pale, and slightly trembling. No one ran away, but everyone was very depressed, as if they were going to be depressed. Previously, Shen Lang's medicine seemed to have completely overdrawn their spirits. They still obeyed orders, but it was no longer the desire to fight from the bottom of their hearts. Ku Tuhuan remembered what Shen Lang said before. "Your Highness Ningxing, the situation is collapsing. In 2 hours, Sunan's army will officially attack the city, and this time, we will definitely not be able to defend it. Yangge City will definitely fall." Ku Tuhuan said, "After Yangge City is captured, Sunan's army will not stop and will immediately attack Tianyu City. So, change into ordinary people's clothes and hide in the underground secret room that Shen prepared for you. After Sunan's army leaves, you will secretly go to Marquis Xuanwu's mansion and sail to New Tiao City." Ningxing said, "What about you?" Ku Tuhuan said, "I am the highest commander on the battlefield, how can I run away?" Of course, I will live and die with my brothers. Ningjing said indifferently, you died in battle for my Yu country, died for the Ning clan's empire. As a descendant of the Ning clan, how can I run away? Ku Tuhuan said excitedly, Your Highness, this battle is hopeless, we will definitely lose, Yangge City will be destroyed, and the city guards will be wiped out. I am a straightforward person, a person who can't think straight. I am the commander of this army, I really can't abandon the army and escape. But you can, as long as there is life, there is hope. I am also a straightforward person, and I am also a stubborn person. Ningjing said, Don't forget, I am the new pacifying South General. Even if you ask me to abandon the army and escape, I can't do it. Ku Tuhuan said loudly, Your Highness, but your sacrifice is meaningless. You should go to New Tiao City, there is still a chance for you to make a comeback. Ningjing shook his head. Ku Tuhuan said, Why don't you hide first, then go to the capital as fast as possible and organize the defense of the capital? Don't deceive yourself. Ningjing said, Don't say anything, if we die together. My battlefield is Yangge City, if I escape, how can I explain it to them? Ningjing pointed at the city guards. If we die together. Ningjing suddenly pulled out his sword. At this time, the originally depressed city guards seemed to have been ignited again. This time, it was not Shenlang's medicine, but Ningjing's spirit to live and die together. In the past 100 years, no one from my Ning clan royal family has died on the battlefield. Many people suspect that my Ning clan has lost its courage, especially after Crown Prince Ningyi's surrender. It made the whole world think that my Ning clan royal family are all cowards. Ningjing's voice was a little hoarse, but he no longer stuttered. Before going to war, Father once told me that he would never live to be the ruler of a destroyed country. The moment the enemy breaks through the capital, it will be the moment of his death. More than 8,000 city guards raised their heads and looked at Ningjing. Ningjing said slowly, The king dies for the country, then I, the son of the king, die on the battlefield is also very good. Very good. Even if my state of you falls, it can prove to the whole world that my Ning clan royal family still has courage. Everyone, today, follow me and die on the battlefield. Even if I, Ningjing, die here today, it will be worth it. Die on the battlefield. Ningjing shouted. In an instant, it was as if the shocking chosen one from the heavenly worship ceremony had returned. Die on the battlefield. Ningjing's voice became louder and more penetrating. Even without the heavenly devil sound technique, it was still shocking. Die on the battlefield. Even Wu Lai, Xian Nu, and the other 200 female warriors shouted in unison. Die on the battlefield. More than 8,000 city guards shouted fiercely. The blood in their bodies seemed to have been ignited again. 15 minutes later, Sunan's army's catapult attack ended. The main force of the Sand barbaric tribe was about to attack the city. Ningjing took the lead and went to the top of the city wall. Ku Tuhuan, the 10 Ning clan brothers, Wu Lai, Xian Nu, and the other 200 female warriors, and more than 8,000 city guards all went into defensive positions. Attack the city! Sunan gave the order. 20,000 Sand barbaric tribe warriors charged madly again. The incomparably tragic siege war began once again. The sky was shaken. Blood flowed like a river. An hour later, there were countless corpses under the city wall. Sunan was shocked. Didn't the effect of the golden dragon blood wear off? The morale of the city guards should be very low by now. Why were they still so fearless? The bravery of the city guards was crazy. And this time, the bravery of the city guards was accompanied by the will to die, calm and firm. The one-sided massacre that Sunan had imagined did not happen. On the contrary, the Sand barbaric tribe warriors still suffered heavy casualties. But it was clear. The combat power of the State of Yu city guards had declined. Because the stones they smashed were too small, they needed 2 people to carry the rolling wood. The huge oil pot also needed 2 people to carry it. But their fighting spirit did not seem to weaken. As a prince, Ningjing was already bathed in blood as he fought on the front line. Sunan heaved a sigh. It was really a response to that saying. The general was the courage of the soldiers. An army with a determination to die, even if their combat power had declined, was still a powerful army. There were many casualties in this battle. But he had no other way out. Continue to attack the city, press forward. The earth-shattering war drums sounded. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors once again attacked the city like a tide. A quarter of an hour later, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors finally climbed up the city wall. The weapons clashed, and the melee battle began, after the effect of the golden dragon blood faded by 60 to 70%. The city guard's strength and speed were greatly reduced. At this time, their combat power was far inferior to the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. They could barely win with their equipment. But they still had a burning fighting spirit. But, they were still at a disadvantage. As more and more Sand Barbaric tribe warriors rushed up, the casualties of the city guards increased sharply. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was different from what he had imagined. But they still won. It was just that the price they paid was much higher. Ningjing was amazing. At this time, Ningjing was already covered with wounds. Ku Tuhuan could hardly protect him. The experts sent by Ning Yuanxian to protect him were also heavily injured. Ningjing gasped for breath. More and more Sand Barbaric tribe warriors rushed up the city wall. They could hold on for more than an hour at most, then they would all be wiped out. Yangga City was about to fall. Father, I didn't let you down. I fought for you until the end. I fought for the last glory for the Ning clan royal family. Even if it's the glory of death. Then, Ningjing roared. Kill. Dragging his wounded body, he charged forward even more crazily. And at this time, a black messenger crow swooped down and landed directly on the arm of Sunan's wife. Sunan's wife fed it a piece of meat and kissed it for a while. Then she untied the small letter tube on its leg, took out the secret letter inside and handed it to her husband. Sunan opened it. This was written by the queen herself and stamped with Prince Jin's seal. It was written in a special text code. Sunan easily deciphered it. Sunan, stop attacking the city and wait for the new order. The situation has changed, a huge change. This was the order of Prince Jin. Prince Jin was a genius. He wrote secret decrees for each commander in a different text code. No one could read it except him, Queen Charmin and the commander. This decree could not be forged. Sunan's heart trembled. In at most 2 hours, Sunblade City would be conquered. Ningjing and his city guards were about to be annihilated. Stop attacking the city at this time, he was really unwilling. He dreamed of destroying the state of Yu and watching Ning Yuanxian die in front of him. But now he was giving up. What exactly happened? Could it be that Ning Qi and Jin Jun had reached a new truce agreement? No, impossible. Sunan knew Prince Jin well. Even if he wanted to stop the war with Ning Qi, he would have to destroy Tianyue City first. It was impossible to stop the war before Sunblade City was conquered. Wouldn't it show that the Great Nan Kingdom was incompetent? Shenlang? Was it because of Shenlang? Yes, it must be him, young Master Shen. If it's really you, then you're really something, aren't you? He took a deep breath. Prince Jin's order could not be disobeyed. Sunan roared, sound the gongs to retreat. Sound the gongs to retreat. The gongs rang, Sunan sounded the gongs to retreat. Everyone was stunned, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were stunned. Are we going to win? Why are we retreating? No, we will never retreat. We will kill all the people of the state of Yu. We will destroy this city. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors turned a deaf ear to him. Sunan was furious. He roared with all his internal energy, Prince Jin has ordered us to stop attacking the city. Retreat! Retreat! Suddenly, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors stopped. Sunan roared, all of you, get out of the city. In the eyes of the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors, Prince Jin was like a god. Unexpectedly, it was Prince Jin's order. They dared not disobey it again. They looked at the state of Yu's city guards with unwillingness and admiration. You are the only army that the Sand Barbaric tribe thinks highly of. Then, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors retreated like the tide. Just like last time, they jumped down from the city wall. So awesome. In just a quarter of an hour, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors on the city wall disappeared without a trace. The remaining thousands of city guards were shocked. What happened? We were prepared to die in battle. Why did they suddenly leave? Ningjing and Ku Tuhuan looked at each other. They were confused. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Xianlang did it. Shen did it. Ku Tuhuan shouted, "Long live Shen! Long live Shen!" Xian Nu suddenly shouted, "Shen, I love you." The 10 Lan brothers were stunned. God? Is my big brother, lunatic Lan, going to be cuckolded? Then, over 100 female warriors shouted in unison. Shen, I love you. This was the fans' love for their idol. Do not misunderstand. 23 RD of February, the capital of Nano was decorated. Ever since Lady Jean took over Nano Yu's capital city, she had never decorated the city. She was always in a state of dejection. Now, he even hung lanterns and pasted red paper. Which big shot was he going to welcome? Jun Jin brought his wife and personally came to Nano's capital to welcome them. He had a smile on his face. His wife, Charmin, on the other hand, was full of impatience. Until the afternoon, the important person who had come had finally appeared. It was a gigolo. His entrance ceremony was too unique. The big fool carried a rattan chair on his back. Xianlang sat on it. He even had an umbrella. The sun in Nano was too hot. He had to pay attention to the sun. He had been tanned for the past half a month. When it came to skin care, the first thing he needed to do was to protect himself from the sun. "Husband, he is Xianlang?" Queen Charmin asked. Prince Jean said, "Definitely." Queen Charmin said, "I don't know why, but the moment I saw him, I wanted to beat him to death." Jean Jun said, "Then I'm relieved. He's really too handsome." The big fool ran to Prince Jean and put Xianlang down. Xianlang greets the king of Great Southern Kingdom. Sha Jin greets brother Xianlang. Xianlang presented the wooden sword with both hands. It was the wooden sword he got from the ancient ruins. It was the proof of Prince Jin's defeat. The original belongs to the owner. Prince Jin said, "I will make a souvenir for you." Xianlang said, "The sun is too hot. Let's hurry and enter the city." "Brother Jin, is there ice in Nano?" Prince Jin was startled. He shook his head, "Sorry, there really isn't." His life was not that luxurious. Although he was the king of Great Southern Kingdom, his living conditions were even worse than a small noble in the state of Yu. "But there is a deep well with cold water. I prepared some melons for you. They have been soaking in the well for half a day. Do you think it will help?" Prince Jean said. "Sure." 2 hours later, Xianlang took a bath, changed his clothes, and returned to his handsome appearance. He ate the melons. Wow, so sweet. The melons of the Sand Barbaric tribe are invincible. Where did they come from? There were melons and all kinds of fruits. Xianlang was very satisfied. "Brother Jean, the last 20 days have been exhausting. I have been running for thousands of miles. I have lost weight." Xianlang drank a mouthful of wine. Prince Jean noticed that he said bumps and not running. Does this mean that he did not walk on the road and was carried all the way? "You have worked hard." Prince Jean said, "Try this honey wine. It is brewed with lychee honey." Xianlang took it and drank it in one gulp. It was indeed delicious. "Brother Jean, I have a very private question. I wonder if it is convenient for me to ask?" Xianlang asked. Prince Jean felt his scalp tingle. "Brother, if it is too private, then forget it." Xianlang said, "I don't think you can solve the question about the entrance to the ancient relic. How did you know the answer and how did you open the entrance?" "Oh, so that's the question." Prince Jean heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Xianlang would ask other private questions, such as the secret. "Between him and Shaman I can't answer it, but someone left me the answer," Prince Jean said straightforwardly. Xianlang was stunned. Double shock. First of all, Prince Jean was so honest. He even told such a secret. Second of all, who could it be? The ancient relic must be monopolized. How could he share it? Who is it? So generous? Xianlang was surprised. Prince Jean said, "I didn't know who it was at first because he didn't leave his name. Later, I saw Emperor Jiangli's authentic work." "Emperor Jiangli?" Xianlang said, "He discovered the ancient relic in the Sand Barbaric tribe first? Then he solved the answer and wrote it down?" For future generations to enter? Prince Jin nodded. That's not all. After entering the ancient relic, Emperor Jiangli explored a part of it. He had already deciphered many of the ancient texts, and he had classified many valuable things and placed them there. He even wrote a book to tell future generations how to decipher these ancient books. I almost enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Prince Jin said, Brother Xianlang, when I fled to the Sand barbaric tribe like a stray dog, my heart was filled with resentment. But in the ancient relic, I was shocked by Emperor Jiangli's magnanimity. Although I'm useless, I still want to learn from him. So, in the ancient relic, your spirit was cultivated and refined? You became the revered Prince Jin of the Sand barbaric tribe? Xianlang said. Prince Jin said, I wouldn't dare say that. I just wanted to learn a little bit from His Majesty. Of course, I'm not as domineering as him. Xianlang said, I understand many things now. Then, Xianlang wiped his hands and said seriously, Brother Jin, how about a retreat? Your army officially withdraws from the state of Yu? Maintain the territorial integrity of the state of Yu and sign a truce. Queen Charmin said, a truce is possible. Keep the previous conditions, cede the 5 southern prefectures. But she wasn't finished. Prince Jin stopped her. He looked at Xianlang, all right, I'll do as you say. I'll order Sunan and Namgang Ao's army to retreat from the state of Yu and officially stop the war. Note, I've sent over 8,000 words. Write it out with gritted teeth. I'm going to sleep. Please support and monthly votes. Pastry will be grateful, thank you, a river of spring water, 30,000 coins. Thank you, Little Shuang, Big Shuang, Ultimate Invincible Salted Fish King, Little Gao, Little Walnut, 10,000 coins. Wonderfulbookhouse.com, thank you for the 50k coin tip. That is the most annoying thing about nicknames, so decisive? Xianlang couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Jin, do you have any other conditions? Xianlang asked. Prince Jin shook his head. Brother, this is the armistice agreement I drafted. Please have a look. Xianlang took it and read it. There was nothing special about it. The content was very simple. The Great Nan state was willing to stop the war unconditionally and withdraw all troops from the territory of the state of Yu before the 15th of March. Behind it was Prince Jin's signature and seal. There were no conditions, no compensation. The left side was blank. Xianlang signed his name on the paper. But it was not enough. His position was too low and he needed Ning Zheng's signature. Finally, it was given to monarch Ning Yuanxian to sign and seal. After this, the war in the southern part of the state of Yu was completely over. After that, Prince Jin still didn't put forward any conditions. Xianlang said, Brother Jin, there's something I have to tell you. Prince Jin said, Brother Jin, please. Xianlang asked, do you know Zhuning? Prince Jin said, I've heard of her. But she was still young when I left Tianyue City. Xianlang said, she's a nerd, but she's also a genius. She spends her days reading ancient books and knows a lot. And she has a special characteristic. She studies whoever is popular, and she can usually study them thoroughly. Prince Jin understood. Recently, Prince Jin was the most popular person in the Eastern world. Brother, do you mean that Zhuning might have found out about my excavation and told the Sky Sea Pavilion? Prince Jin said, the Sky Sea Pavilion is eager for every ancient relic, so my relic is a little risky. Xianlang nodded. We have to be careful. Prince Jin nodded and said, thank you for telling me. I know what to do. Xianlang said, Brother Jin, your army attacked the state of Yu this time but gained nothing. Won't the Sand barbaric tribe blame you? Prince Jin shook his head and said, the warriors of the Sand barbaric tribe are not greedy for land. They only like to plunder. Originally, I needed the state of Yu's land because I wanted to develop the Great Nan Kingdom, which required a large population, farming, and urbanization. That's why I need around 2 million people from the state of Yu. They have a high production capacity, but I'll use the people from Nano Yu for now. Nano Nation had a population of 2 million. Other than some of them were sand barbarians, more than half of them were from the state of Yu. They had migrated there after the state of Yu occupied Nano Nation. Xianlang asked, I see that the sand primitive tribes produce a lot of fruits and wine. Is there a lack of rice, wheat, and other staple foods, and meat? The Sand barbaric tribe lacked meat, not lacking either. Because there were countless wild animals in the Sand barbaric tribe's territory, they could obtain a large amount of food every time they hunted. However, only a small number of people could eat a large amount of meat. Most of them lived by gathering and harvesting sweet potatoes. The appearance of sweet potatoes helped the Sand barbaric tribe survive the famine. Meat is fine. We've started domesticating wild boars and raising them in captivity, said Prince Jean. Xianxia said, the Sand barbaric tribe has a lot of special products that we need. We have rice and flour that you need. I can let the Heavenly Order enter the Great Nan Kingdom and open up trade between the state of you and the Great Nan Kingdom. Prince Jean asked, can iron be sold? Xianxia said, we can sell pig iron, but we won't sell steel. Prince Jean said, sure, but silk, mirrors, and other extravagant things cannot be brought into the Great Nan Kingdom. Because the people of the Great Nan Kingdom were simple and honest, they knew nothing about luxury goods. These things were too harmful to their fighting spirit. Next, Prince Jean would gradually expand the Great Nan Kingdom, but it would be very slow. After all, this was a semi-barbaric country. Once it was completely opened up and the Eastern civilization rushed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Prince Jean said, how about this, I will designate an area in Luoya City for trade. Our annual trade will be done there. This place is close to the sea and furious tidewater city. Xianxia said, okay, the quality of your wine is very good. It will definitely sell well. Prince Jean said, by the way, there are some private matters that I may need your help with. Xianxia said, go ahead. Prince Jean said, you are very talented. As I study the ancient ruins of the 10,000 Snakes Cave, the content is getting more and more difficult. If there is anything I need, I will ask you for advice. Xianxia said, I will tell you everything I know. Then Xianxia asked, Brother Jean, is it really okay for you to directly order the Sand barbaric army to retreat? Won't the troops below resent you? Prince Jean said, there needs to be a show. Xianxia said, a show of the gods? Prince Jean said, if nothing unexpected happens, Teacher Xiaoyin has already started preparing. Xianxia bowed and said, in that case, thank you for your hospitality, I will take my leave now. Prince Jean said, there is a piece of news that I may need to tell you. Xianxia was overjoyed. I was waiting for you to say it. Xianxia said, please go ahead. Prince Jean said, Stupa Mountain is also participating in this game. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Prince Jean said, so, at a crucial moment, the battlefield in West Heaven Province may be in trouble. What is Stupa Mountain best at? Of course, it is to kill people without being noticed. But according to the rules of the Great Yan Empire, without the will of the emperor, any force that exceeds the authority cannot interfere with the internal affairs of a country, let alone harm the emperor. Acting against the emperor of a country, that is too unbelievable. Even Stupa Mountain would not dare to do such a thing unless there is a decree from the emperor. However, the emperor would not give such a decree. There is another person behind this matter, the crown prince of the New Qian kingdom, the traitor disciple of Emperor Jiangli. Prince Jean said, this person has a high status in Stupa Mountain, and Chu, New Qian, and Liang all have huge territorial disputes. After Emperor Jiangli's sudden death, the enormous Great Qian Empire fell apart. The Great Yan Empire seized the largest piece of land, and the Jin nation also seized a few provinces. The current New Qian nation was only a fraction of its original size. However, it was still a big nation in the world, and it was twice as big as the Yu nation. The king of Chu was cunning and greedy. When Emperor Jiangli was still around, he wagged his tail and begged for mercy. Once Emperor Jiangli died, he immediately led his army north and took hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land from the Great Qian kingdom. Of course, the emperor could not stand it anymore and forced Chu to give up half of it, but the king of Chu took the remaining half. Brother, the emperor doesn't like Ning Yuanxian, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't like Ning Qi and Ning Yi. Prince Jean said, once Ning Qi and the Great Yan Empire have a deeper secret agreement, anything can happen. The emperor is willing to see a weakened state of Yu, and even more willing to see both the state of Yu and Chu weakened at the same time. So, anything can happen on the battlefield in Tianqi province. Prince Jean said, brother, don't underestimate Ning Qi. He is very resourceful. The cold commander is just a facade that he pretends to be. His political methods are sinister, bold, and unscrupulous. Xianxia said, I've seen some clues. The Shui family's fleet is gathering, and their movements are unknown. I'm afraid that their target is Furious Tide City. The Shui family mobilized their navy to attack Furious Tide City, but they didn't want it and handed it over to King Wu and the Yinyuan Association. What a grand gesture. Prince Jin said, one more thing. Zhu Ning is going to marry Ning Qi, and Zhu Hongping is going to marry Zhong Shishir. Xianxia was taken aback. This was the first time he heard of this secret. The day finally happened. Zhu Hongzhu finally gave up on Ning Yi and supported Ning Qi. The Zhu clan, the Zhong clan, and the Shui clan all supported Ning Qi. Both civil and military were united. Ning Qi's influence instantly surpassed that of Crown Prince Ning Yi. Prince Jin said, if I'm not wrong, the Yinyuan Association and the Zhu family are lobbying the emperor in Yan capital. After Ning Qi went to Wu Kingdom, he never appeared again. Where do you think he will go? Yan capital. Xianxia said. Yes, Yan capital. Jun Jin said, once Ning Qi takes out the crucial bargaining chip and signs the crucial secret agreement, the emperor of Yan capital will give him substantial support. Under pressure from the Great Yan Empire and the Yinyuan Association, King Wu compromised and stopped sending troops south. Ning Qi ceded 6 counties in the North Heaven province and ordered the Shui family's fleet to take down the raging Tide City and hand it over to King Wu. This way, King Wu will gain something. In the south, Zhu Yong expressed that he is willing to represent the state of Yu to negotiate with me to cede the entire South Heaven province. If Ning Qi succeeds, the north will stabilize King Wu, and the south will stabilize me. What will happen in the west? The western battlefield was in a precarious situation. The king of Chu had 300,000 soldiers, while the Zhong family only had 120,000. The king of Chu personally led the army and morale was high. Hence, the state of Yu was in a precarious position in this war. To win this war, the situation had to change drastically. For example, the king of Chu's sudden death, Prince Jin said, who will benefit the most from this war? Xianxia said, His Majesty. Prince Jin said, brother is wise. With Ning Qi on the throne, the state of Yu has lost 1/3 of its territory and is greatly weakened. Moreover, Ning Qi may have already signed a secret agreement with the Empire of Great Yan. Hence, if the state of Chu annexes West Heaven province, it will immediately become the overlord of the south. This is not in line with His Majesty's interests. After this war, His Majesty has eliminated 2 overlords of the south. What a great move. Xianxia said. Prince Jin said, with such great benefits, many rules can be broken. For example, my father, the king of Chu, felt that the time was ripe to reap the benefits of Nano Kingdom. With such great benefits, my father, the king of Nano Kingdom, naturally died on the battlefield. Xianxia said, hence, the sudden death of the king of Chu has become a highly probable event. Prince Jin nodded. Once the king of Chu died, the situation would collapse, and the army would naturally be routed. Prince Jin said, hence, brother, you must act quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xianxia nodded. Ning Qi's grand plan had already begun to move. King Wu had already compromised. If nothing unexpected happened, the third prince, Ning Qi, would enter West Heaven province and fight the king of Chu. The king of Chu would die. The state of Yu would achieve a resounding victory. At the same time, Ning Qi would reach an agreement with Prince Jin, ceding South Heaven province in exchange for Prince Jin's truce. Then, he would borrow the Sand Barbarian army to completely destroy the Marquis of Xuanwu's residence. Then, the Shui family's fleet would attack Raging Tide City and completely destroy the Kim family and the Heavenly Order faction's headquarters. It was indeed a grand plan. From the Wu Kingdom in the north, to Prince Jin in the south, to Raging Tide City in the east, and the King of Chu in the west. All of them had a grand plan. Awesome, I didn't expect Ning Qi to be so amazing. But the most amazing was the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Ning Qi's plan was completely in line with his interests, which was why he received his full support. Prince Jin said if Ning Qi ascends to the throne, he will not attack the Wu Kingdom or the Chu Kingdom, because the emperor has made arrangements for the strength of these countries. He will only attack the Danan kingdom, because it is a barbarian land. If Ningqi conquers the Danan kingdom, it will be the expansion of the great Yan Empire. Ningjing is a ruler who strives to rule, but not an expansionist. If he ascends to the throne, our two kingdoms can still cooperate. Prince Jin said, so, if we want to advance, we should advance thoroughly. If we want to retreat, we should retreat thoroughly. I don't want a single county in South Heaven province. Jin Jun is really open and clear with his words. Now, you have ruined Ningqi's first move. Prince Jin said, but you can't break the second move, and there is no need to break it. But you have to interrupt his third move. Dear brother, the future is already very clear in our eyes. As the great general of the south, Prince Ningjing has repelled the main force of the Danan kingdom. But third Prince Ningqi has entered the Wu kingdom and persuaded the king of Wu to stop the war. This is the first merit. Next, he will go to West Heaven province to fight the king of Chu. If he wins this battle, it will be the second merit. In the eyes of the world, the merit of repelling the main force of the Danan kingdom is greater? Or the merit of defeating the king of Chu's 300,000 troops is greater? Prince Jin said, of course it is the latter. Ningqi holds two great merits. If we let the situation develop, Ningjing will lose the war. Xianxia said, so, we need to intercept him in advance. We need to take the merit of defeating the Chu kingdom, at least half of it. Prince Jin said, brother, next, Ningqi will defeat the king of Chu's 300,000 troops, and even the king of Chu will die on the battlefield. So, what merit can be compared to killing the king of Chu? Xianxia came to the map and pointed at the Chu kingdom's capital, attack the Chu kingdom's capital. For a moment, Queen Xiaoman was stunned. Are these two men crazy? Xianxia is a madman among madmen. Before, you traveled thousands of miles to attack my nano capital, then attacked the Danan capital, and now you want to attack the Chu kingdom's capital? The Chu kingdom's capital was even bigger than the state of Yu's Tianyu city. Not only that, it was too far away. Whether from Tianxi province or the Cheng kingdom, it would take at least thousands of miles to reach the Chu kingdom's capital. And along the way, there were countless cities. Before the army reached the Chu kingdom's capital, they would already be surrounded by the Chu kingdom's army and people. But it was also because of this that the Chu kingdom's capital was extremely empty, not much better than the state of Yu's. After all, the king of Chu had gathered 300,000 troops to attack Tianxi province, and 100,000 troops were defending the state of Liang and the New Qian in the north. The Chu kingdom's capital was far away from the Cheng kingdom, the state of Yu, the state of Liang, and the New Qian. There was no need to station too many troops there. But to complete the expedition to the Chu kingdom's capital, they had to complete a magnificent feat. They had to cross the uninhabited snow mountain. This was another expedition of thousands of miles, and there was no road. This snow mountain lay between the Cheng kingdom and the Chu kingdom, more than 7,000 meters above sea level. It was completely uninhabited. There were no signs of life. For thousands of years, not a single army had been able to cross this snow mountain. And after crossing this snow mountain, there were dozens of treacherous mountains. Another 500 miles and they would reach the Chu kingdom's capital. Therefore, this expedition was almost like seeking death. It was simply challenging the limits of life. It could be said that the expedition to the Chu kingdom's capital was 10 times more difficult than the expedition to the Danan kingdom. If Ningjing could lead an army to attack the Chu kingdom's capital, it would be enough to shock the world. This merit would be comparable to killing the king of Chu. He would also have the upper hand in this inheritance war. But no matter what, the Chu kingdom's capital had tens of thousands of soldiers. The army Xianxia had that could cross the 7,000-meter snow mountain, cross the 1,000-kilometer mountain, and attack the Chu kingdom's capital by surprise only had 6,000 soldiers at most. They were the first Nirvana army and a second Nirvana army. Apart from these two armies, there was no other army that could accomplish such a feat. However, if they wanted to attack the capital of the Chu country with just 6,000 soldiers, it was still a little too little. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, Brother Jin, do you have a team of 5,000 divine archers? They are the peak warriors of the Sand primitive tribe. Not only are they good at archery, but they are also good at climbing city walls. When Queen Xiaoman heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned. Shenlang, don't push your luck. We were enemies not long ago, but now you actually have ideas about the divine archers of my Danan kingdom? Shenlang asked. I heard that Brother Jin's army is also very powerful in melee combat. Of course they were powerful. The trump card army in Jun Jin's hands had powerful marksmanship and was invincible in close combat. They could climb over mountains and climb city walls. They were omnipotent. They were the first trump card that Jun Jin had cultivated using the knowledge of the ancient ruins. Everyone's physique had been transformed. Of course, it wasn't like Shenlang's bloodline transformation. Instead, it was the ancient secret medicine that had been used to quench their muscles and bones. Up until now, Prince Jin hadn't used this army. Shenlang said, Brother, I want to hire them. Prince Jin grinned and couldn't speak for a long time. Little brother, aren't you being too familiar with me? You just called me Brother Jin, but now you want to call me brother, aren't you being too practical? Shenlang asked, Brother Jin, are you short of money? Prince Jin nodded bitterly. The Danan kingdom was too poor. When he was in the Sand primitive tribe, he didn't need money. But after conquering Nano kingdom, he needed a lot of money to build and develop. Right now, the Danan kingdom couldn't even establish a currency system. Jun Jin had originally planned to plunder Xianxia city and extort an astronomical amount of gold coins from Ningqi after conquering it. However, this step was ruined by Shenlang and he couldn't plunder anymore. Therefore, the establishment of a currency system in the Danan kingdom was still a long way off. Shenlang said, I'm willing to hire Brother Jin's archer army for 500,000 gold coins. In addition, I'm willing to lend you 5 million gold coins when you establish a currency system in the Danan kingdom. Without a currency system, the country can't be built. Prince Jin was well aware of this. He had tried to borrow a large sum of money from the merchants in the western region. However, their conditions were too exorbitant. He also went to the Great Tribulation Temple and they agreed to lend him 5 million gold coins. But the condition was to build 100 Great Tribulation Temples in the Danan kingdom, which would directly monopolize the Danan kingdom. Therefore, Prince Jin refused again. He was willing to cooperate with the Great Tribulation Temple, but he wouldn't be controlled by the Great Tribulation Temple. Brother, do you have that much money? Prince Jin asked. It seemed that he knew Shenlang's prodigal son very well. He knew that Shenlang owed an astronomical amount of debt and didn't have money on hand. I don't have money. Shenlang said, but the Chang kingdom is rich. Queen Arunana has an astronomical amount of gold that's piled up on the ground. I'll borrow 500,000 gold coins from Queen Arunana in the name of Prince Ningxing to pay for the army you hire. In addition, I'll personally guarantee that Queen Arunana will lend 5 million gold coins to the Danan kingdom. 2 million gold coins. That was an astronomical amount of wealth, enough to establish a currency system in the Danan kingdom. However, Prince Jin was very smart and didn't care too much about money. Rather than saying that Shenlang was offering money, it would be more accurate to say that it was the friendship between the two countries. The state of Yu and the Chang kingdom. Prince Jin said, Brother, give me 15 minutes. Shenlang said, Okay, you have to discuss such an important matter with sister-in-law. Queen Charmin rolled her eyes at Shenlang. Husband, you've been led astray by Shenlang. He's asking for a yard after giving him an inch. You've already done him a great favor by agreeing to completely withdraw from the state of Yu. How dare he ask for more? Queen Charmin said. Prince Jin shook his head and didn't give an explanation. The situation had changed too quickly. He didn't expect Ningqi to be so powerful and set up such a grand scheme. He had pulled the Great Yan Kingdom and the Inyuan Association's headquarters into the game. Prince Jin wanted to be a step faster and destroy the capital of the state of Yu. That way, the third prince's scheme would be stopped before it even started. However, this step was stopped by Shenlang. King Wu's withdrawal from the game was already set in stone. If King Chu lost again, then Prince Jin would become the target of public criticism. He might face the counterattack of the entire state of Yu. Therefore, Prince Jin simply retreated. However, Shenlang's intention was clear. He wanted to pull Prince Jin into a new game of chess. Prince Jin didn't see tomorrow or the day after, but a more distant future. If Xianlang succeeded, Ningjing would ascend to the throne. Prince Jin would gain the friendship of both countries. Nana was a straightforward person. Once he gained her friendship, it would be lifelong. Ningjing's character was as good as gold. Moreover, he only had one goal in his decades on the throne. He would work hard to solve the hidden dangers of the state of Yu, implement his administration, and resist the annexation of the Great Yan Kingdom. It was conceivable that if Ningjing became king, he would never attack the Great Nan Kingdom. This friendship would also last. Prince Jin's goal in the next few decades was to develop and grow. He had no urge to expand. If Ningqi became king, he would definitely become the emperor's lackey. Moreover, he needed prestige and victory after ascending to the throne. Jin Jun's Danan kingdom was the best target for him to wage war against. For the emperor, he would spread the light of the great Yan dynasty to the wilderness. It was a very political and correct thing to do. So, who should he choose between Ningjing and Ningqi? There was no need to consider. Of course, if Ningjing failed in his bid for the throne, Ningqi and Prince Jin would be enemies. However, Prince Jin and Xianlang had signed a truce without permission, which made them enemies of Ningqi. The key question now was, would it be dangerous for Xianlang to lend his 5,000 archers? As a monarch, Prince Jin had to consider this point. My good brother, although my archers are physically strong, their ability to resist the cold may not be as good as your Nirvana army. I am worried that there will be many casualties when we cross the Great Snow Mountain, Prince Jin said. Xianlang stretched out his hand and said, wine. The big fool opened the box and took out a bottle of wine. It was crystal clear like water. Please drink, brother Jin. Prince Jin took a sip. His face turned red from the spiciness, and his neck felt as if it had been cut. Then his whole body heated up. This wine was so strong, how could it not be strong? 60% distilled white wine. Why was there ginseng and deer blood in it to resist the cold? Brother Jin's archers are physically stronger than ordinary people. With this wine, crossing the Great Snow Mountain won't be a problem, Xianlang said. Prince Jin said again, this time, we need to bring a lot of herbs and arrows. What about food? Once we leave the Chang Kingdom and cross the Great Snow Mountain, there will be almost no supplies, and we won't be able to hunt. We can't let the army march on an empty stomach. Xianlang said, hardtack. Big Fool took out a compressed biscuit. It was only a small piece. After eating one piece, he felt a little full. This is a hardtack. It has 4 to 5 times the calories of ordinary rice. It's not bad. It's enough as army food. Xianlang said. Queen Charmin was curious. She broke a small piece and put it in her mouth. Oh, it's really fragrant and delicious. Xianlang is really capable. There is nothing he can't do. Then, Prince Jin said with a strange expression, brother, why are you so well prepared? You even brought it, hard liquor and hardtack, as if you were waiting for me to ask you. Queen Charmin was stunned. That's right. Just now, she was still proud of how smart Xianlang was, but her husband took the initiative in the conversation. It seemed that Prince Jin was in charge of everything, including Ningjing's surprise attack on the state of Yu. Xianlang was only enlightened by Prince Jin. My husband is still smart. However, he did not expect that Xianlang would have prepared strong liquor and hardtack as well. You planned everything before you came. You waited for Prince Jin to bring it up. You are too cunning, Xianlang waved his hand and said, brother Jin, don't mind the details. Then, Xianlang said, if you agree, we will do it this way. The first Nirvana army has returned to the Chang Kingdom. Queen Nana's army of 50,000 has been assembled and can attack the Chu-Chang border at any time to provide cover for our surprise attack on the Chu Kingdom. Prince Jin was speechless. Xianlang, you've already made up your mind. You're the one who's really generous. You actually let the Queen of the Chang Kingdom's 50,000 troops attack the Chu Kingdom as cover. One could imagine what would happen once the news of Ningjing's army attacking the Chu Kingdom spread. The world would be shocked. And it would be a huge blow to third Prince Ningqi. Hence, the reason why Xianlang hired him was because he needed this army. However, even without this army, Xianlang would still have to carry out this expedition that would shock the world. Prince Jean had seen the chess game after 2 or 3 moves. Xianlang had seen it as well. At the end of the day, Xianlang wanted to borrow troops from Jun Jin because he wanted to establish an alliance between the 3 nations. In the future, they would resist the annexation of the Chu Kingdom, the Wu Kingdom, and even the Great Yan Empire. Moreover, Xianlang had just said that the Zhu clan might have already seen through the matter of the primordial ruins in the Sand barbaric tribe. Since the state of Yu's capital had been breached, Xianlang had already solved the problem of the 3 kingdoms joining Great Yu. Between Ningjing and Ningqi, Prince Jean had to make a choice. Alright, it's a deal. Prince Jean extended his hand to Xianlang. The two shook hands. Prince Jean suddenly said, "Brother, do you know where your wife, Jean Mulan, is?" "At home," Xianlang replied instinctively. Then, his expression changed drastically. "No way?" She led the second Nirvana army to attack the capital of Nano?" Immediately, Xianlang's hair stood on end. He really didn't know about this. After he discovered the ancient ruins, he directly passed through the Sand barbaric tribe's territory and entered the capital of Nano. He didn't enter the state of Yu. "Darling Mulan, you become so daring, do you want to share my burden so much?" Immediately, Xianlang was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He had already rejected the plan to attack the capital of Nano. It would definitely fall into Prince Jin's trap. Therefore, he had never talked about it with Mulan. He didn't expect Mulan to be so crazy and powerful. "Don't worry," she escaped unscathed. Prince Jean said, "Sister-in-law is really amazing." Queen Charmin said, "Xianlang, you don't deserve her." Xianlang asked, "Then where is my wife now?" Prince Jean said, "She led the second Nirvana army to the west. Maybe she wants to rendezvous with you, or maybe she wants to attack the capital of Great Nan Kingdom." "Huh? Xianlang was speechless. "Darling, you want to attack Prince Jin's nest?" "Don't worry, I have already sent a letter to Grand Tutor Shayin. He knows what to do," Prince Jean said. "Xianlang," Prince Jean said, "military situation is like fire. Tonight, I will let Charmin lead 5,000 sharpshooters to follow you." Xianlang asked, "Brother Jean, have you signed a secret agreement with the state of Chu?" Prince Jean said, "It's a verbal agreement. There is no paper agreement. The king of Chu is afraid of the Great Yan Empire and doesn't want to be too close to a barbarian like me." Xianlang said, "Moreover, these 5,000 sharpshooters are wearing the equipment of the state of Yu. Just treat it as the name of the third Nirvana army." That night, Xianlang and Queen Charmin led an army of 5,000 sharpshooters to the west. They were ready to embark on an even more epic expedition. The capital of the state of Yu, Xianxia, was really old. Half of his hair had turned white. He had lost a lot of weight. His hands were trembling very obviously. The danger of the state being destroyed, in the past month, bad news had been coming one after another. It was enough to make people collapse. The Western Heaven battlefield was in danger. The Northern Heaven battlefield was in danger. The battlefield of Tiannam province had completely fallen. Sunan's army could attack the Tianyue capital at any time. Therefore, Xian had already prepared everything. He always had a sword by his side. As soon as Sunan's army broke through Tianyue city, he would immediately commit suicide. He absolutely did not want to see Sunan's complacent face or the scene of the Sand barbaric tribe's army entering the city. The death of the king. Concubine Bian had also prepared poison. As soon as Xian died, she would follow him. Xian held 2 walnuts in his hands, but still could not stop the trembling. Almost there, Sunan's army had discovered the secret of the power of the city guards in Yanga city. The effect of the golden dragon blood had also faded. Therefore, the news of the fall of Yanga city would soon come. His son, Ningjing, was probably going to die on the battlefield. Good son, Xianxian, was too muddle-headed and blind. Blind. Now it was too late to make up for it. My good son. Xianlang had said that he was 60% sure. Now he was probably going to lose. But it was okay. He had tried his best. The second Nirvana army had attacked the enemy's base and attacked the capital of Nano Yu. How amazing was that? How bold was that? Unfortunately, Prince Jean was a step ahead and still lost. Xianlang, you poor child, if you lose, you lose. Go to the sea and live your fine and free life. I, Ning Yuanxian, have been gambling until today. Even if I lose, it's just death. It's nothing. And at this moment, Duke Benefactor rushed in. Ning Yuanxian's heart trembled. Was the bad news finally coming? Duke Benefactor entered and directly knelt at Ning Yuanxian's feet. He said in a cicada voice, Your Majesty, good news, great news. His Highness Ningjing has reported that Su Nan's army suddenly stopped fighting. Mr. Xianlang should have already succeeded in his mission and defeated Lord Jean. The battlefield of Tiannan province is about to stop fighting. Prince Jean should be retreating. Young Master Xianlang won the peak battle against the Imperial army. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yuanxian's body froze. He was completely speechless. God, at this time, would you still care about me? Xianlang, this kid, was actually so magical? Note, still in Nanjing, go to my cousin's house for dinner tonight, come back to write the second chapter. Still above 15,000 yuan, brothers, don't stop the monthly votes and support, kowtow, and thank you. Thank you book friend 14121619212867 for the 10,000 yuan tip. After the ecstasy, Ning Yuanxian could not help but burst into tears. I'm really not a qualified king. I'm really not. I'm just a weakling who looks strong but is actually weak. Ning Yuanxian was full of self-blame when he said these words. Over the past 20 years, he had been too comfortable as a king, which caused the state of you to suffer today's disaster. Ning Yi is just a good-for-nothing. He looks exquisite and luxurious, but in fact, he's full of idiots. Ning Qi is smart. Even I am amazed by his political skills. Amazing, amazing. Ning Yuanxian sneered, even I didn't see that he was so capable. It's really a waste of his talent to be my son. Recently, Ning Yuanxian was indeed a little shocked. Ning Qi's performance was too dazzling. He really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Ning Yuanxian even thought whether it was a good choice to hand over the state of you to Ning Qi. But wasn't Ning Qi too smart? Wasn't he too unscrupulous for the sake of his throne? He abandoned his wife and married Zhu Ning. He generously ceded the Tiannan province and the 6 counties of the Tiannan province. He abandoned Ning Yuanxian to negotiate with the Empire of Great Yan. He used Furious Tide City in exchange for the support of the Yingyuan Association. All these methods made Ning Yuanxian admire him very much. Moreover, Ning Yuanxian had also abandoned his wife. Therefore, he could hardly criticize Ning Qi's behavior. But he, Ning Yuanxian, had never ceded territory. In contrast, Ning Jing was very stubborn and stupid. He was willing to sacrifice his life for Yangge City. In order to prove the bravery of the Ning clan royal family, he even took the lead in a bloody battle. But perhaps the Ning clan royal family lacked this kind of courage. There were too many smart people. The country needed a serious fool. After reading the detailed secret report, Ning Yuanxian knew how desperate the situation of Yangge City was at that time. This really confirmed the saying, those who save themselves will always be saved. This time it was Xianlang who turned the tide and saved the situation from the crisis of annihilation. But without Ningjing, it would have been too late. Sun Spear City had fallen, and the city guards were completely annihilated. At the crucial moment, Ningjing did not abandon the city and flee. Instead, he fought with the city guards in life and death. This aroused the morale of the 8,700 city guards. Only then were they able to resist the attack of the southern Jiangsu army. Only then were they able to wait for the miracle of Xianlang. Otherwise, it was too late for Xianlang's miracle. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian was even more determined that the state of Yu needed an emperor like Ningjing. Only someone as strong-willed as Ningjing could resist the great Yan Empire's annexation. Only someone like Ningjing, who was meticulous in everything, could solve the series of hidden dangers in the state of Yu. Prince Jean was really decisive. Actually, he could totally act. For example, letting Su Nan's army continue to feign an attack on Yangge City, and sending part of the army to attack the residence of Marquis Xuanwu. On the other side, he was feigning civility with Ning Qi's envoy. This could paralyze Ning Qi. However, Prince Jin's idol was Zhongli. He even disdained to feign civility. After he finished negotiating with Shenlang, he immediately sent an envoy to the army of Sunan and Nangong Ao to announce the decree. The decree he gave to Nangong Ao was, "I don't blame you. You are still the deputy of the Privy Council." Suddenly, Nangong Ao knelt on the ground and sobbed, almost unable to stand up. During this period of time, Nangong Ao was really under great pressure. Although the commander of the Eastern Army was Xianxia, everyone knew that Xianxia did not care much. The real commander was Nangong Ao. However, in this northern expedition, Nangong Ao's performance was really a pile of **T. He attacked the residence of Marquis Xuanwu 3 times, but all of them were defeated. More than 50,000 troops were lost. After surrendering, he got a high position, and his entire family was saved. They all moved to the territory of Nano country. It was supposed to be the time to serve the new emperor. It was the time to make contributions. In the end, he lost all 3 battles. Therefore, Nangong Ao felt that his position would definitely be lost. However, Prince Jin did not blame him at all. He was still the deputy of the Privy Council. Compared to Ning Yuanxian, who was harsh and ungrateful, Prince Jin was really magnanimous. "I thank your majesty for your kindness. I will do my best until my death." Then, Prince Jin's messenger read a new decree. The Great Nan country and the state of Yu officially stop fighting. Xianxia and Nangong Ao are ordered to officially withdraw from the territory of the state of Yu. They will do so immediately after receiving the decree. As you wish. The remaining 20,000 troops of Nangong Ao packed up and prepared for a full retreat. Nangong Ao once again requested to see Ho Jinzhua of Xuanwu. The two of them set up a table of wine outside the residence of Marquis Xuanwu. "Brother Jinzhua, please excuse me." Nangong Ao drank the wine in shame. Jinzhua did not say anything and drank the wine in one gulp. Nangong Ao said, "Prince Jin has treated me with great kindness. From now on, my Nangong family is a subject of the Great Nan country. The mountains are high and the rivers are far, please take care, brother Jinzhua." Jinzhua still did not say anything and drank the wine in one gulp. The next day, Xianxia and Nangong Ao's 20,000 troops marched south and completely withdrew from the territory of the state of Yu. In comparison, when Sunan received the decree, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Nangong Ao's coalition army no longer had the strength to fight, but Sunan's army was still strong. Not only that, as long as Prince Jin was willing, the Great Nan country could still send 10,000 troops to the north. Therefore, he was confident that he could take down the capital of the state of Yu. But now he wanted the entire army to retreat. He really couldn't accept this. Outside Yangga City, Sunan and Ningjing officially signed the armistice agreement. After the two of them signed it, it was to be handed over to Ning Yuanxian for the two monarchs to sign the armistice agreement. Sunan sighed and said, "Perhaps, the state of Yu is not fated to die." Ningjing did not say anything. He meticulously signed his name and stamped the seal of the Southern Great General. At this time, his body was still riddled with wounds. There were no less than 5 or 6 wounds on his face, and he was completely disfigured. However, for Ningjing, it seemed that there was no difference whether he was disfigured or not. Sunan looked at Ningjing in amazement. When he was in the imperial court of the state of Yu, he did not see it at all. This Ningjing was actually so. For a moment, Sunan could not find the right words to describe Ningjing. Outstanding? Amazing? It seemed that he was not. Ningjing could not be said to be an amazing talent. What he had was an iron will, a strong sense of honor, a huge stomach, and a gold-like character. Suddenly, Sunan said, "Your Highness Ningjing, do you know what His Highness Ningqi promised me?" Ningjing was stunned and shook his head. "Sunan, he promised my Su clan to be independent, return the Marquis of Jinyuan residence to me, and give me all the territories in Jinyuan city. Then I want to know what His Highness Ningjing is willing to give me?" Ningjing thought for a while and said, "Isn't it good for Master Su to be in the Great Nan country?" Sunan laughed and said, "Good, very good." Then, Sunan stretched out his hand to Ningjing and said, "We did not have the courtesy to shake hands before, and Shenlang brought it. Your Highness Ningjing, shall we shake hands?" Ningjing stretched out his hand to shake Sunan's. Your Highness Ningjing, the road ahead is difficult and dangerous. Take care. Take care. Then, Sunan led more than 40,000 troops south in a mighty manner. They completely withdrew from the territory of the state of Yu. Although the armistice signed by Prince Jin and Shenlang was on the 15th of March, the Danan Kingdom's army completely withdrew from the territory of the state of Yu. Generally speaking, under such circumstances, it would be better to delay as long as possible and try to extort as much as possible. However, the two armies of the Danan Kingdom completely withdrew almost 10 days earlier. 4 days after Shenlang left the capital of Nano Kingdom. The emissary of the Heavenly Association officially visited the capital of Nano Kingdom. His Majesty Prince Jin, please send people to the border to collect the gold, a total of 2 million gold coins. This is the employment contract signed by His Highness Ningjing. This is the loan contract signed by Her Majesty the Queen of the Chang Kingdom. 1,500,000 gold coins, to be repaid in 10 years with an annual interest of 5%. This debt will be jointly guaranteed by young Master Shenlang and the Heavenly Association. Prince Jin could not help but be stunned. Why did Shenlang pay so readily? How many days had he left? The gold had already been delivered. What did this mean? Before Shenlang could negotiate with Prince Jin, the gold had already been delivered. Prince Jin said, "Thank you for your hard work." Huang Tong said, "From now on, I will be in charge of the trade in Luoya City." What does His Majesty Prince Jin want to sell and buy? Let's take this opportunity to negotiate. Prince Jin's emissary once again entered the capital of the state of Yu and officially signed the armistice agreement with Ning Yuanxian, the monarch. No conditions. The Danan Kingdom's army completely withdrew from the Tiannan province. Not a single county or city was ceded. Suddenly, the entire court was completely stunned. Oh my God! What on earth happened? Did the world change too fast, or did we miss something? Previously, Jin Jun had an aggressive appearance, sweeping away the clouds and annexing the entire Tiannan province. His army was about to reach the city and destroy Tianyue City. Why did he suddenly retreat? Was there any unspeakable deal in it? But Prince Jin's retreat and the armistice in the south were great news after all. The ministers shouted. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian laughed and said, Good, good, good. Ningjing, good job. Ningjing, good job. The ministers were embarrassed. Almost no one responded to Ning Yuanxian's words. They were not ready to praise Ningjing yet. Ning Yuanxian said, Ning Yi is incompetent. His army of more than 200,000 was destroyed. But Ningjing resisted Prince Jin's army of 100,000 with more than 10,000 soldiers. Amazing, amazing. The ministers were still silent. Ning Yuanxian said, Zhu Hongzhu, Ning Yu, and Ningjing have made such a great contribution. How should we reward them? Zhu Hongzhu stepped forward and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Why don't we discuss the reward after His Highness Ningjing returns to the capital? But at this moment, a knight shouted outside. It's urgent, it's urgent. The negotiation between His Highness Ningqi and King Wu is a success. King Wu will no longer send troops to the south. If he retreats 30 miles, the north of the state of Yu will be safe. At this moment, the civil and military officials bowed to him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. The third prince is mighty. He entered the state of Wu alone and saved the state of Yu from danger. He turned the tide and made a great contribution. Ning Yuanxian sneered inwardly. It was so timely. The armistice agreement with Prince Jin had just been signed. In the north, Ningqi's diplomatic success came immediately. Ningjing went south to resist Prince Jin and forced Prince Jin to retreat. Ningqi suppressed King Wu in the north and there was no war in the north. One in the south and one in the north turned the tide. The contributions of these two people were really about the same. In fact, King Wu in the north gave up on the army and went south at the last moment. This young King Wu had been under unprecedented pressure in the past few days. Pressure from the Yingyuan Association. Pressure from the Empire of Great Yin. He did not want to compromise. But the state of Wu and the Empire of Great Yin shared a border. He felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Of course, there was no Mount Tai in this world. It was fine if the emperor did not express his stance. But if the emperor expressed his stance, King Wu would not be able to resist. In the face of the empire of Great Yan, the state of Wu was like a weak child that could be easily crushed. But Wu Qi was still unwilling to give up. He still did not agree to any of Ning Qi's conditions. He was just delaying. He was waiting for the southern army to break through the capital of the state of Yu. Then the stalemate would be completely broken. When Ning Yuanxian committed suicide, the imperial court of the state of Yu would be destroyed. The chess game that Ning Qi had set up would be completely destroyed. When that time came, no one could stop King Wu from sending his army south. Because the state of Yu was destroyed, there was no room for negotiation. All the conditions that had been discussed previously were no longer valid. Without the state of Yu, Ning Qi was worthless in the eyes of the emperor. In the end, Prince Jin retreated. Suddenly, the situation changed completely. The three states besieged the state of Yu. One of the pillars of the state retreated. Only the state of Wu and the state of Chu were left. Of course, King Wu could still send his army south to attack the state of Yu. But this would completely anger the empire of Great Yan and the Inyuan Association. But even so, King Wu only stopped the army from moving south. He did not sign any substantive agreement with Ning Qi. But this did not stop Ning Qi from cheering for victory. Because as long as King Wu's army did not move south, it was a victory. Then, the third prince of the state of Yu, Ning Qi, immediately changed his humble attitude. He interrupted the negotiations with King Wu and left the state of Wu. Ning Qi left? King Wu was surprised. Ning Qi had disappeared from the state of Wu for a few days before reappearing. This time, he was accompanied by the envoy of the Empire of Great Yan, Prince Wu. He personally mediated the conflict between the two states. This was the reason why King Wu did not dare to send his army south to attack the state of Yu. But even with Prince Wu's mediation, Ning Qi's attitude was still very humble. He kept referring to himself as uncle and talked about the friendship between the two states. Every day, he reported the status of the Shui family's fleet. Every day, he reported that the people of the 6 counties of Tianbei province were moving south. This was to tell King Wu that he, Ning Qi, was doing his best to cede the 6 counties of Tianbei province. But, when the news of Prince Jin's ceasefire came, Ning Qi immediately changed his attitude. He wrote a letter of farewell to King Wu and left the state of Wu for the state of Yu. His stance was very clear. Uncle Wu, in this situation, if you still want to send your army south to attack the state of Yu, do as you please. King Wu was furious. He smashed the ink block in his hand. What's going on? Why did he retreat for no reason? Did he reach a new agreement with Ning Qi? King Wu said that shouldn't be the case. If he reached a new agreement with Ning Qi, he would cede the entire Tianbei province, at least half. Wu Ji said, maybe it's because of that person. Shenlang? King Wu sighed. Is that person omnipotent? King Wu continued, I really want to disregard everything and order an army of 300,000 south to occupy the entire Tianbei province. King Wu clenched the tiger tally in his hand. He was filled with a strong impulse to order an army south. Suddenly, King Wu's crown prince said, Father, does Ning Qi's previous agreement still hold? Previously, Ning Qi had agreed to cede 6 prefectures of the Tianbei province to the Shui clan, attack Raging Tide City, and then hand over the Liezhou archipelago to the state of Wu and the Inyuan Association. Does that still hold? Wu Ji asked, Your Highness, do you think it still holds? King Wu thought for a moment. That depends on the battle between the state of Yu and King Chu. If the state of Yu loses, then it still holds. If the state of Yu wins, then everything that was previously discussed will be meaningless. Wu Ji said, Your Highness is wise. King Wu said, if Prince Jin's retreat was really Shenlang's doing, then the biggest winner might not be Ningjing, but Ning Qi. This way, Ning Qi can completely ignore the threat of the state of Wu and focus on fighting King Chu. Once King Chu is defeated, who can stop Ning Qi from ascending to the throne? Does Shenlang look like such an unwise person? Wu Ji said, just wait and see. The state of Yu is going to have an earth-shattering show. There was great news from the south. There was also good news from the north. The people of the state of Yu did not fall into ecstasy. Instead, they were somewhat at a loss. Was this real or fake? In the past, there was bad news every day. Every day, there were cities falling. It was as if the country would fall at any moment. Suddenly, there were two great reports of victory. In the south, Prince Ningxing defeated Prince Jin's 100,000 troops. In the north, Prince Ningqi suppressed King Wu and stopped the Wu army from invading south, forcing King Wu's army to retreat 30 miles. Both your highnesses have made great contributions. In the past, they would have rejoiced. But now, they were cautious. Because they had learned their lesson. They had been devastated by two great reports of victory. The first time, Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao claimed to have defeated Prince Jin's main force and defended Nan'o. The second time, Crown Prince Ning Yi claimed to have defeated Prince Jin's main force and almost wiped out the enemy. The people of the capital were overjoyed. But they were slapped in the face. The situation was reversed instantly. The state of Yu was wiped out. Zhu Lin died in battle, the Crown Prince surrendered, and Nangong Ao surrendered. The state of Yu was in danger of being wiped out. Now it was all right. Ningqi also claimed a complete victory. Ningxing also claimed a complete victory. I don't believe you guys. But as time passed, the news became more and more certain. Prince Jin actually signed an armistice agreement with King Yu. He would not cede a city or a county and would completely withdraw from the state of Yu. And in the north, King Wu's 300,000 troops retreated dozens of miles. It seemed that these two reports were true. Then, the capital of the state of Yu fell into a cautious celebration. The reason why it was cautious. Because the state of Yu was not out of the danger of being wiped out. King Wu's army only retreated dozens of miles. The hundreds of thousands of troops did not disperse. They were still ready to move south at any time, but the focus of the people in the capital had changed. Almost everyone was asking the same question. Crown Prince Ning Yi was completely finished. Was His Highness Ningqi or His Highness Ningxing more suitable to inherit the throne? These two princes had performed a meritorious deed this time. So who was the more outstanding one? It must be His Highness Ningqi. It should be His Highness Ningqi. I think His Highness Ningxing is also not bad. His Highness Ningxing is indeed not bad. When the state of Yu was in danger, he led 10,000 city guards south to resist Prince Jin's 100,000 troops. That kind of courage is very impressive. But I still think His Highness Ningqi is more outstanding. I think there must be some reason behind this battle that we don't know. His Highness Ningxing definitely couldn't defeat Prince Jin with just 10,000 city guards. But he's still impressive. This was the opinion of almost all the people in the state of Yu. It couldn't be helped. Ningxing's foundation was still too shallow. He had risen to power less than 2 years ago, while Ningqi had always been on par with the crown prince. Everyone instinctively felt that after Ningyi was finished, it was only natural that third prince Ningqi would become the crown prince and inherit the throne. At this time, Ningxing had already entered the hearts of the people of the state of Yu. But his influence was still far from Ningqi's. Compared to the common people, the courtiers of the state of Yu could see the situation more clearly. They knew that the situation had evolved into a new stage. Next, it wasn't just the war between Chu and Yu, but also the struggle for the throne between third prince Ningqi and Ningxing. This was definitely a fight to the death. If Ningqi won, Ningqi would die, and the Kim family would perish. If Ningxing won, the Zhong family would be finished, the Shui family would be finished, and Ningqi would be finished. And the focus of their struggle for the throne would be the war with Chu. Prince Jin deserves to be cut into pieces. Shui said, he could have signed a truce with us. Why did he choose Shenlang? Why did he choose Ningxing? What exactly happened in here? Everyone was silent. What was the point of saying this now? Right now, the key is the war with Chu. If His Highness Ningqi defeats King Chu's army of 300,000, that would be the real achievement. Zhongyi said, there is a balance in the hearts of men. This time, His Highness Ningqi stopped King Wu's invasion of the south. Ningxing repelled Prince Jin's army of 100,000. Although it's called a victory, the people still feel that it's not enough. Zhongyi had reached the crux of the matter. This time, Ning Qi and Ning Jing had both contributed greatly. But it didn't seem very convincing. At least, it wasn't a real victory. But defeating King Chu's army of 300,000 is different. This is a real achievement. Zhongyi said, the civil and military officials of the state of Yu all support His Highness Ning Qi. Compared to Ning Jing, His Highness has the absolute advantage. If he can defeat King Chu, his position as crown prince will be as stable as a mountain. Xueqie said, Shenlang will definitely take this credit and think of a way to get a share of the glory of destroying Chu. Zhongyi said, it's already a foregone conclusion that the Cheng army will attack Chu, but it's useless. No matter how great the credit is, it can't compare to defeating King Chu on the battlefield. Everyone nodded in agreement, with the support of the Zhu clan, Zhong clan, Shui clan, and the Great Yan Empire. The third prince's status was far higher than Crown Prince Ning Yi's. The only thing he lacked now was the title of Crown Prince. But if he defeated King Chu's army of 300,000, then, no one in the world could stop him from becoming Crown Prince. Unless Ning Jing achieved an equal amount of credit. Your Highness, should we continue to prepare for the attack on Raging Tide City? Xueqie suddenly asked. Ning Qi said, yes. Zhongyi said, in order to help Ning Jing seize the throne, Shenlang will do his best, so Raging Tide City is still empty. Ning Qi said, after King Chu is defeated, immediately attack Raging Tide City, seize the Liezhou archipelago, destroy the Kim clan, and cut off Ning Jing's path of retreat. Yes. Ning Qi said, Uncle Shui, is Stupa Mountain's attitude certain? Xueqie said, with His Majesty's tacit approval, Stupa Mountain's attitude is very certain. When King Chu is destroyed, His Highness Ning Qi will become Crown Prince, and the Kim clan will be destroyed. We really have to thank Shenlang for creating a miracle and defeating Prince Jin. On the surface, Prince Jin retreated, and the biggest winner was His Highness Ning Jing, but in reality, it was His Highness Ning Qi. Ning Jing is too weak. Even if the fruit of victory falls, he won't be able to receive it, and it will only benefit His Highness Ning Qi. This was also very reasonable. Prince Jin's retreat was the direct reason why King Wu's army retreated and stopped moving south. This way, Ning Qi could focus on fighting King Chu. There's no time to lose. His Highness Third Prince should immediately rush to the Western Heaven Province battlefield, defeat King Chu, create a new miracle, and completely win this inheritance war. A few days ago, Mulan Babe really led the Second Nirvana army to the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom, preparing to attack the capital of the Great Nan Kingdom and support her husband. Then, State Preceptor Sha Yin respectfully invited her to enter the city again. He even served a banquet. Madame Mulan, young Master Shenlang has already come and had a cup of tea with this old man. In addition, the battle between young Master Shenlang and His Majesty has ended. He has won a great victory, and if I'm not mistaken, His Majesty has already retreated. If Madame is not in a hurry, why not wait here for young Master Shenlang? He should be coming to meet you soon. Suddenly, darling Mulan felt embarrassed to death. However, she still maintained her doubts, even though State Preceptor Sha Yin told her everything in detail. But he directly opened the Great Nan capital to her. You don't need to attack, you can directly occupy it. So, Mulan led the Second Nirvana army out of the Great Nan capital again. The women in the city once again sent countless vegetables, fruits, and meat. Shenlang had accepted it before, but Mulan didn't. She would rather send the army to hunt for military rations than to eat this food in disgust. Moreover, even though Mulan's army had retreated into the forest, they still didn't leave. She wanted to ensure that she could take over the Great Nan capital at any time. Moreover, no army was allowed to get close to the Great Nan capital. In the end, no army really got close to the Great Nan capital. The entire Sand Barbaric tribe had no intention of defending the capital. This made Mulan even more convinced that State Preceptor Sha Yin was telling the truth. A few days later, Shenlang came, and he was accompanied by 5,000 Sand Barbaric tribe archers. The first time she saw Shenlang, Mulan's eyes turned red. I know I'm stupid, don't laugh at me. Then, Shenlang was pushed to the ground again. The next day, Shenlang, Jean Mulan, and Queen Charmin led the Second Nirvana army and 5,000 Sand Barbaric tribe archers through the forest secretly. After a few days of trekking, the Allied army entered the Qing kingdom. At this time, Ming Jing and 2,001st Nirvana army soldiers were already waiting in a tribe in the Qing kingdom. After a day of rest, Shen Lang and Ming Jing led an army of 10,000 and embarked on a truly epic expedition. They left the state of Yu and entered the Great Snow Mountain. A truly miraculous battle had begun, a surprise attack on the capital of the state of Yu. This battle was destined to shock the world and the people of the state of Yu. Note, today's update is 16,000. Brothers, give me your monthly votes and support. I'm kowtowing and thanking you. Thank you for your hard work. I'm donating $20,000. Thank you for reading. Abs Monkeys $10,000. When Aragang had been the Qing king, he had been at war almost every year. He had attacked the state of Yu, Chu, the Sand Barbarians, and the other countries in the western region. He would beat up anyone he didn't like and relied on plundering for a living. Bordering a country like the Qing kingdom was a huge stroke of bad luck. The countries in the western region were plundered every year. Another example was the state of Yu, which had been extorted every year. At the time, the Sand Barbarians hadn't been unified yet, and the Sand Barbarian tribes bordering the Qing kingdom were relatively flat, making them suitable for cavalry raids. As such, they were often attacked and harassed by the Qing kingdom's cavalry. However, every conflict between the Qing kingdom and the Sand Barbarians was purely for revenge. It was purely because they didn't like it. As for plundering, the Sand Barbarian tribes were even poorer than the Qing kingdom. The Qing kingdom had raided the Chu kingdom before, but not often, because the terrain was too harsh. It wasn't worth it to go north. The border between the Chu kingdom and the Qing kingdom was close to 2,000 kilometers long. However, the heavens had taken pity on them. The 2,000-kilometer border was basically filled with snowy mountains. There were only 2 passes that led from the north of the Qing kingdom into the Chu kingdom. In order to deal with the Qing kingdom's constant attacks, the Chu kingdom had spent decades building walls at these 2 passes. One was the South Peace Pass, and the other was the West Peace Pass. There were only about 30,000 soldiers stationed at these 2 passes. However, they were truly easy to defend and difficult to attack. Attacking this kind of city pass was a complete nightmare. The 2 passes were built between the mountains. The highest part of the walls was over 30 meters tall, while the lowest was 15 meters. They were like tigers and dragons crouching on the 2 passes. Basically, a few thousand soldiers could defend against an enemy several times their size. The terrain here was too dangerous. An army couldn't do much here, let alone cavalry. Thus, the Qing kingdom's large-scale raids on the Chu kingdom stopped after these 2 passes were built. But there will be more raids in small groups. Small groups of warriors from the Qing kingdom would often cross over some of the smaller mountains and enter the Chu kingdom to plunder. However, they didn't gain much each time, far less than when they raided the countries in the western region. Therefore, King Chang Aragang focused on plundering the western region and blackmailing the state of Yu for the next 10 years. Moreover, in order to support Sunan's rebellion and independence, the Chu kingdom had given up a lot of benefits, so the relationship between the Chu kingdom and the Qing kingdom was greatly improved. The Chu kingdom and the Qing kingdom hadn't had a major conflict in more than 10 years. And this time, another great battle broke out. The queen of the Qing kingdom, Nana, led 50,000 soldiers to conquer the southern pass. They were aggressive and murderous. Logically speaking, this kind of attack was destined to be futile. Although the queen of the Qing kingdom's army of 50,000 was shocking, this was only a city pass between the valleys. The terrain was narrow and dangerous, so it was impossible to send 10,000 soldiers at once. But he didn't expect the situation to be so dangerous. First of all, Queen Nana had catapults, albeit only a dozen of them. Without a doubt, these catapults were the reinforcements of the state of Yu. In fact, the ones operating these catapults were the soldiers of the state of Yu. There were also dozens of siege crossbows. The most powerful ones were the Sand Barbaric mercenaries under Nana's command. Because of Prince Jin's call, most of the Sand Barbaric mercenaries returned to the Danan kingdom to seek refuge with Prince Jin. But a small number of the concept queen's benefactors stayed, including Eagle Yang. They were most worried that the Qing kingdom and Prince Jin would go to war. But that didn't happen. Nana led the army to attack the Chu kingdom. That was possible. Therefore, the sand barbaric mercenaries showed their ferocious combat power again. They climbed up the dangerous city pass like monkeys from the mountains on both sides. Many times, they caused terrible casualties to the Chu Kingdom's defenders. The Chu Kingdom quickly tightened their belts and desperately increased their troops. They had to defend the two city passes. Meanwhile, Queen Arunana's army continued to attack the two city passes as if they didn't know fatigue. Queen Arunana started the war. The already chaotic situation became even more heated. The people of the state of Yu were overjoyed. The people of the Chu Kingdom cursed. Everyone knew that Queen Arunana must have sent troops because of Xianxia, and Xianxia was helping Ningxing fight for the throne. Prince Jin retreated, and King Wu didn't move, so the battle with the Chu Kingdom became the focus of the two princes. Is this gigolo, Xianxia, so awesome? Does he have such a good time? King Queen Arunana? She actually mobilized 50,000 troops to attack the Chu Kingdom? What can Xianxia do? He's just a silver spear. Maybe he's so handsome that he'll lick her boots. Look at the situation, it's like the queen of the Chang Kingdom is licking Xianxia's boots. So what if he's handsome? There was no way to clear the rumors. No one believed that Queen Arunana would really fall in love with the big fool. They all thought that he was just a shield. Everyone thought that Arunana and Xianxia were definitely in a relationship. That was a great injustice. Queen Arunana and the big fool were really in love. But between Queen Arunana and Xianxia? What relationship? Arunana trusted Xianxia completely and stood on the same side as him without reservation. But, whenever the two of them met, Arunana would have the urge to beat him to death within an hour. And she was in a relationship with him. Please, Arunana, really don't like him, okay, inside the Chu Kingdom's camp. Traitors, all of you are traitors. The Chu Kingdom was furious. That bastard Prince Jin, that bastard Wu Qi. They had agreed to destroy the Yu Kingdom. But what happened? Both of you ran away, leaving me alone to fight. Shameless beyond belief. And Arunana, that B*TCH, didn't you promise me before? You would never attack the Chu Kingdom. Why are you so impatient to attack my southern peace pass? As soon as Lady Jean retreated, in order to curry favor with this adulterer, Xianxia, you are really willing to pay a heavy price. The Chu Kingdom received battle reports every day. Arunana's attack on the South Peace Pass was not a feint, but a desperate attack. The battle was extremely intense every day. The Chu Kingdom was forced to send more troops again and again. This stupid woman, doesn't she know that attacking the South Peace Pass is helping Ningxi? Although the Chu Kingdom was angry, he was still ambitious and impassioned. So what if Prince Jin retreated? So what if King Wu's army stopped advancing? The Chu Kingdom's battle situation was still going well. This was not a lie at all. In the past month, the Chu Kingdom's battle situation could be said to be moving from victory to victory. In the northern part of the Western Heaven province, he had already taken 4 counties, and the border had been pushed forward by 300 miles. More than half a month ago, the Chu Kingdom's 300,000 troops had even surrounded the western city. The western city was not only the lair of the Zhong family, but also the true capital of the Western Heaven province. Once it was taken, the entire Western Heaven province would fall. The Chu Kingdom's army could directly attack the capital of the state of Yu. In the current situation, it might be difficult to completely destroy the state of Yu. But ceding the entire Western Heaven province was indeed in the bag. The western city could be said to be the 3rd and 4th largest city in the state of Yu. In terms of sturdiness and height, it surpassed the capital of the Southern Heaven province. Coupled with the Zhong family's 100 years of operation, it could be called one of the strongest cities in the world. But in terms of population and wealth, it was not as good as the Southern Heaven city. It took more than half a month for the Chu Kingdom to completely encircle the western city. This encirclement was not only by the army, but also by defensive lines, ravines, temporary fortresses, and so on. The western city's perimeter was more than 40 miles. So the encirclement that the Chu Kingdom built covered an area of more than 100 square kilometers. Looking down from the sky, it was truly boundless, connecting the heavens and the earth. There were barracks, fortresses, and defensive lines everywhere. The state of Nano was covered with dense forests and high mountains. It was difficult to find a large piece of flat land, so the hundreds of thousands of soldiers could not display their full strength. As for the Western Heaven province, other than the huge mountain in the middle, the rest of the land was almost flat. It was the most suitable place for a large-scale war. In order to fight this war, the Chu kingdom had used up almost everything. This was a real war that could topple a country. Then did the Chu kingdom borrow money from the Yingyuan Association? No, the Chu kingdom was greedy and stingy, unlike Xianxia who squandered money. The national treasury was much more abundant than the state of Yu. Father, after nearly a month of fierce fighting, the state of Yu's army has suffered more than 40,000 casualties, while our army has suffered more than 60,000 casualties. The Chu kingdom nodded, expressing his satisfaction with this number. As the main attacker, it was normal for them to suffer more than 20,000 casualties than the other side. It was a very healthy number. After 3 reinforcements, our army on the western city's battlefield is still maintained at around 320,000, while Zhongyou's garrison is less than 80,000, only a quarter of ours. We still have a large number of siege weapons and ample provisions. As long as Bianzhao's army doesn't move south, we still have a high chance of winning this war. Even in terms of morale, our army is still far superior to the Yu army. The Chu kingdom picked up a large saber and came before the map. This saber weighed at least 10 kilograms, and the Chu kingdom liked to play with it every time to show his bravery. I heard that the Chu kingdom's body is trembling more obviously, and you are playing with 2 walnuts in your hands every day? The Chu kingdom laughed. Yes. Ning Yuanxian's health is deteriorating, and Ning Qi is overbearing. Perhaps it won't be long before this extravagant Chu kingdom becomes a mere figurehead. The Chu kingdom sneered, he is a delicate person, playing with jade or literary objects every day. He is nothing like me, with my saber by my side every day. The king is mighty. With the king here, the state of Chu will definitely win this war. The Chu kingdom's gaze fell on the western city in the middle of the map. Originally, he had plenty of time to besiege the city, and when Zhongyou's army's morale was at its lowest, he could attack the city with half the effort. But now, the situation had changed. Prince Jin had retreated, and the king of Wu had stopped advancing. In that case, the Chu kingdom had to speed up the war. He had to destroy the western city in the shortest time possible and push his army to the capital of the state of Yu. Then, he would negotiate with Ning Qi. Although he could not achieve victory in one fell swoop, it was still a great victory. From now on, no one could stop the state of Chu from becoming the overlord of the south. Ning Yuanxian was still far from being able to compete with me. He was just an empty shell. However, the Chu kingdom's heart was clouded. What was the almighty great Yan's emperor trying to do? Why was he pressuring King Wu? What did Ning Qi promise the emperor? Don't tell me that I, the king of Chu, have enough respect for your majesty. I played a part in destroying Jiangli more than 20 years ago. I switched sides at the critical moment. Naturally, the Chu kingdom was flattering himself with these words. This person was too cunning. That was why Emperor Jiangli disliked him and kept a distance from him. He did not even try to pull him into his camp. The Chu kingdom tried to curry favor with the great Yan emperor while writing letters to Jiangli to express his admiration for him. He tried to win the favor of both sides and was opportunistic. When Emperor Jiangli died and the great Qian general betrayed him, the Chu kingdom immediately turned hostile and sent hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the great Qian kingdom. That was why he had always believed that he had contributed to the destruction of Jiangli. However, in the emperor's heart, this person was merely an opportunist who snatched away hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Father, when are we attacking the city? The Chu kingdom's crown prince said, there's something wrong with the Yan capital recently. The Chu kingdom sneered, His Majesty does not wish to see a powerful state of Yu, nor does he wish to see a powerful Chu. However, the Chu kingdom and the great Yan empire do not share a border. I respect the emperor's authority, but the great Yan empire cannot send an army to interfere. The Chu kingdom's crown prince said, the main culprit of the current situation lies with Shenlang. That bastard. The Chu kingdom hated Shenlang to the core. During the last border hunt, it was precisely because of Shenlang that King Chu suffered an extraordinary humiliation. This time, Prince Jin's ceasefire was directly related to Shenlang. When Nana attacked the Chu Kingdom's South Peace Pass, Xianxia added fuel to the fire. That was why the Chu Kingdom could not wait to skin the pretty boy, Xianxia, alive. That bastard really harms others without benefiting himself. Does he think that his actions are helping Ningxing? He is definitely helping Ningqi. If Ningqi succeeds in ascending to the throne, he, Xianxia, would die without a burial place, and the Jin clan would be annihilated as well. The Chu Kingdom's assistant minister of rites said through gritted teeth, "This kind of clown has brilliant methods but no strategic vision. If Ningqi kills him, I'm willing to drink until I'm drunk." During the previous border hunt, the Chu Kingdom's assistant minister of rites was the one who suffered the most humiliation. Of course, the Chamberlain of Dependencies was even worse off. His vital parts were severely injured and he was cut off. Let's ignore that little bastard for now. He's just a minor ailment. Attacking Western Garrison City and wiping out the Yao Empire is our top priority. The Chu Kingdom swung his saber, which weighed several dozen kilograms, and slammed it on the table. He shouted, "In 3 days, we will officially attack Western Garrison City. We must win this battle. Chu Kingdom will definitely win this war that will topple our nation." This expedition of several thousand kilometers was far more difficult than expected. It was especially so for Xianxia. It was too difficult. More than 6,000 meters above sea level and more than 1,000 kilometers of uninhabited land. Even on Earth, it would be difficult to cross such a huge snowy mountain with all the necessary equipment. The average altitude of the Himalayas was only about 6,000 meters above sea level. There were no roads on the entire snowy mountain. Therefore, this was simply a march in the sky. No one had ever done it before. The 10,000 troops led by Xianxia passed through all the places that had been covered in snow for thousands of years. There was no trace of anyone passing through. Not even birds could be seen. And the most difficult one was Xianxia. After more than 5,000 meters above sea level, he began to have a headache. His skin turned red, and his head felt like it was about to explode. The big fool couldn't carry him. Baby Mulan felt a little better with him on her back. At least Mulan's body smelled good. Occasionally, when his head really hurt, he could lick her. However, the weather was too cold, so he had to be careful when sticking out his tongue. It was basically around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius, and the ultraviolet rays here were especially strong. But Mulan's body was indeed amazing. On this big snowy mountain that was 6,000 meters above sea level, she still walked as if she was walking on flat ground. It could be said that if it weren't for Xianxia always touching her secretly, she could be as light as flying. And in such a cold temperature, her delicate body was still warm. In such a hot place like Nanoyu, her delicate body was cold. On the snowy mountain, her delicate body was warm. It was wonderful. So one day, even if Xianxia had a headache, he still couldn't help but eat Mulan twice. As a result, after eating, he screamed like a ghost, claiming that his head was about to split open, and he couldn't breathe at all. This evil person, every time after making out, Mulan would dig a snow nest and boil water for a bath. Seeing Mulan spoiling Xianxia so much, Queen Charmin finally couldn't help but say one day, "Sister Mulan, why don't you kill this husband, and I will introduce you to another one." To be honest, if her husband was like Xianxia, he would have been killed by her 100 times. Mulan said angrily, "It's more like I'm going to kill you." Queen Charmin was helpless. This powerful and beautiful Mulan had definitely been bewitched by a bewitching spell. Such a terrible husband, she treated him like a treasure. On this day, the army had to stop marching. Because there was a big snowstorm, the cold wind was howling. The wind was too strong, and at this time, the soldiers would be blown away. Finding a place that was leeward from the wind, the army dug a big hole in the snow, and then set up camp inside. The big fool stood in the strong wind in high spirits, inexplicably excited. The scenery here was too beautiful. "Unfortunately, my wife is not here, and my child is also not here." His physical strength was almost infinite. After asking for the permission of Xianxia and Li Qianqiu, he climbed the highest mountains in the surrounding area in the strong wind. Then he started to roar. Xianxia was really afraid that his voice would be too loud and cause an avalanche. Inside the warm sleeping bag, Mulan was naked. "Husband, stop it, it will be too troublesome to wash later." "Don't worry, I won't do it, I will just touch it." Half an hour later, Mulan once again put on her clothes helplessly, walked to a place where there was no one, and dug a snow nest to boil water for a bath. After she returned, the scum Xianxia hid in the sleeping bag, shivering. After Mulan left, the sleeping bag could not warm up no matter how hard he tried. Moreover, after the sex, the lack of oxygen became worse, and his head hurt even more. "I, Xianxia, swear that I will never do that kind of thing with Mulan on the Great Snowy Mountain again. In the next few days, if I sleep with Mulan again, I will be a dog." 2 hours later. Woof 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 woof, strange sounds came from the sleeping bag. It was really strange, who would raise a dog on the Great Snowy Mountain? The next day, the snow stopped. The sky was clear and boundless. So beautiful. Xianxia was also mesmerized by the spectacular scenery. The Nirvana army had already started to cook. No, it was not really cooking, it could only be considered as boiling water. The food they brought along had to be used carefully, because there were not many of them. They could only drink hot food once a day. They were cooking chili chicken soup. Everyone was given a small bowl, and they ate it with compressed biscuits. The Heavenly Society brought super chili from the west. After large-scale planting, Xianxia brought thousands of kilograms of dried chili this time. As soon as they drank the chili chicken soup, they felt as if their whole body was burning. After eating the dried food and drinking the chili chicken soup, everyone filled up a pot. On the way, they felt cold, so they took a sip. So delicious. Of course, they also brought a lot of hard liquor on this march. However, after the sand primitive people drank the hard liquor, their bodies heated up, but their pace was also messed up, and they became drunk. Also, after drinking too much, their bodies would become numb, and they would not feel cold, but in fact, they would be very cold, and they might even freeze to death. However, the effect was even more obvious when hard liquor was added to the chili chicken soup. If it were any other army, they would have all died on the way. However, these two Nirvana army and the Sand Primitive Archer army relied on chili water, hard liquor, and high-calorie military food to march more than 150 kilometers every day. Were there any casualties? Yes, dozens of Sand Primitive warriors were too careless, and they did not care when their boots were worn out. As a result, both of their feet were frozen. By the time Xianxia found them, they were completely black and necrotic, and had to be cut off. After the amputation, they died. After that, the army had to check their boots several times every day. The biggest casualties were caused by the blizzard. In one night, more than 300 people went missing. When they were found again, they were already frozen to death. However, the courage and morale of this army were rare in the world. Even in the face of such casualties and danger, no one retreated. The Nirvana army was even more cheerful than on the ground, and they were very addicted to the scenery here. To them, this kind of fatal danger was more like a test from the heavens. Marching on the top of the world seemed to make their suppressed temperament become cheerful. They felt as if the sky was high and the clouds were wide. The godly archers of the Sand Barbaric tribe cheered and roared every day. Because their hearts were filled with the romance of primitive tribal men. They wanted to conquer the whole world. Every time they climbed a peak, they would kneel down and pray to the gods. Then, they would draw a totem on the peak of this snowy mountain. Of course, in just an hour, the totem would disappear, either blown away by the wind or covered by the snow. Lonnie asked them if they knew that the totem would disappear, why did they still draw it? In the end, the Sand Primitive Archer asked him if he had slept with a woman and left something in her body. After she washed it off, would his totem disappear? His words made so much sense that people were speechless. Unfortunately, Lonnie was a virgin. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you slept with a woman before?" The Sand Primitive Archer raised a finger. 100. Lonnie was so jealous that he almost vomited blood. He had an urge to change his nationality. "If I had known, Brother Lonnie would have brought us to the Sand Primitive tribe. That way, Lonnie, might have married more than a dozen women and had children all over the place." The army was not afraid of the difficulties of a long journey. Thousands of mountains and rivers were nothing. After a whole 8 days, the 10,000 soldiers led by Xianxia finally finished the 1,000-mile snowy mountain. Of the original 10,700 troops, only 9,500 were left. 1,200 people were sleeping in the snowy mountain. Some corpses could be found, while others could not. When they finished the last big snowy mountain, their field of vision was no longer pure white. They finally left the snowy mountain. This journey of the snowy mountain, which was like heaven and hell, was finally over. Everyone was crying tears of joy. It was not easy. Many people's eyeballs were red and bleeding. The white snow was dazzling. Looking at the snowy mountain for a few days and nights, their eyes felt like they were going to be blinded. Xianxia had already prepared a pair of sunglasses for everyone. However, during the march, many people's equipment, luggage, and even sunglasses were blown away by the strong wind. If they accidentally fell, all their belongings would be lost. Therefore, in the end, they lost more than 1,000 pairs of sunglasses. They had to wear them in turn, causing some of the soldiers to have varying degrees of eye injuries. After leaving the snowy mountain, Xianxia and the 9,000 troops bowed toward the majestic snowy mountain. Nature was too awe-inspiring. Great snowy mountain, we dare not say that we have conquered you. We only saw you and passed by you. Even Xianxia felt as if he had just survived a calamity. He could not believe it. We actually created a miracle. We actually crossed the top of the world, the great snowy mountain. I am too amazing. We must tell this great history to our children. Their father crossed the great snowy mountain and walked to the top of the world, Xianxia said excitedly, trembling. Beside him, Queen Charmin said, Xianxia, can you be more shameless? Did you even walk for a day? Xianxia hugged Mulan's neck and gently bit her beautiful face. What's the difference between my wife carrying me across the snowy mountain and me walking on my own? Xianxia said nonchalantly, moreover, this is not the only miracle I have created. Do I have to tell you one by one? For example, Master Lang had sex with Mulan at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Was he proud of such a great thing? Of course. After that, Mulan almost gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but that was still a deep kiss. Also, was he proud of pretending to be a dog and barking at an altitude of 7,000 meters? After crossing the great snowy mountain, there were thousands of miles of mountains and precipitous ridges. It was still uninhabited. But compared to the difficulty of the great snowy mountain, these mountains and precipitous ridges were like flat ground. The casualties of the army were also negligible. They marched at a speed of more than 180 miles a day. 5 days later, the army walked out of the mountains. They returned to the ground from the mountains. Finally, they saw the lush vegetation. Finally, they saw the towns and villages. They were only about 300 miles away from the Chu royal capital. The army of 9,500 led by Xianxia took a detour around the cities and villages. They headed straight for the Chu royal capital. This was the heart of the Chu kingdom, backed by the vast mountains. It was a worry-free place. And this place was more than 3,000 miles away from the battlefield in Tianqi province. There was no tension in the battlefield. Instead, it was full of excitement. Every village and city was plastered with the imperial edicts of the Chu king. Every day, someone would announce the victory of the front line. Almost everyone believed that they would definitely win this battle. Soon, the Chu king would conquer the entire Tianqi province. Chu would soon become the overlord of the south. At that time, the whole of Chu would celebrate. However, where there was joy, there was blood and tears. The Chu king had launched such a large-scale war that would topple the country. It required an astronomical amount of resources and military expenses. Therefore, the tax burden of the Chu people would definitely increase. Almost every town had officials and bailiffs collecting taxes. Every town was recruiting able-bodied men to do labor. On every official road, there was a steady stream of troops delivering provisions to the front line. These people had whip marks on their bodies and tears in their eyes. Accompanied by the scolding and reprimanding of the escorting soldiers, the whips in their hands were constantly lashed out. Was this considered suffering for the people when they were prosperous and suffering when they were destroyed? In comparison, although Ning Yuanxian was a prodigal, he did not treat the people so harshly. Previously, he had mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to deliver provisions, and he had also given them salaries and food. Although it was very meager, at least these people did not work for nothing. Half a day later, Shenlong's army was discovered by the Chu scouts. Therefore, they did not hide their tracks anymore. The army marched at full speed toward the capital of Chu. Instantly, all the officials in the cities and counties around the capital of Chu were completely shocked. What? They actually discovered an army of the state of Yu, 10,000 people, and they came from the south. How could this be possible? That was thousands of miles away from the snowy mountains and hundreds of miles away from the mountains. Did they fly here? They must have seen wrongly. There must be a mistake. Maybe they were bandits disguised as the army of the state of Yu. Or were the people rebelling? Next, Chu kept sending small groups of scouts to spy on the situation. All the information was gathered. The officials who stayed in the capital of Chu had to believe a fact. The army of the state of Yu had really attacked. The Chu queen was shocked. The secretary was shocked. The secretary was trembling. Then, he immediately sent someone to report to the Chu king as soon as possible. He also ordered all the surrounding cities and counties to gather all the troops to defend the capital of Chu. Speed was precious in war. After their tracks were discovered, the 9,500 troops under Shenlong's command marched day and night without rest. In just one day and one night, the army marched for more than 200 miles. They arrived at the capital of Chu. Note, first update sent. Today, it is still more than 15,000 yuan. It's the end of the month. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Please support me. I will do it for you. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan tip from Intoxicated by Flowers and Cold Finger. During the Three Kingdoms period, Deng Ai had crossed the Yinping Trail and launched a surprise attack on the capital of Shuhan, forcing Luchan to surrender. This was probably one of the most famous surprise attacks in history. Deng Ai had led his army around the front line of Shu's defenses and through 300 miles of uninhabited land, leaving behind only a few thousand soldiers. The casualty rate was frighteningly high. But this time, when Shenlang and Ning Zhang's troops arrived at the city gates, the number of troops he had besieged the Chu royal capital was less than 10,000. The Chu royal capital was also known as Fengdu, the largest city in Chu. The size of the city was comparable to Tianyue City, and it was definitely one of the strongest cities in the Eastern world. The entire city had a population of more than 100,000. The royal capital, the inner city, and the outer city. The outer city had been expanded several times, and the city walls were more than 50 miles long, like a giant beast entrenched on the ground. The mere 9,500 soldiers under Shenlang and Ningxing seemed insignificant in front of this huge city. Not only that, the walls of the Chu royal capital were an astonishing 15 meters tall as a 5-story building. It sounded ridiculous to use less than 10,000 soldiers to attack such a strong city. How many soldiers were there in the Chu royal capital? 20,000 city guards and 10,000 imperial guards, a total of 30,000. This level of emptiness was almost the same as the capital of the state of Yu, only slightly better. The Chu king had brought the crown prince with him for this attack. There was the secretariat of the secretariat, the privy council, and the queen in charge of the palace. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The armies of the surrounding cities and commanderies are already rushing over, and will arrive tomorrow at the earliest. The Chu royal capital is strong and tall. Don't even think about attacking it without 100,000 soldiers. The Chu queen was in her 50s this year. She had taken good care of her looks, so she still had some charm. Who is leading the state of Yu? The queen asked. Ningxing, Shenlang. Shenlang? The queen's eyes were filled with deep hatred. During the previous border hunt, it was this guy who had played the Chu kingdom in the palm of his hand. Did his army grow wings? They actually flew to the Chu royal capital? They must have come from the Chang kingdom and crossed thousands of miles of snowy mountains. The moment he said that, Queen Chu said, "That's impossible. No army can cross the great snowy mountain, not in the past and never in the future." Everyone fell silent. If they didn't climb over the snowy mountains, did they really fly over? The Queen of Chu waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter how they came. The key is how they will die." Even the Bureau of Military Affairs, how many guards are there in the capital? 20,000 city guards and 10,000 imperial guards. In addition, I've already gathered the servants of all the noble clans in the capital, and I've gathered another 10,000. Lian Jing, the chief envoy of the Chu country, said. Queen Chu said, 40,000? Can it be more than that? The Chu kingdom's envoy said, there are many escort agencies and gangs in the city. If we can make them officials, we should be able to recruit another 10 to 20,000 people. Empress Chu said, hurry up, hurry up. This is not the time to be stingy. Lian Jing, the Shumi envoy of Chu, had some objections. An army is about quality, not quantity. However, he did not have much authority as a Privy Council envoy. The Crown Prince was the true leader of the Privy Council. Moreover, the officials present felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Xianxia only had less than 10,000 men, and they did not have any siege equipment. After a long and arduous journey, they were already exhausted. Attacking a strong city like the Chu royal capital was no different from courting death. Was it not enough to have 40,000 soldiers defending the city? Continue the recruitment. Order the surrounding cities and commanderies to mobilize all the troops and surround Xianxia and Ningzheng's troops. I want to kill them all and not let a single one of them return to the state of you alive. I want Ningzheng and Xianxia to know that anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of the Chu royal capital will die a terrible death. Yes. When Xianxia's 9,500 troops arrived at the Chu royal capital, they did not attack the city immediately. Instead, they rested on the spot and waited for daybreak. At this time, the recruitment in the Chu royal capital was in full swing. The armed servants of the noble clans were all assembled into an army. The ruffians, gangsters, and gang members of the royal capital were all assembled into an army. Many of the gang leaders and escorts became military officers with a shake of their bodies. The entire Chu royal capital could be said to be in high spirits. After the initial shock, everyone in the Chu royal capital was completely enraged. The people of the state of Yu were too arrogant. With less than 10,000 men, they actually dared to attack the royal capital. That was insane and the ravings of a lunatic. Then, countless ruffians and martial arts practitioners all enlisted into the army. In just a few hours, more than 20,000 men were recruited. These ruffians were an unprecedented glory. The rise and fall of the nation was everyone's responsibility. Now the Queen has actually invited us out. Although we are ruffians, we can also love the Chu royal capital. Make contributions. Kill Ningzheng and Xianxia. Skin all the dogs of you and grind their bones to ashes. The king is fighting at the front, and we are defending the royal capital from the back. I am proud. Immediately after, the Queen, the Privy Council, and the Minister of State issued a joint order. Anyone who beheaded a state of Yu soldier could be exchanged for 20 gold coins. Whoever beheaded Xianxia would be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Whoever beheaded Ningzheng would be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. The moment this price was announced, the entire Chu royal capital was in an uproar. This was simply a huge reward. They were going to be rich. With 20 gold coins, they could build a house and marry a wife. If they used it to eat, drink, and play, they could enjoy it for years. However, Ningzheng was the son of the king of Yu, so why was he only worth 5,000 gold coins? And why was a mere son-in-law of Xianxia worth 10,000 gold coins? Let's get rich, let's get rich. If we kill that pretty boy Xianxia, we will be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth in this lifetime. I wonder if Xianxia's meat can be exchanged for money? I wonder if Xianxia's bird can be exchanged for money? Gentlemen, this bastard Xianxia actually dared to launch a sneak attack on our Chu Empire. He's simply bullying our Chu Empire because there's no one capable. I suggest that after we kill all of Xianxia's troops, we chop off every single one of their penises and send them back to the king of Chu. Alright, alright. Should we send Xianxia's bird to Jean Mulan or to Arunana? Give the broken bird to Jean Mulan, and the eggs to Arunana and that bitch Ning Yen. These hooligans were full of vulgarities. But their morale was definitely high. As time passed, the number of soldiers in the Chu royal capital increased. 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, this was different from when Deng Ai sneak attacked the Shu royal capital. Back then, Wei was strong while Shu was weak, and Shu was filled with despair. Coupled with Lu Chan's weakness, they surrendered without a fight. But now, the Chu royal capital was different. Now, it could be said that the stronger Chu was, the weaker it was. The king of Chu was advancing triumphantly on the front lines, almost destroying the Yu kingdom. The citizens of the Chu royal capital were swollen with pride, and had a great sense of honor. And Xianxia had only sent over 9,000 soldiers. They were clearly here to throw away their lives. It was a free and dazzling piece of gold. Why wouldn't they take it? After the anger, many martial artists in the Chu royal capital did not feel that it was dangerous. Instead, they saw this crisis as a great opportunity to make a fortune. They rested for 6 hours, the sky was bright, Xianxia's 9,500 soldiers began to assemble. If there were a pair of eyes in the sky, they would see more than 5 armies approaching the Chu royal capital. These were the reinforcements from the surrounding counties. Of course, there were almost no elites. They were all local soldiers. He looked up at the walls of the Chu royal capital. It was a densely packed, uncountable number of defenders. Their armor and weapons were uniform, but their military formation was not distinct. But every soldier's eyes were filled with excitement. They looked at Xianxia's army as if they were not looking at people, but at military merits and gold. Xianxia took a look. And there were so many soldiers in the city, 60,000? 70,000, wasn't there originally only 30,000? In one night, the number of soldiers in the Chu royal capital had more than doubled? Where is Xianxia? Where is Ningjing? Xianxia could not be bothered. Ningjing stepped forward and bowed. Ningjing pays his respects to Ambassador Lian. Ningjing, this move of yours is truly shocking, Lian. Jing said coldly. Ningjing said, when two countries go to war, as long as there is no massacre of civilians, there is nothing shocking about it. Lian Jing laughed. With less than 10,000 men? You want to attack the Chu royal capital? What a joke. You are the son of the Chu king, and I should give you face. But since what you have done is not dignified, don't blame me for being heartless. If I don't exterminate all of you today, I'm afraid that the people of the world will laugh at my Chu country for being weak and incompetent. Ningjing, Xianxia, if I do not kill the two of you today, I, Lian Jing, will be like this sword. With that, the Chu kingdom's Shimashi suddenly broke the sword in his hand. Attack the city. Ningjing gave the order without a second word. Dong 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 dong. The war drums sounded, the second Nirvana army stepped forward, the Sand Barbaric Archer army stepped forward. A total of 7,500 people marched in unison. They neared the walls of the Chu royal capital. The city walls were so tall that it was dazzling. 200 meters. 150 meters. Halt. Release the arrows, shoot. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the 7,500 archers began to shoot again. A dense rain of arrows rained down on the city walls. The Chu royal capital's soldiers were not nervous. At such a distance, and from below, how could a bow and arrow have any destructive power? Then, the rain of arrows exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. On the city walls, hundreds of people fell to the ground. The people of Chu were shocked. What kind of archers were these, shooting so far? How could they be so lethal? These soldiers were not as brave as the Sand Barbaric warriors. After feeling the power of the rain of arrows from Xianxia's army, they all squatted down, trying to protect themselves by leaning against the battlements. This did reduce the number of casualties. But the arrows could be shot directly from the sky. There were too many soldiers on the city walls of the Chu royal capital. As the rain of arrows fell, there were many casualties. Bang 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 bang, a moment later, the catapults on the Chu royal city wall showed their might. There were more than 60 catapults used for defense in the entire Chu royal capital. But there were only 15 on this side of the city wall, and they were all fixed. The problem was that this city wall was too long. There were no more than 10 catapults that could hit the Xianxia army. After a series of loud bangs, more than 10 huge stones smashed toward the Xianxia army. Loud bangs rang out. They smashed a huge pit in the ground. But the results were almost zero. It would be a miracle if the first wave of catapults could hit their target. Mulan drew her bow and knocked an arrow. She aimed at one of the catapults and shot. Swoosh, this was a giant arrow over 2 meters long. It was a specially made arrow by Xianxia. Bang, Mulan shot the giant arrow directly into the arm of the catapult, penetrating a few inches. Of course, even so, it still could not destroy the catapult. But the next second. Bang! A loud bang. The thick arm of the catapult was smashed. Suddenly, the upper half of the catapult flew out. Several Chu soldiers around it were smashed into meat paste. Next, Mulan began her miraculous performance. Swoosh 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 swoosh, all the catapults within her firing range were shot by her, and then exploded violently. Of course, there was gunpowder in the giant arrow. But it was more than enough to blow up a piece of wood. The more than 10 catapults on the Chu royal city wall were all destroyed. Then, Mulan drew her bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the Chu commander-in-chief, Lian Jing. This was a poisonous arrow, cyanide poison. Once hit, there was no doubt that one would die. Even if it was just a scratch, it would still be a dead end. Swoosh, Mulan's arrow flew out like lightning. Good. The commander-in-chief, Lian Jing, roared and slashed with his big sword. Clang, the arrow shot by Mulan was directly knocked away. Lian Jing was almost 70 years old, but he was still so brave. Lian Jing was also shocked. Who was this woman? How could her archery be so amazing? Although her arrow was knocked away, Lian Jing's arm couldn't help but feel slightly numb. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the second Nirvana army and the Sand barbaric archers were still shooting crazily. Without the threat of the catapults, the two armies were within 100 meters of the city wall. The lethality was even more amazing. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the city wall were so shot that they couldn't even raise their heads. Counterattack. Shoot. Shoot. The general of the Chu garrison roared. But it was useless. This distance was beyond the range of the archers of Chu. The arrows of the Chu army were even more amazing, densely packed. In a short moment, hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot and stuck on the ground, like a hedgehog. Next, an infuriating scene appeared. The first Nirvana army of Xianxia actually went to the front to retrieve the arrows, relying on their sturdy armor. After all, his army was on a long journey, and each soldier could carry at most 200 to 300 arrows. It wouldn't take long for them to finish shooting. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of arrows were retrieved. The general of Chu was at a loss for a moment. What should they do next? Should they shoot? Or not shoot? Shoot, they couldn't hit the target at this distance. If they didn't shoot, they would be completely suppressed. Tens of thousands of soldiers were suppressed by thousands of soldiers. It was a great humiliation to the morale of the army. Lian Jing, the commander-in-chief, almost vomited blood. He had never fought such a stupid battle. He had always opposed the recruitment of ruffians into the garrison. Fighting a war didn't depend on numbers. He thought it would be enough to rely on 20,000 city guards and 10,000 imperial guards. But the queen insisted on conscripting all sorts of people. Now, the top of the city wall was in chaos. With a large number of casualties, this group of people immediately wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. There was no discipline at all. Lian Jing immediately ordered all the civilian soldiers to retreat from the city wall as reserve troops. Only the imperial guards and city guards were left on the city wall. As expected, the top of the city wall became quiet. The 30,000 soldiers raised their shields to block the rain of arrows from the sky. The casualties instantly decreased. The situation was stabilized. The Chu commander-in-chief Lian Jing couldn't help but sneer. Xianxia was still too naive. Your archer army is very powerful, but if you want to attack the city, you still have to climb the city wall. You don't even have siege ladders. I want to see how you can climb the city wall. But at this moment, a giant wearing super heavy armor appeared. He carried a large sword on his back and a box as he charged towards the city gate. This person was, of course, the big fool. The Chu general shouted, "Use fire arrows, shoot him, shoot him." Countless arrows shot towards the big fool. But it was futile. The armor on his body was frighteningly thick. How could an arrow pierce through it? Soon, the big fool reached the city gate. Boulders, smash, smash, as the order was given. Countless rolling logs and stones smashed towards the big fool. But it was useless. When dozens of kilograms of stones hit him, he only staggered for a while. They couldn't stop him at all. His armor weighed 400 or 500 kilograms. When the stones hit him, they only made a small dent. boiling oil, the Chu general ordered. Then, several strong men of Chu lifted the boiling oil pot and were about to sprinkle it. The big fool was very powerful, but the boiling oil couldn't stop him. And at this moment, Jean Mulan and Queen Charmin shot arrows continuously. They aimed at the strong men of Chu who were carrying the oil pot on the city wall. Both of them were excellent archers. One arrow for one. After these strong men were shot to death, the boiling oil pot fell directly on the city wall. The boiling oil splashed on the surrounding Chu soldiers and immediately cooked them. The Chu soldiers on the city wall screamed miserably. The big fool showed his prowess. He picked up a black iron sword of 200 or 300 kilograms and slashed wildly at the city gate. The Chu general was shocked. What is he doing? Does this big fool want to cut a big hole in the gate? Dream on. The city gate was half a foot thick, and half of it was iron. How can you cut it? Even if you cut it for a day and a night, you won't be able to cut it down. After a while, the layer of wood covering the surface of the city gate was all smashed, revealing the iron plate inside. Next, the big fool took out a bag of things and directly stuck it on the iron plate of the city gate. What is this? Xianlong's secret weapon came on again. Thermite. It was the thing that melted the big iron pillar of the tall building of the State of Yuan Association last time. It was a mixture of aluminum powder and ferric oxide powder in a certain proportion. With the resources at Xianlong's disposal, the manufacturing process was no longer difficult. Because its formula was very simple. But, aluminum was a deadly thing. It was too scarce. Of course, it actually had a lot of reserves in the Earth's crust. But they all existed in the form of aluminosilicate ores. With Xianlong's current smelting foundation, it was too difficult to extract pure aluminum. It was relatively simple to extract aluminum with bauxite. Therefore, the annual output of the entire Jinshan Island mine was still frighteningly low. He made 2 sets of armor for Mulan, then made some thermite, and made some special armors. Then it was all used up. And the thermite that the big fool put on the city gate at this time was dozens of kilograms. He inserted the igniter. After the big fool ignited it, he suddenly turned around and ran. Because Xianlang had told him that this thing was very terrible. Even hundreds of kilograms of armor couldn't defend against it. In the blink of an eye, the big fool ran dozens of meters away. In a short time, the igniter burned out. Then, boom, it was not like an explosion. There was no loud noise. But the light that burst out almost surpassed the sun. An astonishing white flame suddenly burst out, releasing a temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius. All of a sudden, a big hole was burned through the thick city wall. The garrison behind the city gate was completely stunned. What the hell is this thing? Such a thick city gate was burned through, what should they do next? The big fool rushed up again. He slammed the city gate. There was a burst of loud noises, and the city gate shook violently. But it didn't open yet. Although this thermite burned through the iron plate, it didn't burn through the huge iron gate bolt inside. So, the big fool put another pack of thermite on it. He ignited it again, and then quickly turned around and ran away. Put out the fire, put out the fire. The garrison general inside the city gate stepped forward, desperately trying to put out the igniter. But the next second, boom, an astonishing flame burst out once again. The whole body of the garrison general of the Chu state was instantly burned. At the same time, the huge iron gate bolt of the city gate was directly burned red, and molten iron kept dripping down. The big fool suddenly roared. His whole body accelerated wildly. Like a tank, he charged wildly. Bang, his whole body hit the city gate hard. There was a loud noise. The huge city gate of the capital of the Chu state opened. Because the thick iron gate bolt had been melted, how could it withstand the great force of the big fool? The Chu army was completely shocked. This indestructible city gate was opened just like that, it was broken just like that. My God, what the hell is going on? Why can't I understand the scene in front of me at all? Then, the big fool jerked his huge black iron sword and rushed up to the hundreds of garrison soldiers in the city gate alone. Swish, 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 there was simply no space left for them. All the enemy soldiers who stood in front of the big fool had only one end. They were directly split in half together with their armor. They really died without an intact corpse. Bang, he suddenly slammed his sword horizontally. More than a dozen Chu soldiers flew directly into the sky. The big fool, like a tank, rolled over. On the battlefield, the big fool was half a bug. Even the sword king Xianxia was far less powerful than him. He alone crushed hundreds of people. Then, Bitter Joy shouted. First Nirvana Army, enter the city. 2,000 soldiers of the First Nirvana Army marched into the city. Although their armor was not as heavy as before, it still weighed 40 to 50 kilograms. The modeo in their hands was also not as heavy as before, but it still weighed 40 kilograms and was completely forged from steel. Bang, 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 2,000 soldiers of the First Nirvana Army marched into the capital of the Chu state like a flood of steel. The Chu general Lian Jing's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Was he seeing a ghost? The city gate was breached just like that. What kind of trick did Shen Lang use this time? But it was too late to be shocked. Because the enemy had already entered the city. He roared, block, block, kill the Yu army. Following his order, countless soldiers of the Chu state charged towards the big fool and the First Nirvana Army. But, this was inside the city. What a coincidence, this city gate was also known as the Xuanwu Gate, and inside it was also the incomparably wide Xuanwu Avenue. The road was a few dozen meters wide, allowing the 2,000 soldiers of the First Nirvana Army to form a perfect battle formation. The army of Chu state charged forward, wave after wave. But in close combat, the First Nirvana Army was invincible. It was cut in half. Two halves with one slash, swish swish swish, 2,000 mo sabers slashed down continuously. Like a slaughtering machine, he easily cut every enemy that charged at him in half. The battle at the city gate was a one-sided massacre. The First Nirvana Army built a defensive position in the city. The Second Nirvana Army has entered the city. The Third Nirvana Army has entered the city. A moment later, nearly 3,000 soldiers of the Second Nirvana Army and more than 4,000 sand barbaric archers of Queen Charmin all entered the city. Change formation. The 2,000 Nirvana Army soldiers changed their formation and turned into a huge mouth formation. The Second Nirvana Army and the godly archers of the Sand Barbarian tribe, a total of more than 7,000 people, entered the huge mouth formation. The First Nirvana Army, which was invincible in close combat and armor, was like a great steel wall. The invincible archers from the Archer Alliance shot out a rain of arrows. This coordination was simply perfect. The Xuanwu Avenue was so wide, it was a first-class slaughterhouse. Moreover, this was no longer shooting from a low position, but from a flat ground. Swish 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 swish, within 100 meters, the Second Nirvana Army was almost invincible. Although the godly archers of the Sand Barbarian tribe were slightly weaker, they were still very lethal. Two stone bows could penetrate any armor of Chu state within 100 meters. At the beginning, the Chu state army kept charging forward to fight the First Nirvana Army in close combat. Like moths flying into a flame. But at the back, they could no longer get close. Because the rain of arrows from the Second Nirvana Army and the Sand Barbarian tribe was too shocking. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Wave after wave of arrows reaped lives in a frenzy. The Imperial Guards of Chu state were extremely brave. Following the commander's orders, they charged forward without fear of death. But in the face of this crazy rain of arrows, everything was in vain. The 10,000 Imperial Guards were almost completely annihilated. The city guards were not first-line elites. But this was the capital of Chu state after all, and any guard was filled with a sense of honor. So it was not until 30% of Chu state's city guards were dead that they completely collapsed and fled in all directions. And the servants of the rich and noble families had long fled like birds and beasts. As for the Jianghu heroes and gang members who had come to render meritorious service, they were nowhere to be seen. They disappeared into the streets and alleys of the capital without a trace. After a full 4 hours of fierce fighting, the Chu state army was defeated like a landslide. More than 20,000 died, and the remaining tens of thousands fled. Lian Jing led the last of the elites and retreated into the inner city of the capital. 2 hours later, the inner city of the capital of Chu had fallen. Lian Jing led the remnants of the army and retreated into the palace. Ningjing and Shenlang led 9,000 soldiers to attack the palace of Chu State. The palace of Chu State was indeed magnificent. It covered more than 2 square kilometers, and was layered with carved railings and jade walls. It was magnificent. There were more than 10,000 rooms in the palace. Lianjing led 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers and retreated into the palace, intending to make a last stand. He no longer wanted to win against Shenlang, but he could hold his ground until reinforcements arrived. At most 2 or 3 days, tens of thousands of soldiers would come to the capital. Shenlang only had a few thousand soldiers, and they would not be able to hold out for long in the heart of the enemy's territory. The palace had wide halls and plazas, but it also had narrow alleys and tightly packed rooms. It would be difficult for Shenlang's army to fight. The MO sword of the first Nirvana army was very long and needed to be wielded widely, which was difficult to use in the palace. Archers were even more passive in such a place. And Shenlang's army was very unfamiliar with the terrain of the Chu palace. Chu's Lianjing firmly believed that they could fight a beautiful counterattack within the palace, and cause huge casualties to Shenlang's army. Shenlang and Ningjing stood outside the palace gates. The big fool suddenly hugged a huge flagpole, and Mulan and Shenlang climbed up to the top of the flagpole, overlooking the entire palace. No, the houses were too densely packed. This would cause the Chu army to launch a sneak attack. The Sand barbaric archers were fine, as they were good at close combat in narrow spaces. But the first and second Nirvana armies could not. Once they entered the palace, there would definitely be huge casualties. What should they do? As long as they took down the Chu palace, they would have won the battle. But Shenlang could not afford to suffer huge casualties. The first and second Nirvana armies were too precious, and even if a third of them died, he would be heartbroken. Queen Charmin's meaning was very clear. She was willing to lead the Sand barbaric army into the palace, but the first and second Nirvana armies would also attack. It was impossible for her Sand barbaric warriors to fight at the front while Shenlang's army watched from the outside. After a few minutes of hesitation, Shenlang ordered, "Burn the Chu palace." As soon as he said this, Ningjing was astonished, Mulan was astonished, and the Sword King Xianxia was shocked. This was a crime against the world. King Chu was not only the ruler of Chu, but also the king of the great Yan Empire. If they burned the Chu palace, the whole world would be shaken. Shenlang said, "In any case, I definitely do not want the first and second Nirvana armies to suffer huge casualties. This is a war that will topple a nation, not a meal. I will not massacre the citizens of Chu, I will only burn the Chu palace." "What's wrong with that?" Ningjing glanced at Shenlang and said, "Fine. But I will give this order." Then, Ningjing shouted, "Queen of Chu, listen up, ambassador of Chu Lianjing, listen up, I am Ningjing. I order you to surrender immediately, or I will burn the Chu palace." As soon as he said this, the people of Chu were shocked. Was Ningjing crazy, burning down the Chu palace? This would infuriate the entire eastern countries. Although Chu and Yu were enemies, they were both vassals of the great Yan Empire. To a certain extent, they were brothers. "Don't surrender, don't surrender. Ningjing will definitely not set the palace on fire. Once it is burned, it will shock the world and infuriate the kings." Ningjing lit a stick of incense. After the incense burned, if the Queen of Chu and the rest did not surrender, he would immediately set the palace on fire. A quarter of an hour later, the incense burned out. The guards in the palace refused to surrender. Ningjing ordered, "Set the Chu palace on fire." A moment later, the fire soared to the sky, the entire Chu palace was set ablaze. Almost the entire sky was completely dyed red. The people of the Chu capital cried when they saw this. Those Jianghu heroes and gang members who had escaped rushed out again. The army that besieged Shenlang. However, it was useless to rely on courage. It was another one-sided massacre. After more than 10,000 people were killed, the Chu army fled again. The fire in the Chu palace spread wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it had engulfed half of the palace. The inside of the palace was like hell. Everyone in the palace fled one after another, rushing out and kneeling on the ground to surrender. At this point, the capital of Chu had completely fallen. Note, today's update is 16,000. Tomorrow, I will return to Jiaxing from Nanjing. I will grit my teeth and make 2 updates. Brothers, give me your monthly votes and support, I bow to you. Thank you to China's most manly man for your 10,000 yuan tip. Where is the queen? Where is the privy envoy Lian Jing? Where are the Chu king's sons? Where are the Chu king's concubines? Shen Lang's army had already sealed off a few palace gates. On the square outside the palace, tens of thousands of people were kneeling neatly. Most of them were eunuchs and palace maids, and some were warriors who had retreated to the palace. But all the important members were missing. Even the chief eunuchs were not seen. Did they escape from the palace, or were they hiding in the secret underground chamber of the palace? Who is willing to answer me? Shen Lang asked loudly. The kneeling palace maids and eunuchs were shivering, and the warriors were gritting their teeth. Although they were looking at the ground, their eyes were filled with deep hatred. Shen Lang, where is the queen? Where is the privy envoy Lian Jing? Who can tell me? Even if you don't know. Still no one answered. If you want to kill, then kill. There is nothing to say. Suddenly, a voice roared. Whoosh, before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced through his head. Shen Lang's gaze fell on the palace maids and eunuchs. Because the Chu king's concubines were likely to dress as palace maids, and the Chu king's sons were likely to dress as servants. This person, Shen Lang's finger pointed at the crowd, and then one by one, the Nirvana soldiers rushed into the crowd and grabbed them. What are you doing? What are you doing? We are just little palace maids. These beautiful women shouted. Shen Lang said, how can a palace maid have such good skin, as plump as a cream? And palace maids even carry gems and pearls? These women were either the Chu king's concubines or the Chu king's daughters. That kid, grab them all. Following Shen Lang's order, 6 young eunuchs were dragged out. Eunuchs had D*ck? If this was not the Chu king's son, then what was he? Under Shen Lang's fiery eyes, all the nobles mixed among the palace maids and eunuchs were dragged out. But there was no key person. Tell me, did the queen escape? Shen Lang squatted in front of a concubine and asked. The woman trembled and shook her head. No, I don't know, I really don't know. She really didn't know. This time, Shen Lang didn't just want to take over the capital. More importantly, he wanted to capture the Queen of Chu and the rest. In this way, he could use this group of people as hostages and easily leave Chu. His army did not want to leave through the 1,000-li Great Snow Mountain. However, if he wanted to leave normally, he would definitely be surrounded and intercepted by the Chu army. Now that he had successfully conquered the capital of Chu, he didn't want to fight any more battles. Furthermore, only by capturing the Chu king and putting it on display would they be able to maximize the effects of this victory. He asked several people, but none of them knew where the queen was. And it didn't seem like he was lying. The Queen of Chu was ruthless and not very popular. Many people in the palace secretly hated her. Therefore, her whereabouts were hidden from almost everyone. Shen Lang had checked with X-rays and found that there were 3 secret passages leading to the outside of the palace. He had already sent people to block the exits of these secret passages, but he didn't find the Queen of Chu and the rest. The queen has been burned to death. She won't surrender. Suddenly, a warrior shouted, "You want to catch the queen? In your dreams." Swoosh, another arrow was shot and pierced through his head. Shen Lang sneered. You said that Ning Yuan Xian and concubine Bian would commit suicide. I believe you. Would a woman like the Queen of Chu commit suicide? How could it be possible? Okay, Shen Lang almost understood. Kill everyone except the palace maids and eunuchs. He gave the order. The godly archers of the Second Nirvana army and the Sand barbaric tribe drew their bows. Swoosh, 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 it was a precise kill. The last batch of warriors in the capital of Chu were all killed. There were 2,000 or 3,000 of them. They wanted to resist, but before they could rush out, they were immediately shot in the head by the arrows. Next, Shen Lang would rely on this army of less than 10,000 soldiers to control the entire capital. He could not be soft-hearted or leave any hidden dangers. Then, Shen Lang said to the palace maids and eunuchs present, "Find a place to hide. But remember, do not appear on the 4 main roads. Otherwise, you will be killed." "Thank you, young master." Thank you. Thousands of palace maids and eunuchs fled. Xianxia ordered, leave 500 soldiers of the 2nd Nirvana Army. The rest will defend the city wall with the 3rd Nirvana Army. Later, the armies of Chu will come to support the capital. This is probably the best opportunity to kill. Yes. The 2nd Nirvana Army had 2,500 soldiers, and Queen Charmin had more than 4,000 soldiers. They left the square of the palace and headed for the city wall. Xianxia led 2,000 soldiers of the 1st Nirvana Army and continued to besiege the palace, waiting for the fire to be extinguished. He wanted to know if the fire in the palace would be extinguished sooner or if the first reinforcement of Chu would arrive sooner. The facts proved that. The materials used to build the Chu palace were very good. The wood was so good that the fire did not extinguish even after burning for a day and a night. Xianxia watched as the palaces collapsed one by one. It was really sinful. Back when Xianxia burned down a Pang palace, he did not know how he felt. However, at the very least, Xianxia did not feel much joy. Of course, he did not feel much regret. The flames that filled the entire palace gradually died down, turning into thick smoke that soared into the sky. It could be seen clearly from hundreds of miles away. At first, there were people who tried to put out the fire, but they gave up as soon as they appeared. About 20 hours later, the first reinforcement of Chu arrived. There were about 20,000 soldiers. This person was Chen Shen, the governor of Yan County. Looking up, he saw a big Ning hanging on the wall of the capital. The governor of Chu could not believe it. When he learned that the army of the state of Yu was attacking the capital, he immediately gathered all the soldiers in the county to support them. After traveling day and night, he finally arrived. He thought that he could cooperate with the guards in the capital and completely annihilate the army of the state of Yu. Who would have thought that the capital had already fallen? How? How was this possible? The entire capital had tens of thousands of soldiers. According to the reports, Xianxia and Ningjing had sent less than 10,000 soldiers to attack the capital. It had only been 2 days, and it had already fallen. The capital was one of the strongest cities in the world. Under normal circumstances, without 100,000 soldiers, one would not even have the courage to attack. What kind of heaven-defying methods did Xianxia have? With less than 10,000 soldiers, he managed to take it down in a day. Following that, the governor looked at the Yu army on the city walls. There were only about 6,000 of them. He suppressed the thought of attacking. He did not negotiate, instead sending knights to report to the king. He did not leave, instead leading his 20,000 soldiers to surround a corner of the city walls, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The fire in the Chu palace burned for 2 days and 2 nights, before it finally died down. The originally beautiful palace had been completely reduced to ruins. Most of the palaces had collapsed. In this era, most of the palaces were made of wood, especially the pillars and beams. Now, all that was left was the black rubble. This palace had over 300 years of history, and the successive kings had expanded it to such a scale. How much money had been spent to build this palace, it was impossible to calculate, but it was definitely an astronomical figure. If they wanted to build a palace that was exactly the same, even with Chu's resources, it would take at least a few decades. Hence, this fire from Xianxia was enough to cause the entire Chu to vomit blood. More importantly, it was a devastating blow to Chu's reputation. Xianxia led the 1st Nirvana Army into the palace to search. Based on his judgment, the Chu queen, a few princes, the important concubines, as well as the secret envoy Lian Jing were still in the palace. Because the Chu royal capital had fallen too quickly and too suddenly, these people had not been able to escape in time. Hence, they could only be in the underground chambers. And if Xianxia did not guess wrongly, these chambers should be under the pond. When the fire burned the entire palace, there would be a lot of deadly smoke, and it would also cause a lack of oxygen. The deadliest thing was that once the smoke entered the underground chambers, the people inside would choke to death. Hence, building the chambers under the pond would increase their chances of survival. If it were anyone else, trying to find the entrance to the underground chambers in this wasteland would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Xianxia had X-ray vision. Just an hour later, he found it. This chamber was indeed near the pond, and there was even an underground sewer around it. The entrance was in a pile of rubble. Li Xianxia and Ku Tu Huan went forward to investigate. Young master, the entrance is a thick metal door. The thermite came in handy again. He stuck it on the metal door and ignited it. Boom, there was a dazzling white light. The thermite emitted an astonishing temperature, burning through the thick metal door. Then, a series of exclamations came from the underground chambers. Li Qianqiu could clearly feel a killing intent. Moreover, it was a grandmaster guarding the entrance to the underground chambers. This was very normal. The state of Yu had grandmasters guarding the palace, and so did the Chu royal palace. Moreover, this entrance was narrow, and it could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. With a grandmaster guarding there were probably no more than a few hundred or a few thousand people. However, Shenlang didn't say anything. He directly threw a gas bomb in. Of course, the so-called gas bomb wasn't a real biological weapon. Its effect was even inferior to tear gas. It contained most of the refined chili powder, as well as some highly irritating gases. But what kind of people were inside the chambers? The Chu queen, a few favored concubines, and a few princes and princesses. What a pampered life. These 2 days and 2 nights, they were already extremely terrified and almost couldn't breathe. Shenlang's homemade tear gas bomb exploded. The intense stimulation was completely unbearable. They couldn't open their eyes, as if they were completely burned, and they were going blind. Their throats were burning, and they couldn't breathe at all. It was really like a hellish torture. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Shenlang said calmly, Queen Chu, are you going to continue staying inside, or are you going to come out and surrender? However, the Chu queen could no longer make a sound. After a long while, the Chu queen said in a hoarse voice, Ningjing, Shenlang, aren't you afraid of angering the gods? How could you do such a heinous thing? Immediately, Shenlang threw another poison gas bomb into it without saying a word. We're going to die, we're going to die. We surrender, don't throw it anymore. The one screaming was not the Chu queen, but another woman's voice, as well as the wailing of a young man. 15 minutes later, everyone in the secret room came out. Shenlang saw an old eunuch. His eyes were red and swollen like peaches, but he was still protecting his master. This stance reminded Shenlang of Li Mu, who was by Ning Yuanqian's side. This old eunuch was also a guru-level expert. Shenlang took out a bottle and said, Eunuch, you are a guru-level expert. We are worried, so please drink this bottle of medicine. You will be fine after a few days of sleep. I don't want to sever your tendons. The old eunuch trembled and hesitated. Shenlang raised his hand. Instantly, hundreds of arrows were aimed at the Chu queen and the princes. As long as this guru-level eunuch said no, Shenlang would immediately shoot these Chu nobles into hedgehogs. The old eunuch glanced at Shenlang. His gaze was very complicated, but there was not much hatred. Alas! After a sigh, he drank the small bottle of medicine given by Shenlang. Then, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. He would not wake up for the next few days and nights. The Chu queen's eyes were even more swollen. She looked at Shenlang with grief and anger. There was even a deep-seated hatred. Why are you looking at me like that? Shenlang asked. The Chu queen said coldly, Shenlang, you will suffer retribution. But it is not the retribution of God, but the retribution of the whole world to you. From today onwards, you are the mortal enemy of Chu, the mortal enemy for all eternity. Really? I am so scared. Shenlang said, if I were you, I would shut up and be a captive. Isn't it good? Shenlang waved his hand. Immediately, 2 warriors stepped forward and grabbed the Chu queen's hands. What do you want to do? I am the Chu queen. What do you want to do? The Chu queen screamed crazily. Shenlang took out a syringe. It directly pierced into the Chu queen's inguinal lymph, and then injected all the liquid inside. The Chu queen screamed in fear, Shenlang, what did you inject me with? What did you inject? You will know in a few days. Shenlang said, this is a punishment for your insolent words just now. If you continue to grumble, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't force me to give you 10 liters of shit and become a captive, alright? The Chu queen shuddered. I am asking you, can you do it? Shenlang asked. The Chu queen nodded. I don't want you to nod, I want you to answer, alright? Shenlang said coldly. Yes, yes. The Chu queen cried. She had never suffered such humiliation. But she was far from being as proud and brave as she imagined. At this moment, what ruled her mind was still fear. Alright, let's go on a parade. Shenlang said, prepare a carriage and load the Chu queen, the princes, and the consorts onto it. Start walking around the streets of the Chu royal capital. Make sure that everyone can see clearly that this is their queen. Next, an even more humiliating scene happened. The Chu queen and all the other nobles, wearing golden paper shackles, stood on the carriage and paraded the streets. Everyone, come and see. This is the Chu queen, these are the consorts, and these are the sons of the Chu king. The Chu royal family exhibition, citizens of the Chu royal capital, quickly come and see your queen. Countless citizens swarmed out to see. The first thing they felt was great humiliation. Then disappointment. Why did these high and mighty royalty not commit suicide? Why were they not willing to die to preserve the dignity of the Chu kingdom, but to be humiliated by the state of you, and the Chu queen? How high and mighty was she usually, how motherly was she? At this moment, she was in such a sorry state, her face covered in tears and her body trembling. And there was a wet stain in the middle of her skirt. She was so scared that she peed her pants. That was not true. It was Shenlang who had ordered people to pour it on her. For a whole few hours, the parade was over. The countless citizens of the Chu royal capital saw it clearly. Countless people were furious, countless people were crying. But the image of the royal family in their hearts collapsed almost instantly. 3 days later, below the Chu royal capital, the Chu army was densely packed. All the reinforcements from the surrounding cities and commanderies had arrived. There were 60 to 70,000 of them. But almost all of them were local garrison troops. There were less than 20,000 true elites in the front line. The sun had just risen this day. The reinforcements of the Chu kingdom outside the city were shocked to see such a scene. Their Chu queen appeared on top of the city wall, her expression haggard and terrified. Because the virus in her body seemed to be acting up, her body was covered with herpes, especially in the damp corners. And on her back, stomach, arms. It was so densely packed that it was terrifying. That kind of pain and numbness seemed to come from the cracks in her bones. She could not sleep for a few days, and all her willpower and pride were completely destroyed. She was so haggard and miserable that she did not look like the high and mighty Chu queen. Ningjing, Shenlang, you are despicable, despicable. Shenlang, if you have the guts, why don't you fight us with swords and spears? What kind of hero would the queen and princes be used as hostages? Shenlang, you lowly bastard, how dare you use women as hostages? The reinforcements of the Chu kingdom below the city wall cursed. Shenlang sneered, first, I am not a hero. Second, I have no intention of using the Chu queen as a hostage to force you to surrender. I just want you to see what the queen looks like now. Have you seen it clearly? Have you seen it clearly? Have you seen it clearly? I think so. Shenlang said, take the queen away. The Chu queen was taken away. Shenlang said to the reinforcements of the Chu kingdom below, didn't you say you want to fight with swords and spears? You can start now. Come on, come on, come on. His contemptuous look completely infuriated the reinforcements of the Chu kingdom. Attack the city. Kill all the people of the state of Yu and save the queen and the prince, the reinforcements of the Chu kingdom roared. Then, 60 to 70,000 Chu soldiers attacked the city. Whoosh, 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 the second Nirvana army, the sharpshooters of the Sand barbaric tribe shot arrows. It felt so good to look down on them. It was another one-sided massacre. 4 hours later, the battle was over, more than 20,000 of the reinforcements of the Chu kingdom had died. The rest had all fled. Shenlang shouted from the top of the city wall, my lords, remember to come again. Call all the reinforcements here. I will not leave. I will wait for you here. The Queen of Chu will not leave either. You must remember to come again. Next time, bring 100,000 soldiers with you. After hearing Shenlang's words, the reinforcements of the Chu kingdom and a few prefectures who had fled felt so ashamed that they wanted to die. Then, no more reinforcements would come. The strongest army of the entire Chu kingdom was at the front line, under the command of the king of Chu. How would the king of Chu react when he hears this grievous news? What kind of decree would he give? Note, back in Jiaxing, my car was hit by an electric bike when I entered the neighborhood. After the police were called, it was already 6:30 when I got home. So, there are only 5,000 words in this chapter. Collect your thoughts and continue with the second chapter. West Garrison City. This was perhaps the most tragic battlefield. An evenly matched battle was the most terrifying. King Chu's army was 4 times the size of Zhongyu's. Both armies were equally matched, but Zhongyu's army had the sturdiness of the city, so both sides were evenly matched. King Chu had a very keen political sense. When he learned that Prince Jin had retreated, he immediately felt that the situation was not good. When the 300,000 soldiers surrounded the city, before the morale of the West Garrison City was at its lowest, he immediately attacked the city. Then, both sides fell into the most tragic battle. This was probably the biggest battle in the past 20 years. Both sides had more than 400,000 soldiers. Every day, countless soldiers died. On the city wall, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. After 5 days of intense fighting, both sides had suffered nearly 100,000 casualties. Chu's casualties were more than 70,000, while the state of Yu's Zhongyu's casualties were more than 25,000. Although Chu's casualties were far greater than the state of Yu's Zhongyu's, there was still a huge disparity between the two sides. From 4-1, it became 5-1. Although it was extremely tragic, those who were sharp could see that the scales of victory were gradually slipping towards Chu. Zhongyu's West Garrison City was still extremely brave. But in an instant, they would completely collapse. It was an earth-shattering battle. Defeat did not come slowly, but in an instant. And the Zhongshi clan seemed to be getting closer and closer to this defeat. King Chu was excited. Although the casualties of his troops were shocking, he could already see the light of victory. Everything was worth it. As long as he won this battle, no one in the state of Yu would be able to stop him. His army could directly charge to the capital of the state of Yu. At least he could see the entire West Heaven province. How comfortable. Previously, when Jiangli was destroyed, he succeeded in taking over 100,000 square kilometers of the Great Qian Kingdom's land. And this time, it was another province's land. In other words, during his reign, Chu had expanded its territory by 2 provinces. He felt that he could already become the most powerful ruler of Chu in hundreds of years. He knew that he had a bad reputation. But so what? As long as he could expand his territory, as long as he could create miracles, so what if he had a bad reputation? It was enough for the world to revere him. Jiangli had a good reputation, but what happened in the end? The corpse had rotted away. After 5 days of fierce battle, the scales of victory were becoming more and more obvious. The entire western garrison city was on the verge of collapse. Although the Chu kingdom's army suffered heavy casualties, their morale was rising. It was at this moment. The third prince of the state of Yu, Ningqi, had arrived. He led an army of 15,000 soldiers and charged over. Instantly, the battle fell into a temporary equilibrium. Ningqi saved the crumbling western garrison city. At the very least, at this moment, he was the savior in the eyes of many in western garrison city. Ningqi and Zhongyao could be considered to be working together from the inside and outside, but their combined forces were only 70,000 men, not even a third of the Chu kings. The battle was still very tense. Both sides fought fiercely for a few more days. Then, Chu state, which had an absolute advantage in military strength, once again gained the upper hand. Inside the military camp, third Prince Ningqi planned to put on a shocking show. He was going to lead 10,000 horsemen in a tragic attack on the Chu army. 10,000 cavalrymen charged at the army of 100,000. And he was going to let countless people witness it. He had to show Ningqi's determination to go through fire and water for the state of Yu and his father. He had to show a suicidal charge. In order to save Western Garrison City, in order to save the state of Yu, I, Ningqi, will risk my life. It had to be tragic, he had to completely shock people. He had to completely show his determination to go forward despite millions of people. Then, he was going to put on the most amazing show. An earth-shattering shot. It was shot at the Chu King from a distance of more than 250 meters. Of course, it would not hit him. It was not because Ning Qi's archery was not accurate enough, but because the Chu King had a grandmaster beside him, so he would not be hit. But Ning Qi's arrow would explode. It would be a very magnificent scene. Of course, it would not explode because there was gunpowder in it. Ning Qi did not have any gunpowder. Instead, it would show that Ning Qi had a powerful internal strength. The arrow could not withstand it and would explode. And at that time, the Chu King would die instantly. Because the Stupa mountain expert lying in ambush would use a very special method to awaken the goo worm in the Chu King's body. So it would look like Ning Qi had shot the Chu King to death from 300 steps away. How shocking would that be? And at that time, the Chu King's sudden death in front of more than 200,000 troops would be a huge blow to the Chu army. All of a sudden, there would be no leader. The entire command center would be completely paralyzed. How could they not be defeated? The Chu King was treacherous and greedy for power, especially the military power, which he held tightly in his hands. Once he died, no one could control this army of more than 200,000 troops. Ning Qi looked at the big bows in front of him. Some were simple, magnificent, and majestic. But each one was very large, more than 8 meters. Which one should he choose for tomorrow's battlefield? This one is not bad. Xianxia pointed at the simple big bow. That's right, the commander of you the day before yesterday had returned. This time, he was the commander of Tianqi province. Zhu Lin's death had shocked him and moved him. So Xianxia chose to be loyal to the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan supported the third prince Ning Qi, so Xianxia naturally turned to Ning Qi. Crown Prince Ning Yi had completely disappointed Xianxia. Perhaps the third prince Ning Qi was a hero? Ning Qi hesitated for a moment. He chose the bow of majesty. Even from afar, he could feel its domineering aura. This bow was more than 2.5 stones. Because if it was any stronger, it would be meaningless. Ning Qi easily pulled the huge majestic bow. He began to practice in his mind what posture he should use to pull the bow and shoot the arrow. Then, under the cover of the night, he walked out of the barracks and began to shoot arrows with this bow. 300 steps was no problem at all. Moreover, when this super huge bow shot, it was really domineering. After practicing again and again, Ning Qi made sure he was in his best state. The posture must be handsome. Because this scene would be remembered for thousands of years. At night, Ning Qi and the Stupa mountain emissary were having a secret conversation. Are you sure it's foolproof? Of course. The Stupa mountain emissary sneered. Many times, it's not that we can't do it, but that we're not allowed to do it. Stupa mountain was certainly confident in killing the Chu King. Because they had been planning for more than 6 years. The Chu King had a beautiful concubine by his side. She was only 29 years old and was born in the Yan clan, an old noble family of Chu. Therefore, she was also called concubine Yan. In just 2 years, this concubine Yan had become the most favored concubine by the Chu King. Moreover, she did not compete at all and was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Not only did the Chu King dote on her, even the queen thought highly of her. However, she had another identity, Stupa Mountain's secret disciple. With her identity, it was a piece of cake for her to plant a goo worm in King Chu. King Chu was always protected by top-notch experts. There were even many sovereigns who had people protecting them even when they were doing things with their women. But the Chu King was very possessive and would never allow his women's bodies to be seen. Even their voices could not be heard. Yet this concubine Yan was usually gentle and virtuous, but her voice in bed was simply bewitching. Even if the eunuchs heard it, they would still feel restless and have the urge to pee. King Chu loved her too much and did not want others to hear her seductive voice. Therefore, every time they were doing things in bed, he would drive away the people protecting him. Therefore, he was planted with a goo worm. When they were in love and forgot themselves, concubine Yan planted a goo worm in his body. Ning Qi said, "Then I will have to trouble the envoy. I will never forget the friendship of Stupa Mountain." Although he said so, he was filled with vigilance in the depths of his heart. To make the Chu king die at the appointed time, he would have to use a goo worm. Then who planted the goo worm in King Chu? His eunuch? Or his concubine? Ning Qi thought of his concubine, Shui Shui. Wasn't she a disciple of Stupa Mountain? Back then, she was the one who poisoned the Sword King's wife. There was nothing new under the sun. If Stupa Mountain could deal with the Chu king today, would they deal with the new King Chu in the future? Throwing these thoughts aside, Ning Qi said solemnly, then please make sure to grasp the absolute timing. You must make sure that the arrow I shoot explodes beside the King of Chu, causing him to die instantly. Only then will the effect be shocking enough. The Stupa Mountain envoy said, Your Highness, rest assured, this show will definitely shock the world. Ning Qi nodded reservedly. The Stupa Mountain envoy said, Your Highness, just wait to enjoy this moment of glory. Killing an enemy nation's king on the battlefield, this is something that none of the previous kings of you have done. Once you create such a miracle, who in the world can stop you from ascending to the throne? Third Prince Ning Qi said expressionlessly, I only want to share my father's burden and save the state of you from danger, I do not have other thoughts. TSK, do you always act so cool when you are posturing? The Stupa Mountain envoy said, Your Highness, if there is no problem, how about we start the show tomorrow? Sure. Tomorrow, I, Ning Qi, will officially perform the shocking show of killing King Chu. Inside King Chu's camp, he felt that his condition was unprecedentedly good. The arrival of the state of Yu's Ning Qi had indeed reversed the situation, and he acted as the savior for the day. But he still could not stop the scales of victory from moving towards Chu. He was still certain to win this battle. How is the battlefield at South Peace Pass? King Chu asked. We've held it. The Chu crown prince said, Aru Nana's Chang kingdom's soldiers were very fierce at the beginning, but they are gradually losing ground. Their attacks have already weakened recently, and they will soon cease to exist. King Chu was disdainful. He was well aware of the dangers and sturdiness of South Peace Pass. Aru Nana wanted to use the Chang kingdom's soldiers to take it down, what a fool's dream. Shen Lang, that little bastard, was at his wit's end. It is time to consider post-war matters, King Chu said. Given the current situation, it is already impossible to completely destroy the state of Yu. The Empire of Great Yan will not allow it. In that case, should Ning Qi or Ning Jing ascend to the throne? King Chu was taken aback. As an enemy nation, do we have the right to decide who the crown prince of the state of Yu is? The Chu crown prince soon realized that they really did have the right to speak. After winning the battle at West Garrison City, the Chu army would directly march towards the capital of the state of Yu. At that time, King Chu could negotiate with whoever he wanted. The one who negotiated a truce with the king of Chu was more likely to represent the state of Yu and was closer to the position of crown prince. Ning Qi isn't simple. If he ascends to the throne, it might be disadvantageous to our Chu country. The crown prince spoke. King Chu said, You see too little. Ning Qi's methods are vicious, but he knows how to compromise. On the other hand, Ning Jing was firm and unwavering. This kind of ruler was the biggest headache for an enemy country. Moreover, Ning Jing has Shen Lang's support. King Chu did not finish his words. But the meaning was very clear. If Ning Jing ascended to the throne, then wouldn't Shen Lang be able to sit back and relax? Moreover, he would be able to achieve meteoric success. But if Ning Qi took over, then the Kim family would be doomed, and Shen Lang might die without a burial place. The Shui clan's fleet has already been assembled. King Chu said, if Ning Qi ascends to the throne, then no matter what the outcome of this battle is, the Shui clan's fleet has already been assembled. The Shui family's fleet might take the opportunity to attack Raging Tide City and fulfill his agreement with King Wu and the Yingyuan Association. The Crown Prince said, at that time, even if the Shui family doesn't send troops, we will force Ning Qi to attack Raging Tide City and destroy the Kim family. As long as Raging Tide City is destroyed, Shen Lang will have no way out overseas. When Ning Qi ascends to the throne, he can use the name of the new government to destroy the Kim family. Once the Kim family is destroyed, Shen Lang will be like a stray dog, crushed to pieces. Raging Tide City is currently incomparably empty. Once the Shui family's fleet attacks, Liuzhou Island will definitely fall, and the Kim family's overseas base will be completely destroyed. At this point, the crown prince felt like he could see the scene of Xianlang being crushed to pieces. He could not help but grit his teeth. Although the father and son's greatest enemy was Ningqi, in their hearts, their hatred for Xianlang far exceeded that of Ningqi. They really wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. The crown prince suddenly said, "Why haven't I heard any traces of Xianlang recently?" The king of Chu's heart trembled, and then he frowned. The crown prince hurriedly said, "He should be in Arunana's army. Once the battle is won, he will jump out. Now that he has been beaten black and blue, of course he will completely hide. This person's behavior is no different from that of a clown." And at this time, a black shadow dashed into the king of Chu's camp. "It's urgent. It's urgent. Secret report from the Queen, secret report from the Bureau of Secret Envoys, urgent." Upon hearing this voice, the Chu army opened up a path. Only the king of Chu couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Why did they mention the Queen and the Bureau of Secret Envoys Lianjing together? It sounded like the two of them had an affair. It had to be said that the king of Chu was extremely suspicious. After a moment, this envoy came before the king of Chu and delivered the secret reports from the Queen and the Bureau of Secret Envoys Lianjing. After layers of inspection and confirming that it was not poisonous, the two secret reports were delivered to the king of Chu. He opened it and took a look. The king of Chu's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes widened. He could not believe his eyes. This? How was this possible? What kind of joke was this? The contents of the two secret reports were the same. Ningjing and Xianlang had led tens of thousands of troops and suddenly appeared at the foot of the Chu capital. But in the secret reports, both of them had expressed their determination. The people of the capital were united and had already recruited 40,000 troops. Together with the original garrison, there was a total of 70,000, so the capital would definitely not be lost, and Ningjing and Xianlang's troops would be completely annihilated. The king of Chu read it over and over again. Then, he suddenly rushed in front of the map. Was he seeing a ghost? How did Ningjing and Xianlang's troops get around it? The only way was to cross the Great Snow Mountain and enter the borders of Chu. Only then could they appear near the Chu capital without anyone noticing. But this was also impossible. It was a great snow mountain. No army in history had ever been able to cross it. This snow mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, completely in the sky, and there was no road. The king of Chu could not imagine it, because there was no way his troops could cross it. But the Queen and the Bureau of Secret Envoys Lianjing would not joke about such a thing. Xianlang's troops could not possibly fly over, could they? This little B******'s methods were really shocking. However, the contents of the secret report made the king of Chu heave a sigh of relief. The garrison of 70,000, together with the Chu capital, was the strongest city in the world. With less than 10,000 troops, it was impossible for Xianlang to breach it. He would only be smashed to pieces. The sturdiness of Western Garrison City was far inferior to the Chu capital, and he had used more than 300,000 troops to attack it. Perhaps it would not be long before he would receive news of Ningjing and Xianlang's annihilation. Of course, the king of Chu did not have high hopes of killing Xianlang, at least this time. The little B******starred Xianlang was too cunning, but it should not be a problem to annihilate his troops. 70,000 against 10,000, and with a strong city in hand, they had the right time, place, and people. If they still could not beat him, they might as well commit suicide. That being said. But the king of Chu still felt uneasy as he waited for the Chu capital's report. The next day, Ningqi had already prepared everything. Today was going to be a shocking show. Killing the king of Chu would shock the world. With such a great achievement, who could stop him from ascending to the throne? However, the king of Chu did not attack the city. Today, he did not fight. What did this mean? Ningqi was puzzled. Could it be that the king of Chu had discovered something? That was impossible. Then why did he not fight? He had been attacking the city every day, so why did he not attack today? Ningqi had already prepared a shocking show, but the villain did not appear. Ningqi could not possibly shoot arrows at the Chu capital's camp from thousands of meters away, and then have the king of Chu die in the camp. Then the show would not be exciting. It would not be a public shooting, but an assassination. In that case, he would not be a hero, but a despicable villain. In the Chu capital's camp, he was still uneasy. The capital was too important, even more important than Western Garrison City, and more important than the present battle situation. Therefore, before the report of the annihilation of Ming Jing and Shen Lang's troops arrived, the king of Chu would not attack Western Garrison City again. His army had attacked the city repeatedly and was exhausted, so he could take the opportunity to rest for a few days. He did not have to wait long. The next day, he received news of the arrival of the Chu capital, but it was not a report of victory. The capital is 800 li urgent, 800 li urgent. A cavalryman rushed over. The king of Chu could not help but tremble, and he was overjoyed. The queen and Lian Jing were impressive. In less than a day, they had completely annihilated Ming Jing and Shen Lang's troops. A moment later, the report appeared in the hands of the king of Chu. It was indeed from the queen and Lian Jing. But the news almost made the king of Chu faint. The capital's outer city had fallen, and Ming Jing and Shen Lang's troops had invaded the city. However, Lian Jingshu had already led the troops to defend the inner city, and would not yield an inch. The outer city had fallen? How did they do it? Shen Lang had less than 10,000 troops. 70,000 troops, and the outer city had fallen in less than a day, more than 2 hours later. The second report arrived. The inner city had fallen, and Lian Jingshu had led the remaining troops to defend the palace. More than 2 hours passed. The third report arrived. Ming Jing and Shen Lang had burned the Chu royal palace, flames soared to the sky. Suddenly, the king of Chu could no longer bear this huge blow. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. His vision turned black, and he fainted. Until he fainted, a mouthful of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. His whole body was even twitching. The royal palace that the Chu royal family had spent hundreds of years to build. Even if they took down 10 Jianxi cities, they would not be able to recover the losses. That was the foundation of the Chu clan. Shen Lang, you little bastard, you are so vicious, so vicious. Aren't you afraid of angering the kings of the world by doing this? Although the king of Chu had fainted. But the terrible news continued to come. The Chu royal palace had been completely reduced to ruins. The queen, concubine Yan, several princes, and young masters had all been captured by Shen Lang. Then came the secret report from the Blackwater platform of Chu. Shen Lang had paraded the queen, princes, and princesses on the streets, which was a great humiliation. All the cities and counties near the Chu royal capital had gathered troops to help. The 70,000 reinforcements had been defeated. A series of bad news. Prince Chu wished he could immediately vomit blood and collapse. Now his father had fainted. What should he do? Everything that had happened in front of him had almost completely turned his world upside down. How did Shen Lang do it, leading tens of thousands of troops to cross thousands of miles of snowy mountains? This was almost a miracle. The key was that in less than a day, he had conquered the Chu royal capital. Although the royal capital was empty, and only 10,000 imperial guards were the true elites, there was still an army of 70,000. Even 70,000 pigs defending such a strong city shouldn't have lost so badly. They had conquered it within a day. Was Shen Lang a human or a ghost? The Chu king was the absolute ruler of this army, and now that he had fainted, all the movements of the army immediately came to a halt. The Chu crown prince ordered that all news be blocked. Then, they waited for the Chu king to wake up. The Chu royal capital. Shen Lang looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. How beautiful. Of course, not as beautiful as darling Mulan. But this temperament was filled with an absolute scholarly aura. She was clearly a vixen, but gave people the feeling that she was Lin Daiyu. Every movement was elegant and gentle, as if she couldn't bear to trample an ant to death. You are concubine Yan? Shen Lang asked. I am. Concubine Yan said softly, as gentle and timid as a rabbit. Shen Lang smiled. You are indeed beautiful. Let me sleep for a while, okay? Concubine Yan's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She said in a trembling voice, if Shen sullies my innocence, then only death awaits me. Oh. Shen Lang smiled. I'm just joking. Even if you let me sleep, I wouldn't dare to. Concubine Yan, do you know a saying? It's a very poisonous saying. Concubine Yan was on the verge of tears. I am slow-witted. Please enlighten me, Shen. You actually put poison in your feces, Xianxia exclaimed. This saying is very poisonous, isn't it? Concubine Yan was stunned. Xianxia said, no, you have something even more poisonous. There's poison in your feces. Hearing this, Concubine Yan's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said, I didn't expect this. I always thought it was a joke. I didn't expect to meet it in person. Concubine Yan said in a trembling voice, Shen, I don't understand what you are talking about. Xianxia said, you are a disciple of Stupa Mountain, right? Concubine Yan shook her head in shock. Stupa Mountain? How is that possible? I am the legitimate daughter of the Yan family of the Chu nation. I am weak and don't know any martial arts. Xianxia said, you are powerful because you don't know any martial arts. That's why the king of Chu doesn't suspect you, and neither do the grandmaster experts around him. Not only are you a disciple of Stupa Mountain, but you also use your body to raise venomous insects and implant them into the king of Chu's body. Then, Xianxia came to Concubine Yan and sniffed her body. He pointed at a certain coordinate in her abdomen and said, the venomous insects are here? Hearing this, Concubine Yan's expression changed even more. Because the location Xianxia pointed at was completely accurate. These venomous insects were in a deep sleep. Xianxia said doubtfully, that's amazing. You are a woman and should have accepted the insects, but you implanted them into the king of Chu's body. Stupa Mountain is really amazing. Concubine Yan gradually calmed down, and her entire demeanor changed. Since Shen can see through it, then just wait and watch the show. Don't say anything, and don't meddle in other people's business. Concubine Yan said coldly, if I'm not wrong, Shen is also a disciple of Stupa Mountain. Don't do something like betraying your master and ancestors. Hearing Concubine Yan's threat, Xianxia said in a trembling voice, Concubine Yan, you are so amazing. I'm so scared. Concubine Yan said, although you are putting on an act, you should be afraid. You can offend the king of Chu, but you might not be able to offend Stupa Mountain. Xianxia asked, which disciple of Stupa Mountain are you? Concubine Yan said, Shen doesn't need to know this. Perhaps he doesn't even have the right to know. Oh, you're not the disciple of some big shot of Stupa Mountain. To be precise, you should be a disciple come slave. Xianxia said, let me tell you, my nose is very sensitive. No matter how good a vixen is at hiding, I can still smell it. If I'm not wrong, you were still a virgin when you married the king of Chu, so you must have used a lot of meridians on Stupa Mountain, right? These malicious words made Concubine Yan's expression even more unsightly. Obviously, he had exposed her deepest secret. Xianxia said, tell me, what kind of parasite did you plant in the king of Chu? How should I wake him up? Concubine Yan sneered and said, Shen, don't waste time. I'll die if I tell you. But if you dare to hurt a single hair on me, there will be no way for you to survive in this world. My master will definitely kill your entire family. Oh. Xianxia said, you don't know martial arts, right? What a coincidence, I don't know either. This is a good thing. Then, Xianxia said loudly, is the cesspool ready? Concubine Yan was aghast. It's ready. Xianxia said, is it good enough? Concubine Yan is 1.66 meters tall, so the cesspool must be about 1.7 meters deep. It must be deep enough to drown Concubine Yan. Concubine Yan, as a disciple of Stupa Mountain, you're too arrogant. I think you need to calm down in the cesspool. Then, the King of Swords' wife stepped forward, grabbed Concubine Yan's neck, and dragged her out. Xianxia, how dare you? How dare you? Stupa Mountain won't let you off. My master won't let you off. Before she could finish her sentence, she was thrown into the cesspool. She was a stunning beauty, and her skin was as white as snow. It was a pity that she was now soaked in the cesspool. And before she finished shouting, she was cut off. As for the reason, it was hard to write it down. It was a little nauseating. Anyway, she struggled desperately. But she still kept sinking. She had no choice. She didn't know martial arts. In order to win the King of Chu's trust, Stupa Mountain didn't let her practice martial arts. So after a short 10 seconds, she sank into the abyss. His entire body had disappeared. Half an hour later, concubine Yan Yu woke up. She was naked and lying in the water. Her body had been washed clean, but her stomach couldn't be washed clean. Wretch, 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 concubine Yan vomited desperately. She almost threw up her bile. Xianxia wanted to ask, but when he saw this scene, he quickly covered his mouth and left. A few minutes later, he shouted outside the door, "Concubine Yan, are you done vomiting? I think of another idiom, a mouth full of shit." Wretch, concubine Yan had already vomited, but now she vomited wildly again. Her whole body was convulsing, and she couldn't catch her breath. Xianxia said, "Wash yourself clean again. Wash yourself from the inside out. Pump your stomach, pump your stomach." Then, concubine Yan suffered the unprecedented devastation of having her stomach pumped. Another hour passed. Xianxia covered his nose with an incense handkerchief and appeared in front of concubine Yan. "Tell me. I really can't bear to see such an exquisite beauty like you suffer like this." Concubine Yan panted heavily. Xianxia retreated another 3 feet. "Tell me." "I'm impatient," Xianxia said. Concubine Yan still didn't speak. Xianxia said seriously, "It seems that you weren't full just now. Someone, throw concubine Yan inside again to calm down." Then, the King of Swords' wife came again, carrying concubine Yan out. Don't. I'll tell you. Shen, I don't know exactly what goo worm is in King Chu's body, but I'm always at Stupa Mountain's command, so I can awaken the goo worm in his body at any time and kill him at any time. King Chu is cunning and uncooperative, so we plan to let him die suddenly one day and let the crown prince inherit the throne. The thing to awaken the goo worm in King Chu's body is hidden in a secret underground corner of my palace. There's a small underground secret room only 5 feet wide, and there's a box in it. There's a lock on the box, and it's disposable. You can open the box by twisting the picture of a snake, a ghost, and a woman side by side. If you make a mistake, it will immediately spew poison. Concubine Yan confessed everything. Xianxia said, "That's good. That's good." Then, Xianxia sent someone to look for the box in the ruins of the palace. Sure enough, it was found and placed in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was about to open the lock himself. "I'll do it," Bitterhead Joy said hurriedly. What if there was a trap? Xianxia's life would be in danger. The King of Swords' wife said, "Let this bitch open it herself." Xianxia shook his head and twisted the lock according to concubine Yan's confession. Snake, ghost, and woman, 3 pictures side by side. Click, the lock was opened. Xianxia opened the box. There was a special porcelain bottle inside. "The thing to awaken the goo worm in King Chu's body is in this bottle," concubine Yan said weakly. "Oh." Xianxia opened the bottle. Puff, suddenly, a cloud of green smoke burst out. Countless poisonous goo worms suddenly pounced on Xianxia's face. Tens of millions of goo worms directly covered Xianxia's face and then wanted to drill into his body. This scene was extremely strange and terrifying. Bitterhead Joy was shocked. The King of Swords' wife let out a miserable cry. "Ha ha ha ha." Concubine Yan laughed smugly. "Xianxia, you've been tricked, ha 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 ha. This is the most poisonous super goo worm of Stupa Mountain. Xianxia, you're finished. Xianxia, unless you let me go and let me go back to Stupa Mountain, then you'll still have a way out. Otherwise, you'll die the most tragic death." Concubine Yan's face was ferocious, and her voice was sharp. She no longer looked pitiful like before. She was so happy. Xianxia was very smart, but he was still tricked by her. Women were the best at lying, and the more beautiful they were, the better they were at lying. Concubine Yan swore in her heart, "Xianxia, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. I'll definitely let you taste the humiliation I've suffered once, even 10 times, 100 times. Not only will I take revenge on you, Xianxia, but I'll also take revenge on your children and your wife. I'll make them wish they were dead and fall into the 18th level of hell." However, in the next second, the super goo worms on Xianxia's face fell one after another. They were like countless dust particles. They were actually dead. F***ck me. These were super goo worms. They were actually poisoned to death by Xianxia. Concubine Yan was completely stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. I applied a goo worm mask just now. It felt great. My skin has become much better. Xianxia said, Concubine Yan, do you have more of these super goo worms? Concubine Yan, do you have any more? It was so ticklish just now, and it was so comfortable. I haven't had enough yet. Xianxia smiled from ear to ear, but in Concubine Yan's eyes, he was like a demon. Concubine Yan trembled all over, and she felt a warm sensation in her lower body. This might not be an act, but she was really scared out of her wits. At this moment, she was really scared. She begged in a sobbing voice, Xianxia, I'll tell you where the thing that can activate the goo worms in King Chu's body is. It's not in my hands, it's in Stupa Mountain. I can write a letter, and you can send someone to deliver it to me. Xianxia, I promise I'll forget everything that happened today. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely be grateful to you. I'll definitely repay you. From now on, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Really, Concubine Yan knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging desperately. Xianxia took out a knife and cut the exquisite box open. A chubby bug appeared inside. He put on a glove and squeezed it gently. A crystal-clear liquid was spat out from the worm's mouth. Then, the air was filled with an incomparable fragrance. This fragrance was extremely strange. Xianxia sealed the liquid that the worm spat out and placed it in a bottle. The goo worm that you planted in King Chu's body is codenamed Dark Fragrance. It was cultivated by Elder Wu Tuzi. Of course, she doesn't know that you've used it on King Chu. She didn't cultivate this goo worm to kill people, but to activate its attributes under specific circumstances. It's for experimental purposes. She's teacher. I've seen many of her experimental records, including the records on this dark fragrance goo worm. The liquid in this worm's body is completely non-toxic, but it can awaken the dark fragrance goo worm. At least, it can seep into the skin slightly. Once this goo worm is awakened, King Chu will die instantly. Then, Xianxia grabbed Concubine Yan's hair and dragged her upstairs. Concubine Yan trembled and said, Xianxia, what are you doing? What are you doing? Xianxia said, nothing much. I'm bringing you upstairs to enjoy the scenery. Then, Xianxia said, if I'm not wrong, Stupa Mountain and Ningqi have already colluded. They plan to let Ningqi put on a show of killing King Chu and saving the state of you. Great, how can I miss out on such a good thing? I'll definitely make this show even more exciting. How does Ningqi plan to put on a show of killing King Chu? He'll definitely use a bow and arrow to kill King Chu from a few hundred meters away. If he succeeds, it'll be amazing. He'll be a great hero who turns the tide. That scene will definitely be super cool. I need to think carefully about how to make Ningqi make a fool of himself. But I have to hurry. If I'm a little late, Ningqi might succeed. Xianxia exerted a Herculean effort and finally dragged Concubine Yan up to the 5th floor. Fortunately, she was thin and weighed less than 50 kilograms. At this moment, Concubine Yan was so scared that she wet her pants. Xianxia didn't say anything harsh, but she was scared out of her wits. Xianxia, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll be your woman. I'll sleep with you. Xianxia said, just now, you swore in your heart that you would harm my wife and children, right? How can I do that? My wife and children shouldn't be harmed. Concubine Yan, is the scenery in the capital beautiful? Yes, it is. Let's take one last look. Then, Xianxia pushed her. Concubine Yan's body fell from a height of nearly 20 meters. A long series of miserable screams. Then, her beautiful body fell to the ground and became a pile of flesh. Thank you, Inyuan Association, without your building, Concubine Yan wouldn't have fallen so badly. Note, today's 2 updates cost more than 15,000 yuan. Once again, I've tried my best. Please support me. Please, thank you, Kong Xianxin, I'm Xiaolong, for your 10,000 yuan tips. Congratulations to Makui for becoming the new chief of this book. It's the end of the month. Looking for monthly votes. Empress Chu stood trembling in front of Xianlang, her previous arrogance gone. She was truly terrified of Xianlang. Paraded on the streets, her body festering, and most importantly, Xianlang had just killed Consort Yen yesterday. Of the 12 zodiac animals, Xianlang was born in the year of the wolf. He killed without hesitation. "Your Majesty, your complexion looks much better," Xianlang said with a smile. Empress Chu gave a sheepish smile. She had been tortured like hell in the past. What kind of illness do I have?" Empress Chu had wanted to ask what kind of poison he had given her, but she didn't dare to say it now. "It's just a type of herpes." Xianlang said, "I will prescribe some medicine for you to recover. Even if you use it again in the future, you won't notice any difference or smell." "Thank you, Empress Chu said. Xianlang then sniffed and said, "Your Majesty, the fragrance on your body is very special." Empress Chu couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that Xianlang was interested in her? She was already this old, and the herpes on her body hadn't healed yet. Xianlang said, "The fragrance you used is very strange." Empress Chu said in a trembling voice, This is the fragrance Consort Yen gifted me." "That's right. This fragrance smelled exactly the same as the liquid that had activated the goo worm in King Chu's body." Consort Yen had been scheming. Even if King Chu suddenly died in the future, if someone found out about this fragrance, they would immediately suspect Empress Chu. Xianlang said, "Your Majesty, do you often write letters to King Chu?" Empress Chu nodded. "Yes." Xianlang said, "You use a special letter?" Empress Chu continued nodding. Xianlang said, "Bring it over for me to see." A moment later, someone brought over a letter. Xianlang sniffed it. Indeed, there was this fragrance. It was almost the same as Empress Chu's. Clearly, in order to secure the king's favor, the Empress of Chu was trying her best to bind the king of Chu's heart, thinking of ways to increase her impression of him. Therefore, this special fragrance had obviously become her trademark. "Xianlang, then can I trouble you to write another secret letter to King Chu?" Empress Chu nodded. "Xianlang, next, I'll speak and you write." Queen Chu nodded. Half a quarter of an hour later, the letter was finished. Following that, Xianlang began working on the secret letter written by the Queen of Chu. An hour later, a 20-year-old man appeared in front of Xianlang. He was the 7th son of the King of Chu, the legitimate son of the Queen. However, the Crown Prince was the Chu Queen's biological son, and he was almost 40 this year, so his position as Crown Prince was truly as stable as a mountain. "Chu Qin?" Xianlang asked. "I am." The young man was relatively calm. "Your wife, child, and mother are all in my hands. Do you know what to do?" Xianlang asked. The 7th son of the King of Chu, Chu Qin, nodded. Xianlang took out a medicine bottle and handed it to him. "Drink this." Chu Qin trembled. "If there's anything, I'll just do it." "Why do you have to do this?" "Drink it." Xianlang said, "Otherwise, if I get someone to force it down your throat, it won't be dignified." Chu Qin drank it painfully. "This is a rather frightening virus, even more frightening than the one in your mother's body." Xianlang said, "No one in the world can cure it, including Stupa Mountain. Only I can. If it isn't treated, it will first rot, then its entire body will rot, and it will die a very, very horrible death." With that, the 7th son of the King of Chu, Chu Qin, could no longer control himself. He lost his cool and shouted in a trembling voice, "I'll do whatever you want me to do. Why do you have to torture me like this?" Xianlang said, "Next, you must use the fastest speed to deliver the secret letter to your father. Remember, you must personally deliver it to him as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late." "What does this letter say?" Chu Qin couldn't help but ask. Xianlang directly handed the letter to Chu Qin. When Shuli opened it, she was shocked. It was written that the Crown Prince and concubine Yen had an affair and intended to murder the King of Chu. After the crime was exposed, concubine Yen had already committed suicide, and the King of Chu's chief eunuch, Yen Liang, was the murderer who intended to murder the King of Chu. After reading it, Chu Qin couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Perhaps this was good news for him. Although he was only his father's 7th son, he was the 2nd son of the first wife. If the crown prince was guilty, was there even the slightest possibility that the throne would fall to him in the future? Go quickly, it's urgent, urgent. Chu Qin retreated. Wait. Shen Lang said, if by the time you arrive, the king of Chu has already started a war with Ming Qi, give him the other secret letter. Chu Qin couldn't help but be stunned. He took the other secret letter and read it. It was still in the Empress of Chu's handwriting. The contents were similar. Concubine Yan still wanted to murder the king of Chu, and the direct murderer was still Yan Liang. But concubine Yan had colluded with the third prince of the state of Yu, Ming Qi. Why was it like this? Wasn't it better to let concubine Yan and the crown prince have an affair? Shen Lang said coldly, you must remember my words. If by the time you arrive, the king of Chu has not started a war with Ming Qi, give him the first secret letter. But if by the time you arrive, the king of Chu is already on the battlefield, and Ming Qi is already attacking the king of Chu, then give the second secret letter to the king of Chu. You must not make a mistake. Once you do, you will die a rotten bird, and your family will die. Chu Qin, the seventh son of the king of Chu, nodded desperately. Go immediately. Don't rest on the way. I will send people to protect and monitor you. Travel day and night, change horses every 100 miles. Chu Qin immediately flew out without waiting for Shen Lang's words. At this moment, he wanted to reach the king of Chu as soon as possible more than Shen Lang. For Shen Lang, the best situation was, of course, to save the king of Chu first, then let the king of Chu attack western garrison city and destroy Xianxia's army. Then, Shen Lang would think of a way to kill the king of Chu, causing chaos in the Chu army. Then, Zhang Cheng's army would head south, and Aru Nana's army would head north, driving the Chu army out of western Heaven province and completely recovering the lost land. But this was only the best situation. If he could not find the best situation, he could only settle for the next best thing. The seventh son of the king of Chu rushed out of the Chu royal capital. He had just rushed out 10 miles when he was immediately protected by a group of Chu warriors. Protect me to father's camp. It's urgent, urgent. This group of Chu cavalry had originally wanted to bring Chu Qin to the surrounding cities and commanderies, but after hearing his words, they immediately followed Chu Qin and galloped east. Along the way, they would change their steeds every 100 li. They really did not sleep or rest, and traveled day and night, faster, 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 in the Chu royal camp. After being unconscious for a few days, the king of Chu finally gradually regained consciousness. Vile animal Shen Lang, I swear that I'll surely annihilate your entire family, I'll surely skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to ash. I'll surely dig out the graves of all 18 generations of your Qin clan's ancestors, and I'll dig out all the graves of the Jin clan. Not only that, after I take over Tianyue city, I will also burn the Yu royal palace to the ground. Crown Prince Chu said, Father, what should we do next? Immediately return to the royal capital? The king of Chu said coldly, return to the royal capital? Once our army returns to the royal capital, we will be left empty-handed. That evil creature Shen Lang is waiting for us to negotiate with him. Dream on. The king of Chu suddenly lifted his blanket and stood up from the bed. There is only one path we can take now. The king of Chu said hoarsely, the army will fight with all our might, completely take over Western Heaven City, and take over Western Heaven Province. Originally, I could not attack the royal capital of the state of Yu in order to give face to His Majesty. But now that Ningjing and Shen Lang have burned my royal palace, I have no other choice. Take down the capital of the state of Yu, force the king of Yu to commit suicide, and burn the royal palace to the ground. Only then can the state of Chu save its face. Didn't Shen Lang occupy the royal capital of Chu and refuse to leave? Let him do as he pleases. The king of Chu roared, after I take down the royal capital of Yu, I will not leave either. Not only that, I will negotiate with Ning Qi to force the Shui family's fleet to attack Furious Tide City immediately. I will completely destroy the Kim family, kill Shen Lang's parents, and kill the entire Kim clan. Next, I will not negotiate with Shen Lang, I will only negotiate with Ning Qi. If Ningjing does not hand over the royal capital of Chu, if he does not retreat, I will kill his entire family. Tomorrow, the army will attack the city with all its might. Flatten Jinshi City, flatten the capital of the state of Yu, burn the royal palace of the state of Yu, and force Xianxia to commit suicide. This is the only way out for us. At this moment, the king of Chu's voice was heroic and imposing. He did not look sick at all. He was like an enraged tiger that wanted to devour everything. The crown prince of Chu bowed and said, "As you wish, father." After a while, the king of Chu summoned all the senior generals for a pre-war meeting. "I know you have heard the rumor that Ningxing and Shenlang led the army to cross thousands of miles of snow-capped mountains, marched straight into the royal capital of Chu," the king of Chu said in a low voice. King Chu said in a low voice, "Furthermore, there are rumors that he burned down my palace and captured the queen and a few of my concubines." Hearing this, all the generals were shocked, and then they shook their heads and said, "No, these are all rumors. We don't believe them at all." However, the king of Chu said lightly, "These are all true." The whole place fell into a dead silence. The king of Chu said in a hoarse voice, "These are all true. Our royal capital was occupied by Shenlang. My queen and concubine Yan were both captured and paraded through the streets. It was a great humiliation. My royal palace, which the Chu clan spent hundreds of years to build, was burned to the ground." The whole place was still silent, but all the generals began to breathe rapidly. Because the king of Chu was very calm when he said these words, which was the scariest part. "How can we wash away such a humiliation? Tell me, everyone," the king of Chu asked slowly. One of the generals shouted, "An eye for an eye." The king of Chu looked at the others. "An eye for an eye. An eye for an eye." The king of Chu's voice was still very low. He said, "Well said. An eye for an eye. Take down Xianxia city, conquer the royal capital of the state of Yu, burn the royal palace of the king of Yu, force Xianxia to commit suicide, and slaughter 300,000, 500,000 people of the state of Yu. Kill the entire Shenlang clan and the entire Kim clan. Only then can the state of Chu regain a shred of dignity." The king of Chu's gaze was like that of a hawk. He looked at the generals below and said slowly, "I know that you all cherish your soldiers and your lives. But, I will assign tasks to each of the generals during the siege tomorrow. Those who complete the tasks will be promoted to nobility. Those who fail will lose their heads. I don't care who this person is, how close he is to me, or how much he has contributed to the war. All in all, when we attack Xianxia city tomorrow, kill all the generals who fail to complete the tasks. I don't care what methods you use. I don't care how many people die. Even if all of you die, you must take down Xianxia city for me. If you fail to take down any section of the city wall or the battlefield, I will not only take your heads, but I will also kill your entire family. In short, if we don't destroy the capital of the state of Yu, Xianxia, the entire Shenlang clan, and the entire Kim clan, I will never return to the state of Chu. Generals, do you hear me clearly?" From the beginning to the end, the king of Chu's voice was low and hoarse. But it was as frightening as the muffled thunder in the sky. It seemed that it could turn into a shocking thunderbolt at any time and directly smash people into pieces. No one doubted the will of the king of Chu. "Yes, your majesty." The generals knelt down neatly. "In that case, dismissed. We will attack the city tomorrow." The generals retreated. Everyone's mind was heavy, but they were also full of murderous intent. After each general returned to the camp, they deployed their orders. Tomorrow, they would attack Xianxia city in the decisive battle. They would either take down the city or lose their heads. There was no other way. The next day, the expressions of the 200,000 soldiers of the state of Chu completely changed. Every soldier's face was full of solemnity and killing intent. Every soldier's eyes were full of hatred. Was this what it meant to say that soldiers with righteous indignation would win? There was no need for any pre-war mobilization. The king of Chu directly ordered, "Attack the city." Then, the most tragic scene since the start of the war occurred. All the generals of the state of Chu went crazy. All the soldiers of the state of Chu went crazy as well. They attacked the city in a frenzy as if they didn't care about their lives. Wave after wave, they were like moths flying into a flame. Death, death, battle, battle, the state of Chu's army seemed to have transformed. They became as dangerous as the warriors of the Sand barbaric tribe. Xianxia was shocked. Then, he couldn't care less about the reserve troops anymore. the entire army was escorted forward. If they couldn't defend against this battle today, the reserve troops would be useless. The most elite warriors of the Zhong clan were escorted forward. The disciples of the South Sea Sword sect were escorted forward. The hundreds of soldiers of the Zhong clan, including the crown prince, were all at the front line of the city walls. Even the peerlessly beautiful Xianxia was personally fighting on the city walls. She used all her strength, until the last drop of blood was shed. At this moment, there was no longer any fear. In fact, Zhong Yao's mind was no longer filled with schemes or politics. He didn't care about anything anymore. Xianxia City was the foundation of the Zhong clan. Once the city fell, the Zhong clan would also perish. Even if Ningqi took over in the future, it would be useless. For the century-old foundation of the Zhong clan, for the future of the Zhong clan, they would fight to the end. The battlefield was deafening. But it also seemed quiet. Because death had become the only theme on the battlefield. Death, death, and death, the state of Chu's army was attacking the city in a frenzy. All the middle-level generals took the lead and climbed up the siege ladders in a frenzy. Xianxia, the peerlessly beautiful girl, was wearing a gorgeous armor and slashing the sword in her hand crazily. Again and again, she killed the state of Chu's soldiers who charged up the city walls. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Kill, help the clan get through this calamity. Otherwise, she would no longer be a high and mighty princess in the future. Because although she wasn't a princess before, she was very much like one. Kill. The crown prince of the state of Chu left the central camp. Under the protection of a troop of knights, he rushed to the battlefield to supervise the battle. Although he didn't need to rush up the city walls, he could raise the crown prince's flag and gallop back and forth on the battlefield. As long as the soldiers of the state of Yu turned around, they would see their crown prince standing behind them. The king and the crown prince were watching from behind. Even the crown prince was personally on the battlefield. What reason do we have not to fight with all our might? Our palace has been burned, and our king has been ambushed. Now, we can only pay with blood. Destroy Xianxia City, destroy the capital of the state of Yu. Kill, 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 blood filled the sky, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, inside Ningqi's camp. He was surprised, happy, and angry at the same time. Because he had also received the news. Ningjing and Shenlang had led 10,000 soldiers to cross thousands of miles of snow-capped mountains, conquered the capital of the state of Chu, burned the palace, and captured the queen and the prince. When he first received the news, Ningqi trembled and was completely shocked. Shenlang had gone mad. Ningjing had gone mad. No one else dared to think of such a thing. But they actually did it, and the key point was that they succeeded. It was a miracle that no one had done before or since. Such earth-shattering news couldn't be hidden. Soon, it would shock the world. Once this great news reached the state of Yu, what kind of reaction would there be? At this time, the state of Yu was lifeless. Once the news of Ningjing and Shenlang conquering the capital of the state of Chu spread, it would be like a boulder falling into a lake, setting off earth-shattering waves. Everyone in the state of Yu would be shocked. Everyone would sing the praises of this great and tragic victory. Ningjing's reputation would reach a terrifying height. This victory was a real miracle. It was not like Prince Jin's retreat, nor was it like King Wu's retreat. Both of them were diplomatic victories, and they were tactics. And capturing the capital of the state of Chu was a military victory that only happened once in 100 years. By then, not only the civilians of the state of Yu, but also the officials of the state of Yu would think highly of Ningjing. Could such a person become the king of the state of Yu? Of course, and the most terrible thing was that his father, Ning Yuanxian, would use this victory to announce Ningjing as the duke of the state of Yu. He would give the world a buffer. After a while, he would confer Ningjing the title of crown prince. Damn Shenlang. He really deserved to be hacked into pieces and dismembered. How could he do such a crazy thing? Right now, Ningqi had no other choice. He could only succeed in killing the king of Chu on the battlefield. Otherwise, the throne of the state of Yu would no longer be his. Therefore, he had been burning with anxiety for the past few days. Why hadn't the king of Chu woken up? Why hadn't he started the war? Every day, Ningqi prayed for the king of Chu to wake up and start the final battle. but today, the king of Chu started the war. But the army of the state of Chu had gone mad. Once the war started, the western city would be in danger. Xianxia, the peerless girl, was already fighting on the city wall. There was no time. If he delayed any longer, the western city would fall. Once the Zhong family was gone, Ningqi would be half finished. Ningqi immediately mounted his horse. There were only 10,000 cavalrymen left behind him, all of whom were his direct subordinates. Ningqi had spent countless amounts of money and energy to cultivate this elite cavalry. Beside him was the remaining descendant of Jiangli, killing god Lan Bao. Lan Bao, the adopted son of the Zhong family, had been sent to Grandmaster Lendo because he was too savage. And because he was too savage, he was expelled by Grandmaster Lendo. If there was an invincible general in the state of Yu who resembled the big fool, it would be Lan Bao. The current Lan Bao was like a ferocious beast that had starved for a few days. He only wanted to kill, and beside the king of Chu, there was also such a battlefield monster. Tude, Tuer. They were the two huge men who had fought with the big fool for thousands of rounds on the battlefield at the border meeting. That day, the three of them had fought until they were dozens of miles away from the battlefield. The big fool had even been at a disadvantage at the start. These two were also the remaining descendants of Jiangli, people with special bloodlines. For this war, the king of Chu had used all his strength. He had left 30,000 soldiers by his side. Of the original 100,000 soldiers, 70,000 were sent to attack the western city. Therefore, Ningqi had wanted to put on a tragic scene of 10,000 soldiers charging at the army of 100,000. Now, it was 10,000 charging at 30,000. But Ningqi was ultimately not Ningyi. He was not nurtured by scholars. He was a martial artist. At this time, he was especially pragmatic. Kill the king of Chu. Save the western city. Make a great contribution. Soldiers, save the western city and kill the king of Chu. Ningqi took the lead and charged at the army of the king of Chu. The battlefield was completely crazy. The king of Chu had over 200,000 soldiers attacking the city, leaving only 30,000 with him. Ningqi's 10,000 soldiers charged at 30,000. They galloped wildly. The king of Chu looked at Ningqi's cavalry from the high platform. Ningqi, you are quite brave. With just 10,000 people, you dare to charge at my army of 30,000? Get into formation, get into formation. Protect the king, protect the king. The moment this was said, the king of Chu was enraged. What do you mean protect me? The king of Chu suddenly tore off the royal robe on his body, revealing the armor underneath. Why do I need your protection? The king of Chu roared and suddenly pulled out his sword. Go, 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 destroy Ningqi's cavalry. Your Majesty, your safety is the most important. The commander of the Chu imperial army roared. The king of Chu said coldly, if you are not going, I will go. With that, the king of Chu was about to walk down the high platform and personally lead the army to fight against Ningqi. The commander of the Chu imperial army was shocked. I'll go, then. The commander of the Chu imperial army rode on his warhorse and led 10,000 cavalry to charge at Ningqi. The two armies were separated by a few thousand meters, but the killing intent was already soaring. Charge, charge, charge. After a quarter of an hour, Ningqi's 10,000 cavalry clashed fiercely with the Chu imperial army's 10,000 cavalry. A shocking massacre. Deafening. Ningqi waved his saber and slashed crazily. Two troops of heavy armor. The collision created an unprecedented tragedy. Blood soared to the sky. Countless corpses fell down. The instantaneous collision almost broke the bones of the warhorses. The cavalry on the horses flew out and were trampled into minced meat. The two troops were equally matched in terms of pure battle power. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, life quickly disappeared. As the remnant of Jiangli, Lan Bao could finally kill to his heart's content. He finally displayed a killing power that made people tremble. Like a killing god, there was no one who could match him. Even the strongest warhorse could not support his weight, so he simply abandoned the horse and fought. He was 2 meters tall and held a super mace in his hand. It was 2 meters long and weighed 400 to 500 kilograms. Smash, 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 whether it was the Chu imperial army or the warhorses. As long as they were hit, they would fly out. They didn't even have the time to scream before they died and became minced meat. Ningqi's martial arts were very strong, everyone knew this. But how strong was he, no one knew. Because he was the honorable third prince and naturally did not have many opportunities to fight. Now on this shocking battlefield, he finally displayed all his battle power. In terms of individual martial arts, he was not inferior to Bitter Joy, or even more powerful. Lan Bao could not match him, neither could Ningqi. These two became the sharp blade of the cavalry. Invincible, although the Chu imperial army had more cavalry. But, they were gradually falling into a disadvantage. But the battle could not go on like this. Even if they won, the cavalry under Ningqi's command would almost be wiped out, and the Chu imperial army was protected by nearly 20,000 soldiers. Lan Bao, cover me! Ningqi let out a loud cry and charged out from the two cavalry units. The invincible General Lan Bao followed closely behind him, clearing all the targets for Ningqi. Ningqi, the third prince of the state of Yu, charged towards the Chu imperial army alone. On the way, countless Chu imperial army came forward to stop him. But they were all killed by Ningqi and Lan Bao. Ningqi was getting closer and closer to the Chu imperial army. The Chu imperial army could not help but be shocked. He had really underestimated the third prince of the state of Yu. He had thought that he was not strong because of his political skills. He did not expect him to be so strong and so brave. Ning Yuanxian was lucky. Ning Jing or Ning Qi, either of them could inherit the throne. Don't even think about hurting my master. The great commander of the Chu kingdom's imperial army charged towards Ning Qi. He was also a top expert of the Chu imperial army and was famous in the world. The third prince Ning Qi gathered all his internal force. Instead of slowing down, he sped up. Kill, kill, Ningqi charged forward with his big sword towards the commander of the Chu imperial army. The commander of the Chu imperial army was also madly speeding up. Two top experts. They collided fiercely. Bang! There was a loud sound. The warhorses of the two men died instantly. The commander of the Chu imperial army flew out directly, spurting blood in the air. When he landed, his body had been cut into two parts, completely dead. And Ningqi's body also flew out from the warhorse, spurting blood. But after he landed, he stood still again. The battle between top experts was decided by one move. Ningqi won. At this time, he was more than 300 meters away from the Chu imperial army. Protect the king, protect the king. More than 10,000 soldiers under the command of the Chu imperial army lined up neatly like an iron bucket. On the high platform, the Chu imperial army laughed boldly, raised the sword in his hand, and shouted, Ningqi, you want to kill me? Come on, come on. Ningqi turned around and picked up the majestic bow from the ground. This was different from what he had planned. The distance was too far, it was almost 400 steps. Even a 2.5 stone strong bow might not be able to shoot so far. But, there was no other choice. Arrows. But where were the arrows, after the fierce battle just now, especially after the shocking attack with the commander of the Chu imperial army? The special arrows on his back were all gone. I'll go find the arrows. Lan Bao shouted. Then, he turned back to the battlefield, looking for arrows all over the ground. And at this time, the Chu imperial army charged forward continuously. Hundreds and thousands of people charged towards Ningqi. Ningqi held the warblade in his hand. Crazy killing. Still no match for one move. In a short while, the corpses of the Chu imperial army piled up around him. This person's combat power was really strong. The arrows are coming, Lan Bao shouted. With an arrow in his hand, he charged towards Ningqi again. After a short while, he met up with Ningqi. Third Prince Ningqi said, cover me. Lan Bao waved the giant mace, slaughtering crazily, actually creating a 5-meter wide no man's land around Ningqi. Ningqi took a deep breath, preparing to shoot the arrow at King Chu. Stupa Mountain spy by King Chu's side should be ready. Although this show was difficult, it had to be flawless. After Ningqi's arrow was shot, it exploded above King Chu's head. Then, King Chu died instantly. This was a miracle that shocked the world. This was a peerless achievement. Yan Liang, the chief eunuch by King Chu's side, was ready. He was the eunuch brought by concubine Yan, and also Stupa Mountain spy. He obeyed the orders of Stupa Mountain. As long as Ning Chi's arrow was shot and exploded above King Chu's head, he would immediately crush the special poison bomb in his hand. After the poison bomb exploded, the dark fragrance liquid would suddenly burst out. Everything within a 3-meter radius would be enveloped. And it would be soundless, with only a special fragrance. Then, the goo worm in King Chu's body would be awakened. In an instant, King Chu would die. The entire process could not be defended. Even the Grandmaster experts by King Chu's side could not block the strange attack of Stupa Mountain. The only thing needed was to grasp the perfect timing. To create the miracle of Ning Chi killing King Chu from 400 steps away. I'm ready. Stupa Mountain spy, Chief Eunuch Yan Liang, appeared very calm. He secretly held Stupa Mountain's poison bomb in his hand. He could crush it at any time, and at this moment, a figure appeared from afar and quickly rushed over. Father, I'm Chu Qin, I'm Chu Qin. Mother's secret letter, it's very urgent, very urgent. King Chu waved his hand as soon as he said this. Everyone let him pass. Chu Qin, the 7th son of King Chu, rushed to the high platform. He was devastated. Why didn't they wait for him? Xianxia had clearly said that if there was no war, then he would take out the first secret letter. If there was a war, then he would take out the second secret letter. Chu Qin, the 7th son of King Chu, really wanted to take out the first secret letter. But he did not dare. Because his bird had already started to rot. If he did not listen to Xianxia's orders, he would die a horrible death. Mother's secret letter, Mother's secret letter. Chu Qin rushed forward, knelt on the ground, and presented the secret letter. King Chu opened the secret letter. An enchanting fragrance filled him with confusion. It was very familiar. It was the fragrance that only the queen used. However, King Chu was shocked when he saw the contents of the secret letter. Concubine Yan colluded with Ning Chi to murder me. Yan Liang, the great eunuch beside me, is the murderer. King Chu could not believe it. But he was the most suspicious person and would never take any risks. Take Yan Liang. King Chu ordered. Suddenly, the Grandmaster experts beside him rushed toward the great eunuch Yan Liang. And at the same time, Ning Chi raised his majestic bow and was about to shoot an arrow. King Chu said angrily, Yan Liang, you colluded with Ning Chi to murder me, right? And at this moment, King Chu's body suddenly stiffened. Then, the surrounding fragrance became even more strange and enchanting. Stupa Mountain tried to murder me. Ning Chi colluded with Stupa Mountain to poison me, King Chu shouted. Then, green blood spurted out from his mouth. He died with his head up. At this moment, Ning Chi had just drawn his bow and had not shot an arrow. My God, I haven't shot an arrow and King Chu is dead. What is this? Does it mean that I, Ning Chi, have amazing archery skills? Just like that, I, Ning Chi, am not a hero on the battlefield. Instead, I am a despicable assassin. Assassination and killing in public on the battlefield are completely different. Assassinating the king is an absolute taboo. Note, first update sent, still more than 15,000 today. Brothers urgently need monthly votes and support. I kowtow to you. Recommended book Friends Work Over the Doomsday Wasteland. The theme is quite interesting. Congratulations to the 5 Marquises for becoming the new alliance leader. F***. CK, Ning Chi felt his scalp go numb when he saw King Chu fall. I just pulled the bow. Why did you fall? Then, he loosened his grip and the arrow shot out. Swoosh, the arrow was 2.5 feet long. Drawing a perfect parabola in the air, he landed on the platform of the Chu King's central army. Bang! Then, it exploded above King Chu's head. Ning Chi's arrow had reached the king from a distance of 300 meters. Moreover, it was so accurate. This level of archery was enough to shock the world. Everything was so perfect. Including Ning Chi's shooting posture, it was extremely handsome. Unfortunately, he was just a little late. King Chu was dead before he could shoot. If Xianxia was present, he would definitely shout that he was possessed by Zhu Simeo. And at this moment, he was truly the center of attention. More than 100,000 people witnessed this scene. What is going on? Was the third prince of the state of Yu, Ming-Chi, so powerful, or was there another conspiracy? Our king was murdered, but Ming-Chi swore that his hand had really slipped on the arrow. The moment he saw King Chu collapse, his mind went blank. Before he could decide whether to shoot or not, he had already done so. Just a little bit more and he would have succeeded. Is this another conspiracy by Shenlang? Is he really that powerful? All his previous efforts were in vain. What's next? What should I do? And what did the king of Chu shout before he died? Stupa Mountain tried to murder me? Ming-Chi colluded with Stupa Mountain to murder me? Can I assassinate the king? Yes and no. If you say no, the great Qian emperor, Jiangli, died suddenly and mysteriously. The official explanation of the Great Yan Empire was that Jiangli had used an ancient sorcery to enhance his bloodline, which was why he died suddenly. However, everyone knew that Jiangli's death had something to do with the emperor of the Great Yan Empire. To a certain extent, Jiangli should have been murdered. But if you say yes? That's not possible either. This was because the Great Yan Empire was above them. They had to abide by the rules. The state of Yu and the state of Chu were vassal states under the Great Yan Empire. To a certain extent, they were like brothers. King Chu and King Yu were brothers. Even if they didn't like each other, they would still send people to participate in a joyous occasion. The king of Chu had sent the crown prince to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Ning Yuanxian sent Ning Qi to attend the birthday of the Queen Mother of Chu. Contradictions were contradictions, and wars were wars. How can you assassinate like this? Today, you can assassinate King Chu. Tomorrow, will you assassinate King Wu? The day after tomorrow, will you assassinate King Jin? This was just like modern Earth. Under the framework of the United Nations, Russia could fight with Ukraine, but if Russia sent people to assassinate the Ukrainian president, they would definitely be punished. In short, the Empire of Great Yan had the final say. During the Warring States period, countless assassins tried to assassinate the king of Qin, Yingjing. Some were from the Chu state, and some were from the Yan state. On the surface, assassinations seemed very normal, and they were even seen as heroes. But go back a few hundred years. When the emperor of Great Zhou was still relatively powerful, if someone assassinated the monarch of another vassal state, it would be a crime against the world. Under the absolute power of the Great Yan Empire, it was impossible for the vassal states to assassinate their monarchs. On the high platform of the Central Army, the seventh prince of the Chu state, Chu Qin, was completely stunned. He had no idea that this would happen. He thought that he was only exposing the conspiracy. He didn't expect that his father would really fall. The grandmaster beside the king of Chu was also stunned. He was not a eunuch, but a martial arts teacher of the Chu state's royal family, Li Xuanqi. He was conferred the title of the crown prince's tutor. He immediately grabbed the great eunuch, Yan Liang, and broke his jaw. Then, he dislocated the bones in his arms to prevent him from committing suicide. All the Chu soldiers were also stunned. The crown prince of the Chu state was even more shocked. To be honest, he had mixed feelings about his father. He definitely admired and worshipped him. However, he had been a crown prince for 20 years. He naturally wanted to be a monarch. The king of Chu was suspicious and greedy for power. Therefore, the crown prince had been absolutely obedient for the past 20 years. He even hid his abilities in front of his father, and sometimes made mistakes on purpose so that the king of Chu could teach him a lesson. In fact, he was very clear about many things. Therefore, the crown prince could be considered to be aggrieved. In the depths of his heart, he had imagined that he would ascend the throne one day when the king of Chu was no longer around. However, that was only a fleeting thought. And it definitely wouldn't happen here. This was the battlefield of the decisive battle. Once his father fell, who would be able to control these generals? Although the crown prince had been in charge of the Privy Council for 5 to 6 years, he was only a mouthpiece for the king of Chu. Under the suppression of the king of Chu, the crown prince lacked authority. However, in a flash, the crown prince shouted, "Father, father!" He suddenly rushed toward the high platform of the Central Army. Then, he hugged the king of Chu's corpse and wailed loudly. Then, he used his hidden strength and suddenly tore his eye sockets. 2 streams of blood flowed down. Royal father, my royal father, blurg, blurg. A moment later, the crown prince vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Then, he suddenly stood up while hugging the king of Chu's corpse, and used all his strength to shout, "The state of you is despicable, Ningqi is despicable, how dare they murder my father? You can't win on the battlefield, so you assassinate me? Soldiers of the state of you, our king has been murdered by the state of you. What should we do? Avenge the great king. Wipe out the Vietnamese army. Wipe them all out." The crown prince of Chu roared. His martial arts were also very strong, and his voice seemed to travel a few miles. However, the battlefield here stretched for more than a dozen miles. The countless Chu soldiers could not hear what he said at all. But they could guess, and they could see. "Avenge, avenge, kill the state of you, kill them all." The surrounding generals raised their arms and shouted. Was this what it meant by "an army with indignation will win"? Then, the crown prince of Chu directly rushed down the high platform, and was about to lead the army to kill Ningqi. To avenge the king of Chu, he could not just talk and do nothing. This was the best time for him to establish his prestige. As long as he killed Ningqi, he could win the hearts of the people. Kill, kill, kill. The crown prince of Chu led more than 3,000 cavalrymen, as well as 2 de and 2 air, and charged towards third prince Ningqi. Facing the crown prince's attack. Suddenly, Ningqi fell into a difficult decision. What should he do? Turn and run? No, that would be losing his prestige. Fight head-on, but the crown prince of Chu had more than 3,000 cavalrymen. He had charged too fiercely just now, and his cavalrymen were still thousands of meters behind him, fighting with the Chu cavalrymen. But there was not much time left for him to think, either fight or run. Ningqi was really awesome, and he almost made a decision in an instant. He found a fine horse on the battlefield, and directly mounted it. Then, he picked up the majestic bow again, and shot towards the crown prince of Chu. Whoosh! The arrow was as fast as lightning. But, it did not hit the crown prince of Chu. That was because countless shields blocked the attack for him. But Ningqi's arrow was really powerful. After hitting a shield and the shield-wielding warrior were sent flying. Ningqi shot a series of arrows. Every arrow was shockingly powerful. It even pierced through a few people. But it still did not hit the crown prince. When the last arrow was shot, bang, the bowstring broke, and a wound was torn on Ningqi's face, and blood gushed out. Ningqi looked at the crown prince of Chu who was madly charging towards him. He gasped for air. Next, what, turn and run? His reputation was ruined, fight head-on? 9 out of 10, gritting his teeth, Ningqi pulled out his big sword again, and charged towards the crown prince's 2,000 cavalrymen. At least this scene was very shocking. Ningqi alone and his horse charged towards the crown prince's 2,000 cavalrymen. Lan Bao was stunned. Then, he suddenly raised his giant mace and rushed forward. Third prince, wait for me. Lan Bao shouted. Zhong Yao's eyes were a little warm. Ningqi did not let him down. Although he also paid attention to conspiracies, he was not weak and brave at the crucial moment. At this crucial moment, if Ningqi showed a little bit of fear and retreat, then the battle would be over. A defeated army was like a landslide. At least in these 2 to 4 hours, the morale of the Chu soldiers was high. And the crown prince's performance was perfect. He temporarily stabilized the situation and stepped forward at the crucial moment. And Ningqi's tragic scene. It also gave the garrison on the west town a huge morale. In an instant, the momentum on the battlefield seemed to have shifted again. After the death of the king of Chu, it seemed to have become the peak duel between Ningqi and the crown prince of Chu. Kill! Kill! Ningqi and Lan Bao rushed into the crown prince's cavalrymen. In an instant, the 2 of them were drowned. Ningqi waved his big sword and killed crazily. Soon, his horse was stabbed to death. Ningqi got off his horse and fought with Lan Bao and Lan Bao against 1,000 people. His martial arts were really amazing. In a short moment, countless corpses were piled around him. Those who were killed by him still had a whole corpse. Those who were killed by Lan Bao were all smashed into pieces. However, in terms of the battle results, Ningqi had more. The cavalrymen under the command of the Crown Prince of Chu charged towards Ningqi one after another. In a short moment, Ningqi was covered in blood. The original color could not be seen at all. He was like a killing god. The Crown Prince of Chu was completely stunned. This Ningqi was actually so powerful, countless people were staring at him. There were more than 2,000 people around him. But Ningqi only had Lan Bao. If he did not dare to attack, what qualifications did he have to inherit the throne of Chu? Kill Ningqi and avenge my father. The Crown Prince of Chu led Tu De and Tu Er towards Ningqi crazily. His father died from the despicable assassination of the enemy. As the Crown Prince, he had to avenge his father with his own hands. In this way, it was only right for him to inherit the throne. At this moment, the surrounding Chu cavalrymen felt their blood boiling. The Crown Prince was mighty. Although the king had fallen, the Chu state would definitely not be without a successor. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince of Chu directly rushed to Ningqi. A battle between 5 people. Tu De and Tu Er against Lan Bao. The Crown Prince of Chu against Ningqi. Although he was brave, there was still a gap between his martial arts and Ningqi's. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing this, the masters around him hurried to protect the Crown Prince. It was enough for the Crown Prince to show that he was not afraid of death. There was no need to fight with Ningqi alone. Ningqi fell into a bitter battle again. He was surrounded by more than a dozen masters. Kill, kill, kill. His eyes were completely bloodshot. Slash. He was stabbed in the back. Ningqi did not turn around but slashed at his back. In an instant, the expert from the Chu kingdom, together with his horse, was split into 2 halves. At this moment, Ningqi, there was nothing else in his heart. Only fighting and death, and endless unwillingness. The Crown Prince looked down on Ning Yuanxian. Ningqi did not think highly of him either. But Ningqi's feelings for Ning Yuanxian were more complicated. He disliked Ning Yuanxian's extravagance very much, but he admired his spirit of adventure at the critical moment. Besides, although Ning Yuanxian was ruthless and unkind to many people, his love for Ning Yi and Ningqi was real. Putting all this aside, Ningqi felt that he was far more suitable to be a king than his father, Ning Yuanxian. Why didn't his father choose him? Before, it was Ning Yi. He was the Crown Prince and had the support of the Zhu family. But after Ning Yi was finished, why did his father choose Ning Jing instead of Ningqi? Did I do wrong? I have a secret agreement with the Yinyuan Association, the Zhu family, and the Empire of Great Yin. But all this is to save the state of Yu. Do you think I'm a traitor? But if I don't compromise, the state of Yu will be finished. Ningqi was not afraid of death. As long as the state of Yu was saved, he could take back the land he lost today. Was I wrong? Did he have to be like Ningjing, who was willing to die to be considered brave? I have this kind of courage too, so do I. Suddenly, Ningqi was stabbed in the back again. Ouch. He let out a ferocious roar and pounced towards the person who had ambushed him like a ferocious beast. The master of Chu State and his horse were knocked to the ground by Ningqi. Slash. Ningqi stabbed down with his sword, killing both the man and the warhorse. Instantly, more than half of the masters of Chu State who surrounded him were killed by him. Die, die, die. Ningqi, who seemed to have gone crazy, charged at the Crown Prince of Chu again. The 100 horsemen around the Crown Prince were shocked by Ningqi's murderous aura. Seeing this, the Crown Prince of Chu charged forward bravely again and fought with Ningqi. At this critical moment, he couldn't show any cowardice. As expected, the Crown Prince's bravery excited the blood of the people around him again. Then, the surrounding warriors charged forward again and surrounded Ningqi. Third Prince, I can't hold on anymore. I can't beat these 2. I'm going to be killed. Lan Bao yelled. Tu De and Tu Er were also remnants of Jiang Li's bloodline. Furthermore, they were twin brothers. Although they were a little dumb, their teamwork on the battlefield was flawless. Back then, Big Idiot couldn't beat them at first and was at a disadvantage. Lan Bao naturally couldn't beat them either. Soon, he was hit by the 2 brothers' hammers several times. Blood spurted out. Third prince, I'm going to be killed. I can't protect you anymore. Lan Bao yelled. Ningqi yelled, let's die together. Then you can die. A cold voice resounded. The Grandmaster of Chu State, the Crown Prince's teacher, Li Xuanqi, charged over. One man and one sword, he charged at Ningqi to assist the Crown Prince. He planned to cripple Ningqi first and then let the Crown Prince chop off Ningqi's head. In this way, the battle would be considered a victory. The Crown Prince of Chu would have established his authority. Third Prince Ningqi's eyes flickered. Can I retreat from a great Grandmaster? No, it's already at this point. It doesn't matter if I retreat or not. Father, if I die in battle here, will you regret it? Then, Ningqi yelled again and raised his sword to attack the Grandmaster of Chu State, Li Xuanqi. This time, it was a true suicidal charge. However, he didn't die. Suddenly, a figure as fast as a galloping horse rushed in front of him and blocked Li Xuanqi's fatal sword. Grandmaster Li Xuanqi, nice to meet you. This person was the Count of Wuan of the state of Yu, Xueqi, the last person on Shen Lang's enemy list. At this time, he was followed by hundreds of South Sea Sword sect experts. This Xueqi's martial arts were indeed unfathomable. He looked like a scholar, but his martial arts were actually hard and fierce. He fought with the Grandmaster of Chu State, Li Xuanqi, and they were evenly matched. Third Prince, I'm here to help you. A loud shout, another fierce general of the state of Yu, Xianxia, charged over. This person was really brave. At the battlefield of the Southern Kingdom, the state of Yu had 200,000 against the Sand Barbarian tribe's 40,000. Seeing that the battle was about to collapse, it was Xianxia who led the cavalry and turned the tide of the battle. This person didn't know how to conduct himself and couldn't be promoted. But on the battlefield, he was the bravest. Just now, Ningqi only cared about putting on a shocking show to kill the king of Chu. He brought Lan Bao and charged out. The cavalry battle later was all left to Xianxia. 10,000 cavalry against the 13,000 of Chu State, Xianxia actually won. At this time, he brought the last 2,000 to 3,000 cavalry and charged over. The situation on the battlefield was in a state of anxiety. The central army of Chu was originally there to protect the king of Chu. Now that the king of Chu was dead, they didn't need to guard the central army's high platform. The remaining 10,000 people charged over bravely. But these 10,000 people were all foot soldiers. The entire battle didn't end because of the king of Chu's death. Instead, it became even more intense. Because the two young princes, Crown Prince Chu and Ningqi, had performed too well, the armies of both sides didn't collapse. On the other side, the siege was still in full swing. Zhong Yao led the Zhong family's army and continued to fight wildly. On the other side, the battle between Ningqi and Crown Prince Chu was even fiercer. Prince Chu's 3,000 cavalry only had about 1,000 left. But behind them, 10,000 more infantry came to support. On the other hand, Ningqi only had about 3,000 people. 3,000 people against the king of Chu's 16,000 people. And on this complicated and anxious battlefield, the cavalry's momentum was already gone. They only had the advantage of being on high ground. After a short period of anxiety, Ningqi's army quickly fell into a disadvantage. The battlefield fell into an even more complicated situation. Lan Bao, Tu De, and Tu Er fell into an absolute disadvantage. Xueqi and the Chu Grandmaster Li Xuanqi were equally matched. Ningqi led a few hundred experts of the South Sea Sword sect against Crown Prince Chu's personal guards and gained the upper hand. But on the battlefield outside, Xianxia's 3,000 cavalry fell into a disadvantage against the Chu army of more than 10,000. Surrounded and surrounded, upwind and downwind, it was a crisscross. But Ningqi knew that if he didn't break through the situation, he would still lose this battle. When the cavalry led by Xianxia died, he would lose. If he wanted to turn this situation around, he had to use the advantage of a small battle. Or rather, there was only one way. Capture Crown Prince Chu. Ningqi closed his eyes for less than half a second. Ancestors above, please lend me a hand. Then, Ningqi suddenly opened his eyes. He once again transformed into a fierce beast on the battlefield, charging madly at Crown Prince Chu. The disciples of the South Sea Sword sect behind him followed him. Crown Prince Chu was shocked. He had an army of more than 10,000 and had an absolute advantage. But, In this small area, he was at a disadvantage. What to do? Run? No, he couldn't run. Ningqi didn't even run when he was surrounded alone. He had more than 1,000 cavalrymen with him. Why should he run? If he ran, he would cause the situation to collapse. How could he maintain his dignity? Thus, Crown Prince Chu once again bravely led the 1,000 personal guards behind him and charged at Ningqi. Ningqi's few hundred men clashed with Prince Chu's 1,000 men once again. In that instant, it was as if these two were the only people on the battlefield. Prince Chu had always been suppressed by King Chu. Although he was the crown prince, he didn't have much dignity. He had suppressed himself for 20 years just to prove himself to the entire Chu kingdom. Ningqi was the same. Previously, he had been suppressed by Ning Yi. Now, Ningxing had become his competitor. Because of his secret agreement with the Great Yan Empire, he was labeled as a traitor. I can't accept this. The two young masters once again engaged in a frenzied battle. Not long ago, the two of them even drank and chatted merrily. The relationship between the two countries was not good, but every time something important happened in the Chu kingdom, the state of Yu would send people. For example, the king of Chu's birthday or the crown prince's wedding. Since Ning Yi, the crown prince of the state of Yu, wouldn't go, Ningqi had to go. 7 years ago, in the capital of the Chu kingdom, Crown Prince Chu personally entertained Ningqi. Both of them loved martial arts and had a duel under the moon. No one witnessed it. That duel, Crown Prince Chu won. However, Ningqi deliberately let him win. Moreover, Ningqi was not as powerful as he was now. After more than 100 rounds, the number of martial artists around them decreased. Both of them seemed to have gone mad. Their hair was disheveled and they were covered in blood. Ningqi had won long ago. However, he was injured and bleeding profusely. Moreover, they had been fighting for more than 2 hours. Crown Prince Chu's combat strength was still at his peak. Therefore, both of them were evenly matched at the beginning. However, gradually, Ningqi staggered. Clang. After a certain move, the sword in Ningqi's hand suddenly broke. Splat, Crown Prince Chu stabbed his sword into Ningqi's chest. He was overjoyed. He finally won. However, in the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A thin sword suddenly popped out from Ningqi's broken sword. Then, the pain in his chest turned into numbness. He staggered and knelt on the ground. Ningqi pulled out his thin sword and grabbed Crown Prince Chu's hair. He placed the sword on his neck. Crown Prince Chu has been captured. Crown Prince Chu has been captured. Crown Prince Chu shouted, "Generals of Chu, don't worry about me. Kill the Yu army. Kill them all." Then, he slammed his neck against Ningqi's sword. Instantly, blood spurted out from his neck. Crown Prince Chu fell. Then, was he dead? No, it was true that he slammed Ningqi's sword. However, he did not use his main artery. Instead, he used the back of his neck. Was he really so brave? Yes, not completely, he had to shout this. Only then could he show his fighting spirit. This collision looked like he was seeking death. But he had to do it. A captured crown prince had no hope of inheriting the throne. However, a crown prince who would rather commit suicide than be captured would be loved by everyone. Even if he was captured, he would not lose the support of the people. So at the crucial moment, Crown Prince Chu overcame the fear in his heart and acted as if he was committing suicide. In an instant, blood gushed out from his neck. It was a shocking sight. Ningqi raised the Chu crown prince high up in the air as he roared, "Soldiers of Chu, your crown prince's life is in danger. In the name of morality, I should save him immediately. Could it be that you all want to watch your crown prince die? Retreat, retreat!" Ningqi shouted. The Chu army was in tears. Why did the heavens do this? The king had just died. Everyone was shocked. But the crown prince had stepped forward bravely and stabilized the situation. And now, the crown prince was going to die too, if the crown prince died. Who else could Chu count on? Needless to say, Crown Prince Chu's performance had won the hearts of the Chu army. He did not surrender and be captured. He was injured and captured. He would rather commit suicide than become a captive. With such a crown prince, what more could they ask for? Ningqi shouted again, I have to save the crown prince of Chu immediately. All of you, retreat. Do you want to see the crown prince die? The crown prince's grand tutor, Grandmaster Li Xuanqi's eyes were about to pop. He and Xueche still hadn't won. Seeing the crown prince whose fate was unknown, Chu had entered the most dangerous situation. The capital was occupied by Shenlang, the king of Chu had died, and the crown prince's fate was unknown. The battle in front of him was no longer the most important. Saving the crown prince was the key. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Retreat, retreat. The crown prince's grand tutor Li Xuanqi led the army to retreat. Ningqi, if my crown prince dies, I will destroy your state of you even if I have to die to the last man. Li Xuanqi shouted. Ningqi shouted, if the crown prince dies, I will die with him. Stop fighting, stop fighting. The crown prince's grand tutor Li Xuanqi shouted. The king of Chu was dead. The crown prince's fate was unknown. Li Xuanqi had the highest status in the Chu army. He didn't have much military power, but he was old and had a high rank. After hearing his order, the generals on the central platform looked at each other. Then, he gave the order. Sound the gongs to retreat. Sound the gongs to retreat, the bell rang. Nearly 200,000 Chu soldiers retreated like the tide. Ningqi's legs turned to jelly and he felt dizzy. It was finally over. This nightmarish battle was finally over. He had held on until the end. Although there was still a hellish political test waiting for him. But at least he had held on for today's battle. Western Garrison City didn't fall. The Zhong family didn't perish. Ningqi even captured the crown prince of Chu. He messed up the act of killing the king of Chu, but he saved the situation. Although capturing the crown prince was not as shocking as killing the king of Chu, it was still a meritorious deed. Shenlang, you're amazing. You really nearly kicked me into the bottomless abyss. But in my desperation, I caught hold of a cliff, and I did not fall. After the Chu army retreated, Xueche saved the crown prince's life first. At least he wouldn't die on the battlefield. Then, Ningqi led the thousands of soldiers back into Western Garrison City. At this point, the Battle of Western Garrison City was over. Note, today's 2 chapters are worth 16,000 yuan. It's the last 3 days of this month. Give me the monthly ticket. I beg you with tears in my eyes, thank you, Brother Lang's fan, Heavenly Emperor Yunfei. I am Xiaolong's 10,000 yuan tip. Chu's crown prince Yu woke up. He had been revived. Brother Wang is awake? Ningqi asked. How do you feel? He looked even worse than the Chu crown prince, with dozens of wounds on his body. I'm fine. The Chu crown prince was no longer seething with anger, and his gaze towards Ningqi did not have any hostility. Lord Xue, thank you for saving me, the Chu crown prince said to Xueche. Your Highness is too polite, Xueche said. Your Highness carries the hopes of the Chu kingdom. I dare not slack off. This was not false. The Chu crown prince's grand tutor, Li Xuanqi, was still outside West Garrison City, with dozens of generals in tow, waiting for the Chu crown prince's latest news. It was clear that if the state of Yu did not release the Chu crown prince, they would attack the city with all their might. I will inform Lord Li Xuanqi that the crown prince is fine. Xueche said. Also, I must clarify that the crown prince was never captured. He was only injured and unconscious. The state of Yu brought you into the city for treatment out of righteousness. With that, Xueche left. Only the Chu crown prince and Ningqi were left in the room. You really colluded with Stupa Mountain to murder my father? The Chu crown prince asked. Consort Yan and Yan Liang are the murderers? Ningqi nodded his head and said, it was indeed Stupa Mountain who murdered the king of Chu, and it was premeditated. I could be considered to have been present at the time and wanted to use the king of Chu's death to put on a startling show and establish a meritorious deed. In the end, Brother Wang also saw it and almost fell into a disaster. The Chu crown prince asked, then Consort Yan and Yan Liang? Ningqi said, I didn't know they were from Stupa Mountain, and I didn't even know how King Chu died. I only knew that my arrow was the signal. When my arrow exploded on top of King Chu's head, he would suddenly die. the Chu crown prince recalled King Chu's death. It was a tragic sight. Blood spurted out, and the back of his head and neck were riddled with holes. In fact, it was bitten by countless goo insects, but it looked like countless holes had been blasted out. Crown Prince Chu sighed and said, "Actually, someone had hinted to me that what father did in his early years had angered His Majesty the Emperor. In recent years, because of the territory of Stupa Mountain, there has been a huge conflict. Royal father appears to be respectful on the surface, but in his heart, he does not yield even half a step. Why would Stupa Mountain have a territorial conflict with Chu? The territory of the Stupa Mountain was a high-altitude lake called the Fuhai. It bordered several countries, including Chu country. However, due to certain reasons, the water level of the floating sea kept rising. In just a short 10 years, it had already risen by several feet. Stupa Mountain was very domineering. As long as it was submerged by the floating sea, it would be their territory. In other words, the Stupa Mountain was devouring the territories of several countries every day. The Chu country was located to the southeast of the Stupa Mountain. Its terrain was relatively low, so the area that was submerged by the floating sea was the largest. The king of Chu was naturally unwilling, so he had to build a dam at the border to stop the floating sea from spreading. Stupa Mountain negotiated with King Chu several times, but they all parted on bad terms. The Chu crown prince asked, "Ningqi, can I ask you a question?" Ningqi said, "Please speak." The crown prince of Chu asked, "Do you have a secret agreement with His Majesty the Emperor?" Ningqi remained silent. The Chu crown prince asked, "What secret agreement?" Ningqi remained silent. Although Ningqi did not say anything, the Chu crown prince seemed to have gotten his answer. "Accept the conferment of the great Yan Emperor from King of Yu to Prince of Yu?" The Chu crown prince asked. It was not difficult for him to know this. He had also received news that the great Yan Empire's envoys had repeatedly tried to persuade the King of Chu, but were all rejected. Changing from King of Yu to Prince of Yu did not sound like a big deal, but the problem was very serious. According to the original rules, the Great Yan Empire and the other countries formed the Great Yan Dynasty. The empire was the ruler, and the vassal states were brothers. Once the King of Yu was changed to Prince of Yu, it would mean that the state of Yu had become a vassal state of the Great Yan Empire. A vassal state and a vassal state were two different concepts. Take this for example. The vassal state's crown prince basically had the final say. The Great Yan Emperor did not have the right to decide. However, once the vassal state became a vassal state, the crown prince would have to be conferred a title by the Great Yan Emperor. That was not all. In the end, the vassal state's prime minister might even be appointed by the Great Yan Empire. Naturally, the state of Yu already had this in mind. Back then, Ning Yuanxian had sought help from the Zhu clan to protect himself. From then on, Zhu Hongzhu became the prime minister. On the surface, Ning Yuanxian was a subject of the state of Yu, but his true loyalty was to the Great Yan Empire. The Chu crown prince said, "Ningqi, you're the instigator." Ningqi said, "If Brother Wang were in my shoes, what would he do?" The Chu crown prince sighed. Yes, if he were in Ningqi's shoes, would he be able to do better? Of course not. Ningqi had already done very well. The emperor's authority was too frightening. Moreover, the Great Yan Empire's new policies were almost complete. The abolition of the Minister of State was imminent, and the reshuffle of the cabinet was in full swing. Once the new policies were completed, imperial power would be highly centralized. The Great Yan Empire's national strength would rise to another level. As long as the emperor was willing, he could easily defeat 3 or more vassal states. When the emperor's gaze fell on Ningqi, would he be able to resist? The Chu crown prince hesitated for a moment but did not say it. However, the meaning behind his words was very clear. On the surface, the King of Chu's death was a murder committed by Ningqi and Stupa Mountain. However, the person who killed the King of Chu was the emperor. Without the emperor's tacit consent, Stupa Mountain would not have dared to make a move. The crown prince of the Chu country said, 20 years ago, royal father was able to strike a balance between Jiangli and the emperor. After Jiangli was destroyed, he seized the opportunity to annex 2 provinces of the Great Qian Kingdom. Although he spat out another province in the end, he still angered the emperor. In my heart, when Prince Jin retreated and King Wu retreated, I felt that the war should have ended. I thought of advising father to formally negotiate with the state of Yu and allow them to cede a few hundred li of territory. However, I did not say it out loud because I knew father would never agree. Of course, the king of Chu would never agree. This person's greed for territory was limitless. Ningqi said, Brother Wang, the world is about to change. In the next 10 to 20 years, the struggle for hegemony will no longer be the mainstream. Survival will be the most important thing. The Chu crown prince fell silent. After the Great Yan Empire destroyed Jiangli, they did not unify the world immediately. Instead, they took advantage of this great victory to implement new reforms and digest the fruits of victory. At this time, the emperor focused on his own country and indulged the vassal states. That was why the Chu and Yu kingdoms were fighting for hegemony in the south. Now that the new reforms were completed, their attitude towards the rest of the world would change completely. For the Great Yan Empire, it was time to unify the world. Directly resist the emperor? That was impossible. That was simply courting death. If they did not resist, it would be impossible for them to be swallowed up directly. Ningqi was right. The world had changed. Wars and conflicts between the various kingdoms would no longer be the mainstream. The only mission was to unite and resist the empire's annexation. Ningjing is not bad. Ningqi said, he has an iron will and is magnanimous. He is determined to resolve the hidden dangers in the country. Ruling a country is like cooking a small fish. This is evident in him. However, he is too upright. Once he inherits the throne, he will definitely choose to oppose the emperor. When that happens, the state of Yu's hundreds of years of foundation will be lost. Shenlang. The Chu crown prince said. Ningqi said, Shenlang is a genius. He is almost omnipotent. However, he cannot do it now. He cannot change the state of Yu's perilous situation. The power of intelligence is limited. Moreover, he has no ambition and only cares about himself. He does not care about what happens tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, he is far from being a match for the Great Yan Empire. He cannot save the state of Yu. The Chu crown prince hesitated for a long time before saying, the emperor of the Great Yan Empire is getting old. The crown prince needs a transition period and buffer before ascending the throne. Is this an opportunity? This was a profound statement. Ningqi said, it's hard to say. Brother Wang, your performance today can be said to be perfect. However, the crown prince of the Great Yan Empire is even more outstanding. He has been in charge for more than 15 years. I have another worry. After the new emperor ascends the throne, he will establish his authority and make an example out of the other vassal states. At this time, whoever resists the new emperor's will be out of luck. I don't care about others, but the state of Yu will not be the first to take the lead. However, if Ningjing succeeds the throne, he will definitely be the first to take the lead. The meaning behind his words was even more profound. Ningqi would comply with the emperor and not take the lead. Who will be the first to take the lead? King Wu. The new King Qian, or perhaps King Jin, the most powerful among the vassal states. Ningqi did not say what he meant, but he expressed it vividly. He would comply with the emperor first. However, when another state takes the lead, or when all the other states rebel against the Great Yan Empire, his opportunity would come. Ningqi said, Brother Wang, the king of Chu has concubine Yan by his side, and I have Shueshue by my side. To a certain extent, our fates are the same. The empire's infiltration of us is far deeper than we imagined. The Zhu clan was a subject of the Great Yan Empire. The Inyuan Association was a superpower of the Great Yan Empire. The Xianxia Pavilion and the Stupa Mountain were transcendent forces on the surface, but they were secretly very close to the Great Yan Empire. The Xianxia Pavilion supported Crown Prince Ningyi, while the Stupa Mountain supported Ningqi through the South Sea Sword sect. Let's hug each other for warmth, Brother Wang. Ningqi said, after this, both our countries will have to recuperate. That way, we will be able to deal with both dangers and opportunities in the future. What we should do now is to accumulate strength to face the storm of destruction that will come in a decade or so. The war between our two countries is already meaningless. So what if you cede the Western Heaven province? Can you defeat the Great Yan Empire? Instead, you will become a thorn in the emperor's side. The death of the king of Chu was the most tragic proof. Weakening the other states was the emperor's will. If any family wanted to become stronger, they would be strongly suppressed by the emperor. I need to answer to my country, Crown Prince Chu said. Ningqi said, ceding 200 miles of territory to you is considered a victory. At least within Chu, there are no brothers who can oppose you. Your throne is secure. Crown Prince Chu said, what about your side? Me? Ningqi said, I'm in big trouble. It depends on whether His Majesty is willing to help me. The direct culprit of the king of Chu's death was the Stupa mountain, but the real mastermind was the emperor. Ningqi was only cooperating. To a certain extent, he was the emperor's scapegoat. He did not get to eat the flesh, and his mouth was full of blood. If the emperor wanted to completely clear his name, he could have crushed Ningqi with a finger. Because of the king of Chu's misdeeds, he should have said that the Stupa mountain had harmed him. But if the emperor was tyrannical and did not care about these rumors, he would have cleared Ningqi of all charges. It depended on whether the emperor was willing to bear this small stain. If I survive this, I am willing to help. Brother one in the future. Ningqi extended his hand to the crown prince. The crown prince was slightly stunned. Then, he extended his hand to shake Ningqi's. Ningqi said, why don't we sign a truce agreement? The crown prince nodded and said, sure. But when my father collapsed, he said that Ningqi harmed him. You have to give me an explanation. Ningqi said, all right. After signing the truce agreement, I will follow you to the Chu kingdom's main camp alone. I am willing to accept any investigation, and you can do whatever you want with me. The crown prince was stunned when he heard this. Ningqi was truly impressive. All right. Then, Ningqi and the crown prince signed the truce agreement. Of course, this was only an agreement. The envoys from both countries would have to negotiate the details. However, the two of them decided on a truce first. Inside the Zhong clan's mansion. Ningqi, Zhong Yao, and Xueqi. How should we deal with this crisis? Zhong Yao said, the crime of murdering the king of Chu is too grave. The great Yan Empire cannot sit idly by. Can we push the blame onto Shenlang? Ningqi said, it might not be. The king of Chu's death was destined. However, the person who killed him might be the Shenlang. Everyone knows that Shenlang is a master of poison. The king of Chu had just delivered the secret letter to the king of Chu when he suddenly died. Moreover, the letter must have been passed through Shenlang's hands. Therefore, it's reasonable to frame Shenlang for the king of Chu's murder. Ningqi closed his eyes and fell silent for a long time. No, don't do anything. Ningqi said. The king of Chu's death was ultimately caused by the emperor. Ningqi could be considered to be the scapegoat for the emperor. Therefore, Ningqi could not do anything. He could only obediently hand over the power of judgment to the emperor. Otherwise, even if he were to frame Shenlang for the king of Chu's murder, the emperor would only think one thing. Ningqi, are you not willing to take the blame for me? With this, Ningqi's value in the emperor's eyes would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Ningqi had to take this risk. He respectfully placed his neck under the emperor's sword. Everyone accuses me of murdering the king of Chu, I won't argue or resist. I'll just wait for the emperor's judgment. This was a danger, but it was also an opportunity. If Great Yan's emperor was willing to protect Ningqi, his gains would far outweigh his losses. At this critical moment, Ningxing had performed a meritorious deed. Moreover, his father, Ning Yuanxian, had supported Ningxing's ascension to the throne. Therefore, Ningqi was willing to risk his life to obtain the emperor's full support. Don't say anything, don't do anything, and don't frame Shenlang. Ningqi said, I'll wait for the emperor's decision. I, Ningqi, am willing to obey the emperor's will. Xueqi and Zhongyao exchanged a glance. He really couldn't tell before that His Highness Ningqi was actually so powerful. It was not appropriate for the Chu crown prince to stay in western Garrison City for too long. Otherwise, he would become a captive, even if not a captive. The next day, the sky had yet to brighten. The Chu crown prince staggered out of western Garrison City with a pale face. Your Highness. Your Highness. The Chu crown prince's grand tutor, Li Xuanqi, led dozens of generals and rushed forward to welcome the crown prince. However, they soon discovered that the third prince of the state of Yu, Ningqi, had come with the crown prince. What was the meaning of this? Was he personally escorting the crown prince back to the Chu army's main camp? At this moment, Xianxia was leading the army on the city walls, watching silently. Many of the state of Yu's soldiers were shocked. What was the meaning of this? Why was Ningqi entering the Chu army's main camp? Even if he was escorting the Chu crown prince, he did not have to go so far. Although Xianxia and the others were shocked, it was better to escort the crown prince back to the Chu army's main camp first. After entering the Chu army's main camp, Ningqi bowed to Xianxia and the Chu generals and said, "When the king of Chu fell, he shouted that I, Ningqi, murdered him. I did not do it." The Chu generals were enraged when they heard this. "Who else could it be but you?" Ningqi, it was useless to quibble. Ningqi said, "But I won't resist or quibble. I'll stay in your main camp alone. I'm willing to accept any investigation. Of course, if anyone wants to kill me to avenge the king of Chu, they can also attack me. You have hundreds of thousands of people, and I'm only one person. You can kill me at any time." The Chu generals were shocked when they heard this. This Ningqi was actually so calm. The Chu crown prince said, "My subjects, this matter is too important. There is a need to form a joint investigation team to investigate father's murder. If Ningqi really did it, I'll personally cut off his head. No matter who murdered father, I'll tear him to pieces. How about it?" The crown prince's grand preceptor Xianxia knelt down and kowtowed. "As your majesty commands." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Then, the dozens of generals knelt down in an orderly manner. "As your majesty commands." The country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. This matter is urgent. Your majesty, please ascend to the throne immediately. Xianxia knelt on the ground. Your majesty, please ascend to the throne. Your majesty, please ascend to the throne. The Chu crown prince felt slightly hot. Fortunately, he had performed perfectly at the crucial moment. He had been defeated in the battle yesterday and had even become Ningqi's captive. But his performance had won over the hearts of everyone. He would rather commit suicide than be captured and did not tarnish the dignity of the Chu kingdom. Most importantly, Ningqi had been absolutely cooperative. He had been released a few hours later. So this did not seem like a captive, but a humanitarian rescue. Ningqi was even willing to enter the Chu camp alone. This showed the Chu crown prince's charisma. The performance of these two people could be said to be seamless. The Chu crown prince did not decline. He knelt beside the Chu king's corpse and wailed. Then, he did not sit on the throne. The Chu king's corpse was placed on the table. The Chu crown prince sat on the ground with his back against the Chu king's corpse. "Your subjects greet your majesty. Your subjects greet your majesty." The crown prince's grand preceptor Xianxia personally placed the national seal in the Chu crown prince's hand and then personally helped him put on the crown. "Your majesty. Your subject Ningqi greets King Chu." Just like that, the Chu crown prince sat under the coffin of the deceased king and ascended to the throne. The Chu kingdom welcomed a wise and farsighted new king in times of crisis. Inside the Chu royal capital, Shenlang listened to the detailed report. Then he could not help but sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. The best scenario did not happen. He had wanted to use the Chu king to destroy the Zhong clan and then kill the Chu king. But it was too late. The Chu crown prince was awesome. He had not realized that this person's scheming methods were so impressive. And what was even more impressive was Ningqi. After the Chu king's sudden death, the Chu crown prince's performance could be said to be perfect. And Ningqi's performance was miraculous. Especially when he entered the Chu camp alone and allowed himself to be killed to prove his innocence. It was a stroke of genius. Just like that, his image in the eyes of the people of the state of Yu soared. Even in the hearts of the people of the state of Chu, Ningqi was an incredible person. And from the current situation, Ningqi and the new Chu king had joined forces. The new Chu king was wiser than the old Chu king. The old Chu king was too greedy. The new Chu king's political skills were more outstanding. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and was better able to grasp the overall situation. And Ningqi was also more outstanding than Ning Yuanxian. They had not realized that Ningqi was so outstanding before. Actually, it was not just the bystanders who could not see it. Even Ningqi himself could not see it. A desperate situation was the best test for a person. Crown Prince Ningyi had always been outstanding, but in the face of a desperate situation, he collapsed. And while Ningqi was outstanding, he was only on par with the Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, when faced with a desperate situation, he repeatedly broke through himself and created miracles. Ku Tuhuan said, "Young master, will the third prince frame you for the murder of the Chu king?" This was what Ku Tuhuan was most worried about. Shenlang looked at Ningjing and asked, "What do you think, Your Highness?" Ningjing shook his head and said, "No." Shenlang said, "Yes, he won't. There are many murderers for the Chu king's death. Concubine Yen, me, and Stupa Mountain are all murderers. But in the end, there is only one murderer for the Chu king's death, and that is the supreme emperor of the great Yan Empire." Before the Chu king died, he shouted for Stupa Mountain to murder him. This sentence implicates the emperor. If the emperor is not involved, then Ningqi will definitely frame us without hesitation. But if the emperor is involved, then he will do nothing and quietly wait for the emperor's verdict. At this time, if he does anything, even if he blames me for the Chu king's death, it will be seen as an act of resistance against the emperor. It will be seen as an act of unwillingness to take the emperor's blame. Ningqi is taking a risk. He is betting that the emperor of the great Yan Empire is an absolute ruler and will not mind his reputation being tarnished. If the emperor saves Ningqi, it means that the people who do the dirty work for the emperor can rest assured. However, it will cause the other rulers to feel uneasy and be wary of the emperor. If the emperor does not save Ningqi, it means that the emperor still cares about what the other rulers think of him. He sacrificed Ningqi to appease the hearts of the kings of the world, but that would disappoint his loyal subjects. This is a multiple-choice question for the emperor. Ku Tuhuan said, "Then, what should we do next?" Shenlang said, "Start spreading rumors that I, Shenlang, am the one who murdered the Chu king, and not Ningqi. This rumor must be absolutely true. Every detail must be made clear. We must make many people believe that I, Shenlang, colluded with Stupa Mountain to murder the Chu king." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why was this so? Shenlang said, "First, the Chu king's death will not stop the rumors from spreading. No matter what, the blame will eventually fall on us. Why don't we do it ourselves? Second, Ningqi is not very obedient. We will fight on his behalf and show that he is unwilling to take the blame for the emperor." Ku Tuhuan said, "In other words, Ningqi is unwilling to frame you, young master. However, young master, are you going to force him to frame you?" "That's right." The death of the Chu king. It was like a boulder smashing into a lake, stirring up shocking waves. More than 20 years ago, Emperor Jiangli had died suddenly. All the monarchs felt insecure. Therefore, the great Yan Empire immediately defended itself, saying that Jiangli's death was not a result of murder, but a result of unauthorized bloodline modification. In order to appease the monarchs, the emperor set a rule that no matter how fiercely the various kingdoms fought on the battlefield, assassinations were not allowed. The few transcendent powers especially had to restrain themselves, refrain from interfering with worldly affairs, and distance themselves from royal authority. As a result, the Eastern dynasty was much more peaceful. For more than 20 years, not a single monarch had died from murder. However, the rule had been broken, the Chu king had been publicly murdered, and he had even publicly accused Stupa Mountain of harming him. Stupa Mountain was a transcendent power, but to a large extent, it still had to obey the emperor's will. Without the emperor's approval, Stupa Mountain would not dare to murder the Chu king. What was the meaning of this? Was the emperor going to break his own rule? Immediately, all the kingdoms were in a state of panic. All the monarchs felt insecure. In fact, many monarchs had already begun a major internal purge, purging all the eunuchs and even concubines suspected to be from Stupa Mountain and other transcendent powers. There were even some who killed them directly. Then, all the monarchs stared at Flame Capital's reaction. How would His Majesty, the Supreme Emperor, handle this matter? Would he pin the crime of murdering the Chu king on Ningqi and execute him? That would mean that the emperor had compromised. Killing Ningqi would appease the monarchs. On the other hand, it would mean that the emperor had switched from being a monarch to a tyrannical one. This matter was far more significant than expected. The entire Eastern dynasty fell into a strange atmosphere. Ningqi had foreseen this, so he obediently entered the Chu kingdom's camp and allowed himself to be killed. He did not quibble or resist. This was because the slightest move could affect the entire situation. Any reaction he made could affect the emperor. Even the slightest negative impact on the emperor would be unforgivable. Complete silence, waiting for the verdict. Only then would he have a chance of survival. To be on the same side as the emperor, to be a scapegoat for the emperor, to a certain extent, it was honorable. Seeing Ningqi's reaction, all the monarchs held their breaths, quietly waiting for the emperor's decree. And at this moment, a few rumors exploded, spreading throughout the world in a short period of time. Did you hear? The king of Chu was not killed by Ningqi, but by Xianlang. Xianlang was a master of poison. He forced the queen of Chu to write a secret letter for the seventh son of the Chu king, Chu Qin, to deliver. But this letter was poisoned. So when the king of Chu received this letter, he died immediately. The details of this rumor were clear, including Chu Qin's confession. However, there was another rumor. The real murderer was the crown prince of the Chu kingdom. He had an affair with concubine Yan, and he had long been dissatisfied with the Chu king's suppression. So, he colluded with Stupa Mountain to murder the Chu king so that he could ascend the throne earlier. Many people wanted to know. Even if the crown prince of the Chu kingdom, the new king, was a fool, he should not have murdered the former king. This was the scene of the decisive battle. The person who revealed the secret smiled mysteriously. Because the affair between the crown prince and concubine Yan had been exposed, concubine Yan had committed suicide. Chu Qin had traveled thousands of miles to deliver the letter to expose this matter, so the crown prince had to strike first and kill the Chu king. And this rumor was also confessed by the seventh son of the former king. The two rumors became more and more intense, suppressing the idea that Ningqi had murdered the Chu king. Therefore, Ningqi inexplicably had the tendency to gradually clear his name. If he was not innocent, why did he enter the Chu camp and allow himself to be killed? It was because he had no guilt. Ningqi did not defend himself. Instead, Xianlang defended him and threw the dirty water on himself. He even threw the dirty water on the new king. And these two rumors were too real. In the camp of the new king of Chu, Ningqi trembled all over, his face pale. F***ck, Xianlang, you bastard, you deserve to be hacked to pieces. Was it easy for me to walk out of this hopeless situation? Was it easy for me to climb up from the abyss of hell? In the end, you wanted to kick me off the cliff, you are really ruthless, gigolo. If I don't frame you, you frame yourself. And these two rumors were trying their best to clear Ningqi's name. Xianlang, you bastard, I don't need you to clear my name. How will His Majesty look at me like this? His Majesty will think that I am two-faced, that I am unwilling to take the blame for him. His Majesty will even think that I am shirking responsibility and putting the blame on the emperor. Most importantly, in the face of Xianlang's vicious tricks, Ningqi still could not distinguish himself. He could not run out and say that yes, I murdered the Chu king. This kind of political struggle had to be absolutely precise. What should he do next? Wait, he could only wait for His Majesty's verdict, the verdict on his fate, in the face of such a confusing situation. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the emperor's decree. His decree would determine the fate of many people. It would also be a new signal. The empire's new policy was completed. Would there be a fundamental change in the strategic attitude towards the other nations? However, His Majesty had yet to express his stance. Ning Yuanxian, the king of Yu, had publicly expressed his stance. He firmly believed that the Chu king's death had nothing to do with Ningqi and Xianlang. Moreover, he issued a decree to third Prince Ningqi, ordering him to return to the capital immediately. Moreover, Ning Yuanxian personally wrote a letter to the new Chu king, ordering him to release third Prince Ningqi unconditionally. Ning Yuanxian's stance was like adding fuel to the fire. He was practically forcing the empire of Great Yan to not implicate the state of Yu in the filthy matter of the Chu king's murder. The king of Yu's stance caused the complicated situation to become even more intense. 2 days later, the almighty Great Yan's emperor finally showed a reaction. 2 imperial envoys with secret decrees headed for the Chu king's capital, Shenlang, and the other for Ningqi. Note, the first update is delivered. The last 2 days are spent guarding the 3rd place. Please help me. I count out to you in gratitude, thank you. I am Xiaolong, reader 1607090211182229, 10,000 coins from Gone with the Wind. End of chapter 391. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.